Chapter 1051, One word. Leonel had expected something good the moment he saw the size of the hidden space within, but he had most definitely not expected anything so good. It was one thing if this ring carried all the secret techniques of the Radix family. Though this would be interesting and a decent reference for Leonel, especially as he moved toward maybe one day soon starting on his second divine armor, it wouldn't be to the point that Leonel would react like this. Even though Leonel managed to take control of Roxanne's bronze force with the help of the silver tablet, it had to be understood that this didn't change the fact that bronze force was ultimately something Leonel could not use. The Radix were able to use bronze force as an extension of themselves to make their Radix cubes a part of their very being, almost like gaining another complex limb. However, because Leonel couldn't produce bronze force himself since he didn't share their lineage factor, he would never be able to replicate this feat. Without the ability to produce bronze force, Leonel wouldn't be able to make the metals his own. Even if Leonel stole from the Radix and formed more bronze crystals like these, he would end up making objects that could act as extensions of others rather than him. Say for example he used Liebly's bronze force, whatever object he changed would ultimately be hers to control. This was all to say that though Leonel was intrigued by the Radix family's crafting skill, it wasn't to the point that it would be life-changing to him. Ultimately, it was highly unlikely that any six-dimensional family would be able to match up to the knowledge the Morales family could provide, especially when it was remembered that the branch of the Force Crafters Guild itself viewed the Morales as a rival. So why was Leonel so excited? It could be summed up in one word: secrets. Leonel had never expected that Roxanne was such an important individual. The information he held within his eye went beyond the scope of the Radix family, but even touched on secrets of not only the Midas, but even their enemy and potential enemy families. This meant that not only did this library have the resulting espionage on the Midas family, but it also had in-depth information on the Umbra, Rain, and especially the Florer family. Even beyond that, there was a dense breakdown of the Milky Way and a half a dozen other galaxies in the general vicinity. Leonel could have never thought that such a thing would fall into his lap. What Leonel didn't know was that Roxanne was a contingency plan of the Radix family. This store of information was actually a copy of the main source. In case anything happened to one, there would always be the other. This was why Roxanne set things up to so confidently destroy all of this valuable information. But in the end, how could the Radix ever prepare for a day where their Radix shield would run into the wielder of a metal spirit whose combat prowess was low enough in relation to him to warrant such a sneaky use of the natural treasure? The irony of it all was that if Leonel was powerful enough to crush Roxanne without such underhanded means, Roxanne's plan would have gone smoothly and this information would have never landed in Leonel's hands. It seems my luck isn't too bad, Leonel grinned. This information was what he lacked the most. It was also one of the reasons he didn't dare to make large moves in the Milky Way. Well, that and the fact his foundation was sorely lacking. He hadn't even convinced the Oryx to be on his side yet. But now, things were different. For the first time, Leonel was actually thankful that someone had tried to kill him. Leonel began to pore over the information instantly, his internal sight working at a near unconscious speed. Compared to what he was going to do at his destination, every bit of this information was far more important. Even if it took a month to go over it all, he would still have to do it. Though Leonel was confident he didn't need so long. Judging by his pace, he would need 3 days at most to go over information it took the Radix centuries to gather. And that was only because the Radix stored their information in a language Leonel wasn't used to. Leonel blazed through the information one after another. He was immediately intrigued to find that the waters in the Milky Way were much deeper than he thought, and the center of the storm was most definitely the Milky Way Guild and its seated council. According to this information, the Radix and the others had been slowly infiltrating the Milky Way Guild for decades already, slowly pushing their pawns into positions of power on the Guild's governmental body. Just one wife, a seemingly ordinary lady, only 2 legitimate children, and one of them is Era. Leonel's gaze narrowed. This guild head Ovaltine was definitely a difficult character to read, and Ira was maybe even more intriguing. How had Ira, the only legitimate daughter of the most powerful man in the Milky Way, end up the fiancé of a man from a fourth-dimensional world? The answer was obvious: Earth, from the very beginning that had been the target. But it seemed that Augustus had nothing to do with Era's actions. So did that mean that father and daughter were working separately toward the same goal? A way to throw off the scent of those who were gnawing at their family wealth? Or was it that father and daughter had the same goal, but were rather competing against one another? Right then, a violent spark of lightning tore a path through Leonel's dreamscape. Era Ovaltine. Age, 4x ability index, soul manipulation. Leonel's gaze sharpened, his aura fluctuating wildly. She's alive. Chapter 1052, Themselves. Chapter 1052, Themselves. Leonel sat in silence for a long while before he relaxed slowly. Well played. A small smile crept up on Leonel's lips. Truthfully, he wasn't sure exactly how valuable this piece of information was just yet, but he knew that it at least held a small bit of weight to it. At the very least, it was better than going around without realizing that there was likely a guillotine hanging over his neck. There's a 78% chance that the woman directing Elfor and the others is her. It seems unlikely that there'd be anyone else with the resources and the forethought. As Leonel continued to read about the powers of the Milky Way and cross-referenced them with the information Elthor had told him about this mysterious woman, the percentage ticked upward until it sat nearly at 100% by the end of the Radix family's reading material. Leonel stopped reading for a moment, and he almost laughed. There was a saying on Earth said the world was small, but could you really say the same thing about an entire galaxy? The Oryx had become one of Era's most important trump cards, but those hired guns were actually Leonel's own men. Even if right now it wasn't certain that they'd follow him, Leonel only needed to make a single sacrifice to ensure that this 50-50 chance would become a 100% chance of ruining Era's plot. It was simple as resurrecting Elthor's father. Although Leonel couldn't guarantee that the Oryx King would follow him, what he could guarantee was that he'd be able to take over the Oryx from Era's hand. In addition, Leonel had already seen that man's character and his willingness to sacrifice. There was no way he would refuse to do Leonel, the man who gave both him and his son another chance at life, a favor. Leonel delicately formed dreamscape after dreamscape, building a complex web of interconnected information by the time the third day came to an end. When he was finished, he was certain that he knew more about the situation in the surrounding 9 or so galaxies than any individual in the Radix family did. I see, so things are like this. Leonel finally felt that he had gained a small grasp of the dimensional verse. The section of the universe he was in right now was dominated by humans. The Radix didn't know much about the strongest families, but they knew enough to understand that the most powerful existences here were of the 7th dimension, which made sense since information about the 8th was practically folktale if it existed at all. The section was known as Domain, and was known by races outside of it as the Human Domain or Humanity's Domain. Though there were other races sprinkled about this domain, like the Oryx or the Demons of Avalon for example, over 99% of the population was human. This made Leonel wonder what other domains might exist, but the Radix family's scope was far too small to have this information, as it seemed that domains usually kept to themselves. A domain was broken into sectors, sectors were broken into galaxies, and galaxies were broken into quadrants which further fell into solar systems and ultimately planets. Folds of reality were outside these common groupings because they tended to vary wildly in size. As for a sector, it could encompass anywhere from 10 to 20 galaxies, sometimes more depending on several factors. This sector, denoted by a string of numbers and letters by the Radix, was ruled by 3 powerful existences. Though ruled wasn't an appropriate term, it was more accurate to say that these 3 could move unopposed, but they didn't usually have a reason to pick on weaker powers. Surprisingly, one of these 3 powerful existences was exactly the Luxnix family. As powerful as Leonel Morales' family background was, in this sector of the universe, it would ironically be more beneficial to him to identify as a Luxnix than a Morales. The dimensional verse was simply too large to expect weaker powers to immediately recognize the hallmark of extraordinary lineage factors. It wasn't even certain if many would understand the snowy star owl when they saw it. I'm finally not too ignorant about how these things work anymore. Only took almost 5 years. Leonel laughed to himself and shook his head. Still, what was maybe the most fascinating about all of this wasn't the dimensional verse's structure. It wasn't the information on the Umbra or the Rain, and it wasn't even the fact that Era was most likely still alive. No, the most fascinating was the history between the Florer family and Radix family, not to mention the reason the Radix and Midas family seemed to be such a solid alliance. According to their history, this all began over a zone. Not just any normal zone, but a variant zone. In fact, that alone wasn't enough to paint the picture. Because the truly shocking realization was that it was a variant zone not for one of the 3 families, but rather a variant zone apparently related to the Silver Empire. If Ina had been there to see Leonel connect such dots, she would have been shocked as well. The Silver Empire? Wasn't that the fallen empire whose zone Ina had entered just a few months ago? In fact, it was because of that zone in specific that Ina caught the eye of Richard's subordinate. Of course, Leonel had no idea about this. He only found the root cause of this turmoil to be fascinating. This could be considered to be a top secret of the Radix family. There was no doubt if more powerful existences knew that the variant zone of the Silver Empire fell into the hands of 3 comparatively fodder families rather than the former ruler of this and multiple other sectors, it was impossible to tell how they would react. However, maybe the greatest irony of it all was that this was the fault of no one else but the Silver Empire themselves. Chapter 1053, Little Use. Chapter 1053, Little Use. The Silver Empire was indeed to blame for this. Because they manipulated their zone so that others couldn't learn their secrets, their variant zone appeared in an obscure part of their empire rather than an easily accessible location. As a result, a zone that might have turned their fortune around fell into the hands of 3 small families who were still fighting over it to this day. According to the history, the ultimate treasure of the variant zone wasn't claimed by any one of the families. Instead, it ended up split, with the Radix and Midas claiming one half while the Flora family gained the other. Due to the treasure being split, neither group could gain the full and true benefits, and the result was what they saw today. Neither family was able to rise up to the level of the Silver Empire, but they weren't necessarily weak either. In terms of the power scaling of this sector, they could be considered to be in the dead center, maybe a tick above. The three families were definitely a restraining force on one another. If not for this, they would likely only be second to the Luxnix family and its two counterparts. But it was because they knew this that their greed for the entire inheritance was so fierce, resulting in all three parties suffering. As for why the Midas and Radix families came together, it was because they shared a half. Only by being together could they resist the Flora family. That also likely meant that the most powerful existences Leonel might have to face in this coming war were the Flora. Leonel's expression went cold as he recalled the practices of the Flora family. These were most definitely individuals that had committed too many sins to be left alone. Leonel took a deep breath and calmed himself. I've wasted enough time. I have to hurry or else all of this information will be meaningless. Over there. The process for entering the 8-Eye branch will take about a day and you will need to. Leonel placed down his badge, causing the words of the individual before him to get caught in their throat. The older gentleman didn't know what to say for a long time, his gaze slowly arching up to meet Leonel's own. Realizing his folly, the old man shook his head. Ah, esteemed crafter, forgive me for my rudeness. Please be on your way. A cold sweat covered the old man's forehead. He knew that crafters tended to have terrible tempers, and one as young as this was even more likely to fall into such a category. Even though it wasn't an exact science to tell someone's age after the fourth dimension, the fact Leonel could still look so young and yet be a bronze crafter was impressive enough. Even the most talented force crafters this old man had ever seen were at least deep into their Middle Ages. However, Leonel just smiled, catching the old man off guard. He didn't even recover until Leonel had long since stepped into the teleportation platform and vanished. Did he just smile at me? That only meant one of two things. Either he met a rare, nice person, or he'd come home tonight to find his family nailed to stakes and decapitated. The old man suddenly felt the urge to run. Where is he? Who's here? Another old man with messy white hair rushed into a room as though his ass was on fire. No, his ass really was on fire. Somehow, no one had stopped him on his way here to point out that the back of his robes were quickly burning. Isalan, you're on fire. The middle-aged woman who had a cold sweat on her forehead identical to the receptionist from earlier flew into a panic. It was only then that the old man realized that he was indeed on fire. In fact, another few inches and his undies would be out for the world to admire. Isalan waved a hand and the fire shot into his palm. What are you shouting about? Where's the sixth-dimensional ore? The middle-aged woman was speechless. Wasn't it you who shouted first, and weren't you still shouting now? Leonel chuckled at this scene, but didn't seem to mind. He had thought of using the sixth-dimensional ore in his creations, but he felt that using it like this was actually far better. The 8-Eye branch was the largest and most powerful of the Force Crafting Guild branches in the Milky Way, information Leonel had thankfully learned from the Radix. Their reserves of riches made the Golden Path branch look like beggars, and their influence was far greater. They were almost like a mini-main branch of this galaxy, and actually had Tier 8 and 9 bronze crafters. Of course, Leonel knew that this was actually a recent change. Not too long ago, the strongest crafters in the Milky Way were just Tier 3 or 4 at best. But a slight shift began to occur as the main Force Crafting branch began to send over stronger experts bit by bit. Obviously, this was all for the sake of taking part in Earth's fold of reality. The waters of the Milky Way were far deeper than Leonel had ever known. It really put into perspective how naive he was thinking that he could take it over in a few years. This aside, this made the 8-Eye branch perfect for Leonel to target. So long as they made such a transaction with him, they would be biased toward Leonel to an extreme. Not only would this give Leonel a large amount of funds, but it would make perfect use of the backdoor the Golden Path branch had paved for him. With Leonel befriending the 8-Eye branch with his ores and crafts, it would make it almost impossible for Shield Cross Stars to continue to target him freely, and would give him some added freedom. Leonel smiled and respectfully greeted Isalan. Elder Isalan, I was indeed lucky enough to stumble upon a small ore of sixth-dimensional metals. They're of little use to me now, so I wanted to sell them to your branch. Chapter 1054 spells, Chapter 1054 spells, yes. Excellent, bring it out, I need to see it now. I'd like to see it. Isalan was truly too excited. He reacted almost like a child on Christmas Day. It wasn't that he had never seen a sixth-dimensional metal before. It was rather that he had never seen one that he would have the liberty of using and experimenting with. However, when he saw the metal Leonel brought out, he almost directly fainted from happiness. Is this refined? No, it's not just refined, it's perfectly refined. Isalan's hands trembled. He had expected to be given a sixth-dimensional ore rife with impurities. Usually, the higher the dimension, the more difficult it was to deal with such things. Isilon was already prepared to lose at least half the ore's value due to his inadequate skill. However, this ore was actually perfectly refined. The refinement of ores worked just like it did for forces, not in practice, but at least in theory. That was to say that ores became more powerful the purer their refined result was. In addition, the purer the resulting metal, the more powerful the subsequent craft would be as well. Most only had a single refinement technique they poured their heart and soul into for all their lives. However, Leonel had dozens at his fingertips, and he usually decided which to use depending on the metal he was working with. It could be said that this first step of crafting was among the absolute most important. That said, it had to be remembered that this ore was already partially refined by Rotzen, though not perfectly. Leonel had only re-refined it after breaking it down into its individual parts and separating them out. Ultimately, Rotzen had had 10 kilograms of sixth-dimensional metals in his body, of which there was just one kind. This metal was an F-foundation type ore, like Irby ore, except rather than solidifying foundation like Irby ore did, it instead increased explosive and penetrative power. It was exactly this ore that allowed Rotzen to take his bronze crafts and make them no less lethal than many silver crafts. While it might sound odd that Rotzen only had a single type of this ore, it made perfect sense. After all, Rotzen was ultimately in the fifth dimension. Even if his knowledge extended into the limits of silver crafting, there was a limit to what his bronze force would accomplish since it was in the fifth dimension. Rotzen focusing on a single optimal ore that could guarantee him a huge boost in strength was definitely the smartest decision, and it was a decision that also benefited Leonel greatly. This ore was known as shearing ore. It was incredibly stable enough for Rotzen to trust it within his own body, and it also only needed small quantities to qualitatively change the strength of even lower dimensional ores. For a bronze crafter like Isilon, who didn't yet have the skill to form silver crafts, this ore felt like the most valuable thing he had ever seen in his life. It represented not just research potential, but also a windfall of funds to help him reach the next level. The problem with silver crafts is that those from lower dimensions have problems using them properly. They often take too much skill or energy, which is why people usually stick to their own dimensions in many cases. However, with this shearing ore, Isilon could make fifth-dimensional constructions with the power of sixth-dimensional ones. If he found the right buyer, likely a rich family wanting to pamper a weaker youth, the amount of money he could make would be enough to support him until he entered the legendary ranks of Silver Crafter. Isilon was so excited that he wanted to kiss Leonel on the face. Your price. Name it. Name it. Leonel laughed beside himself. The childish eagerness of Isilon grew on him almost immediately. He had half expected for him to have to show off some of his own strength to ensure that he wasn't scammed or strong-armed, but he had never expected the head crafter of this guild to be so straightforward. I'm willing to exchange this 5-kilogram piece of shearing ore for 10 billion contribution points. What do you say? Leonel had chosen to keep 5 kilograms for him and chose to give Isilon the other portion. However, he felt that this was more than enough to meet his needs. Deal. Isilon, the middle-aged woman who had initially met with Leonel Alania, was shocked. 10 billion merit points wasn't enough to empty their treasure store, but it was damn near close to that. What are you screaming about, woman? Is 10 billion merit points not worth 5 kilograms of a sixth-dimensional, perfectly purified metal? This isn't an ore. Isilon was usually fairly easygoing, but having his expertise questioned wasn't something he was willing to tolerate. He was just a step from the quasi-silver rankings, but that didn't mean he had gone blind by greed. There was a reason he didn't even try to strong-arm Leonel, and that was because he wasn't a fool. Such a young bronze crafter, even holding such a perfectly purified metal. Wouldn't he be asking for death if he actually dared to slight such a young man? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there wasn't an absolute expert backing Leonel. Plus, beyond that, the price was fair. Usually, no matter the proposed exchange rate, no one would ever trade in a sixth-dimensional metal for any number of fifth-dimensional ones. But Leonel's ask for merit points, knowing full well there weren't sixth-dimensional force metal or herbs here, was essentially doing exactly that. If anything, he was the one taking advantage of Leonel right now. It felt like a godsend was brought straight to his door. But Alania wasn't trying to question the dollar amount. The problem was that this transaction would stall the work of the guild branch as a whole, and, if that happened, it might offend some of their more powerful backers. After all, those individuals in the shadows were why they had come to this backwater galaxy to begin with. This might spell trouble, at least 2 more chapters coming later today. I'll try for 3, but at least 2 for sure. Chapter 1055, something different. Chapter 1055, something different. Isilon waved a hand. Stop, you're overthinking things. How this branch functions is irrelevant to them for now. In fact, it will probably be irrelevant for several decades. Isilon didn't say anything more since Leonel was right there. The only reason he had ever said so much was because he was getting annoyed and wanted to take this shearing ore away as quickly as possible so that he could start his research. Of course, though Leonel knew more about such words than Isilon thought, he didn't show any particular reaction, simply handing the metal over to Isilon, who all but squealed with joy. As for poor Alunia, she was still worried but no longer dared to do anything. Though Isilon had explained things away so simply, Alunia knew that things weren't so easy. It would only take one curmudgeon to ruin everything, and, in the worst case, Isilon might even lose his position as branch head. But at this point, Leonel didn't particularly care about it all. He was only smiling as he saw the points jump within his crafter's badge. With a wave to Alunia, he vanished, accelerating toward the storeroom with frightening speed. By the time Alunia realized something was wrong, she suddenly found herself all alone and speechless. Soon she became a bit jealous of the both of them. The Eight-Eye Branch's treasure store was far beyond what Leonel had seen in the Golden Path branch. The storehouse alone was at least 1 kilometer long and about 200 meters wide. Though there was a large glass dome above that must have gone at least 50 meters upward, the shelves themselves weren't necessarily so tall. Each row of shelves only had 3 racks. The lowest rack was at eye level, and the spacers between the racks were at least 2 to 3 meters. The organization of it all was immaculate, and the storage was even better. The latter was the best Leonel had seen, aside from his own snow globes, which could be considered near perfect. These storage devices weren't able to freeze force herbs and ores in their optimal states, but they were all perfectly temperature-controlled to provide the best environment for each. Ah, being rich is nice. Just a single 5-kilogram piece of ore had netted him all of this. If Leonel wanted, he really could mostly clear out this entire storeroom. Not only did he had 10 billion points, but things here were cheaper than they had been in the Golden Path branch, so his points went further. It was like heaven for a crafter. Soon, Leonel calmed himself. What he needed was a systematic method of crushing his enemies. He couldn't get lost in the fascination of all of these ores and forget the task at hand. The first thing Leonel did was blanket the storehouse in his internal sight. In just a few breaths, he had a replica of the entire place in his mind and could even map out the ideal pathways for reaching anywhere in the most efficient way possible. All right, good, the Umbra family. Great Darkness affinity, the root of which is beast blood, not much unlike the Luxnix family and the Snowy Star Owl. The root of their strength is the shadow-tailed fox, and their strongest abilities are their concealment, and unlike other assassin-like families, they have great power output through the use of their tails. Aside from this, they have an immunity to poison and very strong mental defenses. The Rain family. Great water affinity, known for their rain lineage factor, allowing them to gather small storm clouds above their heads and use the precipitation like needles. Their offensive output is lacking, but their area control abilities are frighteningly powerful, especially near high concentrations of water force. The Florer family, Leonel's dreamscapes sparked and flashed, his mind spinning as he connected the ores around him to crafts he could make. Despite the information that Leonel had, what was difficult to nail down was exactly how those families would react to him killing Roxanne. This meant that whatever crafts Leonel formed to counter them had to be mobile and had to work in a variety of environments. Got it. Leonel flashed and vanished. Hours later, Alunia stood within the storehouse with a blank expression on her face. It was she who was responsible for organizing this storehouse, so seeing the state of it now, she felt as though a little piece of her had floated away. Of course, Leonel hadn't left a mess, but the room itself felt so empty now. Rows upon rows of open storage systems lay before her, leaving the aged crafter at a loss for words. Alunia released a deep sigh and walked away. She moved back toward the guild house, making her way to Isilon's quarters and walking in without saying a word. The old man was hunched over his crafter's workbench, the back of his robes still mostly burnt. "Do you know who that kid was?" Alunia said. "Why are you interrupting me?" Isilon replied, visibly annoyed. He was Leonel Morales. "What does this mean to— Wait, what did you say?" Leonel Morales. Isilon coughed awkwardly. Tier 4. Fugitive? Leonel Morales? Yes. Isilon scratched his messy hair. Well, I guess tell Shield Cross Stars that I changed my mind. We can't help them. Alunia was speechless. Couldn't this be considered bribing? Where was his integrity? Right this moment, Leonel, who had left as quickly as possible just to avoid the possibility of being found out too early, was standing before the silver tablet. Of course, Leonel expected Isilon's reaction. After all, by the time he left, it was already too late for the Eight-Eye Branch to do anything. They were effectively stuck with him now, everything going just as planned. That said, Leonel wasn't thinking about that right now. Instead, he had steeled himself and made a decision. He had been saving up his energy to resurrect someone else, but the circumstances called for something different. Leonel stretched his hand forward. It was time to resurrect the Oryx King. Chapter 1056. Oryx King, Chapter 1056. Oryx King, the first thing that hit Leonel was the stench. It billowed into his nose and made his mind go blank. It was the kind of smell that could make a person pass out completely. But, luckily, Leonel was ready for this and didn't back down. The Oryx King's shadow slowly rose until he eventually towered over Leonel. When his gaze opened, an undisguised majesty swept forth, crashing against Leonel in waves. It was as though they were two polarized magnets set to the same path, repelling one another violently. If Leonel had been ready for the first wave to hit him, he had most definitely not been prepared for this second. However, even while being caught unprepared, Leonel's feet remained rooted to the ground. He felt something subconscious within him that made him feel like a step back now would mean a permanent step back for life. The Oryx King seemed to feel the same thing as he too didn't take a step back. Compared to his son, his reaction was much less confused, maybe due to the fact that he immediately entered a state of fight or flight because of Leonel's appearance. A human? No, this boy. Right then, the Oryx King seemed to remember everything up until the very moment of his death. The pores of the Oryx King closed, causing the pervading stench to recede and disperse in the air. He was used to dealing with humans, so he was aware that his own smell was a bit much for them to handle. If he disliked the human, he wouldn't bother to show this empathy. But clearly, he had a good impression of Leonel. His head tilted down, his gaze landing on the silver tablet. A touch of a complicated emotion colored his irises at that moment, a sigh leaving him. So it really was this thing. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He suddenly remembered that during his time in the Valiant Zone, Elthor had come to him to convince him to stop attacking the human kingdom, or else the Oryx would be forced to pincer him from the back. Back then, Leonel had realized that the Oryx Kingdom obviously feared the humans for some hidden reason, and it wasn't until after he learned of the silver tablet's existence that he understood exactly why. You knew about the existence of this thing? What else do you know about it? Leonel asked. The Oryx King's gaze turned dim for a moment as though he was trying to recall exactly how he knew about the silver tablet. But he realized that there were suddenly holes in his memories, almost as if he hadn't experienced these things personally, but rather that someone had told him he experienced it. Leonel had expected something like this. After all, in a variant zone, the location was the future, but it wasn't a future that was set in stone. Rather, it was a glimpse into the future that allowed those of the path a chance to grasp an opportunity. So, the question was, if you entered a variant zone and are transported into the future, would the people you meet there have experienced time equivalent to the amount you had traveled for? It seemed like from the Oryx King's reaction that the answer was no. Maybe the people in the zone had been in limbo and had their memories given to them. This was a thought Leonel had had for a long time, but he found it difficult to accept. Wasn't this a person right in front of him, living and breathing just like he was? How could their existence feel so flimsy at the same time then? How could life be so casually created? Entry into the Valiant Zone wasn't the first time Leonel had had such a thought. In fact, it all started with the Camelot Zone and how they too entered reality. It was all too difficult to accept. For someone who liked to understand exactly how everything worked, it was too much for Leonel to handle, so, like most things he couldn't handle, he ignored it. Right now, he couldn't afford to have an existential crisis. The Oryx King shook his head again. All I know about this tablet is that it is a taboo, a great taboo. It shouldn't exist, and I would advise that you use it as sparingly as possible. Though the Oryx King said this, he felt that it would be better if Leonel didn't use it at all. However, he knew that with such temptation before him, it would be impossible to have him agree with this. Leonel remained silent for a long while before he sighed. It was impossible for him to not use this tablet. It was too important to his future thoughts and plans. He couldn't be a passive observer anymore. Oryx King, I need your help. Leonel explained things as clearly as possible, not leaving out any details. So you need me to take control of the Oryx, but haven't you forgotten something very important? I am only of the quasi-fifth dimension. In fact, from what it seems like here, even you are more powerful than I am now. Ruling without sufficient strength isn't ruling at all. It is being a figurehead. The Oryx King gazed toward Leonel deeply. It was clear that he believed that this was exactly what Leonel wanted him to be. I will help you enter the fifth dimension, Leonel said. In addition, you are an Oryx who has completed your hyper-evolution, so your talent is greater than theirs. This breakthrough will make you far stronger than anyone they have currently. Also, I hope that you and Elthor will choose to follow me, but I'm aware that it isn't something I can strong-arm you into doing. Instead, I hope that in exchange for this favor, that you will help me until this war ends. After that, you can make a decision. Follow you, The Oryx King looked toward the tablet blankly. Within the human domain, species like his were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to grow without the backing of a human, but it was also impossible, normally, to find a human that wouldn't treat them like cattle to be reared and used. As for the kind of person Leonel was, the Oryx King didn't know. He had a good impression, but a good impression wasn't enough for a king to make a decision. At the same time, though, he was also keenly aware that whether the rest of the Oryx Kingdom was resurrected or not lay in Leonel's palms. Why would Leonel continue to spend resources resurrecting people who had no intention of following him? Even if he had a kind heart, he would probably go through all of the humans first, and who knew how long it would take to get to them. All right. I will help you with this war. As for what happens afterward, time will tell. The Oryx King slammed a fist into his chest, causing his ribcage to reverberate like a drum. Hours later, Leonel was streaking through the skies once more, this time headed back toward Earth X1 at full tilt. Since those families wanted to play, he would play. By the end of today, he'd clear Earth X1 of all foreign existences. Chapter 1057. Enough. Chapter 1057. Enough. Leonel slowly walked through a thick forest, his bare feet sinking into the nutrient-rich soil and making him feel as though he had truly become one with the earth around. Something about the wonderful smells and fragrances in the air made him feel particularly at peace, as though nothing in this world could stop him. Halt. The sudden voice was like a clap that should have stunned Leonel out of his odd state, and yet Leonel himself didn't seem to notice it at all. His chest rose and fell with a steady cadence, his eyes half closed, and his blood gliding through his veins with a silent smoothness. In that moment, an arrow shot for Leonel. The voice that had spoken earlier was one of the many scouting units on the periphery of this base. Normally, this individual would have shot first and asked questions later, but the appearance of a boy wearing sweatpants in the middle of the forest caught him completely off guard. No matter how he looked at it, Leonel didn't seem like an enemy. Realizing this mistake, though, the scout no longer hesitated. This reaction was far too weird. Even if Leonel was a normal boy, they had most definitely not sent any normal people here to attack Earth, so it was clear and obvious that no matter what, he wasn't one of theirs. In that case, he would attack first. But the result was completely out of his expectations. Leonel, who had been leisurely walking at a pace that hadn't deviated for even a moment, came to a sudden stop. If things continued like this, the arrow would miss him entirely. The scout was taken off guard. But he quickly recovered. He realized that his intuition was correct. Leonel couldn't possibly be a normal individual. A deep sneer took hold of his features as his finger curled upward. There was a reason he was chosen to be a scout. Not only was his internal sight powerful, but his ability was quite helpful for his marksmanship. The arrow suddenly curled upward. It couldn't change path enough to pierce Leonel's chest, but it could definitely tear a hole through his kneecap. By that point, the end of the battle would already be in sight. The scout expected to see Leonel's calm expression finally break, and for there to at least be some panic or sudden movement in those final moments. But reality was completely outside of his expectations. Not only did Leonel show no fear, he didn't move a single inch. Clang! The arrow tore through Leonel's sweatpants and seemed to have pierced him. But not even a split second later, the sound of metal clanging against metal resounded through the forest. Leonel took a step forward, his body flickering with dense bronze runes. The sun hanging high in the sky, partially masked by a few white clouds, sent beams through the dense foliage that rebounded and reflected off of his skin. A slight wind whipped by, pressing Leonel's already tight compression shirt even more firmly onto his body. The outline of his torso made it obvious that his already toned stature had become even more so, even the line of his muscle fibers being clear beneath the fabric. Leonel's fingers lightly reached out for the air, causing the arrow, which was now flipping through the air, to suddenly come to a stop, pointing directly toward the scout in the distance. The metallic tip trembled as the scout tried to retake control of his own arrow, but he immediately realized that it was futile. The scent of death loomed over him, his heart quaking beside himself. Enemy. ATTPHU. The scout never saw how the arrow closed the distance. His voice came to an abrupt stop, the gurgling of his blood filling the once silent forest. Things fell into a peaceful quiet once more, but this only lasted for but a moment before the blaring signs of horns raged through the trees. The sound was so loud that the leaves rustled and were stripped from their branches while birds and beasts alike scattered, running for their lives. Leonel didn't seem to notice the noise at all, his finger beckoning forth once again. The arrow that had just pierced the scout's head suddenly whizzed back toward Leonel, changing direction abruptly and shooting off into the distance. Once after another, cries muffled by the blaring sounds of horns resounded. And yet to Leonel, each might as well have been right by his ears. Right this moment, all around Earth X1, battles had erupted. Despite having taken control of the two most strategic points on the planet, Leonel didn't choose to stay back on the defensive. Instead, he chose to raise an all-out assault, one that would sweep through the planet completely. Arthur had been charged with wiping out the Umbra. With his light elemental affinity and the Camelot troops to his back, he was the best suited to dealing with them quickly and efficiently. Mordred was tasked with taking out the Rain family. Her area of control magic was the best among the Earthlings Leonel knew and had a chance to counter the Rain. At the same time, the strong bodies of the demons who followed her were perfect to deal with the advantages of them as well. Leonel's brothers were tasked with clearing Earth X1 of all Flora family members. These were maybe the strongest experts on this planet, and they were individuals that deserved the attention of as many upper-class talents as possible. Leonel had full faith that his brothers would be able to send them away with their tail between their legs. This only left the remnant of the Krars. This task was left up to Lancelot and what remained of the knights and mages of Camelot. This group would have, by far, the largest numbers and would be perfectly equipped to counter the large number of Krars. By now, it was obvious that this still left one more group. In fact, it was a group of two families, the Radics and the Midas. As for that, wasn't that why Leonel was here? One with metal affinity, the other with fire affinity. For such an enemy, Leonel Morales alone was enough. Second chapter, coming chapter 1058. Fortress, chapter 1058. Fortress, bang. The first line of defense crumbled, clearing the forest of trees to reveal a mighty metal fortress. With every step Leonel took forward, a silver armor slowly manifested, following the upward trajectory of his bronze halo and coating his body 1 inch at a time. The instant the last of Leonel's hair vanished beneath the helmet of silver, a flourishing spatial domain swept over the surroundings. Right then, it felt to all those in the surrounding several-kilometer radius that every effort to move took twice the speed, twice the power, twice the will. On the top of the enormous bronze metal fortress, several ballistae aimed for Leonel, each controlled by an individual. Though the Radics and Midas hadn't thought that anyone would attack them so blatantly, that didn't mean that they weren't ready. Even as Leonel's domain fell, they reacted quickly. The arms of the marksmen bulged and pulsed as they swung the huge machinery toward Leonel. Their blood pumped and veins threatened to burst along their foreheads. They were strong men and women to begin with, but the abilities of Leonel's divine armor made it feel like they were toddlers trying to pick up something heavy. Leonel's steps didn't slow. The looming metal gates made him sigh inwardly. He had already expected that he wasn't the only one capable of quickly building up a fortress, so that wasn't what made him react this way. These individuals came from their worlds to claim a piece of Earth for themselves. In doing so, the first thing they did was destroy the land. Leonel could tell at a single glance what had happened. They had dug out the soil for more than 100 meters, destroying nutrients that had taken thousands of years to build up. They filled that hole with all sorts of metals and stone to build the foundation of their behemoth-like fortress. They shredded the trees, chased away the animals, and completely upturned the balance of the nature. There wasn't a single ounce of respect. Bang! Leonel vanished. In that time, tens of ballistae sent violent beams of energy, drawing a line through the land where Leonel had just been. The massive arrowheads dug deep into the rich soil, causing an eruption of it to be thrust into the air, all while uprooting several trees. It seemed at first glance that Leonel had already been hit. The timing was simply too perfect. By the time the marksman realized that the weight of Leonel's domain hadn't vanished yet, it was already too late. Two heads flew into the air, sparkling fountains of crimson following their arc. Leonel lightly stepped onto the top of the fortress, his armor releasing gentle clinking sounds as he touched down. S.P.A. Elemental Master. The shout rocked the fortress. The weight of such words were heavy to the greater dimensional verse. The rarity of such existences couldn't be understated, and their impact on a battlefield was even more exaggerated than their rarity. However, due to this, how could powerful families not have certain counters? The moment the words fell, a strong churning took hold of the fortress. It was subtle to most, but Leonel's internal sight had already been placed on high alert. The moment things began to change, he sensed the shift of force and realized that it was being deployed toward a large-scale force art. Leonel concluded his deductions in an instant and sprung into action even faster. His twin-bladed spear had already appeared in his palms, the gaze beneath his visor having touched upon a startling coldness. He no longer saw life and death, he only saw numbers and their computations. Leonel kicked at a ballistae, sending it flying across the ramparts. Under a combination of his strength and his metal control, the heft of the projectile system alone crushed everything in its path. The harsh sound of screams and shattering bone and flesh resounded. Leonel didn't stay to watch the end result, nor did he need to. With his internal sight, everything was under his control. His spear whipped outward, slicing a door that led down into the fortress. Judging by the reaction of the force, this is definitely a spatial type array. The formation should cover the entire fort and disrupt spatial force. It will make it difficult to have controlled teleportation and will distort my domain. There's about 37 seconds left until the force art is fully deployed. Leonel completed his calculations in the time it took him to step through the door. His spear swept forward without regard for the low ceilings and the narrow walls. The blade was so sharp that one would have thought that Leonel was out in the open. With every head that flew and body part that was severed, another deep gash appeared on the thick metal walls. In fact, sometimes Leonel's movement was so quick that he would have taken 2 to 3 steps forward before the blade mark even appeared. Level 2 spear force seemed to be unstoppable. Even as warriors rushed up the stairs, thinking that the enemy may very well still be beyond the walls, they found themselves adding to the pile of flowing blood and flesh. Within the depths of the fortress, the upper management of the Radics and Midas had already been alerted. With Leebly captured, things should have fallen under Daimo's control. But, in reality, things were being run by an elder individual of the Radics family, as Leebly knew well that Daimo couldn't be trusted with such things. In fact, Daimo was currently being shackled and jailed. When he learned that Leebly was captured, he had wanted to rush out as fast as possible to get her back, but he ended up being held back by others who said that would be a foolish choice. Dynamo didn't even like Leebly very much, but he still became furious. Just yesterday, he lost his temper completely as he was tired of waiting, but that also just so happened to be the day the Radix and Midas had sent someone to inform them about the plans for the coming weeks. As for who that person was, Leonel would recognize him very well. After all, just 3 days ago, Leonel had almost killed him within a teleportation formation. Sir Daikon, the fortress. Daikon held up a hand, his gaze filled with bloody murder. I know, hurry up and release Dynamo, he'll finally have someone to vent on. Chapter 1059, 4 Seasons. Chapter 1059, 4 Seasons, 34 seconds. Leonel's steps didn't pause, nor did they slow. Beneath his spatial domain, the enemies he came across didn't stand a single chance. With many of the numbers that made up the Radix and Midas being lower fifth-dimensional existences, all it took to cut them down was a single swing of his spear. Leonel reached the bottom of the steps. His foot kicked outward, a warp in space following his actions. His control had gotten so smooth that whether it was stacking space or splitting it, it could be done as easy as breathing. Bang! The heavy metal door, weighing at least a ton, went flying from its hinges, the center where Leonel's foot contacted crumpling up like aluminum foil. A line of warriors on the opposite end found themselves in a splatter of their own blood, their vision going black and their lives fading before they even registered what had happened. The moment Leonel stepped out, a rain of projectiles shot for him. But his expression didn't so much as flicker beneath his visor. In the blink of an eye, the space around Leonel stacked and folded upon each other. One after another, the projectiles flew by his arms, legs, and head, drilling holes into the metal frame to his back. At just a single glance, it looked like the marksman had tried to lance a fish through the water, but the image distorted, causing them to miss completely. Clearly, Leonel had expected exactly this much and took another step forward. The opening beneath the stairs to the ramparts was an open space to yet another gate further ahead. If Leonel wanted to shut down the large-scale force art before it activated, he would have to cross through this second gate. However, the space had distorted too greatly for him to trust leaping toward that location already. In addition, Leonel could tell that there were several hidden force arts baked into the thick metal walls that would make his attempt impossible. Leonel's spear spun, its body separating into 3 pieces connected by chains. With deft control, Leonel manipulated the length of these chains. It felt as though the entire field was filled with Leonel's spear force. Every time it cut across the air, a light of white was left like a cyclone of blades and wind. With every spin, another head flew into the air, the cold, calculating light in Leonel's gaze becoming the arbiter of the Reaper. Clink! Leonel's spear snapped close, the light sounds of his footsteps reverberating through the blaring sounds of warning as he stepped toward the second gate. His body flashed, his singular stride crossing dozens of meters as he reached a hand toward the metal doors that appeared much more like the gate to a vault than a fortress. As though it was a cue, it was only after he did so that the headless corpses of the warriors that had come to stop him slowly fell to the ground from their feet, the dull plopping noises playing like a horrific symphony. Leonel closed his eyes. The effort it would take to slice this vault door apart was too much, and he had to be mindful of his stamina. However, brute force wasn't the only thing he had available to him. It took just a moment for Leonel's gaze to snap open. Little Tolly. Leonel hardly needed to think a thing. The tacit understanding between himself and his metal spirit had reached an unconscious level. No matter how majestic these doors seemed, what were they in the face of Tolliver? Bang! The vault doors broke beneath a single punch, fissuring at odd angles and collapsing before Leonel one step at a time. The warriors on the other side could only watch on in horror as metal doors dozens of meters crumbled. Many of them had their Radix armors on, ready for battle, while another half had blazing tornadoes of fire around themselves. They had all been prepared to whittle Leonel down, and in the case he made it so far, take him down. But the ultimate result was completely out of their expectations. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since the warning blares begun, but he was already here. The glistening light of Leonel's silver armor sparkled beneath the falling shards of metal. Even amidst all the destruction, he remained the center of attention. As the last of the vault doors collapsed, Leonel took another step forward, the might of his spatial domain suddenly becoming exceedingly heavy. If they had experienced a light pressure before, they were now feeling the full brunt, even to the point they found it difficult even to lift up their arms. 4 Seasons Realm. A violent pillar of universal force shot down from the skies, crashing down to Leonel in waves. It spun about, fusing with Leonel's king's might and causing the warriors before him to tremble in fear. Summer. Radiant Core. A delicate orb of silver red appeared above Leonel. The oppressive heat shrouded the large opening, causing even the metallic walls to begin to slowly melt. Fall. A slow death. In the surroundings, gently falling fall leaves formed, dancing about in the wind. They seemed to be formed of delicately sculpted flames, and yet they looked so real and tangible at the same time. Some were a pale gold color, others were a deep red, and the remainder were pale silver. Winter, withering snowfall. The skies darkened as ash began to fall from the clouds above. Upon closer inspection, this ash seemed to be snow, but it reverberated with the deep scent of death. The gray flakes filled all those who saw it with fear, making one believe that their very lives were withering right before them. Spring golden drops. A dichotomy of gray and gold began to play. One was the slow-falling clouds of ash, while the other was the much heavier droplets of golden rain. They pelted against the ground, balancing slow and fast, bright and dark, death and life. It was the perfect duality. Sue you. Leonel vanished. Chapter 1060, Alone. Chapter 1060, Alone. The warriors immediately understood what they were seeing. There were a few of them who had mastered one or two facets of the Four Seasons realm, but a complete cycle was something rarely seen. It was enough to make them stunned for just a moment. It had to be remembered that just because many people of Earth had grasped the full cycle, including Old Man Hutch, Arnold, and Noah, to others, even in six-dimensional worlds, they may very well go their entire lives without meeting even one such person. However, that was all it was, rare. It wasn't enough for them to feel fear, or at least it shouldn't be. The Four Seasons realm was good for helping someone of the fourth dimension to cross the barrier and challenge those of the fifth. But after stepping into the fifth dimension, it should have become less useful than true fifth-dimensional force. So why the hell was it that this Four Seasons realm seemed to be so powerful? Before they could even get their answer, Leonel had appeared before the first Radix family member. He was a man of tier 6 and an individual greatly confident in his strength. If not for this, he wouldn't dare to stand at the vanguard and hold his ground. He reacted quickly to Leonel's arrival, swinging a chainsaw arm down toward Leonel. Though his confidence had waned somewhat, it wasn't enough to erase decades of training. There was simply no way that he would freeze up in such a critical situation. Unfortunately, Leonel's radiant core appeared before the swinging chainsaw. A strong repulsion force suddenly formed, powerful electromagnetic forces bombarding against the assault until it found itself completely unable to move forward. At the same time, the heat was so overwhelming that the warrior felt as though his own mech suit had become an oven, his components melting all around him. He was stunned into silence. How could it be so hot? These were the last thoughts he had before Leonel's spear ran through the back of his head. Before he had even fallen, Leonel had shot away, a path of gold appearing beneath his feet. Everywhere Leonel appeared, his radiant core would lead his vanguard. Its abilities seemed to practically be untouchable. Its repulsion forces were exceedingly strong. The heat it gave off was even stronger, but its hidden danger was even more devastating than any of this. It wasn't just fire force, it seemed to carry the effects of radiation. When it wasn't touching you, its existence was oppressive enough. However, the moment it did touch you, it felt like you would crumble long before you even began to melt. This was the power of radiant fire force. It was as though Leonel had the power of a nuke at the beck and call of his blade. One could only imagine what would happen if he ever allowed it to explode. The roars of the Midas family members billowed forth. The massacre of the Radix was so completely one-sided that they realized it was impossible to stay idle any longer, and many charged forth completely disregarding the consequences. However, Leonel's movements didn't slow in the slightest. Everywhere he appeared, he effectively cut off the charge of the Midas. It was clear that they hadn't been able to get into proper formation before Leonel appeared, or else they wouldn't have been so helpless. The Radix fell one after another, Leonel's clever footsteps using their half-collapsed corpses like shields as he shot through the battlefield. At that moment, a Tier 7 existence of the Midas furiously roared. It was clear that the Radix relied too much on their suits of armor to fight Leonel. The combination of Leonel's fire affinity and variant earth affinity was too much for them to handle. If they wanted to even out this battle again, they would have to be far cruder. Without regard for his comrades, the Midas warrior burst through, knocking several members of the Radix completely out of the way. He made a straight line for Leonel, his body billowing with flames and sulfur. There was something decidedly murderous about his eyes, and there was an explosiveness beneath his muscles that caused the layered space around Leonel to crack and crumble. But it was exactly then that the most horrible sight the Midas and Radix had seen since this war began occurred. A light breeze passed by, causing a gentle fall of ash to press against the cyclone of flames around the warrior's body. It seemed for a moment that he would just be able to shrug them off, but the reality was completely out of his expectation. Just the delicate petals of ash seemed to suffocate the flames like a blanket. By the warrior's third step, his skin of fire had vanished, leaving him completely exposed and allowing his face of shock to be clear for the world to see. However, before he could react to just what had happened, a droplet of gold fell onto his skin. The warrior was shocked by the heaviness, but other than this, there wasn't anything special about it. His body was far too powerful to worry about such a small, meaningless attack. Even though it left holes in the metal, he was far sturdier than that. But then a second fell, then a third, then a fourth. Very quickly, it became obvious that the golden droplets weren't harming him, but were rather spreading along his skin. The man was slowly becoming a golden sculpture, and his movements became more languid and labored. His every step became heavy, and his knees buckled beneath his weight. His jaw popped with veins as he stretched for Leonel, but it was all meaningless as the last droplet fell, covering his face completely. At that moment, the fluttering fall leaves fell upon the man's body. Soon he became like a collage of tree leaves covered by an assortment of pale colors. Others rushed to try to save the man, but reality was cruel. The moment a second Midas touched him, the man crumbled, his body falling into a pile of ash. The beautiful fall leaves fluttered away, painting a gorgeous scenery. No one could ever guess the horror hidden within them just from this image alone. Chapter 1061. Strongest Attack. Chapter 1061. Strongest Attack. The Radix and the Midas were shocked to the point of not knowing how to react. Wasn't universal cycle comprehension supposed to be supplementary? It could form all of these pretty pictures and sights, but ultimately they would just be that. The true lethality of it all should have been hidden within the fists, weapon, or element of the person using it. However, completely out of their expectations, Leonel's Four Seasons realm actually had attacking potential all of its own. The worst part was that Leonel had made them think that it was completely harmless by making it so that none of them were attacked previously, all so that he could completely catch them off guard when it was far too late. The worst about this was that aside from some loss of focus, none of the strength of these abilities rested on Leonel's shoulder. Because they were manifested by universal force, Leonel's stamina was practically untouched. With the strength of his mind, how could he not sustain the images and artistic conceptions of a realm that even fourth-dimensional existences were capable of using? And now that the cat was out of the bag, he had no need to hold back any longer. Bang! It felt as though the skies had opened up. The snowfall of ash, the rain of gold, the fluttering of leaves, it all came together to paint a gorgeous but deathly picture. In the center of it all, Leonel became like a reaper, the lantern of which was none other than his radiant core. Everywhere it went, it repelled attacks, burnt the ground to a crisp, and unleashed waves of violent radiation that made one's skin curdle and boil. The results were absolutely horrific. The synergy between Leonel's spatial domain and his Four Seasons realm turned the Radix Midas fortress into a disaster world of its own. Withering snowfall made it almost impossible for anyone other than Leonel himself to gather and use force. Golden drops turned poor, unsuspecting, otherwise valiant warriors into gold statues that froze the horror on their faces. And, finally, a slow death whistled by their ears, crumbling what remained of them to ash and leaving absolutely nothing for them to be remembered by. 7 seconds, Leonel's body was like a fluttering wind, calculating every angle of the battlefield, every line of sight, and every powerful strike. It looked to an outside observer like he was battling hundreds of warriors all alone, but the cleverness of his steps made it so that only at most 4 at a time could even dream of aiming for him. At the same time, the various stacking effects of his area control skills made it almost impossible for these 4 to gain any sort of support. Leonel's toes lightly tapped against the ground, the halo above his head vibrating slightly as he vanished. When he reappeared again, he stood in an inconspicuous location, the winds around him growing violent to the point they could be seen with the naked eye. Leonel rose his spear in the air, surges of force brightening around him. Tangible spear force that somehow appeared to be both real and unreal manifested, tornadoing around Leonel like numerous blade arms. Right at that moment, the reinformant surged into the loading region. The truth about this location was that it was where the Radix and Midas brought in all their supplies. It was a region designed for heavy machinery to be moved around constantly as the fort was reinforced and strengthened. It was clear that this place wasn't quite designed for battle, but it wasn't vulnerable to it either. Though enemies were never meant to make it past the second gate, that didn't mean they weren't ready for the worst-case scenario. This was exactly why the design of the Radix was so clever. In this sort of large region, littered with heavy machinery to the sides and with walls blanketed with thick silvery metals, one would never expect to find the core of this fort's formations here either. The others had likely believed that Leonel would rush off to the core of the base, hurrying toward their decoy. They didn't believe that anyone could deduce the true location of the formation even with time, let alone in the less than minute it had been since Leonel entered this place. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Daikon, who had just followed Dynamo in to watch as they forced Leonel toward a slow and agonizing death, suddenly froze. Stop him! It was far too late for that. Bang. Leonel's radiant core crashed toward the thick metal ground first. It hovered between the metal and Leonel's spear, violent swirls of spear force suddenly beginning to spin around it faster and faster. It seemed on the surface that the most powerful ability of Leonel's radiant core was its radiation, but Leonel was of a vastly different opinion. When one thought of a planet, what was its most powerful force? Leonel didn't feel comfortable taking little Tali out in such a large-scale battle. He had already almost gotten his partner hurt being too reckless back on planet Solera, and he had no intention of making the same mistake again. So, he would just have to show these people his most powerful attack in this state. The radiant core took hold of Leonel's force, bending it into a violent orbit. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In one moment, Leonel had pierced downward. In the next, a vortex of force tore through the ground like a diamond drill bit, ripping the thick metal apart as though it was nothing more than thin sheets of paper. Leonel had hardly dug a meter deep before the radiation of the radiant core took hold, vaporizing the force art hidden below and causing the accumulating force to disperse. With a light breath, Leonel retracted his spear, his back straight and a deep hole of black before him. The fortress quaked beneath his strike even as his silver armor glistened beneath the silver-red hues of his miniature star. Chapter 1062 Chapter 1062 For a moment, Leonel's slow and deliberate breaths became the only sound in the loading lobby. That attack just now was simply too shocking. They all felt that if they entered even the general vicinity of it, they would have been torn to shreds. At this point, they could only be happy that the radiant core was only the size of a palm. If it was any larger and retained the ability to send force, especially sharp level 2 force, into a wild spin like that, there was no telling the kind of devastation that Leonel could cause. As for Daikon and the members of the Radix family, their level of shock was even beyond the Midas. If it was the other regions of the fort, they might still be able to accept it. However, beneath the thick metal flooring, there was a highly compressed fifth-dimensional metal, processed via a special technique. The result was a metal alloy only marginally weaker than true sixth-dimensional metals. Though Daikon had roared out to stop Leonel, that was only meant to be a diversion tactic. He had, in fact, wanted Leonel to go all out. In the worst case for Leonel, he would end up killing himself. Even in the best case, his weapon should have been shattered and he should have suffered some terrible backlash. By then, the battle would be over. Of course, in the latter case, Daikon had no idea just how many quasi-silver spears Leonel had in his possession. However, the result was completely unlike anything Daikon had guessed, and he couldn't wrap his head around why. Even though that attack was powerful, it shouldn't be sixth dimension powerful. Just what was going on? Earth affinity? Daikon was formulating a thought in his mind, but, unfortunately for him, he wouldn't have the breathing room to finish it. Leonel took one final breath, his wrist turning slightly. A whirring sound manifested as the radiant core moved about his spear tip. Every time it shifted, a heat wave would spread and the smell of danger would linger in the air. Good. Now I can end this, Leonel said slightly. Daikon's facial expression twisted. The blatant disregard it took to send just a single person after another entire fort was already infuriating enough, but Leonel's remarks were even more unbearable. Before Daikon could do anything, though, Daimo shot forward like a raging T-Rex. The clanging chains around his wrists and ankles had still yet to be removed. In fact, his feet were followed by bounding steel balls the size of his head, leaving deep craters in the metal ground as he rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Daimo had closed the distance and kicked out toward Leonel. The wind shattered and whistled beneath his might, the ball of steel following the arc of his kick. It was clear that he was completely enraged and recognized Leonel. While others were analyzing the situation, he didn't care to. Leonel watched on indifferently, his hand slowly reaching out. Valiant seal. 4 sturdy pillars of metal rose out from the ground. In fact, the root of these pillars were the very same near sixth-dimensional metals Daikon had been so confident in. From the moment Leonel had drilled through it, he had already begun to take control. By the time Daimo attacked, he had already been circulating the force art for Valiant Seal for several seconds already. And, by the time the attack landed, bang, I see, Leonel observed without a word, as Daimo's attack sent a few ripples through the sheet of dense spatial force. He seemed to have realized something at that moment. This was, indeed, a Space-Earth dual elemental force art. Leonel had leaned in far too much on the spatial element as it was the most prominent feature of the technique. But the truth was that both elements were equally important. Only then could the artistic conception be the most powerful. Until now, mostly due to circumstance, Leonel was always conjuring his Valiant Seal in the air, and sometimes he wouldn't even use the earth element at all. It was only this moment, when Leonel finally properly infused the pillars into the ground as they were meant to be used, that he realized just how powerful this technique could truly be. In fact, even the stamina drain was far less. Leonel hadn't cast Valiant Seal until just now, despite how useful it was in large-scale battles, because he was worried about the fluctuations in space caused by the fort's force art. But now he realized that his Valiant Seal was the perfect counter to it right from the very beginning. Leonel took another light breath, his gaze freezing over once again. As he had already said, it was time to end this. It was a complete, one-sided massacre. The combination of Leonel's Valiant Seal and his Four Seasons realm made his defenses near impenetrable while making his offense potent to an extreme. Even when the Radix and Midas managed to coordinate their attacks well enough, it was all useless. Leonel was practically immune to fire, while the mech suits of the Radix were too easily crushed by him one after another. By the time the armies realized that the only chance they had against Leonel was to use their abilities rather than relying on their lineage factors, their numbers had dwindled too greatly. To make matters worse, because they were now using abilities their allies weren't used to, they hindered each other more than usual, ironically making it even easier for Leonel to pick them off one by one. The only expert above tier 7 they had was Daikon himself. However, he soon realized firsthand how foolish it was to try to entrap Leonel in a metal box. The entire fortress became Leonel's weapon. He remained hidden within his valiant seal, indifferently watching as he pestered Daikon to death. When the latter was at the end of his rope and prepared to take things to an extreme, he found an arrow right between his brows. Su, too, powerful. These were the last words he could say before his head imploded into a rain of blood and gore. Chapter 1063, Risks. Chapter 1063, Risks. Leonel took deep breaths, sweat falling down his brow. All around him, corpses lay, blood flowing along the reflective surface of the now distorted metal fort. Leonel could have never done such an outrageous thing if not for the golden-scaled koi fish. Even if his strength was enough, his stamina wouldn't be. Plus, with his 3 vital stars, his body's innate fortitude was beyond anything his enemies could have ever imagined. With a single more deep breath, Leonel's breathing slowed, steam slowly billowing out from the layers of his armor. There's more than a few who've escaped. Leonel looked off into the distance and through the 2 now collapsed gates. He wasn't a fool. He knew that there'd be some stragglers. But just because he didn't usually spread out his internal sight several hundred kilometers for the sake of conserving his stamina, that didn't mean he couldn't do so. He was confident in dealing with those individuals very quickly. Leonel's gaze shifted, landing on the body of Dynamo. He's alive? Daikon was most definitely dead. There was no way that anyone could survive having their head imploded like that. Well, maybe not nobody. At the very least, Era somehow managed to survive having her chest destroyed. However, Dynamo himself seemed to have survived Leonel's assault. With deliberate strides, Leonel made it to Dynmo's side and looked him up and down. Truthfully, Leonel was very interested in completing the Silver Empire's legacy, but not for himself. Leonel wasn't entirely sure what the complete inheritance was. However, logically speaking, it should be very powerful. Though there was a chance it could be mediocre as well. It had to be remembered that the Silver Empire, at its peak, controlled several sectors all to its own. It was a powerhouse of epic proportions, and though Leonel hadn't asked the dictionary about it just yet, not having really had the time to focus on miscellaneous things, Leonel wouldn't be surprised if this Silver Empire rivaled or even surpassed the Morales family in the past. Logically then, a variant zone triggered by the coming crossroads of such an empire would be life-changing. After all, variant zones were depictions of a possible future and appeared when an empire or world had to make a decision that would decide its future life and death. Functionally, variant zones were the safest zones to enter. After all, they had to facilitate the hope of their generations. Why would it be made purposely difficult? So what was the problem then? Well, the main issue is the fact that the zone landed in the hands of the Florer, Radix, and Midas families to begin with. A variant zone's ease extended to the ability for its people to find it as well. It could be said that if Ina's luck wasn't extremely good, she as an outsider would have never had a chance at the Zone of Terrain's people. This made it obvious that the zone manipulation of the Silver Empire had led to all sorts of odd downstream effects. In that case, who was to say that the zone's rewards were as powerful as they should be? The only way for Leonel to find out would be to combine them into their true form and observe the outcome. If, at the same time, Leonel could get the helpers he would need for the Morales family's air wars, then that would be a major plus. Whether or not he could actually do such a thing, though, was still up in the air. With the state of things, there was no way for Leonel to trust these people in battle. In addition, even getting them to fight for him would become a tall hill to climb. After all, what was he supposed to say? Sure, I massacred your people, but clearly you attacked first. That might sound logical, but when you were dealing with the emotions of others, things were rarely, if ever, so clear-cut. Still, Leonel had already begun to weigh his decisions on a basis of risk versus reward. He was likely far behind those other heirs. Whether it was in development, connections, or starting point, he was severely lacking. If he didn't take risks, it would be nothing more than a dream to compete against them. In addition, on that stage, he would no longer have the advantage of talent and bloodline that he had been mostly relying on to this point as well. If Leonel learned anything from Kira, it was that comparing the talents of his corner of the dimensional verse to the true grand stage of humanity's domain was nothing short of foolish. Leonel had just defeated an entire army of existences between the Tier 4 to Tier 7 just now. If he tried to do the same to an army of comparable dimensional level from the Morales family, he wouldn't have even made it through the gate. Of course, if Leonel knew that he was also the youngest of the Morales family's 7 heirs, he would only be able to smile bitterly. Leone shook his head, unconsciously looking down toward his right hip. Had his innate node not been taken, it would have been able to grow with him. Instead, because he rashly tried to form a 10th node out of it, it grew out of his control, and now he couldn't even use his own strength. Even after entering the 5th dimension, Leonel wasn't sure how long it would take for his own power to truly be his own power again. His gaze flashed with killing intent, his pale violet irises flickering with a crimson light. Leonel retracted his hand, realizing he almost crushed Daimo's shoulder. With a single movement, Leonel tossed Daimo into the snow globe. He would deal with the future when it came. Right now, he couldn't get ahead of himself. He couldn't make Earth the center of his kingdom if it was taken by others, now could he? First, he had to destroy these invaders. Chapter 1064, Crimson. Chapter 1064, Crimson. Leonel looked around the fort. It was a good opportunity and a wealth of riches, however it was also troublesome as well. With how large and thick the walls of this place were, it would take even little Tali a few hours to work through all of it. No, I can't leave things like this. What would be the point? Wouldn't it be too foolish if he cleared this place of all its defenders, only to leave it and find more Radix and Midas had moved in? By then, it would be like he hadn't done anything. Leonel didn't have time to deploy a planetary force art like planet Solera had had. As such, it was too easy to move in and out of the planet's range. If Leonel left things here like this, the results were too obvious. Little Tali, I'll be back. Leonel tossed Little Tali at the massive fort and vanished. He still had a few Radix and Midas to hunt down. By the time Leonel came back, the fort was razed to the ground, leaving nothing but a deep square down to the bedrock of the planet. Within this deep pit, large, perfectly spherical piles of metals lay. Just from these piles alone, there was over 500,000 kilograms of Hervé ore. Leonel was speechless. Every single last ounce was fifth-dimensional. Was this the wealth of a sixth-dimensional world? This wasn't even meant to be their main fort. They originally wanted to claim one of the lake crossings. Just what kind of behemoth would they have built over there? At this moment, Leonel could only feel inadequate. My bounty was only 10 0 kilograms. Am I just a petty criminal? What the hell is this? Compared to the piles of Hervé ore, the rest was practically worthless to Leonel. It suddenly forced him to realize that he was much too poor. If a mid-level sixth-dimensional world was this wealthy, what about peak sixth-dimensional ones? Seventh-dimensional ones? Peak seventh-dimensional ones like the Morales family? Leonel was truly speechless. He had been controlling Little Tali from afar with his internal sight, but he didn't truly register just how much there was until right this very moment. And, despite all of that, Leonel felt that it was completely useless. He could probably buy a whole planet with this amount of money in the Milky Way, but what was the point? It took this moment for Leonel to realize just how small his scope on things was. He was scratching and clawing for wealth in this tiny little corner of the universe while there were real whales out there laughing at his efforts. Even his own grandfather was probably laughing at him. He didn't even have to lift a finger to make thousands of times what Leonel had to lay his life on the line to get. Why did he waste his time going for these small fry then? He was worrying about the wrong things. No, it wasn't that he was worrying about the wrong things. It was rather that he needed to work smarter, not harder. He was wasting his efforts and had to target the appropriate things. What good was it to build a shop on Earth so he could accept the patronage of people even poorer than himself? It was a waste of time. Noted, Leonel thought to himself. Leonel took the pillars of the near sixth-dimensional metal and placed them within a spatial ring. Then he stored the Herby ore away before sweeping a gaze over the remaining metals. Unsurprisingly, they were all related to defense, whether that was force absorption, shock absorption, or just overall sturdiness. They would be greatly helpful in upgrading the cubes, but Leonel had a feeling that the next wave of battles wouldn't be occurring on Earth X1. Leonel sent his senses toward the silver tablet. He didn't want to do this, but he knew that he would have to. His current strength wasn't enough, and if he wanted to use his trump cards, he had no choice. Before, he hadn't had enough resources to do it. But after looting, exchanging his merit points at the 8-eye branch, he had reached his quota. It was time to push his metal body up to Tier 9. Though it would make his subsequent uses of the silver tablet cost more energy, Leonel had once again decided that the trade-off was worth it. Not only this, but he would also have to use the silver tablet for one more thing. Once that was complete, the rest would be left up to fate. Not that Leonel had any intention of relying on such an enigmatic thing. Little koi fish, it's time to work. The battles across Earth X1 began to end, one after another. The shock of Earth's sudden and aggressive counterattack left the invaders stunned. They had never expected that Earth would choose to do this despite having the clear defensive advantage. Their aggressiveness was outside the calculations of even the Radix, let alone the others. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Each assault unit was seemingly equipped with perfect counters to them all. The Umbra suddenly found that it was difficult to call upon dark elemental force. The rain suddenly found that the weather itself was fighting against the formation of their clouds. The Krars was steamrolled, the number of machinery overwhelming their great population, leaving them without a choice but to surrender or be massacred. Each experienced a fate worse than the last. Reports of what was happening on Earth X1 returned to the approaching fleet of invaders as they cut across the stars. But it only served to accentuate the counterattack of those on Earth X2 as well, those invaders experiencing a story that was all too familiar. Fury bubbled forth as the fleet traveled through the depths of space, hearing the cries of their fellow clansmen ringing in their ears. Their blood boiled. They wanted nothing more than to see Earth dyed crimson. Chapter 1065, Snowy Star Order. Chapter 1065, Snowy Star Order. The three-pillar galaxy had entered a state of simmering. It felt as though they were all being slow-cooked in a large pot, their anxious emotions and feelings being squeezed out one step after another, all to be infused into a flavor-packed soup. The odd turn of events had resulted in a situation where the volatile undercurrents of the orbiting three planets had been calmed considerably. From one moment, it seemed like two powerhouses would erupt into a state of war. But in the next, each was suddenly on their best behavior, none of them daring to do anything to enrage the guests. At that moment, the Luxnix family was welcoming these very guests. All signs of battle and the several corpses that had littered the property previously had long since been cleared away. Beneath the sunlight, the family estate radiated a pure beauty that was difficult to match. Even the grass by the roadsides radiated a subtle golden color as motes of light hovered about the air. Light force was condensed and plucked by hidden formations in a perpetual cycle. Not only did it take concepts of solar energy to an absolute extreme, it painted a gorgeous picture that was difficult for one to take their eyes off of. The clean air smelt like one was standing by a pure stream. The neutral but intoxicating scent sunk into the bones and made one feel like you were walking on clouds. Every single little detail was refined to an extreme and perfectly curated for the guests. The gates of the Luxnix were opened wide and several elders stood as one. Each wore white robes that seemed to have been interlaced with silver strands of silk fabric. The combination made it so that depending on the angle the sun touched down, they would either sparkle and shimmer or radiate a gentle light. No matter where you looked, the elders either had snow-white or beautiful, bright gold hair. There was simply no in-between, and not a single one of them didn't exude an aura that could be summed up in just a single word: pristine. At the helm of these elders, the current head of the Luxnix stood. He was a middle-aged man with a charming smile and sharp brows. He was tall, but his figure was slim. He had a sharp jaw and nose, but gentle golden eyes. On his lapel, the mark of the 12-pointed star rested. It was a subtle piece of jewelry that touched the aspects of the wealthy the nouveau riche couldn't hope to match. This man was known as Saith Luxnix, a talent who had garnered great respect during his generation, and a man whose genius still shone forth to this day. Despite his relatively young age, he had already stepped into Tier 7 of the 6th dimension. The higher one's dimension, the more exaggerated these small steps would become. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the gap between Tier 6 and Tier 7, a large watershed between the middle and higher rankings of the 6th dimension, felt like a dimensional divide all to its own. Still, though Seath stood at the helm this day, he was nothing more than a figurehead. Standing by the gate in an inconspicuous manner, a group of 5 older individuals with hair of pristine white stood. In fact, their presence was hard to detect, and it was almost easy to forget their existence the moment you looked away, but they were most definitely there. These were individuals of the highest authority within the Luxnix family, a council that Seath would retire to when his time came. They were known as the Snowy Star Order. It might seem odd that these older individuals would stand to Seath's back in such a situation, as it might feel customary that the old would take the forward charge. But the truth of the matter was that this was the Luxnix's family's way of saving face. This wasn't the first time they had gone through such a thing. In fact, it was only a few decades ago that these individuals had come to their sector for the very same purpose. The truth was that the individuals coming today could only be considered the younger generation of said organization. It was inappropriate for them as elders to be the forefront of the greeting. But they also wanted to ensure that nothing went wrong either. Considering what had happened last time, they refused to allow trouble to rear its ugly head again. This time, they would keep a tight rein on everything even if they had to lurk in the corner. Right then, space trembled. It was just a slight fluctuation, but it was already enough for the elders to sharpen their gazes. They're here. The one who spoke was an older man with a rounded back. His stature seemed quite off because despite the shape of his back, his neck seemed to be quite straight itself. It made it look like there was something hidden beneath his robes rather than his posture actually being so poor. He was known as the Winged Star Order. Upon entering the Snowy Star Order, elders were granted their title. It was a reminder that their own identities no longer mattered and their first and foremost duty was now to the family. Despite the Winged Star Order hardly holding his voice back, it seemed that the only ones who actually heard him were the few by his side. On cue, the space cracked and began to spin. A whirling portal of black and deep violets appeared. If a true spatial master had been present, they would have watched on in awe. Though it seemed simple enough, this was a true feat of long-distance teleportation. I wonder who they will send this time. The woman who spoke was known as the Sparking Star Order and had a red flickering flame on her forehead as though to remind others of this. Despite the innocence of her question, the atmosphere between the Snowy Star Order elders grew heavy immediately. It was clear that the answer to this question was of the utmost importance. Maybe the answer would be the most important thing to happen to the Luxnix since the last time this organization appeared. More chapters coming. I'm late, so I thought I'd at least upload them as I finish them so that you guys have something to read. Chapter 1066, Quadrant. Ranked Chapter 1066. Quadrant-ranked light steps were heard from the other side of the whirling portal before two legs stepped out. Beneath the gazes of Seath and the rest of the Luxniks, two young men appeared. Both didn't seem to be any older than 21 or 22 years old, and yet their aura rolled out in waves, completely suppressing whatever momentum Seath and the others had had. Despite sharing the same age, the two young men couldn't have been more different in stature and looks. The left young man had deep, dark skin and eyes that seemed to dance between black and brown depending on how the sun hit him. He was extraordinarily skinny, but was well dressed for his body type. His robes had several layers that would have reminded one of a formal three-piece suit, but there was a distinct martial arts touch to it that made it clear he wouldn't have any issues fighting with it on. The only real oddity about this young man was that he had a pair of golden balls strapped to his waist, but even as he moved, they didn't seem to sway or shift. It led to an odd cognitive dissonance that made one's brow furrow and one's head spin if you gazed at them for too long. The young man on the right was as pale as a sheet of paper. Compared to his well-groomed counterpart, his hair was an absolute mess, and his robes, though clearly meant to be a uniform they both shared, looked nothing like it was supposed to. His robes split to reveal his bony chest, one of his sleeves swinging in the wind completely empty as he rested the arm that was meant to be within it upon his cloth belt. His gaze was like a deep blackness, as his irises seemed a size too large for a normal person. In fact, so were his pupils. It was hard to tell if he just had odd genes, or if the truth of the matter was that he had snorted some less-than-savory substances before coming here. Still, despite the completely unserious appearance of this young man, the massive wooden box attached to his back would make one withhold their judgments. That was especially so after you noticed the wrapped handle coming out of the top of it. It was doubtful that anyone would want to be on the other side of whatever weapon was hidden within. Seeing these two young men, Seath smiled. He had already been well prepared to deal with the pressure these youths exuded. Without appropriate strength, surviving such long-distance travel would get you killed. So, he didn't feel like these youths were trying to show off. If they hadn't released their strength, they would have ended up shredded to pieces. But the fact the two looked so relaxed made Seath take them with 1 to 2 points more seriousness. These were clearly not normal youths, but how could they be if they were from that place? Greeting. I am the current patriarch of the Luxniks family. We welcome you to our humble estate. The pale-skinned youth looked around somewhat blankly before shaking his head. Damned bullshit wormhole. I can't hear shit. The dark-skinned youth looked over toward his partner and shook his head. Hello, you can call me Oranik. This is my partner for the time we'll be here, Ganor. Oranik pointed toward the pale-skinned youth, seemingly used to his nonsense by now. In truth, Oranik's hearing wasn't very good right now either, but with their translation treasures, the meaning of Seath was transmitted right to their minds. Clearly, Ganor was making something out of nothing like he mostly always did. Probably trying to extort people for some money again. While Seath and the non-order elders exchanged pleasantries with the two youths and invited them in, the atmosphere around the 5-star order elders grew heavier. Those robes. They're not domain-ranked students. Domain-ranked. They aren't even galaxy-ranked. They sent quadrant-ranked disciples here to us. Are they looking down on my Luxniks family? Sparking Star Order gripped her bulbous wooden cane, the sturdy stone beneath her cracking. Remain calm. Quadrant-ranked disciples aren't like our people. If you make too much of a commotion, we will be noticed. A calm voice came from another female order elder, this one known as the Fluttering Star Order. She seemed to be the only one watching these proceedings without much of a reaction. Don't speak to me like I'm a child, Fluttering Star Order. We've given them a sector-ranked disciple and informed them ahead of time that we have yet another sector-ranked disciple ready to be examined by them, yet they send 2 quadrant-ranked trash? Even those who had agreed with Sparking Star Order initially couldn't accept her words right this moment. To call any student of that organization trash was liable to get your entire family destroyed. Sparking Star Order had allowed 1 generation of success to get to her head. They were nothing like those families who produced domain-ranked disciples every generation. On top of that, Oranik and Ganor was exceptionally young. Who was to say that they'd remain as quadrant-ranked disciples? This was like a lifelong peasant raising a single millionaire son, then pointing fingers at other self-made millionaires to call them trash. It was ridiculous. We produced a sector-ranked disciple? Fluttering Star Order asked lightly. Why is it that I remember you all doing everything in your power to push her away, and now you want to claim her as your own? And isn't that second sector-ranked disciple something you tried to artificially create by stealing something that wasn't yours? Does that flame on your forehead also help to thicken your skin? You had better watch your mouth when you talk to me, Fluttering Star Order. Sparking Star Order immediately became frighteningly calm, but the fire on her forehead told a different tale. Fluttering Star Order looked toward the elders around herself, seeing all of the stern warnings in their gazes. Shaking her head, she turned around and left. Chapter 167, Parameters. Chapter 167, Parameters Nominal Student. Quadrant Ranked. Galaxy Ranked. Domain Ranked. These were the 5 ranks of disciples for this so-called mysterious organization. It seemed then that maybe Sparking Star Order's fury might be warranted. But in practice, it was a ridiculous inflation of her family's worth. To put the idea of ascending over a domain-ranked disciple into its proper ridiculous frame, one had to understand that there was likely not a single domain-ranked disciple that wasn't well on their way to the peak of the 7th dimension. Why would this organization spend the resources that would be necessary to send someone down the dimensional chain for a single 6th-dimensional family that had currently only produced a single sector-ranked disciple? The main issue here was that the Luxnix family were too lower on the totem pole. They knew enough to be aware of these rankings, but they didn't know enough to truly understand what they represented. It was rare enough for a family like theirs to gain a nominal student position. In fact, in their history, they had never produced even a single quadrant-ranked student before she came along. Due to lacking a proper understanding of the overall picture and what their true worth was, let alone Sparking Star Order, even the other 3 Order Elders were a bit disappointed by the outcome. They thought that now that they had proven that they could produce worthy disciples, that they would gain the respect that came with that. Unfortunately, expectation was the root of disappointment. The 4 elders watched as Fluttering Star Order walked away, each displaying different emotions. Some had a complicated look, while those like Sparking Star Order watched on coldly. This latter group included Winged Star Order, who had watched on from the very beginning as the two fought. She should have been kicked from the Star Order along with the other one years ago, Sparking Star Order said coolly. This kind of dissent can't be allowed. There is nothing more important than the face of the family. Anyone that puts anything above our best interests has no right to sit on this council. The other Order elders remained silent. Some had expressions that agreed, but others remained on the fence. In the end, one finally spoke up, an older man by the title of Resting Star Order. This isn't the time for this. We can consider such a motion after our youths have been selected. If that woman chooses to make a commotion now, it will mean trouble for us all. Let this matter rest. Sparking Star Order didn't say anything to this. She simply raised her cane and tapped, a flurry of butterfly-shaped flames swarming around her feet. By the time they vanished, she too had vanished. In fact, so had the elders as well. In the Viola estate, a similar situation was occurring. Well, similar in that they were likewise greeting guests. But their level of entitlement was several levels beneath that of the Luxnix, as they had never produced a disciple above the nominal rank. In fact, they would be very much ecstatic if they could produce another one. They didn't even care to check what the rank of the disciples that had come were. It wasn't even at the forefront of their minds. The Viola family wined and dined their 2 guests, giving them the living of kings. Though these 2 young men had come from families far stronger than the Viola family, the truth was that training in that organization year in and year out was a living hell. The fact that they could come here to relax was a true blessing, so they took great advantage. As the day waned and the banquet began to taper down, the Viola finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked the questions that had been burning in their gut for so long. However, the response they got was completely out of their expectations. A large youth with a belly to match his stature scratched his head awkwardly and let alone a laugh. I won't lie to you all, we truly do not know the parameters of this cycle's competition. In fact, our overseer didn't really give us a timeline either. We're as blind as Wall are about all of this. The large young man looked toward his partner. They knew well how this looked. These families would probably think that they were milking them for greater benefits. But the truth was that they really were in the dark. They didn't know much of anything. What we can tell you is that this year will likely be different from the last. There will be more opportunities and the restrictions will be laxed. Though it will be just as difficult to gain a disciple position, we will be allowing more people the chance to try. So long as you have the ability, you can come forward. The large young man spoke candidly, but his partner really wanted to smack him in the back of the head right now. All these families would hear from those words were, yes, we're going to accept all your great service, but it won't really matter how well you treat us because everyone will get a chance anyway. This naive bloke thought he was being nice by offering this information, but the reality was that this was probably the last thing the Viola family wanted to hear. As expected, though Richard's face remained plastered with an amiable smile, inwardly he was seething. This wasn't actually because of the waste of resources. After all, it might still help in a close decision. Rather, he wanted to use this opportunity to manipulate Ina. Not just anyone could get a spot to participate in the past. In fact, even their family would usually only get a handful of spots. Simply put, Ina wouldn't even be able to try out without him. Wait, this is something only those here are aware of, and this is clearly insider information. Why would I have to tell her this at all? Richard's smile became more relaxed and genuine. That was right, everything was still within the palm of his hand. Once he clinched this nominal disciple spot, there would be no one capable of stopping him from becoming the true heir. And as for Ina, just because she got a spot to participate, that didn't mean she had to succeed, right? Chapter 1068, third best option. Chapter 1068, third best option. Miel sat in silence. Adam Rainier Brazinger. His meditation was disrupted, his mind spiraling down a well of memories. Every so often he would remember his true name, and it would fill him with a rage that was difficult to temper down. Maybe the reason his visage was always so unmoved was precisely because he had gotten so used to burying this name and everything that came with it down into the depths of his soul. Realizing that his blood wouldn't be calming down anytime soon, Miel began to think about the problem at hand. Not only was he worried about his daughter who was making progress that was far too slow in comparison to his expectations, but there was also the issue of this mysterious organization. Ina seemed to be improving every day, gaining more thing to add to her own moral code and slowly building up what could be considered to be a personalities. But the main issue was that it most definitely wasn't her. Miel had no idea who this Leonel character was until Yuri and Savan explained to him that he was his daughter's first boyfriend. In truth, Miel had a difficult time accepting this, as any father would. At the very least, he wanted his daughter's first boyfriend to be vetted by him. How would she know what was or wasn't a good man without him by her side? Wouldn't she have to slowly test by herself in that case? Wouldn't that result in her making a lot of mistakes? Miel had never really considered this possibility before, and maybe that was because he was too foolish. His daughter was human after all. Who was he to tell her she couldn't have feelings for another? Wasn't it his fault to begin with that he had never been there? But this wasn't even the main root of the problem any longer. Of course Miel felt lacking, but the root cause of his worries was that Ina seemed to be trying to build herself up as a second Leonel. She had hinged her whole world around this love she said she felt for this person and had begun to build up qualities she believed he had from the ground up. The problem then was obvious. Whatever the end result would never be his Ina. To state the obvious, Ina and Leonel were almost nothing alike. One hated to kill, the other was indifferent to it. One wanted to save the people of the world, while the other was only interested in bettering her own life and those she cared about. One was a slave to analytics and refused to rely on his own instincts, while the other was a battle maniac fully prepared to rely on whatever it took to make herself stronger. In fact, Ina's entire ability was based around her instincts. It wasn't so exaggerated that they were polar opposites, but there were definitely fundamental and foundational differences between them that could never be equated. Ina's own self seemed to realize this as her progress forward was at a snail's pace. It seemed that while she was rebuilding her personality, she was simultaneously going against everything that made her, her. Miel really didn't know how to deal with this situation. The only way seemed to be to convince Ina that her love for Leonel wasn't that important, but he couldn't find it in himself to manipulate his daughter like that. The second best option seemed to be to have Ina meet Leonel again. At least that way, it might trigger something and act as a catalyst for the real Ina to awaken. But not only was there no guarantee for this to work, it was also extremely risky. Who knows what this Leonel would say to his daughter if they ever met again? Ina seemed to repeat all the time that he hated her now. What if he said something in a rage that would send Ina spiraling down a dark path? The third option, and the one of least risk, while potentially being able to work, would be to have Ina replace Leonel of her own accord. If she chose to replace Leonel, the foundation for her personality would no longer have to be his qualities, and she would finally be able to follow her own path. This option was slightly different from the first option. Rather than convincing Ina that Leonel wasn't important, it would be allowing her to move on. Leonel would still be an important memory to her, but he would shift just enough to the background that the true Ina could shine through. In truth, all of this made Miel greatly hesitant. He hadn't wanted to interfere in his daughter's awakening process, but he hadn't expected this Leonel to be such a problem. It would have been easiest if he had sealed memories of him away before doing this, but by now Ina's mind was too powerful for even Yuri to handle. If I allow things to continue on in this way, I'll lose my daughter forever. Miel closed his eyes. The risks weighed heavily on his heart, but he knew that inaction was no longer an option. Ina would no longer be if he didn't step in. That led Miel to the second problem, the mysterious organization. He knew well that it was already too late for him. That organization didn't accept anyone beyond the fifth dimension, as they had a specific method of molding six-dimensional existences to groom powerhouses. However, this was an opportunity he wanted for Ina, not himself. The trouble was that even a spot to participate in a selection was hard to come by. Giving this spot over to a vassal, especially one that only had a single generation to offer for now, would be a hard pill for the Viola family to swallow. That said, it seemed that his first and second problem had the same solution, did they not? This plan will make me an enemy of the Viola family, but for the sake of my daughter, Miel's gaze snapped open, a cold light hidden within. He needed to use the Viola family, but he would never allow his daughter to exchange her innocence for something like this. Even if he had to massacre them to their last person after they had fulfilled their worth, he would do so. With a flip of his palm, Miel revealed a talisman. It glowed for a moment before a familiar voice spoke out on the other side. Chapter 1069. Chapter 1069, both deep within the Luxnix estate, there was a calm river of flowing golden waters. Sometimes it would appear to be a liquid, and at other times it would appear to be a gas. It flowed unpredictably, even often rising into the air in defiance of gravity. And yet, it stayed along a controlled path, circulating in silence. Near the center of this ethereal garden was a middle-aged woman who was getting on in years. It seemed that it wouldn't be very long before the term middle-aged no longer suited her. However, her features still radiated a calm beauty that touched the soul. Even though she didn't have a smile on her face, her presence seemed to make all those around her feel relaxed and cheery, the gentleness of her golden gaze soothing the heart. She sat in a rocking chair carved of white wood. Every time she swung back and forth, a delicate fragrance that tickled the nose would be released. It smelt like the cross between a less invasive pine scent with a touch of cinnamon. At that moment, a shadow was suddenly cast over the older middle-aged lady. Despite the sudden change, she looked up quite slowly, her pace still leisurely. As far as she was concerned, anyone who could sneak so far into the Luxnix estate was an individual who was definitely supremely powerful. Reacting any more quickly than she was, would only give her whiplash in her old age and not be very helpful at all. However, when the older lady saw who it was that stood before her, she was dazed for a moment before her gentle eyes glistened with tears. "Eleanor, you've returned?" Before the older woman was a beauty gorgeous beyond words. She had white gold hair that reached past the small of her back, shimmering emerald eyes that seemed capable of piercing through anything, and delicately sculpted features that appeared to have been formed by a master artisan. Nothing about her felt out of place, not even the alternating soft and hard armor she wore that clung to her curves. The patterns of white leather that looked like dragon scales and silver plate armor gave her the appearance of a valiant empress that had just returned from the battlefield, and yet none of her enemies had dared to drop even the slightest hint of blood on her. "Mother." The voice of Eleanor was just as sweet as one would expect. It matched the refreshing atmosphere of her mother with an incredible ease. The older woman's gaze dimmed somewhat, hearing her daughter's short greeting before she sighed lightly, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant again. "It seems that it's that time, again," she said lightly. "Yes," Eleanor replied. "It's good that they've allowed you to return. Their standards are too oppressive. It's the only way the human domain can remain safe." "I understand. I've already said too much." Eleanor's mother nodded as her chair continued to rock back and forth. She seemed to have returned to a state where nothing could affect her. "My little lion will be coming soon. I thought I would tell you." Upon hearing this, the older woman trembled beside herself, her wrinkled hand clasping down on her rocking chair's arms. Maybe if it wasn't for the hidden strength of this white wood, it would have already been shattered. It had definitely taken a great master to even carve it to begin with. "Hi, is he doing well? I'm not sure. I didn't get to raise him like I wanted to." The older woman's face turned several shades paler, something that felt almost impossible given the fierceness of her earlier reaction. "I'm sorry." "It's all my fault." Eleanor remained silent for a long while, staring down at her mother. "Even now, you're apologizing for the wrong reasons. Rather than blaming those who should be blamed, you blamed yourself, because, if not for you, their reaction toward another one of their daughters marrying an outsider wouldn't have been so fierce, when in reality, this family has never been so understanding to begin with. The Luxnix family had a poor reaction to her choosing someone they hadn't chosen, and that reaction was compounded by the fact her mother had likewise chosen someone they hadn't chosen. In part to prove that there was nothing wrong with marrying outside expectations like this, her mother had gone out of her way to try to side with the family, trying to prove that just because a daughter married out didn't mean that she'd forget the well-being of the family that raised her. Of course, this was only part of the reason, but it was a part nonetheless. "I only hope that this time you don't allow foolish sentiments to stand in the way of things. I hear that my little lion has a temper even worse than mine and even my husband's. I wouldn't mind seeing this family lose its overinflated self of worth one peg at a time. In the past, they saw it fit to bully my son because they thought themselves to be stronger, and they thought their own purpose to be grander. They had no idea who my husband was, and even now they have no idea that if not for me, let alone their estate, even their entire galaxy may have been massacred down to its last person. But if there is one thing I will thank you for, Mother, it is this opportunity for the Luxnix to experience what it truly feels like to be bullied. I wonder how they'll be able to lay a hand on my son while I'm here." Eleanor looked up toward the sky, her expression seemingly blank, but her irises painting a picture of 1,000 words. "You will have another choice to make, Mother. I hope that you don't choose incorrectly again." Eleanor vanished, leaving her pale-faced mother slowly rocking in her chair. Empress Fox slowly closed her eyes, her trembling taking several hours to come to a stop. They were both her family, but which family would she choose? Back in the Milky Way, the tension of a situation countless light years away had nothing to do with them. Rather, they had their own tense atmospheres to deal with. And these, rather than just being complex moral dilemmas, truly took on the weight of life and death. In the depths of space, several ships stood in a long chain. Upon one of these ships, exposed to the surrounding vacuum, was a silent Leonel. Just one more chapter coming today. Chapter 1070, Piece by Piece, Chapter 1070, Piece by Piece. The sight of several hundred ships standing in a row in the depths of space was a sight to behold indeed. However, the truth was that this was just a facade. These weren't true ships, they just appeared to be. These deep black platforms, each of which was capable of holding several dozen warriors comfortably, were actually just that, platforms. Leonel was cleverly keeping them in a defined path using the forces in the region and a few hidden force arts that linked these platforms as one. Though these platforms couldn't be considered to be real ships, they were still able to provide comparable safety and could also double as resting and medical centers. The choice here was obvious. They would hold this line. This battle would decide whether Earth could defend its fold of reality or not. Earth was definitely at a great disadvantage. Fighting in space was something that only sixth-dimensional existences could do comfortably. However, Leonel had considered this as well and solved it using the third hidden ability of these hundreds of platforms. When linked together in this fashion, the platforms could refine and produce force, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat like spacelight. It wasn't as comfortable as a planet, but it wasn't as volatile as space itself. As a result of this, Leonel managed to turn a disadvantage of Earth into the opposite. Space normally didn't have force, and if you were unlucky enough to run into pockets where force did exist, they were normally extremely dangerous. By the time you noticed them, you would likely already be dead. Due to the nature of space, absorbing force here was particularly dangerous, especially if the force didn't acknowledge you. So, where was the advantage? The advantage was in the fact that this was Earth's fold of reality. This force innately recognized them. However, it wouldn't do the same for their enemies. Normally, it would just be difficult for invaders to absorb force in a world that wasn't their own. But now, it would be almost lethal. At the helm of the fleet of platforms, Leonel sat in silence, his feet dangling down into the vast expanse of space. The artificial gravity in the surroundings wasn't as strong as it was on Earth, or Earth X1, so he felt exceptionally light at the moment, his gaze looking off into the distance. Just a few years ago, Leonel would have never thought that he would have the chance to see the stars like this. Sitting far outside the solar system he had spent almost 2 decades of life in, gazing at moons and planets he had never even seen pictures of, let alone laid his own eyes upon, it was a surreal feeling. For much of Leonel's life, he had never really been ambitious. Nothing caught his attention enough for him to put his full effort toward it, and though he respected everything he did and gave it all its due, there was always a tiny piece of him buried deep that never seemed to truly activate. But at this moment, staring off into the stars, seeing the vastness of the universe laid out before him as his people were being oppressed from all sides, he felt a dull throbbing within, as though a deep recess of his soul was ready to be awakened. Space suddenly shook and shattered. Watching on in silence, Leonel didn't even move as the 10-kilometer-long starship came into view, crashing through layers of space one after another. To Leonel's back, 8 young men appeared, all of them standing tall. One couldn't truly grasp the horror of a starship, even a junior one, until you laid eyes on it personally. It felt like watching reality itself collapse as it tore a seemingly empty space to shreds. Space shattered and cracked like glass. Miniature black holes formed and collapsed. Combustible star cores sparked as though they were nothing more than lit matches before they too crumbled. It looked as though the starship wasn't moving at all, just standing in place. And yet, the violent commotion around it painted a completely different picture as what looked like black lightning danced about it. And then, bang, as though a pouncing beast, the 10-kilometer-long behemoth shattered the final layer, its body coming to a sudden and violent halt. Upon the helm of the junior starship, the 5 family heads stood, the gaze of each one of them practically dripping with blood. However, when they saw Earth's fleet ahead of them, these very same gazes couldn't help but narrow. Though their one junior starship was far larger than any single ship Leonel had brought forward, the number of the latter was still great enough to surround them. At the forefront of it all, Leonel continued to sit, his feet hanging down to the endless abyss below. Even in their presence he didn't stand. It was as though he didn't remember at all that he had brutally murdered Averoni's younger brother, rammed them through. Averoni spoke coldly, his expression hardly fluctuating. To these heads, fools would be fools. Did the people of Earth really believe that just because they had brought their people out here that it would be enough? Since they were foolish enough to pool all their strength here, they would just crush them in the crudest way possible. However, just as the junior starship was gearing up to charge forward after losing its momentum breaking into this fold of reality, reality struck hard. Leonel continued to sit indifferently, watching as a wave of force swept by. Your blueprints, I have them. It looked like nothing more than a gentle breeze, but the moment it touched the exterior of the junior starship, it began to shut down. Its light flickered off, its accumulating energy dissipated, even its forward momentum entered a cruising state. To the horror of the 5 heads, their junior starship became nothing more than a hunk of metal, stuck in the limbo of space. At that moment, the black platforms took action. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, dense chains shot toward the junior starship, each lancing through the exterior hull and locking the junior starship in place. Just below Leonel's feet, another thick chain shot outward, this one piercing the very front center of the starship. With a light hop, he landed on the heavy chain, his halo manifesting above his head and his silver armor beginning to appear piece by piece. Chapter 171, Raised Blade. Chapter 1071. Raised Blade Leonel took a light breath, his body relaxing and his heartbeat becoming smoother. Beneath the gaze of the warriors of Earth and the heads of the invaders, he walked forward with a slow and deliberate pace. A crackling of force silently built around him as a spear appeared in his palm. Even beneath this artificial atmosphere, it was difficult for sound to travel very far. It made the heaviness of Leonel's steps feel just that much more substantial, as his king's might spread outward, an aura of undeniable superiority bearing down upon the junior starship. In the face of 5 sixth-dimensional experts, Leonel didn't flinch. He didn't wait for them to come to him. He didn't even show an ounce of hesitancy. These were his lands, his people. Unless they could get past his blade, they could forget about stepping foot on Earth. The blood of those around Leonel boiled. He didn't give an impassioned speech. He didn't goad at their insecurities or pry into their dreams. Instead, he took the simplest and most direct form of action. Leonel had always believed in this truth. A king should be at the very front. When you felt weak, look toward his back. When you felt that the mountain ahead was too tall and the task was too difficult, look toward his back. When you were on your last legs, your lungs on fire, your limbs unresponsive, your energy drained to its final drop, look toward his back. This weight on my shoulders is too light. Amid the silence, Leonel's voice pierced through it all. It boomed amid the stars, seemingly causing them to twinkle in response. In that moment, a cube appeared above Leonel's head as his foot rose and fell. Its jigsaw pieces were all attached by a dully glowing lighting, making it look quite enigmatic as it hung there in their silence, an ominous feeling being exuded from it. When Leonel's foot touched upon the chains once again, he vanished, appearing in the air above the 5 heads and falling down at an ever-quickening pace. He streaked down like a falling meteor, his gaze hidden behind his flickering silver-black visor. Star fusion. Bang! Leonel's body suddenly erupted with a vibrant blue light. It shot out from the gaps in his armor like jet fuel, his strength skyrocketing in the blink of an eye. The sudden oppression was so violent and heavy, not to mention bright, that Leonel seemed to have taken up center stage. The segmented cube burst to life, its pieces fragmenting and spreading outward. A surge of pure energy swept out from within its depths, matching the very same radiant vital star force that Leonel was making use of right this very moment. Bang! Leonel landed heavily on the helm of the junior starship, its body waving about wildly beneath the control of the countless heavy chains. His armor continuously billowed with bluish-white vapor, his aura still steadily climbing even as the metal beneath his feet crumpled and shattered. He rose up his dual-sided spear, an arc of blue force following its path. It seemed to draw a line through the air, its body vibrating wildly with excitement. When the blade stopped, it pointed toward the 5 heads, radiating a blinding light. Hot came. A subtle silence fell over the battlefield once again before thousands of roars pierced into the dark veil above. The warriors of Earth responded with their own pride, their blood surging to unconscious degrees as their gazes glazed over and their hearts beat wildly. Each and every one of them suddenly gained a slightly violet hue to their force, their strength rising by a half step. The chains rattled and the platform shook. One after another, the warriors began to charge. The people of Camelot, the people of the moon, the young noble men and women, the geniuses from lesser families, the army veterans. All at once they brandished their blades and weapons, appearing on the junior starship and lighting the final spark of battle. Leonel's 8 brothers grinned wildly, their force rising like tides and their muscles bulging. The one with the least kills washes Raj's laundry for a year, Gil roared. And what if Raj is last? Milan laughed. Then he has to wear a thong for just as long. Gil's body sparked with crimson lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, not even giving the others time to protest. Leonel stood before the 5 heads, his force still billowing wildly. Torrents of the bluish-white vapor rose up and away, even making his blade seem like it was being steamed beneath a smoldering heat. Even as the battle erupted, the 5 heads didn't move. They looked toward Leonel with brows furrowed, seemingly not realizing that their starship had suddenly fallen into a battle they weren't ready for. With the people of Earth taking the initiative like this and their warriors not being organized, it could very quickly become a problem. However, what was more shocking about all of this was that Leonel actually dared to face them. Not only did he dare to face them, but exactly what had just happened to their junior starship. On top of that, why was it suddenly so difficult for them to absorb force? And what was this blue force coming off of Leonel in waves? It was clear that Leonel actually planned on stopping them all himself. But wasn't this too ridiculous? Was he an idiot? Or was there something else that they were missing? Leonel didn't move a single inch, his blade still stretched forward in an act of blatant provocation. His breathing was steady, and his back was straight. Nothing could make him waver at this moment. He's bluffing. What are you all still waiting for? Kill him. The first one to act was Averoni. He didn't even wait for the others to react after he spoke. He struck forward with a palm instantaneously. In that moment, it felt as though the world was collapsing. Even in the face of Leonel's earlier momentum, it was like an impossibly vast mountain towering above, unblemished. Beneath his visor, Leonel's gaze flickered. Shit. Chapter 1072. A Step Back, Chapter 1072. A step back. Leonel had indeed been stalling. He needed to take the initiative so that the morale of Earth could be as high as possible. That was why he had acted so recklessly. Thankfully, due to the chaos of the current battlefield, all of which was taking place on a singular 10-kilometer-long ship, it was harder for them to actually pay attention to what was going on in Leonel's battle. This was especially so since Leonel and the Five Heads were still on the roof of the ship, while many of the other battles had begun within the ship itself. Leonel was trying not to move right now because this inaction would cost him the least amount of vital star force. If he went all out, he could last in this state for 3 to 5 minutes max. If he added the supplementation of the segmented cube into the mix, he could last about half an hour. The trouble was that the segmented cube supply was limited. Right now, he was using what remained of the excess energy it absorbed, but it was only a tiny sliver. The only reason there seemed to be so much was because that tiny sliver was 7th dimensional, and Leonel had converted it to 5th dimensional vital star force. But Averoni had actually been so impolite as to actually attack. That would make things troublesome. Leonel quickly reacted. Duality. His spear swung forth, slicing the palm force in half. But he was blasted backward to the edge of the ship, his armor fracturing before quickly mending itself beneath the large amounts of star force. Averoni frowned. He had only casually thrown out a palm, but he hadn't expected Leonel to truly be capable of receiving it. In fact, Leonel didn't even seem to be particularly hurt. What is this weird feeling? Averoni felt an odd oppression around him, as though a formless energy had taken form and latched onto his skin like a thick humidity would. But he couldn't truly touch or feel it. It was as intangible as it got. That's impossible. My attack was weakened, but there shouldn't be any ability a fifth-dimensional existence could possibly have that could weaken me. Averoni couldn't wrap his head around it. The gap between dimensions wasn't a simple step. You were quite literally shedding your imperfections to become a greater being. This was why a powerful ability might be so in a lower dimensional world, only to become useless in a higher dimensional one. Many who were born in the Milky Way who had brought their abilities to the 3rd or 4th level of their ability index might not even be at the 2nd level upon stepping into a higher world. Knowing this, how could Averoni not be shocked? He had actually felt his attack weaken just then. Leonel's head leaned from side to side, his neck cracking. He took a deep breath and waited for the rumbling of his inner organs to calm. Then he began to pour his king's might into his duality domain, its layers becoming sturdier and sturdier with each passing moment. Go kill the rest, Averoni said coldly. I alone am enough to deal with him. Is that so? Leonel's cold voice sounded. In that moment it felt like he was whispering into all of their ears, causing the heads to remain rooted in place. Head Umbra especially narrowed his gaze, his feet spreading apart and his back arching as though he was prepared to pounce at any moment. An alert of danger sounded off in their minds. I promise you that the first of you to try to leave this battle we have here will die. Care to try it out? The 5 heads stared at Leonel for a long time. There were a few that wanted to call his bluff, but seeing Silem's reaction, they weren't foolish enough to do so. The Umbra family head had the best instincts of them all. If he was reacting like this, they would truly be asking for death if they ignored it all. They could only look toward the youth before them, their nerves standing on end. See? Isn't this better? If we all just stand here, everything will be fine, Leonel said lightly. Bang! At that moment, a pillar of fire shot out from the hull of the junior starship. Several screams of agony followed it as what looked to be dozens of Flora family members were tossed into the depths of space. Well, their ashes were tossed into the depths of space anyway. The gaze of Belize turned crimson when she saw this, her large belly rolling and the spider lily growing from her forehead writhing. Attack him as one. When he's dead, there won't be any threat left. Leonel watched on coldly from within his visor. This was exactly what he needed. As long as they weren't attacking others, he could do what he needed to do. Taking a steady and long breath, Leonel concentrated his duality domain, imprisoning the 6 of them. Before him stood 5 6th-dimensional existences. In fact, they weren't normal. Tier 1 6th-dimensional existences either. Each of them was at least Tier 3 or 4. To any objective outside observer, Leonel was seeking death. In fact, even Leonel felt that he was a bit too crazy. But in life, there were certain things you had no choice but to do. This weight on my shoulders is still too light. Leonel exhaled, his universal force surging. Ash-colored snow began to fall from the skies, even as 5 radiant cores appeared before him. Leonel chose to forgo a slow death in golden drops, focusing all his strength into radiant core and withering snowfall. There was no path for a loss. Even if he died today, he had to win. He would win. Leonel's ankle flexed downward, his calf springing to life and his thigh bulging. When you couldn't afford to take a step backward, the true strength of a person would shine through. Chapter 1073, Molten. Chapter 1073, Molten. The metal beneath Leonel's feet crumbled as he vanished. His spear spun in his hands, wild lines of silver, white and blue following its arcs. It felt as though it was both everywhere and nowhere at the same time. touching upon a realm of speed, dexterity, and skill that made the pupils of the five heads constrict. When Leonel appeared once again, the lines of his blade became less important than the shimmering mark of the golden spear that hung before his forehead. The world fell into a calm silence as every stroke of his blade suddenly gained the ever so slightest golden hue. It wasn't immediately obvious to the five heads just exactly which of them he was attacking. The current Leonel felt like the center of a budding rose, his blades outlining each petal one by one. Before the five realized it, his blade had appeared before Belize, descending with every intention of splitting her skull in two. Is this a joke? Belize's rage-filled eyes hardly fluctuated as she reached out a finger. But before she could counter, her expression slightly changed. A swarm of ash snowfall disrupted her flow of force, shocking her and causing her reaction to be slightly slow. A spray of blood shot into the air as her finger was severed. The line of blood played beneath the whites, silvers, and blues, looking especially striking in contrast. Belize didn't feel pain or rage for just a moment, her expression colored in shock. She turned her gaze toward Leonel, but the latter had already vanished, appearing to her back. Leonel's figure seemed to be enveloped by a shadow as his spear pierced forward. His technique shifted, his demeanor morphing, and his artistic conception became several times more layered. A radiant core appeared before his piercing blade, a spiraling spear force beginning to spin wildly about it. The force became so fast that the core itself vanished, as did the spear blade. All that was left was a drill of pulsing energy carrying the momentum to pierce all things with it. Belize, who had still not quite begun to take Leonel seriously despite Silem's reaction, was in a daze. She had just had her finger cut off by a fifth-dimensional ant. Her world spun about her and she couldn't quite regain her bearings. By the time she realized that her back was about to be skewered, it felt like it was all too late. Unfortunately, there were four others. At that moment, Cirrus Midas's hand reached down like a clamp. Without a care for the spinning blades or the radiant core, his fingers scraped through the air as though grating against metal. The sheer force of his strike left tears in the artificial atmosphere, leaving a trail of true space for just a moment. Bang! The sight was enough to shake one to their core. It was like watching a mortal stop a drill the size of their body with nothing more than a hand. Motes of shattered blade lights spun about wildly, some cutting into Belize's back and some even slicing into Leonel himself. And yet for Cirrus, his hand remained completely unscathed. It was as though he had just stopped spinning cotton. But somehow, retreat, Silem's voice boomed. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Level 2 Spear Force might have been a fifth-dimensional equivalent, but much like domains, it existed in a categorization of its own, allowing it to affect those of higher dimensions. Even for Cirrus, who had an extraordinarily powerful body, such Spear Force would at least leave shallow marks on his skin. The fact it left nothing at all smelled of a conspiracy, and a conspiracy was exactly what it was. Bang! The radiant core imploded on contact, attaching to Cirrus's arm and Belize's back like leeches. On the surface, Radiant Core looked like a bundle of flames, but it was fundamentally very different from this. Radiant Core was Leonel's artistic conception for summer, an artistic conception built on the core of a disaster world. The core of a planet wasn't a ball of flames, it was a ball of molten metal. Belize shrieked, feeling as though her body was being burnt from the inside out. She and Dolores had, by far, the weakest defenses of the five, making them easy first targets. It wasn't long before the smell of cooked skin and fat rose into the air. It would be one thing if Leonel had formed his radiant cores normally this time around. But what if he had formed them with the very same shearing ore he had taken from Averoni's younger brother? The radiation of the radiant core wasn't potent enough to affect six-dimensional existences, but this heat and metal most definitely would be. Plants sprung up around Belize's feet as Cirrus's clawed hand changed angles and swung for Leonel. However, Leonel had long since retreated, his figure blinking several times, jumping a meter or two backward every moment. But when the four heads expected Leonel to take another meter or two step back with his fourth blink, he suddenly vanished. Dolores's pupils constricted, feeling danger bearing down on her. Beneath the ash snowfall, she couldn't seem to accumulate her rain clouds. To make matters worse, even if it hadn't been for Leonel's artistic conception, the odd environment they were in made it difficult to deploy area of effect abilities, especially ones that relied on atmospheric force. That said, after watching Belize suffer and seeing that Ceres had taken serious damage as well, Dolores would never be caught off guard in the same way. During the fifth dimension, one's mind would be raised to another state. Dolores's speed of thought and the pace at which she processed information was far beyond the enemies that Leonel was used to dealing with. In a single exchange, she had already adapted and taken note of Leonel's propensity to scheme. Her dress fluttered and her palm struck out. The air rippled like the waves of a disrupted lake. Without waiting for the result, her palm flipped over, revealing a sapphire blue whip that instantly arched through the air right for Leonel. Chapter 1074, Angles. Chapter 1074, Angles. The whip was fast and swift. Despite having used the palm as a diversion tactic, the whip itself actually reached Leonel first, causing his pupils to constrict. For one, this told him just how cautious Dolores was being, and it marked a change in attitude amongst the 5 of them. Secondly, it revealed the true strength of these 6th-dimensional monsters. It was clear at a glance that Dolores was using nothing more than level 1 whip force. However, the 6th-dimensional force backing it made Leonel's level 2 spear force look like nothing more than child's play. However, this was a reality that Leonel had already long since become ready for. Duality. In that instant, Dolores's whip accelerated, its tip turning into pure water force. But, under her own astonished gaze, it shot over Leonel's head, missing him by several centimeters. What? The flat of Leonel's blade shot upward, slapping Dolores's whip even further off course. It was a subtle tap that hardly slowed his forward momentum, but simply due to the fact that her momentum had already been heading in that direction, the change was exponential. By the time she realized Leonel had closed the distance, it was too late to pull her whip back. However, Dolores didn't panic. Her whip had reached Leonel much faster, but that just meant that her palm energy was still a layer of protection for her. Though it was sent out quickly, it still carried at least 50% of her strength. Duality. Dolores's palm strike suddenly decreased to half its size, allowing Leonel to slide by it with deft steps. Blinding golden lights wrapped around Leonel's body, his speed stepping onto a completely new tier as he flashed through space once again. His spear spun before snapping into place, the momentum carrying his blade toward Dolores's neck. Dolores still had an arm up, connected to her whip. As for the other, it was still in the position of sending out a palm strike, but the energy from it had long since been dissipated. Still, she was an expert among experts. How many battles had she already been through in her lifetime? To be outmaneuvered by a child several times in a row was already humiliating enough. She most definitely wouldn't allow him the satisfaction. Her force circulated, her eyes glowing with a gentle blue. Separation, duality. Leonel's blade suddenly accelerated, causing Dolores's eyes to widen. The skin on her neck bloomed with a touch of red. In that moment she truly felt the scent of death, her body freezing over and the horror being painted clearly on her lovely features. It was right then that her body collapsed into a pool of water, Leonel's blade cutting through the curtain of liquid blue, but ultimately gaining nothing. A moment later, Dolores reformed from a surge of water, her face pale and crimson dripping down her swan-like neck. Her blue dress still fluttered, but its collar was slowly being dyed red, her chest heaving as she was caught between shock, horror, and rage. Leonel stopped moving, suddenly finding himself encircled by 5 absolute experts. Averone and Selam had yet to move an inch. Cirrus had chopped off his hand at the wrist, and yet had already replaced it with a bronze fist he likely got from Averone, resulting in his combat prowess practically being the same. Finally, there was. Dolores was bleeding, and Belize, who was in the worst situation of the 5 by far. The sight of Belize right now was truly horrid. Her entire back had been covered in Leonel's molten metal. By now, she had already gone through several flower constructs, each of them burning to ash as they tried to deal with the situation. Right this moment, if not for the massive carnivorous plant sucking at her back like a leash, she might have been dead already. In fact, her state was so bad that all of her clothing had already been burnt to a crisp. Only the vines of her leech flower were keeping up her modicum of modesty at this point. Leonel took a deep breath, his body thrumming. His duality domain allowed him to pick a character to shift the balance of. This character could be either speed or power, and how much Leonel wanted to shift it decided how easy or difficult it would be. The difficulty was also influenced by whether he was giving or taking away as well. Obviously, when facing 6th-dimensional existences, doing this was almost impossible. And even the small bit he could only manage a few percentage points of a percent. This was where Leonel's genius came into play. He didn't need to take away from them. Why not give them more power? Not only would this cost almost nothing to him as he was taking away from himself, but it would also throw the timing of these experts completely off. A few percentage points here and there with Leonel's calculative abilities was enough to change the tide of battle completely. It was just unfortunate that he didn't manage to kill even a single one of them before they noted that he could do this. "I'm going to kill you." Both Belize and Dolores spoke at that same time, their fury and humiliation being practically palpable. Leonel didn't respond, his gaze remaining as cold as ice. In the skies above, the fluttering ash continued to fall. 4 radiant cores spun silently around Leonel. "I see. You're using angles to your advantage." Selam spoke lightly, a twin pair of jet-black daggers appearing in his hands as snaking black tails slowly rose out from his back. "But I wonder what good accelerating my attack will do for you if my blade is completely straight." Leonel's pupils constricted. But they hardly had time to do even that before the blade appeared right before him. Leonel tried to dodge, but the blade pierced through his armor without suspense, splitting his collarbone in 2 and threatening to take his entire arm with it. Chapter 1075. No. Chapter 1075. No. The pain was like a shock through Leonel's system. It felt as though his entire arm had been dipped into a vat of lava. Even the smallest twitch sent signals that felt like arm-thick strikes of lightning right to his mind. Selam, who had casually thrown his dagger over as a test, was now rightfully assured, and his words enlightened the others. So long as they were facing directly in front or directly behind the path Leonel was taking, it would simply be impossible for his domain to be of any use. Leonel coughed up a mouthful of blood, but there wasn't any time for leisure. The 5 heads had already moved. Leonel's steps shifted, his body falling out of the way of a swing of Silem's tail. The sound of whistling wind shot over his head even as Cirrus swung in his direction with his new bronzed fist. Leonel rolled to the side, his palm latching onto the dagger stuck in his shoulder, having had no choice but to put his spear away to do so. His left arm couldn't move at all, and his right hand pulled at the dagger, the searing pain racking his body. Silem didn't say anything toward this, but his gaze twinkled. In that moment, Leonel felt as though tendrils of darkness had drilled their way into his body, anchoring the dagger within him. They reached outward, drilling through his flesh and squirming toward his heart. The feeling was both the most disgusting and the most painful thing that Leonel had ever experienced in his life. His body, Silem's irises flashed. Using such a technique against a fifth-dimensional existence should have meant an instant death. But Silem had actually already used more strength than he would have to even against some sixth-dimensional existences, and yet he was still several seconds away from Leonel's heart. The shock of this made Silem almost miss something that was even more baffling. Where was the scream? At that moment, Leonel's gaze had become frighteningly cold. A murky crimson crept through his irises, mixing with the original pale violet. He felt absolutely furious at this moment, but it only made him calmer and more detached. Dolores's wrist flexed, her instincts catching hold of an opportunity. Her whip reacted in kind, tearing a path through the air and right for Leonel's other shoulder. The golden spear on Leonel's forehead flashed, but he didn't move. Or rather, it seemed like he didn't have the time to move. The whip's tip turned into pure water force once again, lashing against Leonel's right arm and shattering the sleeve of his armor into tiny little pieces. In the blink of an eye, all that was left behind was a beaten and bruised arm covered in bronze runes that had lost much of their light. Cirrus rapidly approached. Long-distance combat was most definitely not his forte. Seeing how easily Leonel dodged his earlier fist force and seeing his current state, he no longer held back, charging forward. However, he quickly found 4 radiant cores blocking his path. The pressure of what had happened earlier weighed on Cirrus's heart. He retreated explosively, but Leonel didn't dare to allow his radiant cores to travel too far from himself. Rolling to the side to avoid another attack, Leonel flexed his beaten and bruised right arm. A surge of vital star force returned, pouring into his pores from the segmented cube above and quickly healing his injuries. His arm flipped over, revealing a javelin. He quickly planted his leg, his torso torquing as he unleashed it with all his might. The streak of silver light appeared before Dolores in an instant, but she had long since been prepared. With another plop, Dolores collapsed into a pool of water, appearing even further away than last time. Right this moment, Silem's gaze had narrowed, gazing up at the segmented cube above Leonel's head. He hadn't missed the fact that Leonel had just healed himself using the energy coming from it. If not for the fact his dagger was slowly digging toward Leonel's heart, maybe that injury would have been dealt with already as well. Leonel suddenly exploded forward. Taking advantage in the gap of the encirclement that Dolores's retreat caused, Leonel's body alternated between a mad sprint and several teleportations. Beneath the influence of these 5 six-dimensional existences, he didn't dare to teleport too far, but he was supremely confident in these short spurts, and so long as he could just burst through, it was then that Averone, who had done little to nothing since the very start of this battle, took action. He pointed a singular finger toward a particular direction. The instant he did so, Leonel's expression changed and he came to a grinding halt. A solid beam of bronze jetted outward, crashing into the metal flooring before Leonel and causing a massive upsurge of explosions. Averone drew a calm line down Leonel's exit path, the beam coming from his finger never breaking once. It was clear that he had found yet another weakness to Leonel's domain. What good was accelerating a continuous attack like this one? So long as it made it to Leonel's destination first, he would have no path toward escape. Averone took his time blocking Leonel's escape before his laser slowly began to push back, inching toward Leonel, who was forced into quickly retreating again and again. It was exactly then that Silem pounced. However, his goal wasn't Leonel, but was rather the segmented cube above his head. With a single whip of his tail, he crumpled the metal beneath himself and shot his body into the air, appearing near the segmented cube in the blink of an eye. "No!" Leonel shouted out for the first time since the battle began. But before he could do anything, Dolores's whip lashed out once more, this time carrying even more power than it did before. As distracted as Leonel was now, he was completely finished. But Dolores had never expected for the flustered Leonel to suddenly turn back toward her as though nothing had happened. She could almost feel the coldness of his gaze beneath his visor, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Duality. Chapter 1076. A second Chapter 1076. A second Silem's expression changed. He felt as though all the strength he had put into his daggers was suddenly sapped away. His control was broken in an instant, and all the effort he had put toward digging toward Leonel's heart went up in a puff of smoke. However, he was already in the air and the segmented cube was in arm's reach. Who cared what happened as long as Leonel could no longer heal himself? He had already torn a path through Leonel's bones and lungs. Practically the entire left side of his body had become nothing but a useless pile of mush. If he lost the ability to heal, he would be finished. It was right then that Leonel's arm reached out, grabbing onto the end of Dolores's whip to pull hard. At first, Dolores thought that Leonel had a death wish. Firstly, her whip had the ability to turn intangible just like she could. With just a thought, she could freely turn its body into pure water force. And secondly, did Leonel think that just because her whip looked flexible and flimsy that it truly was? A single snap of her weapon could shatter an entire mountain range. Even Ceres wouldn't casually reach out to catch it. And yet, that was exactly what happened. Dolores's expression changed, immediately reacting to turn her whip into pure water force. But in that moment, it felt like all the force she poured in was sucked out by a powerful vacuum. No matter how much effort she put in, her whip remained solid. By the time she realized the problem, it was already too late. Her body propelled through the air like a streak of blue. In one swift motion, Leonel released the whip and flipped his palm, revealing his spear once again. His arm, beaten and bloodied, erupted with vital star force, healing in the blink of an eye as he pierced forward with all his might. A spiraling vortex of level 2 spear force manifested, twisting and spinning about Leonel's radiant core. No. Somehow, Dolores's screech made just how fake Leonel's earlier outcry was seem all the more obvious. They had been lured into a false sense of security, but their mistake was ever believing that they could be safe around Leonel at all. SHU. Bang. Dolores's force shield was blown into smithereens. Her dress was shredded to pieces, allowing the underlying armor to save her life for just a moment. Unfortunately, Leonel's drill was too large. Her torso remained somewhat safe, but her arms, legs, and head were all torn to shreds, causing a rain of blood to fall upon the battlefield. In ironic fashion, it was only after the head of the Rain family fell that the first rainfall followed. Silum and the expressions of the others warped wildly. The idea that one of them could die had never truly crossed their minds. Silum had no choice but to continue reaching for the segmented cube. But he too was stunned by what happened next. The segmented cube suddenly shifted, opening wide. Before Silum could stop himself, he fell into the midst of the lights, vanishing before all their eyes. In a final struggle, his roar pierced through the battlefield, but he still vanished nonetheless. Bang! Leonel was sent flying as Avaroni's beam finally reached him. The back of his armor was torn to pieces and blood gushed down. However, that was all. Even with 5 now becoming 3, Leonel still stood. Coughing heavily, Leonel rose to his feet once more. He ripped the dagger out from his shoulder, vital star force erupting around him. Slowly, the pieces of his armor began to reform even as his body itself healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The battlefield was quite chaotic at this moment. However, there were still plenty of individuals who were still within earshot and eyeshot of this battle. Seeing the 5 Leonel was facing be whittled down to just 3, a surge of fire was lit beneath those of Earth, while the exact opposite occurred for the invaders. I see. Avaroni spoke lightly. When your armor broke, you purposely revealed your broken and bruised arm, displaying none of the blue force. Then you absorbed it from the cube above, even though you could produce it yourself to goad Silum into falling for your trap. Now maybe the most dangerous one of us is out of the way for you, But I really don't understand how you managed to gain enough strength to kill Dolores with a single strike. Leonel remained silent. No. It wasn't that you have the strength to kill her in a single strike. It was Silum who did, right? Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he still said nothing. That odd power and speed displacement ability you have, I bet it works better based on proximity too, I guess we're all fools in your eyes then. Silum was pouring in his own strength into your body, likely trying to kill you. But in the end, all he was doing was giving you the exact strength you needed to kill one of his allies. Fascinating. Avaroni looked Leonel up and down. You know so much about our abilities, and you always act accordingly, yet we know absolutely nothing about yours and fall into such simple traps. Let me guess. You managed to open my younger brother's bronze eye? Leonel's gaze narrowed further, but silence was still his choice, his breathing becoming more and more even. He had only 10 more minutes of Star Force left. He couldn't afford to waste it. He needed to kill these 3 swiftly. I'll take your silence as affirmation. Avaroni chuckled. Cirrus, kill her. At that moment, Belize's expression changed. She had been putting so much effort into silently healing herself all this time, not having taken any action whatsoever. It was clear that she had expected something like this to happen. But now that it was actually happening, she was completely flustered. Cirrus sprung into action, brandishing his fists as he pounced toward Belize. Avaroni, you dare? Avaroni didn't even look in her direction. Instead, he looked into the skies as the boundary of this fold of reality began to splinter and crack once more. It's about time we end this. On the horizon, a second junior starship made its presence known, and it seemed that when it came to this one, Avaroni was confident that Leonel didn't know a thing about it. One more chapter coming today. Chapter 1077, Skit. Chapter 1077, Skit. The battlefield came to a grinding halt. The pressure of a second junior starship weighed down on them all. Leonel wasn't the only one who was having a tough battle. All around, blood and tears were being shed, flesh was being torn, and bones were being shattered. They had all pushed so hard to reach this step, all for it to come crashing down on their heads like this. Space crackled and twisted, familiar streaks of black lightning nearly warping reality as it pushed its way through, having every intention of crushing everything that lay in its path. To the side, the battle between Cirrus and Belize raged on. However, the latter already hardly stood a chance. She was already on her last legs to begin with and had used up much of her force in an effort to heal herself. She did everything she could to try to get to Dolores's corpse, but it was all meaningless. Cirrus was far too familiar with the abilities of the Flora family. After centuries of battle, they finally had a chance to get a slight one up on the floor. How could they not take it? With a world to take root in and grab energy from, the strength the Flora were known for couldn't be displayed. To make matters worse, Belize had already used her elite spore in an attempt to heal herself. If she separated from it mid-process, not only would she worsen her injuries, but she might even directly die soon after. Boy, help me. Reaching out for a last line of hope, Belize looked toward Leonel. It was quite ironic. The boy that she had been looking down upon all this time might be her only chance at surviving. Don't be stubborn. There is no such thing as eternal enemies as long as the benefits are great enough. Even my Flora family chose to ally with these bastards for a time. Look at the bigger picture. If you remove these metals from my body, I can heal in just a few seconds. Alone, I'm already powerful enough to fight these two. With you, we can crush them. Leonel didn't even gaze toward Belize. Work with her? People like her were the absolute scum of the earth. Leonel had read about how the elite spores were formed. He couldn't even imagine how many thousands of lives Belize had sacrificed just to cause hers to sprout. To make matters worse, to get it to grow to its current size would have taken tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands even. Even without the earth to root in, with he elite spore, Belize was likely the most powerful warrior on this battlefield. That was why Leonel had taken her out first while all of them were still underestimating himself. Even now, he was tormenting her with the molten metal that was still stuck to her back. The fact she was alive at all was a testament to just how powerful she truly was. Boy. Belize almost lost her cool entirely, her rage reaching a palpable level. The truth was that her death wouldn't change much. They might have been the heads of their families, but there were still numerous elders and hidden experts they hadn't brought out for this battle. How could a mid-level sixth-dimensional world possibly only have a single sixth-dimensional expert? The reason Avaroni still insisted on killing her was because of her talent and the potential trouble she might bring in the future, in addition to the potential that she might be carrying something important about the Flora family's legacy. At the same time, even if she wasn't a talent or wasn't carrying anything so important, her death would guarantee that the Radix and Midas families would be able to monopolize Earth for themselves without having to share. Once these two families established themselves, even if the Flora, Umbra, and Rain families came later, defending was far easier than launching an attack. By then, the power dynamic between the families would shift, and in a few decades, the Radix and Midas would gain enough power to crush the Flora themselves and complete the legacy. Just think about it. This second junior starship has nothing to do with me. It's obvious that the Radix and Midas decided to send more experts. Without sixth-dimensional experts, how will Earth defend itself? Don't think that just because you killed Dolores that you can do it yourself. The trick you used with Silum won't work twice, and Dolores was by far the weakest of us all. In addition, now that they know how your ability works, they won't make the same mistake Silum did again, and you won't have a chance to kill another one of us with a single strike. I can tell that your body is very powerful, and this is likely the reason you've been able to fight and harm us. But I can also tell that you're relying heavily on that blue force to boost your strength. How much more time will it buy you? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Even if it will last you an infinite amount of time, I can tell you that it won't matter. These two are still hiding their ability indexes because they don't want to expose themselves. In addition, they've yet to use the true prowess of sixth-dimensional existences because this odd atmosphere is restricting it. But once this second junior starship descends, this environment you've created will shatter and their strength will at least double. I won't ask for much in return. Just save me and allow me a piece of the spoils. I won't take any of Earth's territory. I wouldn't even have the numbers left to continue fighting you all after this. The warriors of the other families would not listen to me. Belize did everything she could to convince Leonel, and all of her arguments were perfectly sound. In fact, though Avaroni had said nothing from start to finish, he was ready to stop Leonel at any time, his gaze firmly locked onto the ladder. However, Leonel himself was still looking toward the ship that had finally broken through the final layer, his gaze somewhat vacant, though it was difficult to tell beneath his visor. On the helm of this second junior starship, a man stood with a tall back and wide shoulders. Though Leonel had never personally laid eyes on him before, he almost instantly recognized this man as Guildhead Augustus Ovaltine. However, a half step to the back of this man was a woman he was actually a bit surprised to see there. Not because she was alive, he had already guessed that. But it was rather that she was actually standing a half step behind her father. He had thought that the two of them were enemies with differing goals. But if they weren't, that meant Leonel's lips suddenly curled into a smile, his gaze shifting toward Averoni. He could hardly control his amusement, causing his cold exterior to collapse. What? Did you all prepare a comedy skit just for me? You really shouldn't have. Averoni's gaze narrowed. What the hell did Leonel mean by that? Chapter 1078, 19%, Chapter 1078, 19%, up above. Even Aira's gaze narrowed. Leonel had very clearly seen her, but his reaction was actually so nonchalant. Was her survival really not that surprising to him? How could that be possible? Even up until now, you still don't get what's going on? Leonel looked toward Averoni. Though his gaze was hidden behind his visor, his mockery was practically palpable. It hung in the air like a venomous snake, making Averoni, who had always felt supremely confident in himself, feel his skin slowly become prickly and uncomfortable. At that moment, the forward momentum of the second junior starship came to a slow halt. The speed it had been building up to shatter the artificial atmosphere Leonel had built here dropped to zero, stunning Averoni and the others. I'm not entirely sure why you think yourself to be so clever, Leonel continued. Did you think that just because one of you two protected her initially that I would forget that you were mortal enemies? Even now you don't understand that I could kill her whenever I want, so why do you think that she's still alive? Averoni's gaze narrowed. He had forgotten one very important thing. From the beginning, the reason why they were forced to fight Leonel all at once instead of spreading out to support the rest of the battlefield was that they felt he was too dangerous. If one of them turned their backs away, they would most definitely die. And yet to this point, Leonel had yet to use that ability. On top of that, with Belize's current state, she would have been the easiest target to get rid of. So why was it that Leonel had hounded Dolores so much? At that moment, Belize, who no longer had the leisure to split her mind and her focus, screeched. Her voice was like that of a banshee, making all those who heard it feel as though their very blood was vibrating as their ears threatened to burst. I'll take you with me. The leech-like carnivorous plant attached to Belize's back suddenly pulsed as the spider lily on her forehead sprouted and bloomed. The roots of the spider lily double in size, wiggling beneath Belize's skin as it sucked her completely dry. In one moment, she had been a morbidly obese woman. In the next, she was nothing more than skin and bone, what remained of her face actually carrying some of the charm a beauty would have. Unfortunately, that beauty was warped by a twisted expression and a leeching spider lily that made it difficult to appreciate. Belize's naked form appeared before them all, but there were no curves or healthy, glossy skin. Her body had been completely drained of its blood and its fat. Being too weak even to walk on her own 2 feet, the vines of the carnivorous planet attached to her back propped her up, raising her into the air. With another vicious screech, a vine whipped outward, slamming into Cirrus. The devastation made Dolores's whip look like nothing more than child's play. The air split. The space cracked, and Cirrus's ribs caved in as though a god had drawn a finger across his chest. In just a single attack, he was put in a half-dead state, shards of his own ribcage tearing into his lungs and heart as he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Belize lost her rationality, chasing after Cirrus like a madman. See that? Leonel spoke casually, as though he was watching theater. You, Averoni's pupils, constricted. Do you know how many battles between your Radix and her Flora family are recounted in your records? Leonel continued to passively observe without a word. The answer is just 10,706. Of course, these aren't all of the battles, just the ones of note. Of those battles, about 2,803 of them are between experts of your families. These can be considered small-scale battles with between 2 to 5 people participating at once. Regardless, it's usually less than 10. Do you know how many of those battles your family won? Don't worry, it's a bit embarrassing, so you don't need to answer. The percentage is about 24%. As for how many the floor outright won, that would be about 57%. So, what do you think happened with the remaining 19%? Cirrus lost his arm to pure blunt trauma. Without relying on the slightest sharpness, it was ripped from his in terrible fashion, his blood pooling out to the ground. Fascinating, don't you think? Leonel asked. Of that remaining 19%, all of them were counted as draws. These weren't any normal draw, but rather, they were draws where all parties died. Leonel looked away from the battlefield and back toward Averone. Now, if you're like me, you'd find this statistic to be weird. A situation where everyone dies is too odd, especially since your records didn't seem to have an explanation for it. And, after reading through all the techniques and abilities of your Radix and Midas families, you most definitely didn't have what was necessary to force such a draw in a fifth of cases. The only logical answer, then, is that it wasn't you forcing the draw, it was, rather, the Flora family forcing it. And, lo and behold, in 93% of the cases where the battle ended in a draw, it had been an ambush by your Radix family, meaning the Flora had been forced into a desperate situation and left without a choice but to use their hidden trump card. Averoni's breathing was no longer as steady as it was before. This Leonel wanted him to believe that just by reading the outcomes of battles, he was able to deduce that the Flora family had a hidden ability that even they hadn't been aware of. Not only did he deduce this ability, but he was able to grasp the nature and even the timing of it to the point he could make use of it in his plans. Just what kind of monster was standing before him now? Just who was this Prince Leonel, and how could he possibly outcalculate his Radix family? Averoni took several deep breaths. This wasn't the end of it, so what if the Floor had such an ability? The fact that Leonel dared to stand here meant that Belize had lost her rationality. She would likely burn herself out fighting Ceres, and when she was dead, everything would go as planned regardless. This was all meaningless. So why did he still feel like Leonel was smiling? Chapter 1079, based on Chapter 1079, based on it. Made sense that the Radix never saw this pattern. They had accumulated this data over several centuries, and they never categorized them in terms of wins, losses, and draws. They just documented what happened. For Leonel to draw that connection himself after flipping through them spoke for itself. However, that didn't explain why any of this was important. I'm not entirely sure why you're so confused, Leonel said lightly. The fact you don't think it's important that you're standing here, doing nothing, while your supposed partner and equal is fighting down to his last breath doing something you commanded him to do. You don't really understand how people work, Averoni's pupils constricted. If you still don't get it, I can give you another stat. Maybe that'll help things sink into place for you. Of those 10,706 battles fought, there were 17,092 members of your families that died. Of that number, 64% were from the Midas family. How about another stat? There were 27,893 participants of the battle's total. That means that there were 10,801 survivors. Of the number of survivors, 72% of them were members of your Radix family. Averoni's expression darkened with every word Leonel spoke. And now, once again, a member of the Radix family is watching a member of the Midas fight to the bloody end. But do you know what the difference is between this time and all those other times? Leonel smiled and looked around. You have spectators. The battlefield had already fallen into a silence the moment the second junior starship appeared, and it felt like the tides were shifting. However, because of all the commotion and noise the battle between Belize and Ceres were making, not to mention the distraction of Leonel's words, Averoni hadn't even noticed the issue until it was pointed out to him. His gaze subconsciously swept about, only for him to find several members of the Midas family looking back toward him. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. The glue that held the Radix and Midas together was the outside threat of the Floor family. The Floor were simply far too powerful, as they had monopolized an entire half of the inheritance all to their own. Without banding together, they would die separately. Due to this, a lot of the internal conflict between the two families was ignored and allowed to fester. But having a spotlight shone on it like now made the problem several orders of magnitude worse. Because the Midas always had such powerful bodies, and because the Radix were so calculative, the nature of these battle stats had always been an open secret. If there was anyone that would be smart enough to survive a close battle, it would more likely be the Radix. And now this scab wound would be torn open for all to see. But I know what you're thinking. Leonel continued with a smile. Or rather, I know what you'll eventually conclude, because right now it seems that you're too flustered to think properly. Once this head of the Flora family dies beneath the backlash of her own technique, the Flora family will retaliate fiercely. After all, it's been 207 years since one of their heads has died, and last time that occurred, they were able to retrieve their corpse and not lose anything. Now, however, this woman will die in the midst of a battlefield with no other powerful enough members of the Flora family here to retrieve her. There's about an 83% likelihood that she's holding something supremely important and precious on her person as well. Because of this inevitable and fierce coming retaliation, the Midas will have no choice but to swallow their discontent, and your issues can once more be swept under the rug, right? But there's just a small problem with that. Leonel's head angled up to the second junior starship whose engine was still stalled. The problem is that you're a fool and you still think that they're on your side when they've obviously already decided to betray you. The moment Leonel said these words, both Era and her father narrowed their gazes. I bet you that by now, all of the members you bribed and placed on their council have been assassinated. I can also see, no matter how he tries to hide it, that Gouldhead Ovaltine has entered the sixth dimension. Now you think about it yourself. The goal of your Radix-Midas alliance is to combat the Flora family. The Midas allow the losses they've accrued over the years because when it comes down to it, your Radix family's intelligence is the backbone of your operation while they are the brawn. But what would happen if the largest scale plot you had cracked was thwarted by another? What if all the resources you had poured in, all the effort, was meaningless? How would the Midas continue to trust you all if you can't do the one thing you're meant to do? What are they losing their lives for every day if you can't complete a single task? Averoni's chest heaved, his gaze practically red at this point. I'm not sure why it is that you're getting angry with me. I haven't done anything but point out the obvious. Your Radix family got played. If the Milky Way Guild succeeds in getting a foothold in Earth's fold of reality, you all won't even be that large of a threat to them anymore, and everything you've done to this point would be meaningless. So, don't you agree with me? Isn't this a funny little skit you have going here? Avaroni suddenly began to laugh, the sounds of clinking resonating throughout his body as the gears of several mechanisms sprung to life. I'm going to enjoy killing you, he growled. The metal beneath Avaroni's feet warped as he suddenly shot forward. His strength bloomed and his force threatened to collapse the space he shot through. Since everything was falling apart around him, he would piece it together himself. In all this nonsense Leonel was spewing, he had forgotten that he was the most vulnerable person. However, it was then that Avaroni felt that something was wrong. Leonel stood there unmoving as he rapidly closed the distance between them. It was as though he hadn't noticed the murderous intent at all. Leonel slowly shook his head. If it was possible for them to lose their minds to the point of getting hyper-fixated on a single person, how is it that all of them would die 19% of the time? Do you know why I haven't moved an inch since she began to rampage? It's because carnivorous plants find their prey based on movement. A vine appeared above Avaroni's head, slapping down with the weight of a mountain. Dumbass. Bang. Chapter 1080. Luck. Chapter 1080. Luck. Avaroni's head was blasted into pieces. The power gap between a Belize who had activated her secret technique and him was simply too far apart. In fact, for the past several dozen seconds now, Belize had already been beating nothing more than Cirrus's corpse. The only reason the latter was even relatively intact was purely because of how powerful his body was. Nothing more, nothing less. Leonel watched as Avaroni crumpled before him. Bits and pieces of his skull and brain flew out in all directions, falling to Leonel's feet. His eyes only barely managed to remain intact, their gaze locked onto Leonel, flickering through a whirlwind of emotions. Various colors of anger, fury, and rage dipped in a layer of helplessness and pleading. But it was all meaningless. Even if Leonel wanted to save him, he couldn't. Healing a sixth-dimensional existence was beyond his abilities, not that he would even try to do so to begin with. The instant Avaroni plopped to his knees, another vicious vine whip descended from above, booming down again and again. He lost the rest of his head, then his neck, then torso. Eventually, he was nothing but a lump of meat and metal heated through repeated pummeling. The entire battlefield remained silent as Belize rampaged about, not a single soul daring to move even an inch. Leonel could tell that there were a few madmen who wanted to sacrifice their own lives just to force him to move. He could sense the look in the eyes with his internal sight. But toward this he only smiled. He was very much ready for whatever they brought. Smartly of them, though, they didn't take action in the end. Just 10 minutes later, Belize released a final screech, her wrinkled body writhing wildly as the spider lily on her forehead squeezed. In the next moment, she fell into a pile of ash, the leech on her back screaming as it had lost its final support. At that moment, Leonel suddenly sprung forward, a snow globe flickering in his hands as he stored away the carnivorous plant before it could truly wither away. As he was the only one even remotely close to the incident, no one was even in position to stop him. Then, with light steps, he walked to Avaron's bloody pulp. Little Tali wiggled around Leonel's wrist, squeezing out from the cracks in his armor and burrowing into the steaming pile. When the little guy came out, it was still a pristine and shimmering silver as though it would forever remain unblemished. However, within its body, a large amount of sixth-dimensional ores had been excavated. In fact, the amount dwarfed Avaroni's younger brother by several measures. After working at his own pace for several moments, Leonel finally looked up to the ship above. By now, the father-daughter pair had been completely surrounded, several thousand oryx driving them into a corner. Their expressions remained placid, however the conclusion of all of this seemed quite obvious. At this moment, the people of Earth couldn't help but cast worshipful gazes toward Leonel's back. Although they weren't quite sure what was happening, it was clear by Leonel's earlier words and everything that happened after that he was well aware of how things would play out. Completely beside himself, Augustus began to clap slowly, his placid expression giving way to admiration. It was the kind of look one wouldn't expect to see from an enemy. Even Leonel could only say that he was taken aback. The truth of the matter was that he had gotten lucky, and he knew it. If not for the Oryx becoming such a backbone of the Milky Way Guild's plan, things wouldn't have been able to end so simply. Just the odds of such a thing happening alone were baffling, and yet he had greatly benefited from it. Leonel couldn't help but think what would happen if one day he was the unlucky one. This dimensional verse seemed so fickle at times. It was impossible that he would have every tidbit of information he'd need at every turn. If by some miracle Leonel gained that ability, it would be amazing. He didn't believe that there was anyone he could ever lose to if he did. But was that even realistic? I have to awaken goggles as soon as possible. Only when I have someone with his abilities by my side can things become a bit easier. I can only say that I should have killed you that day, Augustus said lightly. I've lost thoroughly. Leonel didn't need to think much to know what Augustus was talking about. That day on planet Solara, he had definitely locked onto him. However, Augustus had chosen not to act to stop Leonel back then, likely wanting to use him as a tool to whittle down the geniuses of the Radix and Midas families. But in the end, that choice came back to bite him. You were just unlucky, Leonel said lightly. Augustus gazed toward Leonel deeply. Right now, he had more than enough power to charge out of this encirclement and leave this place. But then what? He had spent his entire life building the Milky Way Guild. Before coming here, he had killed off more than 70% of their core strength, weeding out the plague that had been infecting them for so long. Now, they were nothing more than a shell of their former selves. Augustus had wanted to use this foothold in Earth's fold of reality to recoup his losses, but he had been stonewalled before his dreams could even take flight. Hearing Leonel's words, he wanted to be angry, but he was appreciative at the same time. This young man's view on life, it was one even he could admire. Only those at the bottom thought that everything was due to luck. Only those at the top thought that everything was due to hard work. To meet a young man who could be so superior to those around him and yet acknowledge the nuance of it all, it was rare, rare indeed. Era stood in silence, her gaze locked onto Leonel from start to finish. Second chapter 02, chapter 1081, Blazing, chapter 1081, Blazing. This doesn't have to be the end if you don't want it to be, Leonel suddenly said. You also don't have to rebuild everything from scratch. Augustus's gaze narrowed. What do you mean by this? Well, that would depend on how much your daughter hates me and how much you value that hatred, Leonel responded with another hypothetical. Augustus's frown deepened, but he didn't immediately look toward his daughter. He knew well that his daughter's feelings for her late fiancé weren't fake. And he knew his daughter's temperament well. Bending wasn't something she took too kindly to. Even if she bent now, there was a good chance she would snap back in the future. However, before he could think anymore, Era suddenly spoke. Rie and Sil. Where are they? Leonel didn't need to think long to remember who these two were. Sil was Honored's younger sister and would have been Ira's sister-in-law. As for Rai, she was apparently Sil's best friend, but there was a bit of a scandal behind this. According to what Leonel had learned, Rai was actually the child between City Lord White, who Ina had killed in her berserk state, and City Lord Kaifir, Sil and Honored's father. She was thus treated very well by the family, as she was technically a part of them, but Rai herself, along with Sil, seemed to have no idea about this. Regardless, this was a story that Leonel had thrown to the back of his mind because, truthfully, he simply didn't care. It didn't seem relevant. They are currently both on Earth, Leonel replied lightly. And my father-in-law? Executed. Era fell into silence. She should have already guessed this long ago. There was no way that Earth would let the main leaders of the attack live. However, the population of people itself was a different story entirely. They could be slowly integrated and fix Earth's current greatest problem, population. Augustus finally looked toward his daughter, but she was still looking toward Leonel. Earth isn't worried about the two of them seeking revenge for their father? Leonel raised an eyebrow. What would you prefer? Leonel had no way of knowing his grandfather's true intentions. But if he knew anything about that man, he was prideful to a point and immensely logical when it came to weighing positives and negatives. Emperor Fox had chosen to allow the Paradise Islands to fall from the sky, effectively killing billions of invalids before they could even take form. However, just think about the method he used. The Paradise Islands had been staples of Earth for several decades already. It was so well integrated that it didn't even look like a plot. He was a man who had essentially gotten away with murdering 99% of his people, and it didn't even spark a rebellion. This was to say that Emperor Fox knew how to be cruel to meet his ends, but he was also intelligent in the way he went about it. Killing the city lords was justified. But if he went as far as to execute two little girls, he would come off as not only a coward, but it would be even more difficult to rein in the people of Terrain to become one with Earth. The risk wasn't worth the reward. Ira fell into silence. Soon it was clear that she had already gotten everything she wanted out of this exchange. You want me to join Earth? Augustus asked. Leonel's armor began to slowly vanish, revealing his real form. At the moment, he was drenched and sweat from head to toe, and blood clung to bits and pieces of his body. Yet, when he ran his hand through his wet hair, he seemed oddly dignified and in control. No, I want you to join me. Augustus was stunned into silence when he heard this. Was this brat rebelling on Earth? Wasn't he a prince? What was going on here exactly? Leonel smiled. I'm the only noble in the Empire without a legion of my own. All I have are 8 brothers, and sometimes they're not too reliable. What the fuck? Cap, don't lie to the people. Leonel grinned, but kept looking toward Augustus. Augustus was baffled at the audacity of this child. He was a 6th-dimensional expert. In fact, he was a genius in his own right. Making it so far in the backwater dregs of this sector was something to boast about without a doubt. Now, a young man who was effectively a child in his eyes was actually asking him to follow him. If you told Augustus an hour ago that this was how this event would play out, he would have probably killed whoever spoke with a wave of his hand. Do you understand what you're asking right now? Why wouldn't I just leave the Milky Way and go to parts unknown? Why should I wait on you? I wonder. Have you heard of the Morales family? Leonel asked. He gauged Augustus's reaction. Leonel had already deduced that for Shield-Cross Stars to act the way it did, it had to be wary of him having a backer. It was possible that the backers it was worried about were those that supported Earth, but if that was the case, Why would they have dared to mess with Earth's subdimensional zones? If not for Leonel, the true treasure of Camelot would have ended up in an outsider's hands. That meant that what they were worried about weren't the people backing Earth, but rather people that might be backing Leonel himself in particular. And since Era was most definitely responsible for Leonel being framed, it was likely that she had been the one to reach this conclusion first. Simply put, there was a good chance Augustus might be aware. As expected, Augustus's pupils constricted into pinholes, his muscles tightening. It was just for a brief moment, but it would never escape Leonel's notice. I have no idea what you're talking about, Augustus said with a straight face. Leonel's smile didn't fade. Oh, me too, honestly. It's just a random thing I heard people throw out there. But what about this? Leonel's force suddenly surged. 2 pairs of white gold wings spreading out for tens of meters appearing upon his back. Above them, an owl's gaze lingered between reality and illusion, bearing down on the world with an undeniable momentum. The call of a bird rang through the stars, a single flap of its wings bringing 1/10 of light years away. At that instant, the people of the Radix, Midas, Florer, and Umbra families froze in place, their knees trembling. Lulu Luxnix. It was impossible to know who said it first, but they all cowered at once. Not a single one of the invaders didn't recognize the symbol of this sector's rulers. The snowy star owl was a symbol of dominion, of rulership, and of wisdom. Though Aina was currently on the Luxnix's main planet, the Luxnix territory spread far beyond that, and it could be said that they had dozens of strongholds across the strongest galaxies of this sector. There was no way a mid-tier 6th dimension family like those here wouldn't recognize them. Augustus gripped his fists tight, his gaze blazing with fire. Chapter 1082, Nest. Chapter 1082, Nest. The reaction was only as one might expect. The truth was that Leonel hadn't tried to lean on this advantage because he truly felt that it wouldn't matter much to begin with. His ties with the Luxnix and Morales families were, loose to say the least. Not only that, but Leonel was a bit stubborn about it all at the same time. He wanted to use his Luxnix and Morales blood for the sake of taking over said families. But, as far as relying on them, he never really had any intention of doing so. As far as he saw things, he would be the one in position to elevate them, not the other way around, and he also wasn't fond of the idea of having to rely on others as well. This wasn't just a matter of pride, it was also a matter of practicality. Just seeing how Ina's family had treated her, Leonel felt it would be a fool's dream to hope that his own families would welcome him with open arms. If he really went into the world with that kind of thought process, he would end up chewed up and spit out before he realized what happened. Leonel had always subconsciously known that his own power and strength would always be the most important. But seeing how things ended up for Augustus today, and how many times he had been forced to change and alter his plans before he could even take the first step on his journey, he realized it even more now. If he didn't wield enough power and strength himself, it would all be meaningless. There would be a day where no amount of scheming could get him out of a situation, and he would be forced to face it head-on. If when that time came he was still trying to play chess when the situation demanded checkers, all his dreams and aspirations would be for naught. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. Leonel forgot that he was supposed to be waiting for an answer from Augustus for a moment as he lost himself in a trail of thoughts. I'm trying to build a kingdom, but before it's even gotten off its feet, it's already pulling me in so many directions. I'm worrying about recruiting, about loyalty, about resources and money. It's diverting my attention so much at just this scale. What would happen on a larger scale? Leone shook his head. It was difficult to make a choice. In truth, he needed somewhat of a kingdom just to fight for position during the Morales Air Wars. Those individuals probably had far better connections than Leonel could even dream of right this moment. But if he focused too much on this, his own power would be lacking when the time came. Ultimately, Leonel realized that he once again knew too little. When would the air wars take place? What were the rules? Who was allowed to participate at his call and who wasn't? If Leonel could just bring his mother and father with him to the air wars, would he even need to worry about victory? If he could do something like that, why was he wasting so much time recruiting people? In that case, wouldn't it be better to just focus on himself and a small group of elites? Then, when the time came, he could sick his dad's foul mouth on all his enemies and lay back and relax. Though Leonel wasn't exactly sure how powerful his parents were, he assumed they were pretty good. And even though his dad would be against helping him at first, from what Leonel remembered of his mother in his memories, he only needed to ask her once and he would fall in line. Leonel might be against using the Morales and Luxnix family, but he had no qualms about relying on his own parents, even if he had to be a bit shameless about it. These sorts of thoughts were exactly what left Leonel at a bit of a loss. He realized that he was still too overeager and impatient. A dream like uniting the entire dimensional verse was maddening enough, and yet he was actually trying to speedrun it at the same time. He needed to take a breath and calm down. There were more important things to consider. When Leonel reached this conclusion, he finally looked upward again, only to find Augustus looking back toward him with clenched fists and a gaze that was just a little bit too fiery. It was hard to tell if he wanted to tear Leonel limb from limb or kiss him passionately. The oddity was so striking that even Leonel's own expression couldn't help but turn weird. This Augustus was an interesting character. I will follow you, Augustus suddenly said. Leonel blinked. It's that easy? Leonel was stunned. He was used to things going wrong one way or another. Even his own organizations had turned on him more times than he could count by now. It was baffling that anyone would be so straightforward with him. In the end, though, he grinned. An unknown amount of time later, Leonel appeared within the segmented cube, gasping for breath. His body was aching all over. Truthfully, he felt as though he had just ran 10 marathons back to back to back. He really didn't know what he would do without his vital star force. There's definitely even more potential in Camelot's magic system than just this too. Leonel's mind wandered as he moved through the cube. He eventually made his way to a large training field, just one of several, but at this moment it was a complete mess. Craters littered the ground, large amounts of force hung in the air, making it difficult to breathe, and there were even the dull sounds of struggle still lingering in the air. Leonel stopped looking around to find the head of the Umbra family pincered by Vice and Candle. He was on his knees, his hand raised up to his sides as though they had been nailed down, when in reality there was nothing there at all. However, the most intriguing part wasn't any of this, but rather the little mink who took the Umbra head's hair as a nest to rest in. 3 more chapters coming later today. Chapter 1083. How? Chapter 1083 How? Yip. Little Blackstar suddenly shot up, springing off of Silem's head and into Leonel's arms. Leonel smiled lightly, chuckling at the little guy's antics. Even after absorbing all of that blood, Little Blackstar appeared to be the exact same with no change to his size or his demeanor. But Leonel had a feeling that this was all due to the Silver Tablet. A few days ago, Leonel realized that if the root of the Silver Tablet's abilities was to break convention, then didn't that mean it could also shorten the 13 months Little Blackstar needed down as well? But Leonel realized then that he had underestimated the Silver Tablet a bit too much. Not only was it able to cut down the time to a mere fraction of the original 13-month period, but it was also able to help Little Blackstar reach a state of perfect integration. What did this mean? It meant that the current Little Blackstar wasn't a mutated beast. Even if the foremost experts of the dimensional verse examined the little guy now, they would conclude that he had been born with all the talent he currently had now. This sort of integration was far beyond what even the segmented cube could accomplish with its original 13-month span. This also made Leonel realize another important thing. If the Silver Tablet could do this for Little Blackstar, it meant that it could also do so for himself. His path toward upgrading his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor wasn't as far away as he thought it was initially. Of course, it took Leonel giving up a lot of the resources he traded to the 8-Eye branch to accomplish this, but it was more than worth it. Not only would Little Blackstar's future be far brighter, but the little guy was now the bane of the Umbra family's existence. The suppression Silem faced was twofold. Not only was his Shadow Fox bloodline suppressed in the face of a stronger beast, but his darkness affinity was practically useless. Then, on top of that, he actually had to face 2 savants at the same time, one which could reflect all of his clearly weakened attacks, and another that could lock him in place or make it near impossible to move with any sort of freedom. Just like that, maybe the most powerful head after Belize fell. The most baffling part was that Leonel hardly raised a hand and ended up killing them both with ease. Even now, Silem could only shake his head. They knew from the beginning that Earth had a high chance of producing savants, but their reports showed that there weren't any. A high chance didn't mean a guarantee, so they had moved forward with that reassurance. Little did they know that Earth had simply hidden it too well. When Terrain attacked Dark Cloud Prison, they hadn't done it with savants in mind. They had only wanted to release talented people with a vendetta against Earth. They were even more clueless about it all than the Umbra and the other families were. The simple truth was that they had underestimated and looked down on Earth too much. Even to the final moment, he had actually jumped headfirst into a trap and delivered himself directly to Leonel. Toward such a thing, he could only feel embarrassed. I don't have anything to tell you, just kill me. Leonel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. Is this some sort of third-rate movie? Can't you say something more original than that? Silem's brow furrowed. Movie? What the hell was that? And why did he feel the sudden need to punch Leonel in the nose? Killing you would probably give me the least trouble, but I have a small friendship with Radless, so I thought I would at least try to speak with you first. We have nothing to speak about, Silem said coldly. Oh, nothing? So you don't care about this little mink in my arms that could probably eradicate your entire family on his own, just by virtue of his suppressive effect on you all? Silem's brow furrowed. I think I would be fairly justified in going to your Umbra galaxy and wreaking some havoc. After all, your people saw it fit to do that with Earth, right? Silem remained silent. There was simply nothing to say. The two of them simply had vastly different perspectives on things, and Silem didn't feel that any one of them was wrong. He would just have to trust those who remained to find a way to survive. Well, I could do that, or I could release you. Silem's expression warped. If he could survive, he would very much like to. Who wouldn't? But right now, he just felt like Leonel was just playing with him. Don't be so quick to think I'm lying. In truth, I have dreams that are quite big, and I'm trying to look into the future. A family like your Umbra family, already well-versed in the art of assassination, would be greatly useful to me. My Umbra family doesn't work for others. I know you don't work for others. Ever since your split from the Three-Finger Cult, right? Sulem's expression changed violently, his gaze snapping up to meet Leonel's. How the hell do you know that? Well, I didn't. Until just now, anyway. Leonel smiled and shook his head. Now look, your cliché lines are rubbing off on me. Sulem wasn't a fool. He couldn't be goaded into admitting such a thing. The issue was that there shouldn't be anyone who could even take a guess at this to begin with. It was similar to someone being so shockingly and overly specific that it couldn't possibly be that they weren't already certain of the answer. The mere fact that Leonel had asked such a thing meant that he was already at least 90% sure of its possibility. The issue was obvious, though. How the hell did Leonel know something like this? Chapter 1084. Read, Chapter 1084. Reed Silem was stunned silent, but Leonel only continued to smile lightly. How do you know this? It's quite interesting, actually. I was just flipping through the record of the Radix. That's impossible. There's no way they would know something so sensitive, or else they would have long since used it. With how precarious their situation against the Flora family has been, it's impossible that they wouldn't have used us to help clear them of their enemy. Silem was originally a man of few words, but for some reason he found himself spilling in Leonel's presence. He ended up overcorrecting himself and speaking even more than he would have to usually. But that didn't change the fact that he was correct. The Flora family was too powerful and only seemed to steadily grow with every generation. Even with just half of the inheritance of the Silver Empire, the strength they displayed only grew more astounding with every successive generation. In fact, Silem had reason to believe that the strength they displayed now was just the tip of the iceberg. For whatever reason, the Flora family was very concerned with keeping a low profile. Yet, contrary to that, the Flora family also seemed to be in constant war with the Radix and Midas families. Just on the surface, one could see that there was some sort of secret grudge the two families shared. But as for the details, neither the Umbra, Rain, or any of the other surrounding families had been able to find the truth. This aside, Leonel's stats were perfectly correct. Not only had the Flora won more than half the battles they fought with the Radix, even among the rest, the Radix and Midas still ended up losing all participants in 19% of cases. This was all to say that the Flora were slowly but surely winning the war. With the Radix and Midas slowly losing ground, if they had such a trump card, wouldn't they have used it? It simply didn't make much sense. I couldn't help but notice that you didn't react much when I said the name Radless, Leonel said lightly. The lamb narrowed his gaze, but didn't respond. I found your response to be quite interesting, because, make no mistake, I was watching intently. I thought that if I mentioned Radless, there would at least be something. I wouldn't call myself perfect, but if there's one thing I have, it's senses that are quite sharp. However, when I mentioned Radless, there was absolutely nothing. Your heartbeat was extraordinarily steady, your gaze was placid, and your temperature remained unchanged. It wasn't until a split moment later when I mentioned potentially sparing you that you shifted and became cold, outright rejecting my proposal. I found that reaction to be quite fascinating. The odds of a family head like yourself knowing a small figure like Radless should probably be small. The exception would be if he was a member of your family, maybe your son or your grandson, or maybe if he was a great enough genius. I thought that maybe since the like of Radless, Liebly, and the others were sent as the vanguard, that they had quite high standings amongst your families. Yet not once did any of your heads ask for their well-being during our battle or any time before. It made me realize that to you all, these youths were probably a dime a dozen. Reaching that conclusion, it should be quite obvious then why you didn't react. After all, you don't really know Radless, isn't it normal? But the answer to that question would actually be no. The normal human reaction to hearing a name they weren't quite familiar with would be inquisition, a bit of processing, memory retrieval, things of that sort. But your reaction was so benign that it was abnormal, don't you think? Silem's gaze narrowed further. Even now, he was kneeling on the ground, his arms spread outward and nailed seemingly in thin air. I found it odd, until I remembered the techniques of your Umbra family. From your records, you're not only adept in the dark elemental force, you're excellent at concealment, you prefer short weapons or throwing weapons, your minds are resistant to mental probing, and you're immune to poisons. Paint me a man who's quite fond of his clichés, but isn't that just the perfect character build of an assassin? Your lack of a reaction was a trained response you've honed over the years, correct? It probably makes you impossible to read for most people. It seems you're not most people, Silem said coldly. Leonel chuckled. Maybe not. But I'm starting to think that I'm not quite normal to begin with. I scare myself sometimes. I wonder just how much of me is a facade I put up to protect myself, and how much of that facade is there to protect others. Silem's pupils constricted. He felt an odd pressure coming from Leonel that made him feel suffocating. A deep fear welled up in his heart, sweat involuntarily pouring down his brows and spine. It felt for a moment that he was before a wild beast. Many people thought that the scariest thing about animals was their strength. Compared to humans, their teeth were sharper, their strikes were stronger, and their propensity for violence was far greater. But as an assassin, Silam knew what truly scared most about animals. In a day, humans might interact with dozens to hundreds of their peers. In each one of these reactions, there are clearly learned and easily observable behaviors one can detect. We can sense when someone is uncomfortable, when they're happy, when they're sad, and when they might grow violent. Knowing these things is what helps humans survive. Only by being able to read the intentions of those around you could you maneuver about the world properly. However, many humans couldn't read animals. A normal man could never tell when a snake is happy or sad or ready to lash out. Their faces were unreadable to the average person, and that was what was so fearsome about them. And right this moment, despite his years of experience, Silam couldn't read Leonel at all. Chapter 1085, perfect. Chapter 1085, perfect. Anyway, Leonel continued with a smile. It's obvious to me now that you clearly know of Radlis. Your trained lack of a response likely means that not only do you know him, but that he's also important to you. It's either that he's related to you, or that you sent him here to do something important. The answer is more than likely both. What I've been baffled about for the longest time, though, is the fact that Radlis would come here and join Valiant Heart Mountain of all places. It never really made much sense to me. The only logical reason I could come up with was maybe that your Umbra family had taken a fancy to the Valiant Heart Mountain's Valiant Pillars. That seemed to be an adequate enough reason. But it simply came with too many holes. With your family's concealment abilities, wouldn't it just be easier to sneak in and snatch the treasure for yourself? What would be the point in sending a young man like Radlis who, at the time, was merely in the fourth dimension? It seems quite counterintuitive and like a grand waste of time. Then there was the fact that Radlis's actions were quite odd in and of themselves. During the first trial for new entries, his performance was good, but it wasn't top tier. He didn't manage to climb very high and was actually outclassed by a few others. Knowing his true talent now, he had clearly been holding back to quite a large extent. After Radlis entered the organization, he seemed to be quite aimless as well, doing nothing much other than chasing girls. There was even a point he joined a crafters guild despite the fact he wasn't a crafter in the slightest. By all measures, it seemed like he wasn't doing much at all, or maybe that he was rather waiting for something, and that was when the selections rolled around. I missed Radlis's performance due to some reasons. Leonel almost couldn't stop himself from smiling as he remembered the reason he missed Radlis's battle was because he was having his own battle with Ina. But that was neither here nor there. But, to my surprise, he actually managed to gain one of the slots to enter the Valiant Heart Zone. To think, he had gone from not even being the best among the freshman recruits to suddenly claiming a place among the seniors. Quite baffling, don't you think? However, you could say that I didn't really have the mind to care about such things. His purpose had nothing to do with me, and I was still busy chasing skirts. But that didn't change the fact that he surprised me once again by actually being among the few to survive the entire 2-year period. At this point, though, I didn't really have much of anything. Leonie shrugged. I had a suspicious person, but nothing to show for it. Of course, Leonel was lying through his teeth. Even back then, he had already connected Radlis's appearance to the odd ring he had found that day in the mining tunnels and his eventual run-in with the silver tablet in the Valiant Zone. The issue was that he had no real proof. There was no way of him confirming or denying such a thing, and it merely seemed like two coincidences coinciding with one another. However, Leonel had already decided that he would be releasing Silam after today. Once he did, too many things would be out of his control. So, the less Silam knew, the better. In that case, it was in Leonel's best interest to manipulate the truth behind his deductions a bit and mix in some lies with the truth. Even before a veteran assassin like Silam, Leonel had no fear about blatantly lying to his face, nor did such a proposition make him nervous. At least, I had nothing to show for it until I read a curious report the Radix had gathered on this galaxy's Valinore family. Silam's jaw clenched, but even if he wanted to move, he couldn't do so. The Valinore family is quite interesting. According to the people of the Milky Way, they are one of the 3 most powerful families of planet Krars. I've met one of their members before, actually. In fact, she insulted a woman that I quite liked the first time she met her. Her name is Balthorn Valinor. Interestingly enough, when Radlis met her, he was quite enamored by this Balthorn character as well. Of course, Radlis is quite the pervert. He reminds me a lot of my brother Gil, so it seemed to be quite in character for him. After all, Balthorn was quite voluptuous, and she wasn't shy about showing off her assets. But finding a report on the Valinor family within the Radix family's records triggered another memory for me. During the freshman trial, there was a battle for golden tags, in which I participated. At one point in that battle, dozens of individuals managed to sneak up on me without a single sound, not even alerting me. You may not understand how shocking this is, but I certainly did. Back then, I had already awakened the wisdom branch of my Snowy Star Owl lineage factor, so my mind was in the 5th dimension. A 4th-dimensional existence being capable of dodging my detection was quite baffling. Back then, I brushed it off quite easily. I was ignorant and felt it would be ridiculous if there was absolutely nothing that could make me falter. But, as I learned more about the dimensional verse and where I stood within it, I realized more and more how baffling the situation from back then had been. Silem's brow furrowed. Leonel mentioned the snowy owl was shocking enough for him, but the rest of this? Patience, patience. I know you don't quite understand what the point of me telling you all this is, but I promise it all ties in together. When that group surrounded me and my then partner, I noticed that there was one individual among them that I recognized. In fact, despite her inconspicuous appearance among them, my intuition told me that she was the impetus behind it all. Do you know who she was? Her name was Henorin. And she happened to be the little maid-servant by Balthorn's side, the very same Balthorn your Radlis was enamored with. Such a powerful concealment-type ability, one capable of fooling a fifth-dimensional mind while in the fourth dimension, sounds quite perfect for an assassin, now isn't it? Chapter 1086, Three-Finger Cult. Chapter 1086. Three-Finger Cult Silem's breathing became uneven and his pupils couldn't seem to constrict anymore. Each and every one of Leonel's words seemed perfectly measured and dialed in, every syllable controlling the beating of his heart. He couldn't seem to control his body anywhere near as easily as he had done in the past. It all felt quite disconnected and disjointed to me. The Krars, as you can see by how easily Earth handled them in this war, are quite weak. Despite being a powerhouse of this quadrant, the only advantage they really have are numbers. But many of their territorial planets are still within the fourth dimension, while their fifth-dimensional existences simply didn't have the talent to match up to us. But I couldn't help but notice that despite the fact Balthorn and her elder brother were among the greatest talents Krars had to offer, I didn't catch even a glimpse of them during this war. In fact, there wasn't a hint of the Valinor family, at least not on a scale that would make sense for one of the supposed three most powerful families of Krars. So, I became intrigued. That was when the Radix family's records fell onto my lap. I guess I really have to thank your five heads for trying to deal with us like you had, or else I would have never gotten the information I needed to end all of this so quickly. You might not understand where I'm coming from, so I can explain it. When the Radix began their preparation for storming the Milky Way galaxy, they did multiple risk assessments. They were quite well aware that there were many supremely powerful entities eyeing Earth, and they were also aware that it was impossible that these supreme powers wouldn't have made any moves yet. It was easier to believe that those powers were simply still lying low, waiting for an opportune time to strike. In that case, they had probably sunk their roots deep into well-established families. In fact, it might be possible that the reason some of these families and organizations grew powerful in the first place was due to the puppet strings of these hidden powers. So, the Radix did a risk assessment. They began an analysis of all the powers of the Milky Way, big and small, all for the sake of drawing lines around which toes they shouldn't step on. But once again, much like your reaction to Radlis, the Krars passed with flying colors and were designated as no risk at all. Quite baffling, don't you think? I thought it was baffling too, until one of Earth's geniuses with a mind-reading ability tried to look into the memories of two princes we had captured, Dee and Dre. Silem froze, but Leonel's next words made him shudder. No, it was more accurate to say that his laughter did exactly that. He felt like he was being toyed with. Once again, there was nothing. Their memories were frighteningly clean. Everything about them was completely orderly, not a thing out of place, not a step out of line. At this point, my theories were running on fumes. I have no information on anything, no proof of anything, I only have a few anecdotal experiences. But that was when something interesting happened to me. Leonel smiled lightly, scratching the back of Little Blackstar's ear. The little one seemed to like that very much, yawning and sticking out his little pink tongue as though he might fall asleep at any point now. You can probably tell by my demeanor that I don't really like leaving loose ends and that I might be meticulous to a fault. Well, a few weeks back, I had a battle with the Evergreen religion. They were among the first to set foot on Earth, but we made quick work of them. Unfortunately, one of them managed to escape, and this escape had been nagging at me for a very long time already. Luckily, thanks to the Radix family's risk assessment analysis, the Evergreen religion's main shrine had been marked as a warning zone. Now, I finally knew where this last enemy had likely escaped to, so I went to scout out the situation and hopefully snub any subsequent planned attack before it could even take form. But you'd be surprised to know that not only did I find not a single soul at the shrine, all that was left was a pungent smell of roses and blood. It was the kind of strong scent that could make one either pass out or throw up, but there was a very select few that could bask in it without worries, wearing it as a light fragrance. Silem trembled fiercely. Even Vice's spatial lock couldn't seem to stop the innate physiological reaction. Ah, it seems that you're getting it now, Mun. You're better than I was back then because I was baffled. No matter how ignorant I was, I could tell that something very bad happened to this shrine, but I had no way of knowing exactly what that was, until I cheated a little bit. Leonel flipped his palm over to reveal a small silver disc. I have to say that my father rarely gets serious about anything. He's the kind of man that can turn even his own son's heartbreak into a joke. However, the moment I set the analysis of the little silver disc on that scene just a few days ago, I saw my father get serious for just the third time in my life. A recording flickered and it replayed the image of Leonel's father staring off into the distance in somewhat of a daze. It was clear that when this original clip played, he would have been staring into the shrine of the evergreen goddess. "Chi, you ran into this sooner than I thought you would, brat. Remember this scene well, but remember this name even more. The Three-Finger Cult. It's they who are responsible for your grandfather's death. Chi." Chapter 1087. What do you think? Chapter 1087. What do you think? Leonel's palm flipped and the rest of the message was cut short. You see, I'm not a very sentimental person. It's very easy for me to not care about things, even if I once cared for them in the past. There are very few things in life that can weigh me without very concrete stipulations being met. However, Leonel's expression darkened, the aura around him growing several levels heavier. It felt to Selim as though he was within a whirlwind of murderous intent, his heart threatening to leap out from his throat. My father is a man who exists beyond those stipulations for me. His rage is my rage. His sadness is my sadness. His love is my love. To dare to touch my grandfather, a man my father so clearly cares so deeply for, I sentenced this Three-Finger Cult to death the moment I heard its name. Selim's gaze rolled back, his consciousness almost passing out completely. However, before his mind could go completely blank, Leonel's rage receded like a tide, leaving Selim like a small boat swaying in the wind. With this new information my father brought me, finding the traces of the Three-Finger Cult was far easier than it was before, and it wasn't long before I realized that as clean as the Valinori family was, they weren't nearly clean enough to escape my deduction. The trouble was, I had all these loose ends that had yet to be tied together. I had ultimately lucked out in stumbling upon the conclusion, but the road leading to it was still fuzzy and couldn't be quite pieced together, until, that is, I learned that the Three-Finger Cult had a Shadow Fox bloodline within its ranks. Sorry, I mean the Shadowtail bloodline, right? Selim couldn't even meet Leonel's gaze any longer. Yes, it was true that they had changed the name of their bloodline from Shadowtail to Shadow Fox. The truth was that their lineage factor had nothing to do with foxes at all. As for the true nature, even Selim didn't know. This was a truth kept stored away so that the Umbra family would be able to continue hiding away. Of course, Selim didn't know that Leonel was lying through his teeth. What truly connected all of this for Leonel was actually Senior Lu, the very same poor sap Ina had killed and Leonel had ultimately gotten the ring that led him to the silver tablet from. When Leonel originally investigated Senior Lu, he didn't find anything special. He was a normal youth and didn't have anything special about him. The only thing of slightest interest was that he was from Krars. Just like this, everything was pieced together. Why would the Three-Finger Cult infiltrate the Krars Empire of all powers they could have chosen, if not for this reason? Everything began to tie in one after another once this was understood. After managing to hide away from the Three-Finger Cult for so long, the Umbra family definitely had their methods of detecting and avoiding their capture. However, it would also be the case that the Umbra would likely feel that they couldn't simply hide away forever. In this way, the Umbra family was a lot like the Flora family. They were more powerful than they showed on the surface, but they had to continue to maintain a low profile. And, in the case of the Umbra, the only way they could guarantee their survival was by rising up to one day matching the strength of the cult they left behind. Doing so by normal means was impossible. Leonel didn't quite know just how powerful the Three-Finger Cult was, but if it could kill his grandfather and make his father so serious, there was no doubt that he needed to treat it with the utmost respect as well. It was likely then that before separating from this cult for whatever reason, the Umbra family caught wind of some of its plans and chose to get a step ahead of them. With how powerful the silver tablet was, Leonel had no doubt that in the hands of a powerful family, it could cause a qualitative change in their strength given just a single generation. Putting this into perspective, it was no wonder the Umbra would be willing to take this risk. Unfortunately for both parties, the ring landed in Leonel's hand and not theirs. If things were reverse engineered from Leonel's perspective, he was able to deduce the connection between the Umbra and the cult by virtue of Radless's reactions. Radless's appearance couldn't have been a coincidence. That was the first flag. Him being so interested in Balthorn was a second flag. It smelled of keeping friends close and enemies closer. Then him finding a way to enter the Valiant Zone despite it exposing his true talent was the third. In the end, there were only two conclusions. Either the Umbra family was a rival of the cult, aiming for the same goal, or they were a piece that had broken off from them that just happened to share the same knowledge on this particular mission. Considering how weak the Umbra family was on the surface, the first option was highly unlikely considering this was a cult Leonel's own father took seriously. In the end, that just left the second deduction. However, Selim didn't need to know the truth behind how Leonel made these deductions. Any holes in this new chain of reasoning Leonel was presenting could be explained away by saying, the silver disc told him, so now, as you can see, head Umbra, we share the same goal. You need to grow stronger to face the inevitable day the cult finds you, while I want to burn them all to ash. We stand on the same side, don't you think? Leonel's smile remained, but all Selim could seem to see was a devil in sheep's clothing. With all of that out of the way, I'll ask you again. What do you think about me releasing you now? Chapter 1088, A Chance. Chapter 1088. A chance time passed, and it wasn't long before Leonel was all alone within the segmented cube. Well, alone if Vice, Candle, and Little Blackstar were ignored. As for Silum, he had left after recollecting himself, realizing that he and his family didn't quite have much of a choice in the matter. Life worked in quite mysterious ways, honestly. Leonel had initially wanted to target the Radix and Midas families in order to complete the Silver Empire's legacy, but he actually ended up gaining the Umbra family instead. Of course, it was a chess piece that he couldn't use quite yet, but it was one nonetheless. Having them would make things interesting. As of right this moment, though, Leonel wasn't really concerned about such matters. Even now, with how real everything had suddenly gotten, it felt like a distant future. Instead, he was spending some time with Little Blackstar, trying to figure out exactly how the little guy had changed. Raising the little mink by his armpits, Leonel looked into Blackstar's deep black eyes. The little mink's long whiskers twitched as though to show his dissatisfaction toward being treated like a baby. Toward this, Leonel could only laugh. "You're only 3 or 4 years old this year, right? You are a baby." "Yep," Little Blackstar protested. Yep, Leonel, who could feel Blackstar's meaning through their connection, almost choked on air. Did he gain another little pervert for his group? Why was this little guy saying such vulgar things? Look at you, being so boastful. What are you so proud about? The both of us are virgins. Why IP? Blackstar tried to claw at Leonel's face, but he only burst into a fit of laughter. Leonel was quite surprised at the little guy's strength, though. It was only a casual swipe of the paw, yet the wind pressure made Leonel's face sting a little bit. For Leonel to even feel anything he didn't want to feel was a tall task, considering his body had been forcefully raised to Tier 9 recently, let alone for him to feel pain. Yet, not only had Little Blackstar done exactly that, the little mink hadn't even tried very hard. With a single look, Leonel could tell that Little Blackstar's dimensional grade hadn't budged a single inch. The little guy was still in the first tier of the 5th dimension. And yet, his power had actually undergone such a qualitative change. Leonel's smile beamed. He would have to remember to thank Kira when they met again. He had a feeling that they most definitely would at some point. Little Blackstar hopped up to his favorite perch atop Leonel's head as Leonel himself turned toward Vice and Candle. "Thank you two for helping me out." Candle immediately turned flustered. Someone without context might think she was a girl in love, but Leonel knew enough to understand that Candle's mind hadn't even matured enough to give breath to such emotion. She was functionally still a child, as was Vice. In truth, the more time he spent with them, the more guilty he felt treating them like he did. Ultimately, no matter what predispositions the two had, they were still human. Locking them away and rearing them like cattle while only releasing them when they were useful to him, it truly didn't sit well with Leonel. Leonel sighed. If he released the reins on them, their power would grow far too quickly. Leonel took a deep breath and looked up into the skies. Finally, he made a decision. "I've treated the two of you poorly. You may not understand enough about the world to understand this, but the fact that I know it is enough. I hope to treat you both the same as I do my brothers. I will trust you too, so long as you don't give me a reason to doubt you." Candle and Vice both blinked, clearly not quite understanding Leonel's words. Even concepts like freedom and free will were foreign to them, let alone terms like family and brothers. However, Leonel had expected as much and chose to take things slowly. He realized at that moment, if he wanted to unite the dimensional verse, was he just going to avoid all the savants to ever be born? There were most definitely powers out there that used savants like their own hidden trump cards. Would he just have to leave those powers alone? Of course not. Was he willing to give up his dream then? After all, how could a normal human possibly defeat a savant? But the answer was the same. Of course not. In that case, why was he so scared of the two savants by his side? If he couldn't outpace their growth, if he couldn't subdue them with his own strength, what right did he even have to think of conquering the dimensional verse? Having made such a decision, Leonel suddenly felt lighter. His king's might involuntarily wafted out from him, growing thicker as the color of his pale violet irises deepened before cooling back down to their original shade. Without much hesitation, Leonel reached out into thin air, causing a snow globe to appear in his hands. With a thought, Monkey's body appeared in the training arena, blood beginning to ceaselessly pool out from his wounds. The expressions of Candle and Vice changed. They both remembered this man, though his face was greatly disfigured at the moment. However, before they could understand what it was Leonel was trying to do, Monkey's vocal cords finally healed back into place. The moment they did, an enraged roar shook the segmented cube, causing Leonel to shake his head and sigh. He had wanted to give Monkey a chance at the same deal Vice and Candle gained as well, but it seemed that this wouldn't be possible. "I will still give it a shot." Leonel's oppressive aura bore down, locking onto Monkey's every action. However, the latter had seemingly grown feral. Before Leonel could understand what was happening, his expression warped. Chapter 1089? Chapter 1089? Monkey began to wither away, his roars growing fainter. Leonel was stunned as he reached forward, but everything happened too quickly. Soon, what was left of Monkey became nothing more than a pile of ash, leaving Leonel absolutely baffled. What the hell just happened here? Little Blackstar jumped into action without waiting for Leonel's command, snagging a shadow out of the air before returning. However, Leonel hardly registered the little guy's actions. Leonel's brow furrowed tightly, his emotions whirling about and his mind in a fog. He had truly wanted to give Monkey a chance, and it was most definitely not his own action that caused the latter to end up like that. Leonel hadn't been shocked that Monkey was roaring in rage. It made sense. The last time they met, he was battling Leonel. If Leonel blamed him for this, it wouldn't have been fair. That was why Leonel was still willing to try and calm him down first. But reality was both cruel and unexpected. Leonel had no idea what could have happened to cause this, but he was left completely in shock, unable to speak a single word for a long while. The reason for this was simple. For the first time in his life, he had no explanation for what was before him. There was no spark in his dreamscape, no small clue he could grasp on, no immaculate God-level deduction to make. There was simply nothing. The snow globe should have preserved Monkey in an absolutely perfect state. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that Monkey had run to the end of his ability and didn't have any more strength to duplicate his cells and heal himself anymore. But the snow globe should have frozen that process entirely. That left only one possibility. Whatever caused this had to have happened before Leonel put Monkey in the snow globe. But this possibility seemed even more impossible than the first. After several minutes, Leonel couldn't find a reason, nor could he find any clues. Without a choice, he closed his eyes, sighing deeply. Someone was toying with him, and he didn't like it one bit. This is it, Leo? This thing is disgusting. Alan, aside from being obsessed with a physique he hid beneath baggy clothes, was also the well-known clean freak of the group. Seeing the disgusting tentacle womb before him, despite the fact it was behind a thick wall of glass, he still couldn't help but gag as though he could smell it from here. Leonel chuckled. It's pretty useless the way it is now, but it has potential. You're thinking of using that hellspore on it, huh? I actually don't know quite yet. Remember Little Black Star's ability? I have something much better for it to absorb now. Alan blinked before he nodded in understanding. Then you want me to? You're probably the only one who's smart enough to manage this. If I leave it to the others, I'll probably find this thing dead by the time I return. Are you calling me dumb, Cap? Where's the workers' union? I want to propose a strike, Franco yelled out in indignation. Alan, however, seemed to hear something completely different. You're leaving? Nope. Leonel shook his head. I actually plan on managing the tentacle womb myself. It's just that I've realized that I've left you all in the dark about too many things until now. In fact, you all don't even know what my goal is, even though you likely know me well enough to have guessed by now. Leonel suddenly felt a strong arm envelop his shoulder. He looked to the side and up to find Raj's big-faced grin looking back at him. Tell us, Cap. How much of it are we conquering? Leonel saw 8 pairs of eyes looking back at him, each one with their own level of fervor. He couldn't help but grin himself. As expected, it seemed like he didn't have to say a single word. All of it. Leonel strolled through the imperial capital, his steps not very hurried as he looked around. This was probably the first time he came while also having the time to leisurely stroll around. The war couldn't technically be considered over as there were still several skirmishes still ongoing on the border of Earth's territory. But from what it looked like, it didn't seem that they would be ending anytime soon. Those individuals wouldn't stop until Earth simply grew too powerful for them to even dare. But with the current state of things, it would definitely take some time before they got there. Leonel eventually made it to the Imperial Palace, and the guards were still as stiff as they always were, but Leonel just ignored them as he usually did. The difference was that this time, none of them reached out to stop him. At the large, arching doorways, Leonel's uncle Galeron already stood waiting, still wearing his spectacles as always. This man always seemed to be quite rigid. You're on time, Galeron spoke. Though his voice was quite even, he seemed to have been trying to convey surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect this out of Leonel. Leonel raised an eyebrow. Punctuality is the foundation of any man. Galeron's brows shot up this time. He looked toward Leonel deeply, a hint of something else in his eye. I heard that you're on better terms with my son? Leonel grinned. Are you scared I'll steal him away from the Empire? Cheeky. Galeron stopped himself, realizing he was sinking into Leonel's rhythm. This was something that usually only happened to him when he spoke with his father or when he spoke with his brother-in-law. To think, Galeron shook his head. Come with me. Soon, the pair had entered a familiar garden, and Leonel laid eyes on a man who was now much younger than he remembered him. But he didn't think much of it. There were probably odd twists and turns around this that he wasn't quite aware of and didn't quite matter for now. Emperor Fox opened his eyes and looked Leonel up and down. The two remained in silence for a long while before he spoke. Not bad. You're not bad either, Leonel replied. Too bad you're a mass murderer. Galeron's brow furrowed, but Emperor Fox just laughed. I have a feeling that the blood on your hands will be much denser than mine when all is said and done. That is the difference between a king and an emperor. You can't escape that reality. Leonel's gaze narrowed, but he remained silent. This aside, your mother has contacted me. She's waiting for you and Noah on planet Luxnix. Feel free to go over whenever. I have to say, I'm quite eager to watch this play out. Chapter 1090, Satisfaction. Chapter 1090, Satisfaction. Leonel didn't react immediately to this news. On the inside, he was quite excited to see his mother, but on the other hand, he had several questions he wanted to know the answer of first. The first and most obvious was why his mother had left him in the first place. There were too many things about his family dynamics that he couldn't quite grasp. First, there was the oddity of the fact he hadn't even known Emperor Fox was his grandfather until just a few years ago. Of course, Leonel knew that was somewhat related to his status as someone who should have been imprisoned in Dark Cloud Prison, but that only made things more confusing to him. Was he really such a menace to society? Just how accurate was that test if it could only possibly read a fraction of his real DNA? But then there was the question of just how Earth's empire had become tied to one of the three leading families of this sector. How had his grandfather even met his grandmother to begin with? How had their relationship even taken root? His grandfather was maybe the greatest mystery of all of this. On first inspection, he seemed to be weak. After all, he had gotten old. From what Leonel knew, there had only ever been one emperor of the Ascension Empire, and that was this man before him. Thanks to Earth's technology, or what seemed like it, he had been able to live for more than 200 years, making it to the 25th century. However, things didn't really add up. He had enough strength to slap a fifth-dimensional existence like Scythe to death years ago, yet he couldn't maintain his youth. Several small inconsistencies like these made Leonel shake his head. Practically, a weak man would never be able to win over a woman from a sixth-dimensional family, unless Leonel looked his grandfather up and down. "Are you a drafted son-in-law?" Galeron choked on air. He bent over, gasping and wheezing. A drafted son-in-law was probably the most humiliating position a man could be in. There was a situation where instead of a wife marrying into her husband's family and sharing his family name, the vice versa occurred. In this case, the man would take on the wife's family name and become a part of her family. Traditionally speaking, it was always the son's duty to carry on the family name, while it was the daughter's duty to birth the lineage of the man she married. Even with how progressive 25th century Earth had become, this was still the default order of things. To insinuate the Emperor of Earth was a drafted son-in-law was an insult probably only short of saying the Ascension Empire would fall. Even the guards hidden in the surroundings, tasked with protecting Emperor Fox's safety, couldn't help but falter. Leonel, though, felt that it was plausible. Maybe the Luxniks wanted a piece of Earth but couldn't get it through normal means due to various reasons. This could have been a compromise between them and Emperor Fox. Who knows, maybe it's because of the secret help of the Luxniks that his grandfather was able to rise to power. On top of this, the help of the Luxniks would become very important, very soon. As quickly as Earth had managed to enter the fifth dimension, they would likely speedrun into the sixth as well. In that sort of situation, without the backing of a well-established and powerful sixth-dimensional power, Earth's luck would finally run out. The higher the dimension, the harder it was for talent to bridge the gap. If his grandfather made such a sacrifice, it would seem like truly the most logical decision. For the first time, Emperor Fox was truly speechless. He gazed at Leonel as though trying to gauge something, but in the end he just shook his head. "I would teach you a lesson for that mouth of yours, but then your mother would start nagging me again." Emperor Fox continued to shake his head. "I planned to tell you some things, but since you want to be so cheeky, how about you go find out for yourself?" Leonel's placid expression spread into a smile. "Sure, but where are my rewards?" "Rewards?" Emperor Fox smoothed out his immaculately sculpted beard. For what, exactly? Now it was Leonel's turn to be speechless. Did one have to be thick-skinned to be an emperor? "Hey, uncle, are you hearing this?" Galeron, who was still choking on his own air, coughed lightly, straightening out his back. His eyes flickered as he remembered Leonel's teasing words from earlier. "Hear what?" he asked with as straight a face as possible. "Ah, I see how is. I guess I'll just have to tell the whole of Earth just how ungrateful Emperor Fox is. I'm currently a hero of heroes. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people willing to heed my call." Leonel cleared his voice as though he would truly begin to opine on his hardships. Both Emperor Fox and Galeron remained silent, light smiles tugging at their lips. It was clear that they weren't afraid of Leonel in the slightest. Plus, it wasn't as if anyone would hear anything, even if he began shouting here. This was the Emperor's private garden, as if sound could casually travel outward. Seeing their lack of a reaction, Leonel realized that his tactic wouldn't work, at least not as presently constructed. "Oh, I see. Got it." Leonel's smile became thinner. "I guess when I see my mother for the first time in over a decade, and her heart is overflowing with warmth and the motherly instinct to protect, I'll just have to let her know that her father and her brother have taken advantage of her son, while her precious baby was on the front lines, putting his life on the line." They were resting in a cozy palace, doing. Moments later, Leonel walked out of the palace with a wide grin on his face, tossing a 12-sided star pendant up and down, his visage the picture of satisfaction. Just one more chapter coming for today. Chapter 1091, Losses. Chapter 1091, Losses, Imperial Father. You, Galeron, looked toward where Leonel had vanished with a complicated look in his eye. This pair of grandson and grandfather really didn't like to take any losses. At this moment, he actually felt a little bit bad for Leonel. If things had gone normally, Leonel might have still gotten a little something out of them. But this, it was a little bit much. Emperor Fox, after making sure that Leonel was gone, burst into a fit of laughter. He laughed harder than he had in a very long time, what remained of his wrinkles seemingly fading away with every peal of laughter. It took several moments for him to calm down, his move having been lifted by several levels. Who asked that brat to be so cheeky? Since he wanted a reward, I gave him a reward. But Galeron's gaze flickered. The reward Leonel had gotten was a pendant of the Luxnix family. It was one you received for granting a great service to the family and held just as much, if not more, weight that the imperial pendant Leonel had received from his grandfather in the past. The difference here was that one granted you the favor of a world like Earth that was ultimately still weak. However, the other granted you the favor of a family at the very pinnacle of the sixth dimension. Ultimately, the vaults of the latter were far more valuable, at least on the surface anyway. The star pendant, when exchanged with the Luxnix family, would give one the ability to freely pick out a treasure from the Luxnix family treasury. The ability to pick out a single reward might seem stingy, but the truth was exactly very much the opposite of this. As one of the three most powerful families of the sector, the treasures the Luxnix had monopolized were beyond one's wildest imaginations, at least from the lens of a fifth-dimensional world and below, even in the eyes of many sixth-dimensional existences as well. But it was exactly because of this that the snowy star pendant was more like a ticking time bomb than a reward. It only made it worse that the reward was originally given to Emperor Fox to begin with. Emperor Fox was dying of laughter because he could already imagine Leonel's face when he realized that his reward wouldn't be so easy to cash in. What are you so worried about? Alienor is there. It was only after hearing this that Galeron realized that things would be all right, and it allowed him to settle down the weight on his heart. It seemed that he had long since given up on his own mother's backbone. Only in this way could he feel that his son would be safe. As for Leonel, that cheeky brat could use a few beatings. However, there was one thing still weighing on Galeron. Imperial Father, the service you rendered to earn that pendant. Emperor Fox waved a hand. I don't need a single thing from that family. They can consider themselves lucky that I haven't razed them to the ground yet. Galeron fell into silence as Emperor Fox closed his eyes. A gentle wind passed by, washing the weight of their words away. Leonel had no idea that his grandfather had still had a trick up his sleeve. Currently, he was still blind about a lot of things and wasn't even aware, just yet, that the Luxnix family estate was potentially hostile ground. Oblivious, Leonel rounded up his brothers and contacted Noah. It wasn't long before the group of them had set off to a journey across the stars. In a somewhat unexpected twist, Leonel ended up taking more people along than he thought would be involved to begin with. It wasn't just Noah, but he also brought along Jessica. Along with the two of them, several other talents of Earth, including the people of the Moon, followed along as well. In fact, there was even Arthur's son, Leonis. It hadn't been long since Leonel saw Leonis as they had fought together on Earth X1. But in an odd twist of fate, Leonel ended up being closer to Leonis' father and his big sister by several decades than he was to Leonis himself, despite their ages being so close. The world worked in odd ways indeed. Seeing so many people, Leonel realized that he was definitely missing a large piece of this story. Whatever was going on at Planet Luxnix was definitely far more important than it seemed. He thought he was just going to see his mother, but things clearly weren't so simple. Still, Leonel welcomed them all with open arms. Since they were headed to a sixth-dimensional world, there would definitely be a lot of chances to grow stronger. Why wouldn't he want the people of Earth to benefit from this? After learning about the Three-Finger Cult, Leonel realized that there were far more claws sunk into not just the Milky Way, but the dimensional verse as a whole. None of them had the luxury of growing up slowly. As was natural, the men and women split and the rowdiness of Leonel's brothers came into full effect. Noah, who was clearly not used to such situation, stood out like a sore thumb. No, really, I was a fan. Carolus tried to hide a bit of his embarrassment. It's just that we didn't tend toward playing football on the Moon because our bones are more fragile than yours. We were too prone to injury, so I could only watch. Milan burst into a fit of laughter. You hear that, Cap? I have a fanboy. Who's a fan of you? I've never heard of someone tripping over themselves to praise a position as boring as yours, Raj snapped. Clearly he's infatuated with my elegant blocking. Piss off. There's nothing elegant about people crashing into that jiggling stomach of yours. It's called insulation, you uncultured swine. In the eyes of Mother Nature, I have an evolutionary advantage over you. Good luck in the long, cold winters. The rowdiness of the group only grew as the days passed. Not long later, the rotating orbit of 3 planets that couldn't have been more different from one another appeared before them. However, it was difficult to enjoy the beautiful sights at all, because the densely packed starways of spaceships clogged up the view. What the fuck? Raj exclaimed. There's traffic in space too? Chapter 1092. Go, Chapter 1092. Go. The sight was a bit overwhelming. To many of the youths here, the wider dimensional verse was still new to them. Back on Earth, before the metamorphosis, though technology had been very high level, space exploration was still something that had numerous sanctions and holds. Something like seeing a large army of spaceships was beyond their scope of experiences. It only made things worse that of all the galaxies in this sector, the Milky Way was practically considered to be bumpkin country. There were many planets, worlds, and organizations that remained fairly restricted and rarely allowed interplanetary travel. The population of spacecraft owners was a small enough percentage of the larger picture that this was the very first time any of them had seen such a scene, including Leonel. This being the first time they were in such a situation, even Leonel felt at a loss for a moment. But after quickly analyzing the situation, he grasped a general understanding. The starways were essentially just motes of light that guided the spacecrafts toward their destinations. It was hard to tell exactly which to choose, not because Leonel couldn't tell which roads went where, but rather because each of the planets had hundreds of starways to choose from. The trouble was that Leonel only knew which of the 3 planets was planet Luxnix. He didn't really have any other information. Without a choice, he could only pick out a random starway and follow it, falling into line along with everyone else. While the segmented cube was in a state of cruising, it was no issue for everyone to be within the same region. Leonel, who was still monitoring the overall situation, almost didn't notice that after Raj's initial outburst, the atmosphere had become quite silent. Leonel took his gaze away from the starway and swept it over everyone. At the moment, they were all in a dining room of the abode setting, supposed to be enjoying a cross of the beautiful scenery of space, camaraderie, and the food spread. However, instead of this, many of them had furrowed brows. Some had more serious expressions than others, and some were clearly more comfortable, but there was no doubt that the vast majority seemed to be going through an adjustment period. The only one who didn't seem affected at all was Leonel's cousin Noah, but then again, his face was always that serious, so it was hard to tell. It was only then that Leonel remembered that they had just stepped through a 5th-dimensional fold to enter a 6th-dimensional one. At the same time, the pressure here was far beyond any normal 6th-dimensional fold of reality. If it was normal, why would 3 such powerful families be forced to share it together? Logic dictated that they had probably warred over this region in the past and ended up settling for ruling over it together when neither could get an upper hand. As such, it wasn't a large leap to believe that this was the most beneficial location of this sector to all 3 families. Seeing through the issue, Leonel chose to slow the segmented cube even further, allowing everyone the time they needed to get acclimated properly. If they didn't even feel comfortable in their own bodies, whatever danger they may or may not face would only become all the more so. Leonel, who had still never experienced such a dissonance upon entering a higher dimension, could only believe that it must have to do with his parents. Noah's lack of a reaction would seem to back this up as well. To Noah, coming to Luxnix should have been no different from returning to Earth. Both worlds should recognize him as one of their own. Due to the slowing of the place, it took the group several hours before they finally approached the planet. But the good news was that everyone's furrowed brows seemed to have relaxed immensely by this point, and the banter seemed to have come back. It seems that there are some fast-track starways around too. I don't feel very comfortable claiming to be a Luxnix before I understand the situation of the family first, so it might not be too good to use them for now, but I'll keep it in mind for the future. Leonel was too used to entering and leaving planets on a whim. He hadn't even realized that this was a product of just how far behind the Milky Way was in comparison to other galaxies in the sector. He would definitely have to be more thoughtful in the future, lest he stir up trouble he wouldn't be able to handle. At that moment, the segmented cube rumbled, touching down through planet Luxnix's atmosphere. The slight shake caused everyone's gaze to light up. It seemed that they would finally touch down soon. The speed of the spacecrafts accelerated, swooping down and finding a familiar large hive of parking spaces. It was only at that moment that Leonel realized another problem. He didn't like the idea of leaving the segmented cube parked here. It was far too important to him. But at the same time, it was kind of odd to swoop down in a spaceship that suddenly vanished as well, especially considering how it seemed bureaucracy would get involved very soon. Once again, the simplest thing to do seemed to be to rely on the Luxnix family name. He would even have the pendant to prove it if somehow his own lineage factor wasn't enough. But the idea once again didn't sound very palatable to Leonel. Before Leonel could come to a decision, his segmented cube was led to a hub of the spacecraft hive. From the outside, it had once again taken the form of a cube, but this wasn't too surprising to anyone, as there were all sorts of odd spaceship designs all around. When Ina had touched down with Yuri and Savan, her father had been waiting. Unfortunately for Leonel, when he touched down, rather than finding his mother, he found a middle-aged man with glasses riding his high-bridged nose, wearing a tight suit and holding what looked like a clipboard made of transparent glass. He stared coldly at the cube, clearly waiting for someone to step out. Leonel stood to go, but he surprisingly found Noah's hand on his shoulder. "I'll go." Chapter 1093, Perspective. Chapter 1093, Perspective. Leonel found Noah's actions to be amusing. It was clear that Noah was a lot more sensitive to trouble Leonel might cause if he went instead, so he chose to bite the bullet. Toward such a thing, Leonel's 8 brothers laughed until they couldn't breathe anymore. "Look at that, Cap. Someone else notices all the trouble you put us through." Franco almost fell out his chair. If anyone was going to cause us trouble, it'd be that big mouth of yours, Leonel snapped back. Not cool, Cap. Poking at your boy's insecurities. No wonder Noah doesn't trust you. Franco feigned hurt, his overly large hands also pressing against his chest. But no one could take him seriously while he was wheezing with laughter. Since he seemed to be having such a great time, Leonel kicked at the leg of his chair, causing him to truly fall over completely. Ah, I swear I'll make a workers' union. By then you won't be able to bully me anymore. The laughter in the dining room continued for a while. However, as the minutes passed, it became clear that it was actually taking Noah quite a while. In fact, it wasn't until half an hour later that he finally returned, his expression just as placid as ever. What happened, Noah? Everyone looked over. They might have been able to tell a problem or the good news by another's expression, but Noah was truly too difficult to read. There's a lot to do because we've brought so many people along with us. However, it seems that due to some special event occurring, the restrictions on travelers has been laxed. That said, there's still a bunch of requirements we have to meet. We all have to register, and it's fairly detailed. Noah began to pass out what everyone assumed would facilitate the registration process. But when they all saw just how detailed the analysis had to be, they couldn't help but frown. It had to be remembered that in the dimensional verse, the less information others had of you, the easier it was for you to protect yourself. But this form of analysis was clearly overly invasive. It even required information about their ability indexes, something most kept as close to the vest as possible. They couldn't help but feel that Planet Luxnix was taking advantage of them all. Leonel, though, saw one step deeper. There were so many spacecrafts flying into Planet Luxnix, and now Noah was mentioning this special event. Connecting the dots, it felt like the Luxnix were using this opportunity to form a census of the people of their sector. Leonel couldn't be surprised if this information was used to gain a general understanding of the strength of the sector. Unfortunately, they didn't really have much of a choice. At least that was what it seemed like until Noah continued talking. After speaking with our overseer, I realized that there was a bit of a loophole here. Because Leonel and I both carry Luxnix blood, I believe we'll be recognized as members of the Luxnix branch families. So long as you all register as our vassals, it should be possible to circumvent a lot of the more invasive questions and leave them with only a surface-level understanding of you all. But the decision is up to you all. Oh, since it's like that, why didn't you just say so? You made it sound like I'd have to give up my precious cherry, Raj exclaimed. Several weird looks were sent over toward Raj, their expressions warping. Precious cherry? What are you all looking at? My body is a temple. Raj's speech was so impassioned that the jiggles of his chin vibrated to their own rhythm. Unfortunately for him, his opining was matched with the sound of dry heaving. I think I'm gonna throw up. Hey Franco, cup your hands together for me real quick. Gil heaved, only to be met by a slap to the back of the head by none other than Franco himself. Noah blinked as he watched this scene, feeling somewhat stunned. He had presented this matter with the utmost seriousness because it most definitely wasn't a joke. It might have sounded nice to explain it away with a word like vassal. But the ultimate truth was that for the duration of their stay on planet Luxnix, they would essentially be at the whims of Leonel and Noah. There were no such thing as human rights in the dimensional verse. There was only those with strength and those without, those with background and those without. If they signed up in this fashion, their lives and deaths would be in the hands of the two of them. The amount of trust it would take for someone to take such measures without hesitation, Noah's expression remained placid, but he couldn't help but be moved. Unlike many princes, he had never experienced the cruelty of nobility, not personally anyway. The Fox family had never had internal machinations, at least not at the highest levels. So things like brothers backstabbing brothers wasn't part of Noah's lived experience. That said, Noah's upbringing had still been extremely strict, and he had seen exactly this sort of cruelty in the royal court and other noble families countless times. He always followed the rules to their ends, but he was also perfectly aware that he couldn't expect everyone to be like him either. On top of this, due to Noah's status, he didn't really know what it felt like to have real friends either. He didn't get the chance to grow up with his cousin by his side, and everyone else was either his subordinate or someone who wanted to get close to him for the sake of the power he wielded. Understanding Noah's perspective, it was no wonder he was so shocked right now. At the very least, Leonel's 8 brothers didn't hesitate in the slightest to jump headfirst into acceptance. Leonus looked toward Noah with a knowing smile. Of all those here, he probably had experienced the life most like Noah. It seemed that they both had some growing to do. Chapter 1094, Speechless. Chapter 1094. Speechless an hour later, the overseer returned to the parking hub, but his stoic expression could only be replaced with shock. He looked around, but he couldn't seem to find the spacecraft that had been here anywhere. Weird, did they leave? No, that's impossible. The overseer's brow furrowed. Maybe it's a concealment formation? Those are pretty popular these days. Checking his glass clipboard, the overseer saw that this party was led by 2 Luxnix branch family members. In fact, judging by the density of their blood, they should be ranked quite highly amongst the branches as well. So he was more than willing to overlook some things. That wasn't the only reason the overseer was impressed either. They actually brought more than 50 people along with them. Any branch with this density of talents is definitely very highly rated. It's best that I know my place and don't pry into their business too much. After nodding to himself, the overseer opened a hidden panel to the side and pressed a few buttons. Soon, the parking hive screen began to descend, moving just slowly enough for the overseer to slip out and move toward the next waiting group. The horde of Earth's talents had had dreams of living it up on this new planet and finally exploring a sixth-dimensional world for the first time. Unfortunately, reality was like a cruel slap in the face. Fuck, we're so poor. Gil was by far the most heartbroken. He could only look at the pretty women through the large glass windows, knowing that he didn't have the money he needed to even take a single step in. They were all swiftly met with the disparity between fifth and sixth dimensional worlds. There wasn't a restaurant, a boutique, or even an inn in sight that didn't use sixth-dimensional herbe ore as the common denomination. In fact, Planet Luxnix preferred the use of a purple coin that was recognized throughout the three families. You could exchange herbe ore for these coins, but it took 10 kilograms of sixth-dimensional herbe ore to exchange for a Since purple coin. The only sixth-dimension herbe ore Leonel had on hand came from what he plundered from Belize, Averoni, Dolores, and Cirrus, but they could only be considered mid-level sixth-dimensional powerhouses. Even between the four of them, Leonel only managed to gather 50 Eurozerum kilograms, which was only enough for 5,000 purple coins. Even the lowest prices Leonel had seen just casually glancing through these windows had cost dozens of purple coins. He most definitely couldn't support more than 50 people to experience this planet in leisure. In fact, with how things were going, they might have to sleep in the wilderness tonight. Luckily, before things got that bad, Noah came to the rescue. There are some special accommodations for Luxnix family branch members that we can go to. I didn't think that we'd need them so soon. But, judging by the situation, Noah blushed slightly. Clearly, he was a bit off on his assessment of his own wealth as well. Leonel couldn't help but laugh seeing Noah's state. It was rare to see him shift from his baseline coldness. He couldn't help but wrap his arm around his shoulder. That old codger is too stingy. Leonel sighed and shook his head. Noah choked on air. Old codger? You mean grandfather? That, Noah didn't know how to react. He had never heard anyone say such things about his grandfather before. But, then again, he was Leonel's grandfather too. What was the appropriate response to this? Noah suddenly found that he didn't have a diplomatic solution to this at all, but that only made Leonel laugh harder. Come, since we're so poor, we might as well check out these accommodations. Leonel felt that they didn't really have a choice. He didn't really want to rely on the Luxnix without understanding the situation. But, technically, both Noah and Leonel were actually members of the main branch. After all, his grandmother should be an elder of the main branch, so her lineage would of course receive like treatment. So, technically, Leonel was already taking several steps back by only accepting the accommodation of a branch family member. That said, Leonel obviously had no idea that his name was stricken from the family records. If he had known this, his attitude wouldn't have been nearly as casual. The accommodations for the branch family members of the Luxnix were truly not bad. Though it wasn't near the Luxnix family estate, it had its own unique character. Well, as much character as a series of enormous buildings could have. Just at a single glance, it was possible to tell that the Luxnix had set aside a series of luxury hotels for their extended family members. The only unfortunate part was that the congestion at the front made everything that much harder to appreciate. Do you know who I am? I'm heading the younger generation of the Nipso branch. We've contributed so much to the main branch over the years. Now you want to give us such normal accommodations? Piss off? What fucking Nipso branch? I've never seen your names in even the top 10 of the branch contribution rankings. What have you been doing? Conquering little fifth-dimensional worlds? Maybe you aren't even doing that. Are you taking their moons and calling it a day? What right do you have to a penthouse suite? There are only 10 of them. How about you go take a look in the mirror? You haven't seen us in the top 10. Do you need your eyes checked? I've seen your Conlon branch barely holding on at the 12th spot. Maybe your eyes can't look up so high. Imagine looking at the daily rankings and thinking you're something special. We of the Nipso branch only care about the yearly rankings. It's just that we've taken some time off recently to prepare for this event. Arguments of a similar nature seemed to be erupting all around as swarms of people fought back and forth. But it was quite obvious at first glance to Leonel that while they were rowdy, none of them had stepped over the red ropes that separated them from the experts waiting to assign their rooms. However, these experts didn't seem to be willing to make a move either. What a shit show. Leonel was speechless. Chapter 1095 AW10. Chapter 1095 AW10. The ruckus had reached such a ridiculous level that no one even really noticed the arrival of as many as 50 people. That was more than enough to paint the picture of not only just how large the group was to begin with, but how invested they were in causing trouble. Just from eavesdropping a few arguments, Leonel was able to tell what the main issue was. There were several large hotel-style buildings up ahead. These hotels were surrounded by lush gardens, various sports fields, dining regions, and other places of leisure. But it seemed that the most hotly contested regions were within the hotels themselves. There were exactly 10 of these hotel buildings, and it seemed like each family was scrambling for a penthouse suite. The problem was not just that there were more than 10 branch families, but a single penthouse could only room so many people to begin with. Just by counting the windows from the outside and judging by the height and thickness of the buildings, Leonel realized that the problem was more than just the penthouse, and it seemed that many hadn't realized this just yet. There were 10 hotels, and by Leonel's calculations, each had about 200 rooms. If the average was taken, each room could probably house between 2 to 3 people. Even if Leonel chose the upper limit, that was still only room for about 6,000 people, and if Leonel was honest, it was likely closer to 5,000. The trouble was that this crowd seemed to already have thousands of people in it. And this obviously didn't count whatever groups had arrived earlier than them all. After all, Leonel hadn't exactly left Earth on a timely schedule, so it was a bit much to expect that they would have been the first batch of arrivals. That meant that there was a good chance that many of the rooms had already been accounted for, yet these people were out here screaming like this would do something. There are screaming matches not only between branches, but there's even competition and internal struggle within branches themselves. Leonel shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this was a matter of life and death for himself and those he had brought with him. While they had joked about sleeping in the wilderness earlier, on a pinnacle sixth-dimensional world like this one, there was no telling what kind of dangers lay outside the breadth of the protected cities. Even now, the segmented cube couldn't be considered to be a fort, and it was very susceptible to being penetrated from the outside. It was relatively safer in a weaker dimensional world as it had entered its third phase. But now that it was in a world of equivalent status, what advantage it had once had was now null. Leonel cast a glance toward Noah, and they both seemed to have come to the same conclusion. Quickly scanning the crowd, Leonel couldn't seem to find a way through. At the same time, there didn't seem to be any signs directing them in what to do. There was only a line of red rope blocking their further advancement. The two didn't act rashly. They could tell that there were plenty in the crowd who had also fallen silent, realizing their rowdiness wouldn't get them anywhere. Leonel initially wanted to ask for normal rooms, making it clear he would give up a fight for the penthouses for the sake of those around him, but he felt like if such a decision was possible, others would have made it already. There was something decidedly off about the current circumstances, and it felt more like people were waiting for a signal or a time of some sort. Understanding the situation that they were in, Leonel instead began to slowly analyze those around him. Now that he was in a sixth-dimensional world, he no longer dared to just casually release his internal sight as he did in the past, but the hit on his senses wasn't too profound. No one here is about the fifth dimension, but there are several well into the middle tiers. Leonel's expressions turned serious. He didn't dare to take fifth-dimensional existences above himself casually now. This was no longer the Milky Way or its surrounding galaxies. The power and talent of these people was on an entirely different level. The young man hollering about the Nipso branch had 3 silent youths to his back. In fact, he was the weakest of them all. He was tier 5, however, of the 3 youths to his back. 2 were tier 6 and 1 was tier 7. The Conlon branch was comparable in strength. Likewise, the young man yelling was just tier 5, but there were 2 tier 6 existences to his back and 1 tier 7. Right now, these 2 groups seemed to be the most powerful, but Leonel had found a silent young woman who stood almost completely by her lonesome. Her hair colored a red-gold flare and her jaw was quite strong. Despite this, she still managed to keep her feminine charm. It only took a glance for Leonel to realize that she was actually tier 8. Seemingly feeling Leonel's gaze, the young woman turned her head, her twinkling irises matching Leonel. She looked him up and down without reserve before looking away. It seemed that she hadn't found anything particularly special. Right then, the silent overseers looked up into the sky. Seemingly deciding something, they chose to step forward. In the middle of them, a youth with sweeping white hair and piercing golden eyes took the helm. The aura he exuded seemed to silence any and all before him. Despite the fact he was only tier 4, he commanded an aura of absolute obedience and dominance. Today, 50 rooms will be up for claiming, 30 will be 3-person rooms, 20 will be 2-person rooms, 9 will be 1-person rooms, 1 will be a penthouse suite. The rules will be the same as they've been. Only those with 0 to 10 bloodline density and above can participate. You may fight for 1 or multiple rooms depending on your ability. Those who will participate, step forward now. Chapter 1096, Density. Chapter 1096, Density 010, Bloodline Density. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He wasn't familiar with this form of measurement, but since things were like this, he had no choice but to hope he met the mark. He should be fine, but there was no real certainty. If things worked like they did on Earth, then Leonel would probably have 25% of whatever DNA would make a Luxnix be considered to be purebred. But something told Leonel that the lineage factors of the dimensional verse function differently. At the very least, he hoped Noah could meet the mark and claim a few rooms for them. The moment the youth spoke these words, several had ugly expressions, and this even included the 2 tier 5 youths who had been the loudest of the bunch. Soon, those who knew they would never make it began to move away from the red ropes, knowing their place. They don't meet the mark? But it seems they aren't moving away. Are they going to try their luck? This told Leonel one very simple thing. This bloodline density could be changed. If they were certain that it couldn't, they wouldn't even bother. You guys can take a step back as well. Noah and I've got this. Leonel gave the youths of Earth a reassuring grin. Even if it was hopeless, he would have to find a way to make it hopeful. He was only Tier 1 now, a far cry from the other participants. But he didn't have much of a choice but to make sure this worked out. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left of the thousands that had been at the ropes. Everyone else had given them a wide space at the base of the first hotel. There were hundreds of meters worth of perfectly paved stones in every which direction, making a single person seem particularly small. The Tier 4 youth representing the Luxniks took out a crystal ball he was forced to hold with 2 hands. It was a size larger than a normal human head and perfectly rounded. It was quite a beautiful construction. Its appearance seemed to remind Leonel of Camelot's crystal balls as well. It had been a long time since he thought of them, but he remembered being fascinated about just how they stored information. Maybe there's a lot more to Camelot's magic system that I've been ignoring. I wonder if it's possible to deduce the path of evolution their technology would have taken over time as well. As Leonel was lost in thought, the Tier 5 Nipso branch member stepped forward, seemingly wanting to get it over and done with as soon as possible. Compared to his previously rambunctious self, he seemed to become especially timid after crossing the red ropes to the other side. It was almost as though the difference between himself and the youths before him was palpable, despite the fact he was technically a tier above the young man before him. The Tier 5 youth pressed his hand down on the sphere and took a deep breath. Then, his body erupted with a white gold force, filling the crystal ball to the brim in the blink of an eye. The youth quickly removed his hand and took a step back, watching the crystal ball with anticipation and his fists clenched. Soon, a pillar of light rose out from the crystal ball. New novel chapters are published on freeheapnovel.cme. It shot past 1 and 2 feet quickly, blasting through 5 feet and soon crossing 7. However, the moment it reached that height, it began to slow considerably, barely crossing past 8 as it struggled forward. The forehead of the youth became covered in sweat, his hands clutching so tightly that even the blood he drew couldn't find a path to drip to the ground. The pillar rose past 9 feet finally, but every subsequent inch felt like scratching and clawing. Eventually, after rising up just 8 more inches, 4 from the 10-foot mark, it came to a grinding halt and released a pulse of light. 0967 failed. The youth deflated in an instant, but he didn't protest. He knew better than to do something so foolish. At the very least, so long as his companions won an extra room, he would be priority in claiming it. 0963 failed. The Tier 5 Conlin youth failed soon afterward. One after another, youths just barely missed the mark, whittling down the few dozen that had stayed behind to less than even a single dozen total. It was quite depressing to see one individual after another just barely miss the mark, but this was only to be expected. Only those who were close to begin with would even dare to take this test. At that moment, one of the Tier 6 Nipso branch youths stepped forward, carrying a level of confidence the others hadn't had. He bowed lightly in greeting to the 3 main branch youths. Clyde Luxniks. He introduced himself. Not wasting any more time, he placed his hand on the crystal ball, and his force surged. Before he even got a chance to step back, the pillar of light shot upward, beginning to climb faster and faster. This time, unlike it had with the others, the pillar didn't seem to slow in the slightest, bursting through 8, 9, and even 10 feet in the blink of an eye. 11 feet. 12. The pillar didn't begin to slow until the light crossed 15 feet. Soon, it crossed 16 before it slowed to a crawl and finally came to a grinding halt. 01623 pass. Clyde's face lit up. Clearly, he was very much impressed with his own performance and felt like he was on cloud 9. However, he was soon hit with the reality that the youths before him didn't seem to care about his performance in the slightest. In fact, one of them, seeing how excited he was, couldn't help but turn a look of disdain his way. Clyde's excitement very quickly became embarrassment. Without a choice, he scurried back, unwilling to humiliate himself any further. Soon, the second Tier 6 member of the Nipso branch stepped forward, their expression much more reserved after seeing what happened to their companion. All of them became keenly aware at that moment that they were nothing more than ants in the eyes of the main branch youths. Chapter 1097, pass. Chapter 1097, pass 0783, pass. 0171245, pass. 0170405, pass. The youths who came next no longer bothered to introduce themselves. The shame of Clyde still burned fiercely into their minds. None of them wanted to suffer through the same humiliation. Even without speaking a single word, these youths had made them feel as though they were less than trash. And yet, they could only clench their fists in silence, enduring. Leonel watched on without saying a word, his arms crossed about his chest. To his side, Noah stood just as expressionlessly. A slow building of an oppressive aura rose around the two of them as neither seemed to be willing to make a move. As far as they were concerned, what they did wouldn't matter much. In the case that their bloodline density was enough to impress these three youths, then there would be no real point in doing anything. Their action would only reinforce the disdain these youths had for those of low bloodline density. In the case that their bloodline density didn't meet the mark and they fought against these youths, they would only be shooting themselves in the foot. They had no money and nowhere else to go, and this world was too dangerous to be taken casually. It was one thing if they only had to take care of themselves, but they had the safety of more than 50 other individuals to cover for. The young woman with red gold hair couldn't help but look over toward Leonel and Noah. Their auras were quite reserved, but she was a lot closer to them than the main branch youths were. As such, it was far easier for her to pick up on it. Her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. The good was that they actually dared to still have a temper before these three youths, but the bad was far worse. What good was a temper if you were too weak to do anything about it? With the smile still tugging at her lips, she stepped forward. Follow current novels on .com. Raya Sage. She was the very first to introduce herself after Clyde. No, it was more accurate to say that she was the only one who dared to introduce herself after Clyde's humiliation. And what was even more astonishing was that her last name wasn't Luxnix. Clearly, she had taken her father's name. The boldness of this Raya girl couldn't be understated in the slightest. The Sage family was one only second to the Luxnix, Viola and Montex families as such. It wasn't a humiliation for a woman of the Luxnix to marry into their family. The trouble was, if Raya had the support of the Sage family, why would she come here? The only explanation was that she hadn't come for the sake of gaining a place of accommodation. She'd come for no other reason than to test the Luxnix youths. She wasn't very interested in these regular branch members. She was far more intrigued with the youths in the penthouse, so she thought that she would claim one for herself. As for what the youths before her thought of that, she didn't really care. Technically, she was indeed a member of the Luxnix branch families. Without waiting for a response, she too put her hand on the crystal ball, her force surging. Her palm had hardly touched the smooth glass when the hidden force within stirred, waking up like slumbering dragons. The call of a bird cawed through the skies. In one moment, there was no pillar at all, and in the next, a beam of light over 30 feet tall manifested, still rocketing upward. The youth holding the crystal narrowed his gaze. The 30-foot mark demarcated a bloodline density of a 30-30. That was already enough to match the lower-ranked members of the main branch. Every 10 feet could be considered a watershed moment. It was already impressive enough to cross the first watershed as a member of a branch family. Beyond 20 feet, and you could be considered a rare find among these branch families. These were individuals, the main branch entrusted with tasks of great importance like managing valuable disaster worlds and other similar resources. The 30-foot mark, though, was the baseline for being nurtured by the main branch. If such a youth was born in one of their branch families, so long as their background was clean and didn't devolve any scandals like bastard children and the like, they would be entered into the main family records. If one managed to cross the 40-foot mark, though, the pillar trembled, crossing the 39-foot mark before it finally began to slow down. As though it had met firm resistance, it pulsed wildly. However, ultimately, it couldn't cross the next threshold, finding itself stuck and unable to move on. TSK. Raya shook her head. Shame, a shame. DO 3989, pass. The youth holding the crystal ball narrowed his gaze. This bloodline density was beyond his own, yet she didn't even share the Luxnix family name. Inwardly, he was more than just a small bit infuriated. However, with such bloodline density while being at tier 8, it was clear and obvious to him that he stood no chance against this woman. In addition, there was a good chance that since she chose the Sage family name despite having such thick Luxnix blood, that she was actually an extremely rare dual lineage factor wielder. Those that could maintain 2 high bloodline densities at a time were geniuses among geniuses. He didn't dare to mess with this girl whether her name was Luxnix or not. Leonel smiled lightly as he watched this scene. But he still had no reference for how impressive this mark was, so he only watched on as Noah was forced to follow it up. In the end, there were only the two of them left. There wasn't much of a choice. Noah's expression carried not a hint of fluctuations as he stepped forward. Raya couldn't help but raise her brows. She had gone up before the two of them on purpose after seeing their obstinance, eager to see if their egos were just for show or not. But who knew that they wouldn't have reacted at all? However, her intrigue soon turned to shock the moment Noah placed his palm down. Chapter 1098, both of them. Chapter 1098, both of them. The cry was so loud that many were forced to cover their ears. What once had been a pillar of light for everyone else became a bird soaring into the skies. Every flap of its wings covered 10 feet without fail as it rose up. Raya's eyes widened when the bird tore through the 40-foot mark. Unlike Leonel and Noah, she knew exactly what this meant, as did the 3 youths of the main branch. Their expressions couldn't help but change. Bloodline density sounded like a very loose term, but there were actually very stringent markers to meet. These markers were designated by the number of lineage factor talents you had awakened and what depth you had in each one of their branches. The Snowy Star Owl lineage factor had 3 main branches: speed, wisdom, and healing. Whether it was 0 to 10, 0 to 20, or even 0 to 30, none guaranteed you an awakening of any one of these. These densities essentially decided what level of affinity you would have for Snowforce. If the metrics of Valiant Heart Mountain were used, 010 would be about 3rd grade affinity, 020 would be 6th grade, and finally 020 would be 8th grade, while nearing 020 would give you 9th grade. It had to be remembered that this was affinity for a very particular light elemental force in Snowforce. This wasn't the same as having a general light elemental affinity. Having 9th grade affinity for Snowforce was much different from having 9th grade affinity for light elemental force in general. However, 040 was a different beast entirely. To have 040 bloodline density meant that you had awakened at least one of the 3 main branches. This didn't just make you a genius, it made you one the Luxnix would nurture with everything they had. To awaken a branch of the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor while not having reached the 6th dimension yet was a rarity among rarities even in the main branch. The Tier 4 youth could count on both hands and feet the number of youths who met this mark, and that was in spite of the fact there were millions of members of the main branch and billions of the side branches. Seeing Noah cross the 40-foot mark, how could they not be shocked into silence? Leonel's gaze scanned the reactions of those around. When he saw how they were reacting, his lip curled into a smile. It seems that his cousin wasn't bad indeed. But what no one expected was for Noah's Snowy Star Owl illusion to continue, crossing the 50-foot mark before it even thought of slowing down. The hands of the youth holding the crystal ball trembled. In the younger generation of the Luxnix family, there were only 3 youths who could cross the 50-foot mark. Actually, there were 4, but the 4th was such a lofty existence all to his own that everyone subconsciously set him apart from the others, despite the fact he was technically a lot younger than most of them. Noah looked up into the skies, just as expressionlessly as always. His emerald irises reflected the light but no real emotion. Unfortunately, the youths of Earth wouldn't allow him to continue acting cool. The sounds of whistling matched the call of the bird in the sky. Show them who's boss, Noah. Raj took off his shirt and revealed his temple to the world, waving it in the air like a pumped-up cheerleader. Whether by coincidence or not, the flapping folds of his fat matched the flaps of the illusory bird as it hovered in the air, looking down on everyone proudly. The cheering of Raj and the others tested the thickness of Noah's face. He could only pretend as though he didn't hear anything, so that he could scurry off to the side. Leonel burst into laughter, walking forward and patting Noah's shoulder. The bird in the skies didn't seem to want to disperse. It was probably possible to spot it from several kilometers away. At the very least, those in the city most definitely all saw it and couldn't help but look toward it in awe. Soon, the Snowy Star Owl began to disperse, motes of light dancing about the air as they faded. The Tier 4 youth looked toward Noah with a narrowed gaze. Unlike Raya, Noah hadn't introduced himself. This made things kind of weird. Who are you? Which branch do you come from? Something like this had to be reported without a doubt. It likely wouldn't be long before this spread far and wide. How had such a talent not been brought into the main branch already? My name is Noah Fox. I don't come from any named branch family. The Tier 4 youth's brow furrowed. A bastard child? This conclusion was very likely. With how the dimensional verse worked, there were likely no shortage of illegitimate children out there for several Luxnix family elders. This made the situation very complicated. If Noah was the bastard child of a Star Order elder, it would be even more troublesome, as it was a scandal the family wouldn't like at all. Purity was especially important for the Luxnix. The Tier 4 youth could only hope to end this all as quickly as possible so that he could go back to report this. He looked toward Leonel, a hint of impatience in his eye. However, seeing how close Noah and Leonel seemed to be, he didn't dare to be too dismissive at the same time. Leonel smiled lightly and took a step forward, placing his palm on the crystal. The difference was simply too striking. Whether it had been Noah or Raya, both gained a reaction that was instantaneous even without the deployment of their snow force. However, for Leonel, there was absolute silence. It made those around think that his result would be just as benign as those that came before Raya. But reality was very much different. In complete silence, the illusion of a snowy star owl appeared to Leonel's back. Its sharp gaze lingered in silence as everyone paid attention to the crystal ball. None seemed to notice the change until it was far too late. The crystal began to glow slowly. So slowly that it was agonizing. However, there was a difference between this time and any other time before it. The Tier 4 youth felt that his palms were melting. Crack! The sound was jarring, shaking many out of their lull. It was only then that the pair of eyes to Leonel's back seemed to enter their vision. Somehow, no matter whether you were facing Leonel's front or back, the pair continued to pierce through your very soul. The call of the bird followed, but it was neither loud nor grating. Rather, it became a sonorous call that touched the heart, filling every inch of planet Luxnix. There was not a single soul who didn't hear it. Right then, the crystal ball burst apart, releasing a blinding light that shot into the skies and pierced the clouds above. It continued for such a long and sweeping distance that it even tore a path out of planet Luxnix's atmosphere, presenting a sight that could be seen even from planet Viola and Montex. In a particular garden, an old woman slowly rocking her chair of white wood looked into the skies. Her glazed-over gaze trembled slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She didn't need to be there to know that it was her grandson, both of them. Chapter 1099, Perfection. Chapter 1099, Perfection. Leonel looked up into the skies. Even with the second stage of his wisdom branch activated, he couldn't see to the end of it. Of course, this so-called second stage were the eyes of the snowy star owl. In fact, Leonel had reached the second stage of both his wisdom branch and speed branch long ago. The star path that appeared when he hit his top speed was exactly the second stage of the speed branch and his white gold illusory wings. The only branch Leonel was still at the first stage for was the healing branch of his snowy star owl lineage factor, and it could only be used once every several months. It was precisely because these things had come so easily to Leonel that he wasn't aware of how he compared to the others of the Luxnix family. In fact, he took these awakened talents for granted so much so that he rarely used them in battle, often choosing to rely on his ability index much more than other things. This wasn't entirely Leonel's fault, though. Leonel expected for his snowy star owl lineage factor to be like his metal synergy lineage factor. Leonel could squeeze out so much more power from his metal synergy lineage factor. As such, when he didn't receive comparable results from his snowy star owl lineage factor, he thought that the problem was that his lineage factor was too weak. Due to this, Leonel actually began plotting how to strengthen a lineage factor that could already be considered to be at the very pinnacle of what the sixth dimension could offer. It could be said that if the others of the Luxnix family were aware of his thoughts, they would hate him more than they already did. The truth was that the snowy star owl lineage factor wasn't weak. In fact, it was far from it. It could even be said that there were some lower-level seventh-dimensional families that couldn't compare to it. The main issue was that Leonel didn't have the appropriate techniques to pair with it. As such, he could only display a fraction of what his true strength should be. It had to be remembered that the snowy star owl lineage factor was greatly reliant on one's affinity for snow force. However, what good was an affinity for a force if you didn't have the proper medium to make use of it? To put things into proper perspective, one needed to understand a few things. Firstly, the snowy star owl lineage factor worked differently from the Morales' family's metal synergy lineage factor. The truth was that it was far less structured and systematic. To most of the Luxnix family, the talents of the snowy star owl couldn't be accessed until entering the sixth dimension. Only a rare few geniuses could awaken some branches before reaching this level. Before then, they mostly relied on their snow force affinity. As a powerful sixth-dimensional force, snow force stood at the pinnacle of most light elemental forces at this level. In the past, Leonel had dismissed snow force because he hardly considered it to be top 100 amongst light elemental forces, and it was hardly top 1000 among star elemental forces. What he didn't know was that such rankings were astoundingly good. How wide was the universe? How many families were there? How many different types of forces? To be ranked so highly on a list that was nearly infinite, if that wasn't excellent, then what could be? This advantage alone separated the Luxnix from other sixth-dimensional families. Though it wasn't enough to be treated with the utmost respect by that mysterious organization, the mere fact they had produced nominal students in the past was enough to show just how talented the people of their family was. Yet even then, upon entering the sixth dimension, people of the Luxnix would undergo a qualitative change. They would begin to awaken their branch talents, and their strength would explode forth by leaps and bounds. The most astounding of the Luxnix would awaken their branch talents to the second layer. These were the individuals that would become potential heirs, Star Order Elders, and 8-point and 12-point Feather Sword Warriors. Somehow, despite not even touching the sixth dimension, Leonel had awoken the second layer of 2 branches already, another shocking feat in its own right. Many of the best geniuses of the Luxnix would only ever awaken a single branch talent in their lifetimes. Noah shook his head as he looked up into the skies. I guess there went any chance they had of keeping a low profile. Unlike Leonel, Noah was aware of many more things. He knew exactly the kind of trouble this would bring. He knew about Leonel's temper and had been trying to find a way to ease into the discussion eventually since, obviously, this had been thrusted onto his shoulders by his father and grandfather, but it seemed he wouldn't have the chance to be delicate about it all any longer. Sensing Noah's gaze, Leonel looked over and grinned. Not bad, right? Noah was speechless. Why did this cousin of his only seem to smile so brightly when there was trouble on the horizon? The Tier 4 youth holding onto the crystal ball stood speechless. Even as the lights in the skies slowly dimmed and the crystal ball finally shattered in his hand, crumbling to the ground, he still didn't quite know how to react. Every fiber of his being wanted to say that it was fake, that the crystal ball was faulty, but he knew better than to say something so foolish. The only way for the bloodline density tester to react in this way was if the bloodline was considered to be perfect. The only way to bring the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor to perfection was by awakening one of the branches to the second layer. But There was only one other person in the younger generation who had done this while still in the fifth dimension. Chapter 1100, Patient, Chapter 1100 Patient, we need to report this. We need to report this. The Tier 4 youth snapped out of his daze, realizing just how big this matter was. Galthan, we still haven't, a youth behind Galthan spoke out. They were meant to hand out 50 rooms a day until all of them were given away. They couldn't exactly shirk their responsibilities, right? Galthan's expression flickered, but he made a decision. This is more important. We need to go now. We'll move this back to another day. We have to hurry. Galthan turned to dash away. His two companions turned to leave as well, but they suddenly heard the sound of someone clearing his throat. Are you three really just going to leave like that? Galthan's steps froze and he turned back, his brows tightly furrowed into a frown. He was a member of the main branch, no matter what Leonel's bloodline density was. Wasn't he being a bit too liberal with his words? The simply truth was that Leonel looked nothing like a person with a high density of Luxnix blood should. His skin was several shades too tanned, his hair was a nice shade of violet, but it definitely wasn't the same white or gold one would expect from a Luxnix, nor was it anywhere near as bright. By all rights, Noah looked far more like a Luxnix if you overlooked his emerald eyes. Due to these reasons, he hadn't expected much from Leonel to begin with, but now that he was calling out to him so casually, his suppressed displeasure was threatening to bubble forth. In the end, though, Galthan managed to control his emotions. Regardless of what Leonel looked like, the test wouldn't lie, and, knowing the family, he would likely be drafted into the main branch very quickly. In that case, Leonel's standing would be far superior to his own. There was no need to offend him for no reason. Do you need something? Galthan asked as neutrally as possible. Leonel smiled lightly, pretending not to see through Galthan's internal struggle. I and my companions are a bit poor. If we don't find a place to stay now, I'm afraid that we'll have to return to our home. By then, things might get a bit inconvenient for you. Galthan's expression flickered again. He couldn't decide whether Leonel was shameless or if he should be disdainful. What the hell was this? Clearly, Leonel was trying to get himself some free room and board using his newfound status. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If he enters the main branch, the room he claims will end up empty, and it'll be the same result no matter what. I'll just give him the keys, he'll end up returning it anyway. How many rooms do you need? Leonel's gaze flashed as he finished the calculations. I need 12 three-person and 11 two-person rooms. Galthan's brow twitched. But he could already see that Leonel was trying to take a step back by not asking for the penthouse. In that case, it could be seen that he really needed these rooms. All right, here. Galthan tossed a spatial ring over. As for everyone else, please come back tomorrow. Without waiting to hear the cries of discontent, Galthan scurried away, leaving Leonel with a smile on his face. Leonel's gaze flickered when he noticed that Raya had appeared before him. Without hiding the curiosity in her gaze, she looked him up and down as though trying to understand something. You two are related? She asked. Leonel tilted his head. He's my cousin. Raya's gaze lit with curiosity. For two young men related to one another to have such high bloodline densities, it most definitely wasn't a coincidence. It was more likely than not that both were tied to the same scandal. At that moment, everyone from Earth surrounded Leonel and Noah again, their expressions beaming as they hoisted the two into the air. Or rather, tried to. What the hell, Cap? Why are you so heavy? Leonel laughed. His weight didn't bother him in the slightest. He didn't even feel that it slowed his agility or speed at all. However, the same couldn't be said for others. In the end, they hoisted Noah up beneath his protest and kicked Leonel to the side entirely. Raya watched on with a curious light in her eye. Who were these people exactly? They seemed quite close. Galthan and his two companions rushed toward their aircrafts. As members of the Luxnix family main branch, they had permits others would have to leap through countless hurdles to get, allowing them to fly their own crafts outside the designated starways. With their speed, they'd be able to return to the family estate in just a few hours. However, the three of them could have never expected to find the most beautiful woman they had ever seen waiting for them. None remembered what happened, but later that day when they returned to the estate, they reported none of what occurred almost as if they had forgotten entirely. Sitting on the clouds with a leisurely smile on her face, Eleanor's delicate features tinged with a red excitement as she enjoyed the simplicity of watching over her son. She hadn't felt so fulfilled in a very long time, but eventually she sighed. Mom has wronged you, little lion, but I need to do so one more time. This will be the last chance I give your grandmother. As a mother, my priority will always be your safety. However, I don't want to live in a world where my son and my own mother cannot speak to one another, so be patient with Mom. We will meet soon. Eleanor's expression flickered with a complicated light, but soon her smile returned as she watched her son interact with his friends. Her joy bubbled forth again as she could hardly contain it. Later that night, as the sun set, Leonel was pleasantly surprised to find the penthouse key in the spatial ring. He simply assumed that Galthan was trying to curry favor with him and had no idea that it was his own mother who couldn't stand the idea of her son having anything less than the best. If Leonel knew that his mother had actually managed to secretly put something in the spatial ring without him even noticing, he would quickly realize just how large the disparity between himself and true experts was. However, Leonel didn't think much of it, because when he entered the penthouse, he found something waiting for him on the massive bed. This. Chapter 101 Enlightened when Eleanor saw Leonel notice the things she left behind, her smile beamed. She giggled foolishly in the skies as though she was a young girl again. Leonel blinked when he saw what was on the bed, because even without touching it, he felt that it was all far too valuable. A part of him believed for a moment that this might have been in every penthouse suite, but something within him said that that should be impossible. Would the Luxniks really give so much to a branch family member? Leonel's brows furrowed, suddenly remembering the state the Radix family's wealth had left him in. Just one casual fort they had built used up enough herbe ore to bury the Milky Way. Could it be another case of this? However, such thoughts were swept away in just a few moments. The Luxniks shouldn't know anything about Leonel yet, but these items felt too personal. Leonel took a step forward, not having the mind to care about the luxury around him. He climbed the small set of steps covered in lush carpets that led to the enormous bed, reaching out and grabbing the first crystal ball he saw. As though sensing Leonel's touch, the crystal ball gently burst into sparkling motes of light, releasing the item within. When it landed in Leonel's hand, he almost fell over. Despite his strength, the item was so heavy that just holding it up made him feel as though his biceps would tear. Luckily, seemingly sensing his weakness, the item sparkled, its weight becoming instantaneously lower. In fact, it suddenly felt as light as a feather in Leonel's hands. In the skies, Eleanor blinked in shock before her eyes bloomed into crescent moons from smiling so wildly. That damned thing actually recognized my little lion from a single touch. Ha! My son is so talented. The wind around Eleanor seemed to respond to her laughter, vibrating as though the space itself would collapse. But, by some sort of magic, all the turbulence vanished just a few meters from her. Leonel looked at the bow in his hand, his gaze sparkling. This is a gold-grade weapon. No, it's not just gold-grade, it's Tier 9 gold-grade. There's just no way. Silver was the hallmark of the 6th dimension. Gold-grade meant that this was a 7th-dimensional weapon. If Leonel was unsure before, he was now completely certain that it was impossible for the Luxniks to have been the ones to leave these things behind. He looked up and around, but he really couldn't sense anything. Even after analyzing the room again and again, he couldn't find a single thing out of place. If that person left even a single strand of hair, Leonel would have been able to find it with his current abilities. And yet, he couldn't pick up on even that. Was it Mom? Leonel blinked. That seems to be the only explanation, but why didn't she come to see me? Seeing Leonel looking around and scanning, Eleanor felt her heart leap into her throat. She clutched her hands over her chest, pressing down firmly. It seemed to take all the strength she had in her body not to dash down there and embrace her son. Look at you. You've gotten so big. Seeing that he couldn't find anything, Leonel turned his attention back to the bow. It was without a doubt the most beautiful weapon he had ever seen, and it was most definitely the largest bow he had ever laid eyes on. From tip to tip, the bow was 3 meters long. Its string grooves were fashioned into the heads of 2 white-maned lions with shimmering rubies for eyes, while its body was embroidered gold and white gold. Finally, its bowstring itself glistened like it was woven of crystal fibers, twinkling even in the non-invasive light of the penthouse suite. Leonel couldn't help but raise the bow up and pull at its string. He had expected to not be able to move it even an inch. Back when Leonel first ran into Merlin's bow in the Camelot zone, it had only been a quasi-bronze bow, and yet despite the strength of his body at the time, he could only pull it to 10%. With this being a gold-grade bow, a Tier 9 one at that, Leonel fully expected to not move it a single centimeter. If he could move it at all, he would feel shocked instead. And yet, to his surprise, not only did he move the bowstring, before he even realized what was happening, he had pulled it to 100%. A wild pressure circulated about the room. Leonel felt that the level 3 bow force that had been such a drain to accumulate in the past swirled around him as though it was on a leash. In fact, Leonel felt that even if he had to release dozens of such powerful arrows, he could do so now. Wow, Leonel's gaze lit up. This bow was beyond his expectations. Such an ability frightened even himself. Just based on a change in equipment, he was actually suddenly so much more powerful. And Leonel felt that this was likely just the tip of the iceberg when it came to this bow. Maybe he couldn't use its full abilities just yet because it was purposely lowering itself to his level. Leonel had no idea that as shocked as he was, his own mother was quite speechless. Enlightened bow force, while in the 5th dimension? If Eleanor had been laughing before, she was practically gasping for air now. Even over at that place, her son would be near the very top just based on this alone. Those bow enthusiast old fogies would be fighting tooth and nail for him. Realizing that he was maybe causing too much of a commotion, Leonel slowly released his grip on the bowstring, looking at the bow with a hardly contained fondness in his eye. He didn't know how freely he would be able to use this bow. After all, a 7th-dimensional treasure was far too valuable. Who knew how many people would try to kill him just to lay a hand on it? But it couldn't be denied that this gift was extraordinary. After a while, Leonel finally managed to peel his eyes from it and store the bow away. But when he touched the next crystal ball and saw its contents, his gaze widened. Chapter 102, Last Crystal Ball. Chapter 102, Last Crystal Ball. The oars fell into a beautiful pile on the soft bed. For a very long time, Leonel couldn't bring himself to move or even breathe. He had to double and triple check that he was seeing correctly, and with his thinking speed, he actually ended up checking several hundred times before he realized that it all wasn't an illusion. Evolution ore. Not just any evolution ore, but both fifth-dimensional and sixth-dimensional evolution ore. Of the former, there were actually 20 essences worth. For the latter, there were exactly 10, the minimum amount Leonel needed. This was why Leonel had felt that these gifts were simply far too personal. Evolution ore was exactly what he needed to form the foundation of his divine armors, if he wanted to continue following his father's crazy plan. It had to be remembered that the divine armor Leonel was wearing right now was still fourth-dimensional. The reason it could display so much strength within the fifth dimension was precisely because Leonel had used evolution ore as its foundation. The trouble with this approach, though, was the difficulty in finding evolution ore. Even after all this time, he had yet to catch the faintest clue about fifth-dimensional evolution ore. But now, he suddenly had all he would need for his next 2 divine armors. Toward such a turn of events, Leonel could only be speechless. He knew that even for a 7th-dimensional existence, these 2 gifts shouldn't have been so easy to get one's hands on. In fact, it wouldn't really be an exaggeration to say that it was near impossible. A Tier 9 gold-grade bow, 6th-dimensional evolution ore? How could Leonel not be shocked? Even with his limited scope of the dimensional verse, he knew just how valuable these things were. Leonel couldn't help but look around again. But even with all the giggling of his mother, he couldn't detect her at all. Without a choice, he could only store these ores away as well. Now, he just needed to find the core piece of his next divine armor. Then he could start designing it. Leonel had already planned to use the Snowy Star Pendant to exchange for the core of his 5th-dimensional divine armor. Now, he was even more determined to do so. Leonel moved on to the next crystal ball, but this time he braced himself. If he got shocked to the point of silence every time, he might very well be here forever. The next crystal ball burst into motes of light and crystals, revealing a delicately embroidered pouch. It alternated in deep blacks and gently glowing golds. When Leonel opened it up, he found that it was actually a spatial treasure. Within it, he not only found billions of purple coins, there were even billions of kilograms of 6th-dimensional Urbi ore and millions of kilograms of 7th-dimensional Urbi ore. It was safe to say that Leonel had never seen such wealth concentrated in one place. It only confirmed just how low his previous bounty was. He really was just a petty criminal. Of course, this wasn't exactly true. Tier 4 fugitives don't just fall out of thin air. The main reason Leonel's bounty was so low was because he was still technically a galaxy-level criminal. As such, his bounty was tied to the Milky Way, which was a poor corner of the universe. This was only to be expected. Still, in one moment, Leonel had been poor, and in the next, he could be considered to be one of, if not the wealthiest man on planet Luxnix. The difference was so striking that he almost experienced a bit of whiplash. With this, there were only 2 crystal balls left. Leonel stepped toward the second-to-last one, allowing it to shatter just like all the other ones had. However, unlike what Leonel had come to expect, there was actually another crystal ball waiting for him on the other side of this one. Curious, Leonel sank his mind into it, only to be bombarded with all sorts of information. At first, it was a bit overwhelming until Leonel pulled back. He had gotten into the habit of wielding his internal sight like a sledgehammer because he could usually take in everything at once. But clearly this was too much information even for him. Once Leonel did so, his eyes practically shot out lasers of their own, techniques, thousands of them, and each and every one related to Snowforce and the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. There were 3rd-dimensional, 4th-dimensional, 5th-dimensional, and even 6th-dimensional techniques, all in one place. There were techniques designed for those who hadn't awakened any branches whatsoever, and other techniques designed for those who had awakened one or even multiple branches at a time. It was as though the entire history of the Luxnix family's advancements were all painted in this singular crystal ball, and Leonel had a feeling that if the Luxnix were aware of this, they would have been pissed off to an extreme. Leonel suddenly realized that the difference separating his combat prowess and that of the top geniuses of this sector was in his hands. These gifts were definitely all carefully selected for him. They were exactly what he needed. Leonel stored the crystal ball for now and moved on to the final one. When it shattered, he found that there was yet another crystal ball waiting for him. In fact, within, he found more techniques. However, these techniques were far different from the Luxnix family techniques. In fact, they were designed not for the Luxnix, but rather the Fox. Leonel's brows shot up. There were only a handful of techniques, but each was uniquely curated. Each taught how to apply the Fox family lineage factor in cooperation with your strengths. If Leonel was correct, these techniques were likely personally designed and created by his mother. Only she could have all these unique combinations of powers. The first of the techniques Leonel seemed to gravitate toward made his heart tremble, starry eyes. Chapter 1003, Crystal World. Chapter 1003, Crystal World. Whether by coincidence or just a well-timed stroke of fate, the unmutated form of the Fox family lineage factor was actually called Emperor's Might, the perfect mirror of Leonel's King's Might. Just from a casual introduction, Emperor's Might functioned on the backs of your subjects and those who believed in you. It was an intangible sort of belief system that relied on how those around you viewed you. Despite not being an empress herself, Leonel's mother had great fame in the dimensional verse, even though her own son was oblivious to it all. That said, even if she didn't, Alienor was a bit of a special case due to her world spirit. By virtue of the fact she was chosen by Earth's world spirit, it was accurate to say that the life of Earth's population was tied to her. As such, even in comparison to Emperor Fox himself, Alienor's Emperor's Might was on another level entirely. All of this said, after several months of observation, Leonel's King's Might wasn't exactly the same, though the power itself presented very similarly. The first difference was that Leonel felt that he had the ability to share his King's Might with his companions. Emperor's Might could not do this. The second difference was that Leonel's King's Might partially relied on his subjects. However, it gained no boost from how others viewed him or his legend. Instead, Leonel's King's Might seemed to feed off of Leonel's personal mental state rather than the mental state of others. These differences aside, the application of Emperor's and King's Might were exactly the same, and Leonel didn't believe that there would be a problem in applying them to these techniques. But Leonel was more interested in hearing exactly what was so special about this lineage factor. Luckily, his mother didn't disappoint him. So, that's how it is, I see. Leonel had partially guessed it, but he hadn't quite grasped the full picture. Both Emperor's and King's Might were actually a derivative of Dreamforce. In fact, they touched on a barrier that only savants could reach, falling just short of that penultimate height. Lionel, the Dark Cloud Prison who had assumed the place of Leonel, had the ability to use his Dreamforce to manifest his thoughts into reality. Using Emperor's Might and King's Might, you wouldn't be able to go so far, but you were able to use your consciousness to affect change in your surroundings. Reading this sort of introduction, Leonel felt enlightened. When he had exited the Valiant Heart Zone, his hair had still been impossible to cut even with the increase in his strength. It was only by instinctively using his King's Might coercion that what once was near indestructible hair became as fragile as paper. In fact, when Leonel brought his metal body to Tier 9 of the 5th dimension, his hair had grown out wildly again and he was forced to cut it using the same method once more. Leonel never really thought much of it before, but this explanation made so many things click into place. It was no wonder why fusing his King's Might into his domains made them so much stronger. He felt as though these simple words were opening up enormous doorways to him. Learning that his King's Might was an extension of his Dreamforce made Leonel feel as though he had finally grasped onto something that had always been constantly slipping through his fingers. He felt much lighter and far more confident now. When he finally turned his attention back to E-Starry Eyes, it felt like it was made for him. In fact, he felt like all of these techniques were made for him. Starry Eyes, E-Sight Station. It fused the piercing gaze of the snowy star owl with Emperor's Might, forming a level of sensory perception that internal sight alone couldn't match. It was able to see through illusions, the power levels of those beyond your dimension, and even see through usually invisible fluctuations in force. However, this was just the first level of the technique. Upon reaching the second level, your gaze could gain coercive effects of its own. In that case, your eyes could be used to disrupt and interrupt the flow of force. Reading to this point, Leonel couldn't help but remember back to the flock of birds White City had brought to attack Camelot during Terrain's invasion. That species had been able to use their eyes to disrupt the flow of force, and it rendered mages completely useless. This technique seemed to take this to an extreme. If your starry eyes were potent enough and you could see through the weak point of a technique with enough speed, just your gaze alone could force it to disperse. It was truly a beautifully constructed technique. In fact, Leonel felt the same about them all. He almost didn't care enough to even look through the Luxnix family techniques. He was completely immersed in the world of his mother's creation. It took a lot for Leonel to be impressed, mostly because with his mind he was usually able to quickly deduce how people accomplished the things they did. Such an ability made it difficult for anyone to move him from his baseline. However, Leonel had nothing but praise for his mother. The straw that broke the camel's back was most definitely when Leonel saw a version of E-Valiant Seal. His mother had created that was several times better and more flexible than his own. Instead, she called it O's Crystal World Acrie. The very same crystal balls that Leonel had received all of his gifts from were exactly an application of this technique. However, that was the easiest part to accept. What was absolutely fascinating was that a formation of O's Crystal World Acrie Crystal World Acrie. This law would be governed by your empire's might. or, in Leonel's case, his king's might. So long as you were within the confines of East Crystal World and the world was not broken, this rule had to be followed. That was when it clicked for Leonel. The law his mother must have attached to his gifts was that the world would open so long as Leonel was the one to touch them. Wow, Leonel was floored. The complexity of this technique was beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 104, El Roni. Chapter 104 El Roni. Leonel felt that his E-Valiant seal was inferior to his mother's EC Crystal World in almost every way, shape, and form. The only advantage he would have was in the sturdiness of the space he could create, thanks to his version being anchored by Earth Force. But whether it was flexibility of use, stamina consumption, and applications in battle, it was a clean sweep for O Crystal World, she knew. Not to mention all of this, AC Crystal World, was practically like having a domain of your choosing on command. Of course, the law you set worked better the simpler it was, so this wasn't exactly true. But if an ability like this was paired with Leonel's intelligence in battle, who knew how many people he could play to death with it? Leonel's fingers subconsciously stretched outward, wiggling about lightly as force followed their movements. Leonel had thought that he wouldn't be used to the foundational magic system his mother used to create this technique. After all, he had used Camelot's magic system to turn an artistic conception into reality, but his mother hadn't returned to Earth in a very long time, so she shouldn't have had the time to learn about it. But, after analyzing the technique, Leonel was shocked to find that the foundation his mother used wasn't only similar, it was identical. He had no other way of explaining this other than chalking it up to his mother's world spirit. There didn't seem to be another way for her to have known about it. This conclusion led Leonel down another shocking revelation. His mother was like a cheat code. He had spent so much time analyzing and parsing out the secrets of Camelot's magic system, but his mother was years, if not decades, ahead of him. Subconsciously, the easiest first layer of E-Crystal World formed for Leonel, a small crystal ball appearing before him like a blown bubble. It reflected delicate rainbow colors as though it might pop at any moment. Still observing Leonel up in the sky, Alienor blinked in shock for already the third time that day. Crystal World was one of her most complicated techniques. Wasn't it a bit exaggerated to form a rudimentary form of it in just a few moments? I see. So that magic system fell in your hands. Leonel had no idea how correct he was. As the wielder of Earth's world spirit, Alienor had many wide-ranging abilities. One of these abilities was being able to assimilate with the natural force arts that formed the foundation of Earth. When Camelot formed Avalon and became part of Earth's reality, Alienor gained access to the natural force arts that formed their foundation. This, in turn, allowed her to improve her Ace Crystal World technique to the level it was currently at now. It could be said that Leonel had been helping his mom from countless light years away, something even she only became aware of right this moment. Had he never cleared Camelot's zone, their magic system wouldn't have fused with Earth and his mother would have never learned of them. A flicker of guilt lit Alienor's gaze. How ironic. What a terrible mother I am. The idea that her son had been sweating and bleeding for her benefit made tears run down Alienor's cheeks. She couldn't seem to control her flood of emotions at all. Even now, all she could give her son was wealth and treasures. She was under no illusions that this somehow made up for all the years of his life that she had missed. Leonel was oblivious to all of this. He had no idea that it wasn't because his mother was decades ahead of him, but rather that as the world spirit wielder, she didn't need to study Camelot's magic system like he did. It came as naturally to her as breathing. Technically, she had learned the magic system at the same time she did. However, functionally, they might as well have had thousands of years of separation between them. A light purple aura formed around him, forcing the rainbow colors of the bubble before him to take on various hues of violet instead. This is a good thing. It also means that I'm right, Leonel mused. Logically, Mother should have a far wider view of the dimensional verse than I do. The fact that she had so many options before her, yet still chose to use Camelot's magic system in specific, must mean that even compared to all of them, this system is far superior. This conclusion made Leonel feel at ease. Before, he had guesses. But he couldn't be absolutely certain. Right then, his finger flashed outward, a beam of spear force cutting through and crashing onto the surface of the bubble. A blade mark rebounded off the surface of the AC Crystal World construction, leaving a deep mark. However, the world managed to quickly mend itself. Leonel calmly observed this before sending a fist covered in fist force forward. Unlike his level 2 spear force, this fist force was only the most ordinary level 1 fist force. And yet, the bubble shattered on the lightest impact, raining down motes of crystals and light. Leonel nodded to himself. He had set the law of this crystal world by stating that it was invulnerable to blade edges. However, by skewing the law so heavily in one direction, it made it incredibly fragile to blunt trauma. Obviously, since Leonel's blade had left a mark, the Ace Crystal World wasn't invulnerable, so his law wasn't the end-all, be-all, at least not with his current proficiency. However, Leonel still felt that such a thing was endlessly useful in combat. If I can use my mother's research to improve my Valiant seal, just what would the result be? Leonel's mind worked in overdrive, but he felt like his king's might was missing something. His attention turned back to his mother's techniques before he found exactly what had forced his dreamscape to spark. Dragon's Might, Chapter LV05. Dragon's Might, Chapter LV05. Dragon's Might, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Might. Was clearly a play on Emperor's Might, as far as Leonel could tell. But its use was far more than just that. In fact, it was quite fascinating. This technique was a method of Emperor's Might manipulation. As things stood now, under normal circumstances, Emperor's Might was like a sledgehammer. In its base form, both Alienor and Leonel could use it like a flood, trying to drown people out with it. However, just because it could be done, didn't mean that this was the most efficient way of doing so. Dragon's Might combined Emperor's Might with concepts of visualizations and artistic conception. In fact, if Leonel was correct, him taking time to comprehend Dragon's Might could actually go a long way in helping him master the fifth-dimensional layer of E-dimensional cleanse. It had to be remembered that it was Leonel's shallow understanding of the fifth-dimensional layer of E-dimensional cleanses that led him down a path of using artistic conception to create mage arts. The fifth dimension was all about elevating the mind to release the shackles the body might harbor. This symbiotic relationship between mind and body was incredibly important. As such, using a Dragon's Mighty and mastering it would actually give Leonel a path toward increasing the speed of his improvement through the fifth dimension. Right now, Leonel's King's Might was nothing more than a formless fog. Whenever he made use of it, it would permeate his general surroundings before eventually sinking into whatever target he had set it on. The trouble with this approach was that it wasn't only a waste of energy, but it was also slow and not nearly as potent as it could be. The solution to this seemed quite simple. Since Leonel had such high Dream Force affinity, and he now knew that his King's Might was a derivative of it, why not simply take control of this fog and change its form? Of course, he could do this, and this would likely help mitigate the slowing and wastage of his King's Might. However, that was all. It was a mere surface solution to it all. It was only after reading through Dragon's Mighty that Leonel came to understand why it was he was so lacking in his use of his lineage factor. He was only at the first tier of the fifth dimension. He had yet to properly refine his mental state. In his current condition, his mind was like a wild and untamable beast that acted as it pleased. Leonel was under the illusion that he controlled himself, but just how much of his actions were based on his innate disposition? How much of himself was he controlling? And how much was decided at birth by an arrangement of his genes? It was quite the profound question. Why was it that some people endlessly procrastinated while others always seemed to be working? Was it really something as intangible as will, or was it just a natural disposition? Or maybe will itself was decided by one's innate disposition? Dragon's Mighty removed the guesswork from all of this. So long as Leonel practiced it properly, he would be able to rein in his mind to a certain extent. And, by attaching an artistic conception to his King's Might, it too would become several times more powerful. Once he managed to do that, the laws he set for E-Crystal World, or whatever upgraded version of his E-Valiant seal that he formed, would be exponentially more potent. Each level has a corresponding force art attached to it. Each really seems to be as complex as a natural force art. Was this really created by a person? Leonel couldn't help but be impressed once again. He had never seen a force art created by a person be so complex. Whether it was his auspicious aura force art or Camelot's magic system force art, both were exceedingly complicated. However, these Dragon's Might force arts fell somewhere between the two in complexity, with Camelot's being by far the most complex. Dragon's Might was split into 9 levels with 3 major dividing lines. Despite being called Dragon's Mighty, this name was actually more of a placeholder to convey the foundation of the technique's secrets. In reality, the artistic conception used was up to the user. This also allowed one the flexibility to improve upon a Dragon's Mighty in the future. Leonel wouldn't be surprised if his mother used the artistic conception of a dragon to give her Emperor's Might form. However, Leonel wouldn't even know where to start if he chose that path. He had never seen a dragon, nor seen the depiction of one. Though he had read and seen a lot of them in fiction back in his younger years, that wasn't nearly enough. Wait, do dragons actually exist? Leonel's brow furrowed before he shook his head. That hardly mattered right now. What he needed was a proper artistic conception, one that was both easy to observe and easy to scale. With Leonel's thinking speed, he immediately thought of several possibilities. The first was Little Blackstar. Though the little guy seemed quite adorable and unassuming, he was both a shadow sovereign and now an heir to the void beasts, a creature that even Leonel's own father deemed it important to leave a message behind about. It might even be the case that void beasts were far more powerful than dragons, if dragons even existed, that is. The second choice was to choose something far more abstract, like a disaster world. So long as Leonel kept visiting disaster worlds of similar elements, he would also be able to continuously upgrade the artistic conception of his King's Might. In addition, he would likewise be able to improve his universal cycles. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Both of these ideas felt excellent, but for some reason they left an uncomfortable feeling in Leonel's gut. He could somehow tell that if he really took this path, his king's might wouldn't like it, but he couldn't quite understand why, until it all clicked. The difference between emperor's might and king's might was that while the former gathered strength from outside influences, the latter gathered strength from yourself. Leonel suddenly felt a throbbing above his right hip, and he subconsciously reached a hand downward. A searing heat threatened to torch everything in the room, but for some reason, Leonel felt exceedingly comfortable. In that moment, he felt like he knew exactly what he had to do. Chapter 1006 Shared. Chapter 1006 Shared. The poolside was quite lively. The past 3 days had been spent in complete leisure as the youths of Earth basked in luxury. None of them had realized just how much of a toll the war had taken on them until this moment. What was shocking to many of them, though, was that they hadn't been bothered at all. In fact, it didn't seem like anyone else was moving into their hotel either. It was as though the entire building had been locked down for their sakes. In the end, they could only brush it off and chalk it up to Noah and Leonel's performances. Maybe the Luxniks were still trying to figure out how to bring the two into their fold and as such made some concessions on the front end. Either way, the group had access to as much food and entertainment as they wanted. It truly felt like they were on vacation. That day, as the high sun began to calm a bit, a few dozen of them sat by the poolside. Gil, practically grinning ear to ear, had an arm wrapped around two ravishing beauties he seemed to be whispering sweet nothings to. The two would often roll their eyes and giggle, but so long as Gil didn't get too handsy, they let him do as he pleased. For Gil, this was enough for him to be on cloud nine. Just a few days ago, he could only stare at beauties through a window pane. But now, he could actually enjoy the touch of such slim waists with a single pinch. This was truly heaven. Ladies, you really should give me a chance. I might be fast, but I still know how to finish last. How could I call myself a gentleman without allowing two beauties to go ahead of me? Gil's gaze twinkled, his eyes sparking with crimson streaks of lightning as though to remind the two of his speedster status. The two women covered their mouths and laughed, but they gave Gil their usual non-answer. Your pickup lines are lame, Franco called over from the deep end of the pool. Gil snorted. Don't open that big mouth of yours too wide, you might drown, Franco sneered. I'm bigger than you in other places too, but I'll spare the beauties the shock. The two women in Gil's arms turned completely red toward Franco's frankness. Toward this, Gil could only be displeased. With a flick of his finger, Gil sent an arc of lightning toward the pool. Shit, Franco jumped, just barely getting out of the water before he was shocked. You little bastard, Franco snarled. Who are you calling little? Gil seemed to forget about the two women in his arms as he let them go to charge after Franco. Soon, their third battle of the day had erupted, leaving the two maids looking toward one another with speechless expressions. The laughter and ambience of the poolside didn't fade as the two fought. In fact, it only seemed to become livelier. Some even began to place bets on who would win this time. To the side, Noah sat in silence. By some miracle, he had been convinced to wear a pair of swimming shorts, and his bold, refined chest was displayed for all to see. With how defined his muscles were, it would be difficult to pick a winner between him, Leonel, and Alan. Though, as usual, Alan was wearing overly baggy clothing even by the poolside. Is there a problem with Leonel? Jessica, who was wearing quite a conservative one-piece swimsuit, tried to strike up a conversation with Noah once again. Somehow, though, every time Noah looked toward her, he would look away just as quickly as though he was seeing something frightening. It was only after Jessica wrapped a shawl around her waist and partially covered her long, slender legs that Noah finally seemed to become normal again. No, I think he should be fine. Thinking back to what Noah had found on his bed 3 days ago, he assumed that Leonel must have received something as well. He was probably enthralled by it all. Cap! As though on cue, Leonel opened the side doors of the hotel to find himself by the poolside as well. Seeing that everyone was here, he couldn't help but smile. Yip! Little Blackstar hopped from Leonel's head, jumping toward the group of ladies who seemed to fall in love with him instantly. Clearly, they had no idea how much of a pervert the little guy was. You guys seem to be having a lot of fun. Seems I've missed out. Hee hee. Don't worry, Cap. I know you were just enjoying the presents we sent your way. Gil, who had Franco in a headlock, looked over with a mysterious grin. Leonel blinked in confusion. Presents? Yay. Don't worry, Cap. We'll keep it a secret for you. Leonel was speechless. He had no idea that these guys had sent over some service women to his penthouse. But long before they could even make it to his door, they had been intercepted by his mother. How could Alienor allow her son to be serviced by such low-class women? Alienor was all in favor of Leonel having dozens of wives, but they all had to be of the highest quality. He couldn't just wildly cede any plot of land. Leonel, though, had no idea about any of this and could only make some connections through the hardly disguised lewd gazes of his brothers. It was to the point even the women picked up on it, leaving them with no other choice but to turn their heads away in embarrassment. Leonel opened his mouth to explain, but in the end just shook his head and sighed. He had to admit that he was a bit pent up. The stronger his body became as he progressed his metal body, the stronger those urges seemed to become. It also didn't help that he had been abstaining from such thoughts ever since Ina vanished. He shook his head again. What am I thinking? Gil's perversion is rubbing off on me. Still, who knows, with how big the event these 3 planets are planning seems, maybe Ina will be here too. Leonel was filled with a complicated emotion. How would he face Ina when he met her? He didn't like the idea of apologizing because he didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. Or, at the very least, he felt that they had wronged each other. Forget it. Maybe as a man it was his duty to suffer a loss in this case. Who cared who was right or wrong as long as they could be together again? Wait, that was wrong too. If they approached things like that, the festering wounds that led to their separation in the first place would only grow, then they'd probably end up separated again. Leonel felt a headache coming on. At that moment, several strong auras suddenly converged on their hotel's poolside. Leonel looked up to see several youths making their way forward. All of them had a single thing in common. They shared the Luxnix bloodline. Chapter 107, Fortress. Chapter 107, Fortress. Leonel calmly observed these approaching figures. There weren't many of them, and it also wasn't clear what their purpose was at a single glance. However, Leonel had some guesses. The peace could only last for so long. Their group had not only somehow monopolized an entire hotel and its amenities for themselves, but they hadn't even had to fight for it like the others had. Such branch family members wouldn't dare to find trouble with the main Luxnix family, so the next best option was to attack the root of their dissatisfaction to begin with. At first, they were apprehensive. After all, some lingering rumors about what must have happened 3 days ago had circulated. Many thought that it wouldn't be long until members of the main branch came to usher Leonel and Noah in. If they made a move before that, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? But after 3 days of no movement, not to mention a few more rooms being claimed through competition, the other branch family geniuses seemed to realize that the Luxnix didn't have the intention of coming for Leonel and Noah now. Logically, it should only take an expert of the Luxnix a few hours at most to come here using a flying craft. If they used a teleportation formation, it would at most take a few minutes. 3 days was definitely too long even if potential delaying factors were taken into consideration. The fact that the Luxnix hadn't come more than likely meant that they were still waiting for Leonel and Noah to prove themselves. These branch family members had no way of knowing what the strength gauge for main branch members were. They only knew that Leonel and Noah were better than they were, but they didn't have a frame of reference for the main branch. This, along with the fact the matters of that day were only being spread by vague recollections, made solid deductions even more difficult. In the end, the other branch geniuses found themselves to be greatly dissatisfied. The youths of Earth hadn't even had to fight for their places. Since the Luxnix were clearly still testing them, didn't that mean that defeating them would gain them fame as well? At the helm, 3 youths with gazes that practically spit fire led the group. Though Leonel had no idea who they were, their auras were quite strong, all of them having stepped into Tier 7. Behind them, there were a handful of Tier 5 and 6 existences. If Leonel was more informed, he would have known that these 3 youths were yet more members of the Luxnix top 10 branches. This time, rather than the 10th and 12th ranked, it was the 8th, 7th, and 5th. The Luxnix family system worked quite simply. The main branch was located within this 3-pillar galaxy and shared the quadrants evenly with the Viola and Montex families. The branch families spread themselves throughout the sector. Some of the most powerful controlled entire galaxies of their own, while the weaker ones controlled several quadrants within a galaxy. A branch family's rank wasn't static and rather fluctuated. There were monthly, yearly, and per-decade rankings. This system stopped branches that were on top from growing complacent and also gave lower-ranking branches a chance to display their hard work and claim rewards. This ranking system was based on contribution. This included zones of note cleared, taxes paid, worlds conquered, and even additional elective contributions. These contributions were tallied and given scores that would eventually reflect in the rankings. Of course, the more powerful families tended to have the better rankings and received the most support from the main branch. The 8th branch was known as the Moeta branch, the 7th the Unia branch, and the 5th the Kuvan branch. Though their rankings weren't as stable as the top 3 branch families, their confidence spoke volumes for itself given how boldly they had chosen to come here. What the hell is this? I spent all that time waiting, being held back, for this? They're practically all in Tier 1. Is this a fucking joke? The youth from the Unia branch, Crocus Luxnix, wantonly swept his internal sight everywhere he pleased. Without even trying to hide it, he showed not a single person present a single ounce of respect. However, just before he could finish his sweep, Crocus's brows furrowed as he looked up to meet Leonel's gaze. Leonel himself stood where he had always been, his hands in his pockets and his gaze indifferent. Crocus's lip curled into a sneer. He had been holding back before, but since this brat wanted to play, without an ounce of hesitation, Crocus unleashed his internal sight in full force, already imagining the sight of Leonel's internal sight shattering into shards of glass. Even though this would only leave the latter a bit dizzy for a few moments, he was already feeling a sick satisfaction from it. Great affinity with Snow Force, even without awakening the Wisdom branch, made the internal sight of the Luxnix sturdier than most others. It had to be remembered. The one had to take normal force to convert into soul force. With soul force, one could project one's internal sight. However, some forces were far better in conversion than others were. Krakas was confident in his own soul force, not only because of his Luxnic's blood, but also because of his ability index. Whoever this fool was would suffer very soon. Unfortunately, just as quickly as Krakas sneered, he found his expression warping in the next moment. Leonel's internal sight was like a thick, impenetrable fortress. Krakas could feel his own crumbling just after ramming into it. No, it wasn't crumbling. It felt as though just touching Leonel's internal sight made his slowly erode. Right when Krakas panicked and wanted to pull back, the form of Leonel's internal sight suddenly changed. From a fortress, it became numerous spiked ramrods, pushing forward with an air of lethality. Krakas shot backward to the very shock of his companions and retracted his internal sight as fast as he could. However, he was still a step slow. Krakas' body convulsed, his knees buckling as his face turned pale. He fell to the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant. Chapter 1008 Food. Chapter 1008 Food. From start to end, Leonel didn't move a single inch. In fact, those with weaker senses wouldn't have even been able to tell that a clash was occurring at all. It could only be said that Krakas was too foolish. While he had snow force to strengthen his internal sight, Leonel had already awakened his wisdom branch to the second layer, and his mind already had the boundaries and sturdiness of an individual at the quasi-sixth-dimensional level. This had been the case long before he ever stepped into the fourth dimension, let alone now that he was in the fifth. As though that wasn't enough to widen the gap, Krakas used regular soul force, while Leonel used the purest form of soul force dream force. With this disparity, even if Leonel only crudely controlled his internal sight, he would have still been able to crush Krakas. But, after being given the Luxnix's library of techniques, Leonel had touched upon an entirely new level of internal sight control. The breadth of techniques the Luxnix had in this regard were impossibly numerous. Just now, Leonel had only used the most basic of third-dimensional internal sight manipulation techniques, and yet the difference was actually so striking. Of course, there was one other reason why the difference was so drastic, a reason related to the corrosive attack Krakas felt true fear for. It could only be said that Krakas had shot himself in the foot. Krakas. The members of the Unia branch that had followed rushed after Krakas to help him up. The latter was still in a daze, but his cloudy eyes began to slowly sharpen, only for it to flash with a hint of seriousness and fear. He felt that if Leonel had insisted on pursuing him in that moment, his outcome wouldn't have been as simple as a spout of dizziness for a small while. He almost felt as though his mind could have been destroyed. Of course, Krakas doubted that Leonel could really accomplish it. This wasn't because he was looking down on Leonel. He had already learned a lesson against that just now in the harshest way possible. The main issue was that internal sight that had been retracted into the mind couldn't be so easily messed with. In fact, trying to do so would have put Leonel in danger instead. The leading youth of the Mueter and Cuvan branches looked back toward Krakas with equally serious expressions. They had been paying attention to what happened just now. Usually, internal sight was quite fluid. Several internal sights could overlap and pass through one another without issue normally. However, techniques for internal sight taking shape and form like that were extraordinarily rare, and those who had such proficiency in them were even rarer. It almost felt like a perfect one-to-one of Leonel's consciousness. Of course, they had no idea that it was exactly this. With Dreamforce, Leonel's control of his internal sight was a thought away. After all, Dreamforce was the embodiment of consciousness. So you were a specialist of the Wisdom Branch. It seems we've underestimated you. Nigrith, the Tier 7 youth of the 5th-ranked Kuvan branch, looked toward Leonel deeply, his tone and expression touched with a hint of seriousness. The Wisdom Branch was probably the most respected of the Snowy Star Owl's 3 main talent branches. The Luxnix had a saying that it was from wisdom that all other things sprout. Those who specialized in the Wisdom Branch had statuses that were a margin higher than those who were of the Speed or Healing Branch. However, that was all. This wasn't enough for these youths to back down. It had only taught them that they shouldn't get into a war of internal sight with Leonel. Seeing that they had come to such a conclusion, Leonel didn't bother to correct them. There wasn't much of a point. It likely wouldn't be long before they learned the true extent of his abilities. Might I ask what you 3 have come for? Leonel smiled lightly. However, his brothers had already snapped out of their fun-having state to stare toward the newcomers. Raiden, the final Tier 7 youth of the Mutter branch, looked Leonel up and down, his fists itching. For some reason, Leonel's smile reminded him of the hypocritical smiles of all those old fogies. But for other reasons, he couldn't seem to bring himself to hate it as much. We came for battle, of course. He spoke out, taking a step forward. In all this time, the other branches have been competing every day for the sake of the resources they get to enjoy. Your hotel still has 100% of its maidservants, amenities, and food. Yet, you're the only group that has yet to fight a single battle. It seemed that the competition didn't stop at claiming rooms. After this, it became a contest of the hotels and a fight for resources. I see, Leonel nodded. So you want our resources? Aside from the obvious, why's that? Leonel calmly observed the group before him. Raiden's sneer deepened. None of us know when the competition will begin. Isn't it only right that we try to gather up as many resources as we can to improve in what time we have left? If we can sharpen our skills against good sparring partners, wouldn't that be even better? Leonel nodded. That did indeed make sense. He had hoped to learn more about this competition, but he guessed that this much was already enough. He gazed toward everyone around him and laughed. Well, you all heard him. They want to spar for resources. I haven't eaten in quite a few days. You guys have fun. Leonel's feet glided against the grass and eventual polished stone surrounding the poolside. Under everyone's gazes, he made it to the barbecue and started fixing himself an enormous plate of food. Whether it was the youths of Earth or the branch youths, they could only stand and watch, speechless. Before any of them had reacted, Leonel had already begun to munch on an enormous beast leg. He looked up with an innocent expression on his face. What are you all waiting for? They only came with 9 people. There are over 50 of us. Gang up on them. Chapter 109.9. Roof. Chapter 109.9. Roof. Shameless. Leonel looked up from his plate of food to see an enormous battle royale having broken out. Whether it was Crocus, Nigreth, or Raiden, or even their followers, all of them were instantly infuriated. However, toward this reaction, Leonel could only shrug. Though Crocus was a bit rude in his remarks, that didn't mean he wasn't correct. The youths of Earth were indeed far too weak. Even the most advanced of them was only at Tier 2, and that happened to be Noah. Leonel himself would likely break into Tier 2 in a few days thanks to the benefits of, but compared to these Tier 5, 6, and 7 youths, it was really not worth mentioning. The worst part was that Leonel was fully aware that this was just the tip of the iceberg. He still remembered that Rhea girl from a few days ago. She was already Tier 8, and her talent itself was far beyond the youths that had come here today. And these were all branch family members. If the difference between them and the branch families was already this large, what about the difference between them and the main branch? What about the other 2 pillar families, the Viola and the Montex? Leonel vaguely felt that maybe bringing everyone here was a mistake, but in the end, he shook his head. What good was it if they stayed sheltered? Facing the world like this would only help them improve faster. Why am I thinking like some old man? I need to improve too. Leonel took another large bite out of his food, his gaze scanning the battlefield. From just a cursory glance, he could tell that it took on average 3 of Earth's geniuses to face just one of them. The difference was there for all to see. In truth, this revelation was more shocking than not for the branch family geniuses. The gap between experts of the 5th dimension were enormous, especially if it was the gap of 1 or 2 watersheds. There were 3 higher-tier geniuses and 6 middle-tier geniuses, while all of Earth's youths were still in the lower tier. The fact that it only took 3 to bridge this gap was more shocking than anything else. To put this matter into perspective, even if they had to fight 50 Tier 1 experts alone, they should have been able to do it. If these Tier 1 experts were from lesser worlds, even hundreds to thousands of them shouldn't have been able to bridge the gap. The fact that 3 could was shocking enough. Still, Leonel could only sigh at this result. He wasn't quite sure of what to do. Should he use the money his mother left him to help? No, that wouldn't make much of a difference. The accommodations the hotel provided were excellent. They had all the nutrients and support 5th-dimensional existences could ask for. Should he use the silver tablet to help loosen their bottlenecks? This was a possibility, but having learned about the Three-Finger Cult, Leonel realized that his past acts of openly and freely using the silver tablet was far more dangerous than he knew. He had only done so because he thought he was the only one potentially aware of its existence, but clearly this wasn't the case. Realizing this, Leonel knew that he couldn't casually rely on the silver tablet any longer, at least not for people he didn't have absolute trust in. He would trust his brothers with his life, but he barely had a surface relationship with the other youths of Earth. He didn't have the luxury of freely believing in them. Hold this, USOB. Raj swung down a massive hammer of metallic sand. His violent movements caused that layers of fat that coated his body to peel backward and press down, surprisingly revealing the hint of a powerful physique. This wasn't too surprising to the others. Before the metamorphosis, the strongest of them all in terms of raw power was most definitely between Raj and Arnold. It was too bad he refused to lose weight even after no longer needing it for football. Leonel smiled as he watched them all push the branch family geniuses back. His gaze slowly left the battle, aiming up toward a distant hotel roof. Did he see us? So what if he did? Another responded with a yawn. Isn't this a bit too shameless? We should just storm down there and end it all. By the time we're finished, they won't have a place here any longer. Maybe, but it's interesting, don't you think? What the hell is interesting about these weaklings? None of them have Luxnix's blood. Of the 2 that do, one of them is clearly not trying very hard while the other is eating. Yet, despite not having Luxnix's blood, or Viola and Montex's blood for that matter, it only takes 50 of them to overwhelm 9 of us. A snort sounded. Don't us as me together with them. Those few down there don't even have O20 blood density. Why are you lumping me in? Just shut up about yourself for a second. If you want to be so arrogant, why don't you take that attitude to the Luxnix family estate? Go see how the real geniuses feel about you. The snorter fell into silence, sending a glance over to the man by his side. Anyway, use your head for a second. How is it that a group of youths without a drop of the 3 strongest bloodlines of this sector somehow have the strength to fight back in a 50-on-9 battle against individuals who do have it? Don't you think it's fishy? The rooftop fell into silence. This was indeed a bit surprising. While the numbers looked unfair, it should have been unfair for Earth, not the other way around. Oh? He disappeared. No, he's right here. The 3 shifted their gaze to find Leonel's smiling figure looking back at them. At some unknown time, Leonel had gone from eating his fill to standing on the very same roof as them all. Chapter 111 Tino 50, Chapter 111 New No 50, hello. Leonel smiled lightly as though he was meeting some old friends. The 3 youths before him were quite unique. They all had golden hair, though not as pure nor as bright as main branch members. However, what truly distinguished them were their eyes. One had a pair of radiant blue irises, another had very warm brown eyes that seemed only a shade or 2 away from amber, and the last very pale green eyes. These were the hallmarks of the top 3 branch families of the Luxniks. This chapter is updated by .com. There was Kian, the Tier 7 genius of the 3rd-ranked Vora branch, and his pale green eyes. Von, the Tier 7 genius of the 2nd-ranked Strack branch, and his brown, near-amber eyes. And finally, there was Ren, the Tier 7 genius of the 1st-ranked Ruitern branch. Each of these 3 branches controlled an entire galaxy all to their own and had positions that were quite interchangeable. The gap between them were so close that they were functionally seen as a single unit. In fact, there was a large disparity between themselves and the 4th-ranked branch families and beyond. Leonel couldn't help but note that all of these top-line geniuses were Tier 7. The only exception had been Raya, who was Tier 8. The was likely not a coincidence, but Leonel didn't have enough information or data points to draw a conclusion. Of course, if Leonel had known that Richard Viola, who he had met in the Dimensional Cleanse trial world, was a member of the Viola family, he would have noted that he too had been Tier 7. By then, he might have realized that there was more to this than what it seemed. Kian, Von, and Ren all looked toward one another before looking back toward Leonel. They had been leisurely watching the battle in one moment, but the instant they lost track of Leonel, he had already appeared here. Was it teleportation? But there was at least a half-kilometer distance between themselves and where Leonel had been. How could someone in the 5th dimension teleport so far in a 6th-dimensional world? Their expressions turned serious. I assume that you came here for a reason? Kian, the most abrasive of the 3, was the first to recover, dressing down Leonel with his gaze. Of course, Leonel said lightly. I just wanted to ask you all not to make things too difficult on me and my people. It would be quite a problem if we also had to fight you all too. The 3 were stunned. What had this man just said? Did they hear correctly? Kian burst into a fit of laughter, slowly standing up from his reclining chair. His green eyes flashed to a peak of emerald for a moment as he took a step forward. Are you asking us to show mercy? Well, if you want to think of it that way to accept my proposal, sure. Kian's sneer only deepened when he heard this. This is the first time I've ever heard of a Luxnix being so cowardly. Sure, we can agree not to attack you. Just hand over all your resources and scram first. If you didn't even want to fight, why did you come all the way here? To embarrass your ancestors? Not exactly. Leonel responded quite calmly despite Kian's words. How old are you this year? Kian frowned hearing the line of questioning. However, it wasn't like his age was a secret to begin with. Since Leonel was being so amusing, he thought he would oblige. I'm 102 this year. If you're thinking of using your age as an excuse, I've already been at Tier 7 for 13 years already. If I had wanted to, I could have been in the 6th dimension already. Leonel nodded. Well, the oldest of them is only 23. Don't you think you should show some leeway as their senior? The pupils of the 3 constricted. What they didn't know was that it wasn't exactly accurate to say that they were 23. After all, many of them had only been in the dimensional verse for 4 to 5 years. On the other hand, these branch family geniuses started training when they were toddlers. It simply wasn't the same. After his initial shock, Kian's face settled back down. I don't know if you're trying to bullshit me or not, but do you take me for a fool? Where would you possibly get so many young 5th-dimensional beings from? And even if by some small miracle you weren't lying, so what? You want me to give up my chance at a bright future because you're all so young and innocent? Even if you were a baby in a stroller, if it meant me claiming a spot among them, I'd stab a knife through your chest without hesitation. Leonel fell into silence when he heard these words. His gaze shifted from Kian to the other 2. You're right, he finally said. It was a bit stupid of me to ask for such a thing. Leonel's palm flipped over and a 3-meter-long dual-bladed silver spear appeared. Let's fight then. Within the Luxnix family estate, 2 familiar young men sat, enjoying the lavish lifestyle they had been living over the last several weeks. It had simply been too long since they had a chance to rest like this. Being in that place had always felt like being in a constant hellish storm. Of course, these 2 young men were the prim and proper Orinik and the lazy, untidy Gnor. It wasn't much of a surprise then that one side of the dining table was filled with clean plates and cleanly cut pieces of meat while the other looked as though a tornado had passed through. However, at that moment, both young men froze in unison, their gazes turning somewhat vacant as though they were listening intently to something. Young sirs, Orenic and Ganor were currently being entertained by the geniuses of the Luxnix family. Though Miguel wasn't present, the only 3 youths of this generation to surpass 050 bloodline density were. The one who spoke was the youngest and shortest of them. Unlike most of the Luxnix, he had also cut his bright golden hair short, with much of the sides of his head being completely hairless. He was Siller Luxnix, the preeminent genius of the Luxnix main branch's speed arm. When the two recovered their sharpness, Ganor completely ignored the question and went back to eating, but Orenic smiled lightly and explained. We've received word that the first round of the selection event will begin in a month's time. Oh, Siller's gaze brightened. He looked like he was still a child in his early teens, but the truth was that he was well into his 30s already. The second of the 3 geniuses spoke. He was none other than Eloquin, the preeminent genius of the Luxnix main branch's wisdom arm. He seemed to carry the sharp eyes and slick tongue one would expect from such a person, and he was the tallest of the 3. It seems that it's about time we invite those of the branch families who passed to the family estate. Chapter 1 Ilowen 1, 3 inches. Chapter 1 Ilowen, 3 inches. Leonel's blade flashed, his bronze runes blazing to life as a silver armor covered him from head to toe. The pupils of the 3 constricted. They could tell that this wasn't an armor Leonel summoned. It was rather one that was perfectly integrated with his body. The first possibility was that he had constructed this armor out of exceptionally rare materials that could be fused with organic material. The second possibility was that this was a second lineage factor. Regardless of which the truth was, the objective reality was one thing: Leonel was powerful. Very powerful. As though to agree with their speculation, a strong spatial domain suddenly descended. The 3 youths felt as though it took twice the effort to move the same distance as it had in the past, forcing their expressions into an even more serious state. There was no doubt in their minds that this was an ability of this armor Leonel had just brought out. You want to fight now? Fine. Kian's expression settled down, his own force beginning to roll forward in waves. You must really think that I'm some sort of pushover. Kian's palm flipped over, revealing a glaive almost an entire meter taller than himself. Its polearm was a sleek black and its blade was a striking, venomous green. The blade itself was somewhat transparent and even seemed refined of a special sort of glass. However, the instant Kian's snow force erupted forth, it lost all its dullness and began to glow to the point its transparency vanished, leaving behind a blade that was not only almost double the size it had been originally, reaching almost 3 feet in length, but also one that shimmered as though it was made entirely of light. Leonel didn't need to think very much to know that this stickiness on his skin was a poison warning. However, as though he couldn't sense this strangeness at all, he shot forward, his spear drawing an elegant arc in the air. Kian sneered, his own blade swinging downward, but his pupils constricted at the result. Kian had been certain that his weapon would be beyond Leonel's. He currently had a Tier 7 bronze-grade glaive in his possession, and it perfect synergized with his abilities. One would be hard-pressed to find a youth with a better weapon than himself. However, the instant they clashed, Kian realized he couldn't have been more wrong. Leonel's spear was actually of the quasi-silver grade. Kian's approach instantly changed. With a skill rarely seen, the instant their blades clashed, he pulled back, his stance shifting. His movement was so swift that it made it difficult to tell anything had happened, but Leonel himself felt as though he had just swung into a target made of cotton. Kian's glaive continued to glide backward, dispersing the strength of Leonel's blow and sweeping it to his back after a sidestep. His gaze lit with greed, but he reined it under control. Leonel might have wielded a spear, but the mechanics and design of it wasn't far from his own glaive, and the length was about the same. He could easily see himself using it, and, even if he decided that it wasn't worth his time, he could easily sell it to afford to upgrade his own weapon. Since Leonel had chosen to make an enemy out of him, he didn't mind taking him for all the money he was worth. He is more skilled than anyone I've battled before. This was the thought that Leonel had almost instantaneously. Leonel had never had any formal training in the spear, and much of what he knew came from himself, and cobbling together the insights of the masters of the spear domain. Compared to Kian, who had clearly been wielding a glaive since he was a child, there was a bit of a gap. At least there was a gap until he activated it. Leonel didn't hesitate, his forehead beginning to pulse with a golden light. Through the visor and helmet of his armor, the shimmering print of a golden spear made itself known. In unison, Leonel pressed forward, wild spear force suddenly erupting around him. In one moment, Kian was effortlessly gliding Leonel's force to a harmless location. In the next, Leonel's spear had flipped in his hands, a second blade cutting toward Kian's neck with a violent momentum. Kian's expression changed. Impossible. Vaughn and Ren no longer remained seated, realizing that this would be a problem instantly. Vaughn and Ren both flipped their palms to reveal two swords. As though by tacit agreement, they pincered Leonel in from both sides. If Leonel dared to continue his strike, he would definitely end up fatally wounded. On one side, Vaughn's swordsmanship was like a rocky avalanche, erratic and alternating between soft mudslides and harsh rolling boulders. On the other, Ren's swordsmanship was akin to a rippling wave. A single flick of the wrist caused fluid and sudden movements. There was something decidedly beautiful about it all. The differences were both reflected in the size of their sword. Ren's was barely 2 fingers wide, while Vaughn's was easily 4. One used a single hand, while the other insisted on 2. At that moment, though, the three were suddenly shrouded by an oppressive aura. Fear gripped their hearts and sweat coated their palms, nearly causing their weapons to slip from their hands. Duality. The flickering image of a small man barely 3 inches tall appeared above Leonel's head. The instant it did, Leonel's domains seemed to become like unshakable laws of the world, so ingrained into reality that they became as fundamental as gravity itself. All the strength that Kian, Vaughn, and Ren had mustered in that moment was suddenly sapped away, flooding Leonel's own body and filling him with a raging power. Kian's gaze flickered with despair as Leonel's blade reached his neck, drawing blood. The crimson droplet sprinkled to the floor, leaving the hotel roof beneath an eerie silence. More coming. Chapter 1L12, Excommunication. Chapter 11-2, Excommunication. Leonel's blade just barely nicked Kian's skin, the cold glint in his eyes obvious beneath his visor. The 3 youths were shaken. Even though Kian was the only one with a blade to his neck, Vaughn and Ren, who were practically trapped in space, were just as fear-filled. Vaughn and Ren had never stopped piercing their swords forward. It was just that so much of their strength has been sapped by Leonel's duality domain that what once was twice the effort to move the same distance had become over a dozen times the effort. If one didn't look closely, it would seem as though they had been frozen in time. The 3 had been able to pretty much ignore Leonel's spatial domain by diverting their force to counteract it. But when it was paired with this second domain, it felt as though they were small fish swimming against the ocean's tides. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. He used natural spear force, natural spear force, enlightened spear force. These were Leonel's so-called level 1, level 2, and level 3 weapon forces. He might not know their true names due to purposely keeping himself ignorant, but this didn't mean that the same could be said for others. The moment Leonel's natural spear force erupted, Vaughn and Ren knew that they had still underestimated Leonel. To put these matters into perspective, even in the top 3 branch families of the Luxniks, not a single soul of the younger generation had awakened to their natural weapon force. In fact, each of them could count on a single hand the number of 6th-dimensional old monsters who had accomplished this in their families. However, even with that being the case, none of the 3 of them could take their eyes off of the 3-inch being sitting above Leonel's head. They felt as though their souls were being sucked out of their bodies every time they laid eyes on it, their knees threatening to collapse beneath them. It felt like that small little being was the antithesis of all that was life. It embodied pure death and destruction as though it wouldn't stop until everything was eradicated. Just looking toward it made them all feel a piercing pain in their heads. Leonel slowly retracted his spear and pierced one end into the ground. I think the result is pretty obvious now and we don't need to continue, correct? Leonel swept a gaze over the 3 of them. Kian, Vaughn, and Ren all remained silent, their jaws clenched. By now, Vaughn and Ren had lowered their swords. They realized that there wasn't much of a point in continuing. Even if this technique took a lot out of Leonel, something that was very clearly not immediately obvious, it was still more than enough time for him to take them out. Even after several moments of thought, none of them could think of a counter. In all likelihood, even if there was some sort of counter to this, they simply weren't privy to it. Of course, this small figure was the manifestation of Leonel's Dragons, my DCC, rather than taking the form of something else, it took the form of himself and gave his King's Might a tangible representation. The source of this content is freeevenigvel.cm. In truth, even Leonel hadn't expected his King's Might's artistic conception to be so powerful. But he was well aware that this was only one part due to his King's Might itself, but at least 2 to 3 parts due to the artistic conception he had chosen. Leonel couldn't help but take another subconscious glance toward his right hip. He felt that even now, he hadn't quite understood just what was in his body and what it represented. Just as Leonel was about to nod and leave, not particularly needing the response of the 3 of them, a sudden surge of force caught his attention. Leonel's brow furrowed as his head snapped in a certain direction. From this vantage point, he could just barely catch a glimpse of a corner of the long pathway leading up to the 10 hotels. Near the front, there was a large community square laid of stone. Under normal circumstances, such a location would be used for the in and out traffic of vehicles. But, with this being the private property of the Luxniks, it wasn't truly used in this way. In that moment, a platform rose up and the large fountain that had taken up the center of the square became a teleportation pad upon which several individuals appeared. Leonel's gaze immediately narrowed. He couldn't see the others because his own hotel blocked the view of them from this viewpoint, but the one he could see left Leonel feeling a tangible pressure. Leonel had no reference for how powerful those of the main branch were, so he had subconsciously believed that the gap between them and the like of Kian, Vaughn, and Ren couldn't be too far apart. But it only took this single experience for him to understand just how wrong he was. The gap was enormous. In fact, it was akin to night and day. The two groups might as well have been completely alien to one another. Is that so? Right then, the sound of a sonorous bell resounded. The battle between Leonel's brothers and the people of Earth against those of the 5th, 7th, and 8th branch families came to a halt. Though, unfortunately for the latter group, their sudden stop resulted in many of them getting sucker-punched. But who could blame the youths of Earth? After all, they didn't understand the significance of that sound. Whatever rage the branch family youths had about this, though, could only be quickly doused in water. This is an edict of the Luxniks. All those with bloodline densities of O210 and higher are to report here within the next 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in 10 lashes and excommunication from the family. Chapter 1113, Eldnorance. Chapter 113, Eldnorance. Leonel's brow raised when he made eye contact with Noah. There was something particularly shifty about Noah's gaze at the moment, as though he wanted to say something or was regretting something, but he also seemed to realize that it was too late to do so. The both of them had been making their way to the front of the hotel after hearing the announcement when they crossed paths. It was immediately obvious to Leonel that Noah was holding back something. It makes sense. Noah probably knows more about the Luxniks than I do, but he isn't a very talkative person to begin with, so he probably didn't know how to start the conversation. Leonel smiled and shook his head. He couldn't decide whether this cousin of his was a block of wood or an adorable teddy bear. Either way, whatever it was, Leonel didn't think it would change much. The fact that those presents had been left for him gave him a clue to something. At the very least, he didn't think that his life would be in danger. He would just greet what came with a smile until it warranted a frown. As for what happened from here on out, there was no point in worrying about it as he couldn't change it anyway. Leonel patted Noah's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Noah's brows arched up. For some reason he felt better after Leonel said this, but he still smiled bitterly on the outside. Leonel could only be so carefree because he didn't have any idea what would likely happen over there. Noah didn't know the full story of what happened back then, and had only ever learned some snippets, but he knew enough to know that this was a sticky situation. But, much like Leonel, after seeing the gifts left on his bed, he had a bit of confidence that at least their lives wouldn't be in danger. That was why he chose to come anyway. Noah's gaze turned back to find Kian, Vaughn, and Ren. It wasn't only him who noticed this, but the youths of the Muetter, Unia, and Coven branches did so as well. Seeing the pale state of their faces, many of them were confused, but Noah gave a deep look toward Leonel, who just grinned back. Noah shook his head and didn't say much of anything. It seemed that Leonel had benefited from those gifts far more than he had. The group of youths suddenly froze in place, their eyelashes trembling as their breathing became shallow. The few of them had rounded the final corner to finally lay eyes on the group that had come from the Luxniks. But, the instant they did, it felt as though all the oxygen in the surroundings had been sucked away. There were only 3 individuals present. Follow current novels on .ccm. Each of them wore white leather armor, beautifully tailored and perfectly fitted. It followed the curves of the 2 women to perfection, and outlined the broad shoulder and chest of the man immaculately. Each had a 12-point star on their lapels and gorgeously embroidered and delicately detailed golden feathers on their tall collars. This was a uniform recognized throughout the whole of the sector, a sign of one of the mightiest and strongest fighting forces of the Luxniks, the Feather Sword Warriors. Ah, such cool uniforms. Leonel's words almost made Noah fall over. Whatever heavy momentum the Feather Sword Warriors had faltered as they all looked toward who spoke through the silence with incredulous expressions. The 3 Feather Sword Warriors had no idea how to respond to this. Technically, Leonel had complimented them, so there was nothing to fault him for. However, couldn't he read the atmosphere? And wasn't he supposed to be awed into silence? This wasn't part of the script at all. The male Feather Sword Warrior cleared his throat as the 2 women covered their lips. Line up, he said coldly. The branch family youths didn't dare to be as nonchalant as Leonel. In the end, they all formed a line facing the 3 Feather Sword Warriors. Though there were thousands in the hotels, most of them were subordinates that didn't meet the Oda 10 threshold and relied on the geniuses of their branches for a spot. So, in the end, there were only just over 20 who appeared. In the distance, many peeked in on what was happening, but the Feather Sword Warriors didn't seem to care as the male began to speak. Today, I will be taking you to the Luxniks family estate. The moment he said these words, a sudden bubbling of excitement took hold. But, when he raised his hand to stop it, silence fell once more just as quickly. My task today isn't just to escort you, but it's to also act as a reminder. In 1 month's time, the recruitment of the Void Palace will begin. The excited murmurings returned, but this time they hushed on their own. Many gripped their fists, their eyes lighting up with their hopes and dreams. You all seem very excited by this prospect, but it's clear that this is only because you have no idea what sort of weight the Void Palace name has. There is nothing to be excited about. The Void Palace is a place where those far more talented, far stronger, and far more valiant than you all go to die. The heaviness of the atmosphere amplified, many beginning to choke on their own attempted air intake. The Void Palace is the line of defense that protects the human domain from those who seek to cause us harm. Being chosen by them means a lifetime of glory, but it also represents a lifetime of responsibility. Today, the Luxnix family will give you a chance to prove yourself and gain their nurturing for the coming month, but what you receive will still depend on your ability. Your bloodline gets you this far, and the rest will be up to you. Step forward. The group of youths did as they were told, and the teleportation platform began to flicker. When the lights faded, they too had vanished. Chapter 1114, Golden Gates. Chapter 1114, Golden Gates. When Leonel's vision cleared, he was greeted by grand golden gates. Unlike the day when the envoys of the Void Palace arrived, they were firmly shut this time around. Familiar motes of light still hung about the skies, illuminating even the day with both a delicate light and a refreshing fragrance. Standing here made even mundane air taste better than usual, the intoxicating feeling filling your lungs to the brink. Leonel's hands slipped into his pockets, his expression hard to read. It was already normally difficult to tell what was going through his head, but at the moment it seemed to be even more so than usual. The 3 feather-sword warriors stood at the helm waiting beneath the tall gates. The guards on either side of the stood at attention, their faces obscured by their golden armor and their bodies as rigid as statues. Leonel found this situation to be a bit odd. Since the Luxnix should have known they were coming, why was it that the gates were closed? Leonel swept another glance over the surroundings, leisurely taking it all in before his gaze once more landed on the feather-sword warriors. They still stood beneath the gates without movement, but they seemed to be silently communicating with one another. It didn't take a genius to guess that they were confused about what was going on as well. This policy seemed to have changed. The male feather-sword warrior spoke. Ever since that attack, security has been a bit tighter. You know that it's not that simple. It was Lady Fluttering Star Order who commanded us to do this. The 3 fell into silence after they heard these words. Fluttering Star Order was part of the wisdom arm of the main family, but her identity was a bit more sensitive than this. She had also been experiencing the suppression of her other family members for a long while now, and it only seemed to have increased after the envoys of the Void Palace returned. The 3 feather-sword warriors had expected to face some resistance, but they weren't in position to ignore the orders of a Star Order elder, especially since they were only 0-point feather-sword warriors. They didn't have as much leeway as their 4, 8, and 12-point superiors. To many, they were only considered to be trainees. Knowing the sensitivity of the issue, though they could do so, the 3 Featherstar warriors didn't dare to command the guards to open the gates. Though their status was low, that was only relative to the true big shots. Anyone who could become a Featherstar warrior was an elite among the main family's geniuses. Mere gate guards couldn't ignore their orders at all. However, whether one could do versus whether one should do something were 2 completely different matters entirely. To reach their position, these 3 didn't only have to have combat talent, but they were also very intelligent. They knew how to toe the political line. Fluttering Star Order had informed them to bring the branch family members to the estate, and they had done so. They had even gone out of their way to speak flowery words and made these kids feel like they truly had a chance to snatch greatness. They had done enough. If the gates were shut here, Fluttering Star Order couldn't blame them. Leonel continued to silently observe this awkward atmosphere as the minutes began to tick by. However, on the inside, his displeasure was already growing. He could make a guess at what was going on. Clearly not everyone in the Luxnix family were willing to welcome them with open arms, and these feather-sword warriors were caught in the middle of this strife. However, this didn't stop Leonel from disliking the situation in the slightest. Yep. Little Blackstar, who had found his way back to Leonel's head, patted his forehead with a small paw. At least the little guy had a conscience. Leonel had almost assumed that he would choose letting those girls play with him over following him. The little mink actually seemed to be warning Leonel about his temper, something that made Leonel himself chuckle lightly. Which of them was the older one now? You would think that little Blackstar would have come back more bestial after absorbing all that Void Beast blood, but he was actually like this now. All right, I know. They're a big 6-dimensional family, I won't cause trouble. Little Blackstar's paw patting Leonel's forehead again, but the look in the little guy's eye made it obvious that he didn't believe Leonel's words even for one moment. Leonel smiled and shook his head. Maybe I should just leave. How long do they expect to have me wait at this gate? Leonel hadn't come for the Luxnix to begin with. He had only come here because his grandfather had told him his mother was waiting for him. It was only after coming to this place that he learned about all of this Void Palace nonsense and realized that this situation might be more complex than he thought. Unfortunately, his mother was nowhere to be seen, and he had no idea how to find her. In fact, It even seemed from those gifts that she didn't want to be found for whatever reason. In that case, why was he wasting his time here then? Having lost his patience, Leonel looked over to Noah. He planned on explaining his thoughts, and then Noah could decide for himself whether to stay or not. However, just when he was going to do so, something caught his attention. On the road on the opposite side of the closed golden gates, a white-robed old woman was walking her way forward. Though her gait seemed slow, her every step took her tens of meters. In just a few blinks, she had made it to the gate with a light smile on her face. "Open the gates," she spoke lightly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Yes, the gate guards didn't dare to hesitate. This was a Star Order elder before them, the now infamous Fluttering Star Order. More coming, EO8CO422, Chapter 1115, Tour Guide, Chapter 1115, Tour Guide. Fluttering Star Order waited patiently as the large golden gates opened. Despite their size, the maintenance performed on them was impeccable. They swung open without the slightest noise. Even the wind itself seemed to still as they moved. The instant the gates opened, the three Feathersword warriors dropped to a single knee. "We greet." Fluttering Star Order waved a hand, and the Feathersword warriors shot to their feet before they could realize what was happening. "There's no need for so much formality. I'll have to thank you three for bringing over these children to me. I appreciate it." The Feathersword warriors opened their mouths to say something, but in the end they closed them once more and sighed. The fact that Fluttering Star Order didn't allow them to pay respects to her seemed like an act of humility on the surface, but in practice was her drawing a clean line between the two of them. On the one hand, this would protect them from the rage of the other Star Order elders. However, it would also mean that whatever relationship they had had with Fluttering Star Order would end from this day forth. The Feathersword warriors couldn't help but feel complicated at this point. Fluttering Star Order had always been kind to them, but now that she was in need, they had essentially turned their back on her. However, what else could they do? They were just small rowing boats amidst a storm of black waters. Even if they braced themselves for the storm and helped Fluttering Star Order out to the best of their abilities, they would only sink along with her. It was better to have no backing at all than backing that would guarantee your death. Bowing apologetically once more, the three rushed into the estate, quickly vanishing. All the while, Fluttering Star Order hadn't spared them another glance. With a kind smile, her focus had been turned to the Branch family youths. Leonel's gaze narrowed somewhat. He could sense the tension and could feel that this interaction entailed more than their simple words and actions would make it seem. It's clear that their actions made this elder somewhat unhappy. For them to dare to do such a thing, it seems that the situation of the elder isn't very good. That doesn't bode well for the rest of us, it seems. Hello, I am Fluttering Star Order. You may call me Elder Fluttering for short. I've heard that the Branch families have produced quite some talents in these recent years. It seems that this wasn't incorrect. Fluttering Star Order swept a gaze over them all, but her words felt a bit empty. It was unlikely that an elder of her status would know much about them. Usually, the Branch families would be lucky if even a Feather Sword warrior came to visit their families, let alone a Star Order elder. When the Feather Sword warriors had come to pick them up, it had already been greatly surprising to a few. But the sharpest among them could tell that this wasn't exactly something they could be happy about right now. In all likelihood, they had just unwittingly become chess pieces in a game of political struggle. And, to make matters worse, since this elder Fluttering had to stoop so low as to use them of all people, it was clear that her back was against the wall and she didn't have many other options. Unfortunately, they had even less options than the Feather Sword warriors did. Even if some of them knew, they could only allow themselves to be used. Leonel suddenly felt the distinct lack of Raya. He wondered if she knew that this storm was coming and chose not to participate on purpose. But this was fine too. Unlike the others, he and Noah weren't very afraid of what might happen. In that case, they might as well go with the flow. Fluttering Star Order's expression didn't change from her cheery smile. Good, come with me. Fluttering Star Order turned and walked into the estate. Without a choice, the youths could only follow to her back, many of them wearing heavy expressions. However, Leonel's smile had returned as he strolled forward. This will be interesting. The Luxnix family estate is quite large and covers about 100,000 kilometers squared. You can find everything you could ever want or need here without much issue, but there are also many restricted areas you have to be mindful of. Rather than listing them out, though, it will be much easier if I point out to you all the areas you can enter. Like this, a mighty Star Order elder suddenly became the tour guide of 20-odd youths, walking through the family estate while attracting the weird glances and looks of several passers-by. Luckily, none of them dared to question the actions of a Star Order elder. As such, the group traveled deeper and deeper into the Luxnix family estate, eventually reaching a particular section of guest rooms Elder Fluttering had likely prepped for them. However, there was only so long a cover of paper could hide a smoldering fire. Fluttering Star Order, you've grown bold. The voice was a cross of shrill, crass, and hoarse. If Leonel didn't know better, he would have thought that this old woman's vocal cords was forged of a fork and a steel plate. If it wasn't for Leonel's mental fortitude, his spine would have shivered beside itself. The old woman wore a white robe not much unlike Fluttering Star Order, and she had the lingering marks of a beauty in her old age as well, something both shared. However, this woman's face was far more twisted, and there was the mark of a flickering flame on her forehead. Had Leonel been there the day the Void Palace envoys arrived, he would have recognized this woman as Sparking Star Order. It seemed that the Star Order elders were still at a head. Even now, the matter only seemed to have grown worse. Chapter 1116, What Do You Have? Chapter 1116, What Do You Have? The furious aura swept out like a torrent. In that instant, several of the branch family youths shivered and fell, their faces paling with fear. How could they possibly match up to the momentum of a sixth-dimensional expert? Even someone who had just stepped into the sixth dimension would be enough to shake them to their core, let alone Sparking Star Order, who was just a few steps from the seventh dimension. Fluttering Star Order frowned, releasing her own momentum to counter Elder Sparking. One side was like a raging wildfire, and the other was a delicate breeze. They met in the middle and clashed, shooting up and dispersing into the air. However, the result was enough to send hurricane-force winds spiraling into the surroundings. The leaves of several tall trees and the well-kept grass pastures fluttered wildly, much of the greenery nearly being ripped from their branches to fall to their deaths. Fluttering Star Order turned back first to see if the youths were all right. She hadn't thought that Sparking Star Order would be shameless enough to directly target them from the very beginning, so her guard hadn't quite been up. She had been ready for a war of words, but it seemed that she had underestimated the vicious nature of her opponent. Several of the youths lay on the ground coughing up blood. But Fluttering Star Order's pupils constricted when she realized that there were two youths who were standing amidst the wild winds as though nothing had happened. Toward this result, even Sparking Star Order frowned lightly, not having expected this either. Of course, these Star Order elders didn't know that Noah and Leonel were fairly immune to such coercive attacks, at least within a certain threshold. Now that Leonel had a better understanding of Emperor's and King's might, he too understood this as well. Because of this lineage factor, their focused states had always innately placed pressure on others, and it also gave them a boost to their mental defenses. The lineage factor born of Earth's Fox family was clearly not simple. You have a lot of nerve targeting my guests like this, Sparking Star Order. Fluttering Star Order quickly regained her bearings, her gaze sharpening. Her expression wasn't as ferocious as Sparking Star Order's had been, but the solemnity in her tone was more than enough to bring her point across. Elder Sparking snapped out of her stupor, her shock settling into a sneer. Your guests? Do you take me for a fool? You're wasting valuable family resources on trash. Valuable resources? Never mind the fact that I have yet to give them anything. How valuable are treasures of the fifth dimension? You really have the face to say you worry about the scarcity of something the family has so much of. Sparking Star Order's expression darkened. In the past, Fluttering Star Order had never been so combative. When the envoys arrives, Sparking Star Order and the others realized that Elder Fluttering's words were a bit more biting than they usually were as well. They had already decided that after the selection of the Void Palace was over, that they would find a method to expel her from the Star Order. However, it seemed that what they had forgotten to consider was the fact that maybe Fluttering Star Order was being so abrasive precisely because she was prepared to counterattack in the first place. It was only after seeing how sharp Fluttering Star Order's reply was that this finally sunk in for Sparking Star Order. But what gave Fluttering Star Order so much confidence? She was facing up against almost the whole of the Star Order Council. Even if the neutral parties were ignored, that still left about 60% of the council, while Fluttering Star Order was practically all alone. Sparking Star Order's gaze narrowed further. She wasn't a fool, nor did she believe that Fluttering Star Order was a fool either. Right at that moment, the door to the building behind Sparking Star Order opened to reveal the head of a beautiful young woman with a strong jaw. Her red gold hair was especially striking beneath the shimmering sunlight as her eyes blinked innocently. Sparking Star Order looked back for a moment, the gears of her mind churning. Raya? Leonel's brows arched, his own expression remaining placid, but the smile on his face curling all the more. He suddenly felt like this matter was only getting more interesting. What are you doing, Raya? Properly greet your elders. Ah yes, right, grandmother. Raya pretended to have forgotten basic etiquette as she scrambled to Sparking Star Order's front, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Elder Sparking. Sparking Star Order snorted, hardly acknowledging the greeting as her gaze shifted back to Fluttering Star Order. You believe that you can turn the tables by relying on the Void Palace? You are truly too naive. Do you think that just anyone can gain a place? Oh? Fluttering Star Order chuckled. Now you want to give the Void Palace its due respect? Just a few weeks ago, it was this very Elder Sparking who had raged about the Void Palace, sending 2 galaxy-ranked students to them. Now she wanted to paint a grandiose picture of the Void Palace? How two-faced. Sparking Star Order didn't react much to this taunt. Much of her over-the-top temper was nothing more than a facade. The reality was that she was very good at controlling her emotions. It was just that sometimes the impact of a Karen was far better than a docile elder. This image also allowed her to step outside the bounds of the rules from time to time to get things done her way faster. After all, an emotional elder, especially an elder woman, gained a lot of leeway from many people by default. How could she not take advantage? Regardless of how I feel about the Void Palace, the fact you want to rely on branch family trash to dig yourself out of a hole of your own creation speaks for itself. Fluttering Star Order inwardly sneered. Obviously these branch family members are just a cover so that she could rightfully bring her granddaughter in to enjoy the resources of the Luxniks. Sparking Star Order definitely knew this as well, but that wouldn't stop her from taking multiple digs. In addition, Sparking Star Order continued unperturbed. What use is it? Will any of them rank higher than Michael? By that point, won't all these petty games you're playing be meaningless? This time, Fluttering Star Order couldn't hold back her smile in the slightest. Michael? What does he have to do with you? In fact, if I recall correctly, Michael no longer has any close blood-related relatives remaining. What right do you have to claim any piece of his success? However, Fluttering Star Order's voice suddenly became so low that only someone as powerful as Sparking Star Order could possibly pick up on it. Wah. I have an outstanding granddaughter, and my grandson not only has 050 blood density while in the 5th dimension, but he is also the head of the Wisdom Arm's younger generation. What do you have? Sparking Star Order's body went rigid before she saw red. Her lack of descendants was her biggest reverse scale. Feeling it being pierced through with such venom filled her with such rage that she was about to erupt. Chapter 11117, Not So Subtle Warning. Chapter 1117, Not So Subtle Warning. Author's note, Fluttering Star Order is not Leonel's grandmother. She is simply someone who sided with Leonel's grandmother at the time and received backlash for it. Now, she's trying to carve out a path for herself. Fluttering Star Order no longer held back with her words. She knew well what kind of scar this was for Sparking Star Order, especially considering how she had lost her descendants to begin with. But Fluttering Star Order no longer cared about these matters of decorum. Considering how far these matters had gone, even if she wouldn't lay all her cards face up just yet, she wasn't far from doing so either. Sparking Star Order's rage suddenly became a dark laughter. The smoldering heat of her fury simmered almost tangibly. For a moment, she truly almost lost control of herself. After she began to use this facade of a short-tempered woman, it had ironically been a very long time since anyone had blatantly provoked her in this way, so she was unused to it. It seemed that her acting skills had gotten just a bit too good. Good. Sparking Star Order nodded. I'll take your words under advisement. Sparking Star Order lightly tapped her bulbous walking stick. Her body vanishing in a flutter of butterflies formed of flames. Before they knew it, she was gone. Raya, who had just been politely bowing to Sparking Star Order, straightened out her body and looked toward her grandmother. She never knew that her grandmother had such a sharp mouth, but this only made her feel even more guilty than usual. For a usually mild-tempered woman like her grandmother to act like this now, it could be imagined how much hardship she had experienced in these past several years. Raya gripped her fists tightly. She had to claim a spot in the Void Palace for her grandmother. Only in that way could she wash away the years of humiliation she had suffered. Fluttering Star Order patted her granddaughter's head with a doting expression before turning back to the rest. For the next month, you all can stay here. As I've said before, there are many areas you cannot cross into. If you die at the hands of someone you offend, there will be nothing I can do for you. For the duration of these matters, you'll be under the leadership of my granddaughter. Her expression turned far more serious as she continued. So long as you can follow instruction and work hard, there will be benefits. If not, Fluttering Star Order didn't finish her words, but the branch family youths, many of whom were still on the ground wheezing from the earlier confrontation, felt that this woman might very well be far less amiable and caring than they had originally thought. Rhea swept a gaze over the youths and shook her head. It landed on Leonel and Noah before her brows scrunched up. She remembered Leonel and Noah, and even remembered how they had met. But for some reason, she felt fuzzy on some things. She shook her head, and everything seemed to go back to normal. They performed better than the others. I think their bloodline density was above 020. That must be why I have a good impression of them. Raya thought to herself before sighing once again. Grandmother might be being a bit too harsh with this approach. Raya shook her head once more and threw such thoughts away. I'll leave these matters to you, little Raya. With that, Fluttering Star Order vanished as well, a gentle brush of wind being left in her wake. Leonel stared at where the elder had disappeared, his expression fused with a mixture of amusement and coldness. He didn't need to understand the full story to know that even if Fluttering Star Order wasn't so bold as to call them trash like Sparking Star Order had, she didn't think of them very much differently at all. There was no doubt in Leonel's mind that their role here was likely to act as cannon fodder for Fluttering Star Order's granddaughter and her grandson as well. As for what they were needed as fodder for, it was likely to be the Void Palace's selection. Leonel wasn't entirely sure how it worked, so he could only guess this to be the case, but he didn't believe that he was very far off either. So this is the Luxniks family, huh? Leonel's expression gradually lost much of its amusement to be left with nothing but indifference. Now that things had come this far, Leonel knew he couldn't leave. Never mind whether or not Fluttering Star Order would allow that, but considering how frequently that woman had mentioned how they weren't allowed to roam about the estate randomly, even mentioning how they might be killed, it was clear that this was a not-so-silent hint at just how caged they were. Fluttering Star Order's stance couldn't have been more obvious. She hadn't gotten their names, didn't ask about their abilities, and she hadn't even double-checked if they really had O to 10 bloodline density or not. It was as though it simply didn't matter to her. Leonel crossed his arm over his chest, entering a state of absolute calm. Rhea suddenly snapped out of her own thoughts. Right, I will see if I can call someone over from the healing arm to help you all out. I will be right back. In the meantime, feel free to choose your rooms if you can move. The door that's closed and locked is mine, but you can choose from any of the other ones. Rhea rushed away after saying these words. Clearly, the previous restrictions Fluttering Star Order had mentioned didn't apply to her in the slightest. But this much was to be expected. After all, if the grandchild of a Star Order elder couldn't move around freely, then who could? Of course, Leonel had no idea just how ironic this thought of his was. Without moving, Leonel turned his gaze over to Noah. The both of them made eye contact, and the displeasure hidden deep within their irises didn't escape the other. I feel like you had something to tell me before, right? Leonel asked. Chapter 188. Slow and Deliberate. Chapter 188. Slow and Deliberate. Leonel and Noah entered the building. It was quite the luxurious place, even several levels above the hotel the two had just been in. Leonel could feel that there was a force-gathering force art embedded into the building itself, making him feel as though he gained twice the results with half the effort in this place. The pair eventually realized that the so-called locked doors Rhea referred to was the entire top floor. It would have been a bit naive of them to believe after what happened before that their accommodations would be exactly the same, but after seeing the truth of it all, they couldn't help but laugh coldly. The two ended up in the dining room. There wasn't a large spread of food, but there were some small servings of fruit and snacks. Leonel had never gotten the chance to finish eating, so he just took what he could get. Noah sat across from him, seemingly hesitating on how to start, but in the end, he just shook his head. I don't know the full details of the story. All I know is what I've managed to pick up from the conversations of Imperial Grandfather and Father. They also don't seem to like to talk about it often. Or, more accurately, Imperial Grandfather can't be bothered. Whenever Imperial Grandfather is finished with a topic, it's too difficult to get him to open back up again. To start, the relationship between Imperial Grandfather and Grandmother is quite estranged. Though Imperial Grandfather has never said that they are divorced, it's functionally no different. I have never met Imperial Grandmother, but from my understanding, she is likely somewhere in the Luxnix estate, secluded from others. I'm not sure if she would even be aware of our arrival or not. As for what separated our Imperial grandparents, I wasn't sure at first, but the matter is likely related to you. Sometime in the past, not long after you were born, you were entrusted to Imperial Grandmother. Your birth was very hard on Imperial Aunt from my understanding, and she very nearly died. This caught many off guard because it wasn't something even the healing arm of the Luxnix predicted. Mothers sometimes face trouble during childbirth when the father comes from a far higher dimensional world, but it was thought that Imperial Aunt wouldn't have this issue due to her talent. Not only was Imperial Aunt already at the 6th dimension at the time, but she was also the wielder of Earth's world spirit. The amount of life energy and vitality she had should have dwarfed most women even of 7th dimensional worlds. Regardless of what reasons there might have been, Imperial Aunt's condition was a matter of life and death after your birth. Imperial Grandfather couldn't do anything from Earth, and Imperial Aunt had wanted to give birth by Imperial Grandmother's side, so she chose to do so in the Luxnix estate. The result was Imperial Aunt's life hanging by a thread and your father having no choice but to take her away. I have no idea where your father took Imperial Aunt to be treated, but I do know that she came back healthy and feeling better than she ever had. The trouble, though, came in what happened while they were gone. Though I'm not certain of where your father took Imperial Aunt, it must have been either a very dangerous location or at least one greatly inconvenient to take a child. As a result, you were left with Imperial Grandmother. This is the point in the story where I have the largest gaps. I only have certain speculations. Something was done to you in the absence of your father and Imperial Aunt. Imperial Grandmother likely trusted the wrong people. Back then, Imperial Grandmother's status in the Luxnix family was very high, maybe only short of 1 or 2 people, if that. Due to that, she carried the weight of many duties. Your father and Imperial Aunt were gone for far longer than anyone expected. As such, things reached a point where there were certain duties that Imperial Grandmother couldn't continue to put off. As such, you were put into the care of people Imperial Grandmother thought she could trust, and the result was something being taken from you. As for what that something was, I also have no idea. Noah gazed into Leonel's eyes, but all he saw was a vast abyss looking back at him. From the start of the story to this point, Leonel hadn't spoken a single word, nor did he interrupt or show any sort of reaction. However, Noah could feel it. That abyss in his eyes only seemed to be getting deeper. The fact Leonel had long since stopped eating spoke volumes. This middle portion of the story is too muddled for me to give you any great details. What I do know is that whatever was taken from you also placed you on the brink of life and death. You had gone from a very healthy baby boy, likely a size too big for a child your age, to practically a shriveled-up corpse. Had Imperial Grandmother not found you in time, it was very likely that you would have died. I'm not sure where in this timeline your father and Imperial Aunt came back, but it was decided that the only way to save you was to bring you back to Earth. As for why that is, I'm not sure either. Unfortunately, Imperial Aunt had already become a student of the Void Palace. Under normal circumstances, she should have been executed for getting pregnant while having this duty in the first place. But the Void Palace, for whatever reason, looked the other way. Having already bent their rules once, they couldn't allow Imperial Aunt to bend them again to remain by your side, so she was forced to return. Leonel's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest. However, his mind was a different story. When he first awakened his dream force, all of his memories had returned like a flood. And yet, he had only remembered his mother's face, but he didn't remember his grandfather or grandmother. Why was that? You actually brought us here to tend to branch family trash? Do you think my time is so worthless? A sudden sharp voice carried in from the outside to reach the ears of the pair of cousins. Leonel gently placed a half-eaten fruit down on the plate before him and walked out with slow and deliberate steps. Chapter 119, Plume of Soil. Chapter 109, Plume of Soil. Noah raised a hand to say something, but in the end he just sighed. Forget it. Imperial Aunt is probably somewhere, right? If not, Imperial Grandmother definitely is. Maybe if he makes a large enough commotion, it'll alert her before we die. Noah rose up and followed after Leonel. Leonel stepped out the building to find a fuming Raya and a group of 3 youths, each of whom wore expressions that were a cross of unhappy and sneering. Raya's height was shorter than theirs, and it really seemed as though they were towering over her. Leonel swept a glance over the situation before stepping past them toward the Branch family youths. After hearing that Raya was going to get help, Leonel had decided to leave them be. After all, he was in an odd situation and wasn't exactly sure whether he should be showing off his talents or not. The attitude of Fluttering Star Order was difficult to read. However, Leonel couldn't be bothered to care right now. Why can't you just do as I've asked? They might be branch talents, but they still have Luxnix blood. What would outsiders think if you just let them die? They still have Luxnix blood? Don't make me laugh. How could 0 to 110 density garbage possibly be considered to have Luxnix blood? I could piss out a stream with higher density than that. Raya was immediately furious. He knew that if it was another tier 8 talent on her level, or even if it was her cousin, they wouldn't dare to say these things. Even if her cousin asked them to treat a homeless man by the roadside, they would do so without hesitation. It was only because she was she that things had devolved to this level. They still had to give her respect due to who her grandmother was, but they didn't have to go overboard and bend their backs over either. The fact they had come here was enough, and no one could criticize their action already. In fact, even if they had rejected her, nothing would happen. Seeing the silence of Raya, the leading youth, a young man by the name of Alphen, sneered. However, his expression faltered a bit when he noticed Leonel. After a bit, he sneered. You're even stowing away more trash in your personal courtyard. To think that you'd waste the family lands like this. Alphen was already unsatisfied himself because he had yet to earn such a place. He could only stay with his branch of the main family or in the collective housing of the healing arm. Only those of the 6th dimension or 5th dimensional talents with great contributions could have a courtyard of their own. It was no wonder he was jealous. Leonel didn't even seem to hear Alphen, something that greatly displeased him. Though the branch youths on the ground tried to hide it, Alphen could sense their trembling rage toward his words, and yet Leonel had treated him like he was heir. As though that wasn't bad enough, a second young man came out not long after and swept a gaze by him. However, Noah too didn't react much to the words of Alphen. Leonel stopped before the youths and looked them over one by one. After a while, he made a decision. Snowy Grace. Leonel reached out a hand and his snow force erupted. The pressure was so great that Raya's pupils constricted and Alphen along with the 2 that came with him took a step back. At that moment, delicate snowflakes began to fall upon the 20 or so youths, mimicking the falling feathers of Leonel's healing branch talent. Compared to Leonel's self-created mage art, this technique was leaps and bounds more potent. With just a bit of effort, more than 20 geniuses who each had strength near and at tier 7 felt as though they had been given a new lease on life. Alphen's brow furrowed as he watched Leonel help Vaughn up. Thank you, Vaughn said, feeling a bit complicated. Leonel shook his head. It was a small effort. You. Alphen's voice cut through what remained of the thank yous the branch family youths wanted to speak. How do you know a core technique of our main family? Alphen's tone carried a hint of danger to it. If before he had just been here to poke some fun and throw out some insults, he was now deadly serious. The technique that Leonel had just used was one of the very best of the healing branch. Just to exchange for it took many decades of storing up merit points. Alphen himself was still 2 or 3 years away from being able to afford it, and he had only ever seen seniors much older than him or youths far more talented than himself cast it. Alphen, Raya finally snapped, do you think you can just treat my people however you want? If you wanted to come up with a lie, shouldn't it be far better than that? How could he possibly know such a technique? Alphen's expression darkened. Piss off, you know nothing. He continued to glower at Leonel's back. That technique was Snowy Grace. It's easily ranked top 3 among 5th dimensional healing techniques and is known for its area of effectability. If I don't hear a proper explanation today, don't blame me for ignoring who your grandmother is. Raya's face warped. She realized then that if Alphen was willing to bring up her grandmother, he definitely wouldn't be making up nonsense. Her gaze couldn't help but turn toward Leonel. Just what was going on? Who would have expected, though, for Leonel to completely ignore Alphen entirely? He turned back, walking toward Ria's courtyard. It seemed for a moment that he was coming up to them, but it was exactly because of this that it was so shocking when he simply walked right by, not sparing Alphen a single glance. Alphen was so infuriated that he began to laugh. Trash of the branch families actually dared to treat him like this? Before Ria could awaken from her shock, Alphen had already moved. The wind crackled and popped as his fist aimed for Leonel's back. He didn't reserve himself in the slightest. In fact, he had struck to kill. The death of a mere branch family member wouldn't even be a stain on his record. For the crime of daring to ignore him and actually having the audacity to steal techniques from the Luxnick's main family, this was exactly what he deserved. Bang! A cloud of dust shot into the skies as the surrounding grass and soil catapulted upward. Ria's expression changed. She rushed forward, cutting through the plume of falling soil. But what she found on the other side froze her in her tracks. Alphen's back bent and a mouthful of blood shot from his lips like a bullet. Leonel stood over him, his fist still pointed downward and his gaze partially obscured by his dangling hair. Flickering bronze runes danced across his skin before they slowly faded, making them look no different from an illusion of the light. Alphen's right arm was bent at a disgusting angle, but this was the least of his problems. With the way his back contorted as it pressed into the ground, it was clear that his spine was deformed and practically all the bones of his torso were broken. Ria's chest heaved as Alphen's eyes rolled to the back of his head, looking into the sky with a face frozen of shock and fear. Ria's heart stopped beating entirely. A member of the branch family had just crippled a genius of the main family. It was all over. Chapter 11T, wait. Chapter 111, wait. Wait. Leonel's fist dripped with blood that wasn't his own, his forehead flickering with the light of a golden spear. In that moment, he had activated his duality domain, and let alone harming Leonel, Alphen had had all his strength sucked away in an instant. Their exchange had become akin to a toddler throwing a fist at an adult. With the difference in the toughness of their bodies, Alphen was crushed near instantaneously. However, the smoldering abyss of Leonel's gaze didn't seem to calm in the slightest. He slowly rose to his full height as the loose soil fell back down to the earth and the true state of things was revealed to those beyond Ria. In that moment, the snide sneers of the two who had followed Alphen froze, their expressions warping. Leonel's gaze didn't spare them a glance. He simply turned and walked away. Ria was stunned. Why was he still acting like nothing had happened? Wait, Ria called out, but she found Noah instead of her true target. I'm not sure if you want to be so eager to talk to him right now, honestly. He's not the biggest fan of you either. Ria choked on air. What the hell did she do? Her expression changed. She had felt a bit bad about what her grandmother was doing, but that was all. Maybe, on a deeper level, she felt that this was more of an opportunity for these branch family youths than a detriment. In many cases, those that thought and acted like her were the worst kind of people. They had enough sympathy to understand, but ultimately their own goals superseded whatever inner moral compass they had. Ria hadn't thought so deeply, so while she was off-put by Noah's words in the beginning, a slight resentment and an unwillingness to accept them came soon after. Her lips downturned into a frown as she immediately took the moral high ground. Do you have any idea what your cousin has done? Ria's head snapped back toward the two youths who still remained. But they had seemingly long taken their cue to run, not wanting to be the next victim. Ria immediately had thoughts of silencing them, but this was obviously not for Leonel's sake, but rather her own. The trouble that this event would bring wasn't something that her grandmother was ready to deal with just yet. This area had just taken the clash of two sixth-dimensional experts, and yet no one had come to check up on them. The only reason why there was such damage here was because this soil was rich in nutrients and loose. Its structural integrity was inherently not very high to begin with. That was to say that in such a sturdy sixth-dimensional world, the ripples of battle didn't carry very far. That seemed to make silencing these youth possible. But the issue was that too many had seen Ria go over to ask for help. And on top of that, these weren't nameless youths. They weren't anywhere near the top-line geniuses of the Luxnick's main family, but they still had quotas and responsibilities. Their absence would be noted. At best, she would be able to hide this matter for 2 or 3 days before it blew up in her face. And, because she had silenced them, the backlash would be even worse. Damn it, there's no other choice but to let him take the fall for it. I have to inform Grandmother so she can deal with the aftermath. If things aren't properly handled, Grandma's enemies could use this to deal with us all. Noah simply gazed toward Ria and shook his head. Did the current Leonel seem like he cared about how much trouble he caused now? Leonel walked through the dining room and entered into the kitchen. Hey, what are you doing here? This place isn't. One of the many cooks of the courtyard frowned when they saw Leonel. They had all been preparing a large feast for the youths who were coming today, so they had already been working all day. All of them were force pill crafters, so it was safe to say that they had plenty of arrogance of their own, though whether this arrogance was right or not was a different matter entirely. These were clearly still apprentice force pill crafters. Why would Fluttering Star Order truly go all out for a bunch of branch family youths? Leonel, though, completely ignored them. His hand reached into an open oven with billowing flames and took out an enormous beast spread. The force pill crafters' expression warped. Originally they had wondered if this young man had a death wish. The flames in that oven were enough to incinerate a fifth-dimensional beast to ash. Who in their right mind would reach their hands in there? Yet not only had Leonel come out unscathed, his finger flickered with spear force several times to cut the beast carcass into edible chunks. Taking a massive silver plate for himself, he placed the pieces down and began to eat. From start to end, his slow and deliberate steps didn't seem to change. He walked out from the kitchen, his feet lighting up with sparkling lights. Hidden force arts of Raya's courtyard began to activate one after another. But, after a subtle whirring noise, they calmed back down. Leonel cleaned bone after bone, his stomach churning like a furnace of its own. He subconsciously circulated a digestion technique of the Luxnix, speeding up his already fast metabolism. One would have never thought that he was a person who had just sentenced himself to death. It was like he was truly strolling through his own home. Noah saw this scene and shook his head. Others saw leisure, but he saw a war machine restocking its fuel. The eerie efficiency, the unemotive and lack of care for the searing heat touching his fingers, the bloody juices that fell from the uncooked meat, a monster indeed. At that moment, a strong aura descended upon the courtyard. Grandmother. Raya finally sighed in relief. Chapter 121, Sufferina in Silence. Chapter 121, Sufferina in Silence. Fluttering Star Order frowned. She hadn't expected to come back here so soon. It had only been barely a dozen or so minutes since she left, if that. Had this matter occurred just a few minutes later, she wouldn't have been able to return at all, as she had many things to handle with her status. At the same time, she was baffled by it all. How, exactly, had things gone awry so soon? Fluttering Star Order didn't immediately ask her granddaughter any questions and instead looked around. When she saw Alphen's half-dead body, her gaze narrowed. Raya, did you do this? Didn't I already warn you? No, grandmother, it wasn't me. That's the problem. It was one of the branch family youths. Fluttering Star Order's brows furrowed. Her immediate thought was that that was impossible. Even with what she had planned, it would take the entire month to squeeze out the potential of these youths. And even then, they would have to fight a long and drawn-out battle just to match a person like Alphen. The idea that one could defeat Alphen in just a dozen or so minutes made little to no sense. However, she didn't believe that her granddaughter would lie like this either. Raya knew how important these matters were to her, and she wouldn't mess around unnecessarily. Seeing her grandmother's confusion, Raya quickly described the events as succinctly as she could. It was only after this that Fluttering Star Order came to grasp the details. Unfortunately, this did nothing to alleviate her state. If what her granddaughter said was true, this would be troublesome. She agreed with Raya's decision to let the youths go. It would only make things worse to try to detain them or to even go as far as to silence them, but the weight of everything else would be troublesome. There's only one choice then. This boy will have to bear the weight of his own actions. Fluttering Star Order didn't think much of Leonel's victory. Alphen was as average got in the Luxnix main family. Plus, she had already noticed something off about Leonel and Noah after they withstood Elder Sparking's aura. As far as she was concerned, it was just a small surprise as well as a shame that Leonel didn't have the ability to control his temper. Obviously, Leonel could have been a great help to her granddaughter. Luckily, there was still Noah. Hopefully, he would bring her a pleasant surprise as well. Where is he? Come out, no? Just as Fluttering Star Order was about to force Leonel out, a sudden voice called out to her. Esteemed Elder, please wait. Fluttering Star Order's frown only deepened when she realized the one who had interrupted her was actually Kian, one of the branch family youths. In fact, he was from one of the top 3 branches Leonel had defeated before coming here. Everything had been happening so quickly that everyone almost forgot that there were still 20-odd youths in various states of injured waiting outside the courtyard. Most had recovered enough to stand, but the neglect they were experiencing was palpable. He only antagonized the healing arm member to help us. And he attacked him first. It seemed to sap Kian of all his strength to say these words beneath Fluttering Star Order's gaze. That said, how could Fluttering Star Order have not already deduced these things? In her mind, it was likely that Leonel was a bastard child of someone of decent status within the main family. This individual likely broke the rules by giving Leonel a technique he shouldn't have, which led to this result. But now, someone had to pay a price. Even if the Luxnix family were magnanimous enough to treat the life of a main family member and a branch family member the same, and thus could grant Leonel reprieve since he was attacked first, what could be done about the core technique? This didn't even mention the fact the Luxnix family would never see it like that, and that was especially so for Fluttering Star Order's enemies. The life of a branch family member could never match up to a main family member. It was to the point where Alphen wouldn't even be punished had Leonel died. Fluttering Star Order shook her head, causing the hearts of the youths to sink. She turned her attention back toward the courtyard. prepared to use her aura to coerce the youths out and make it clear that she had no intention of protecting Leonel, but who could have expected for Leonel to walk out himself? Fluttering Star Order opened her mouth to speak, but that was when Leonel's gaze swept over her. It wasn't just Leonel, but the little mink atop his head suddenly made her feel greatly uncomfortable. Little Black Star bared his teeth, feeding off of Leonel's displeasure. In the end, though, Fluttering Star Order was still a Star Order elder who had experienced far too much life. Not only this, but she was well into the 6th dimension and could be considered to be only a few steps from the 7th as well. Her falters only lasted a split moment of a split moment. But, by then, shockingly enough, Leonel had already looked away from her. He didn't seem to be looking for her approval, nor did he care what her judgment was. In that moment, a surge of snow force erupted, 2 magnificent wings appearing to Leonel's back, each one stretching out over 10 meters. With a single leap, both Leonel and Noah landed on top of the building, sitting near the edge as though they were waiting for something. Fluttering Star Order was stunned into silence. Those wings, even though they were illusory, they would only appear when one was just a step away from the Speed Branch's 3rd awakening. What was going on here? Now Fluttering Star Order could understand why an elder would take the risk of giving their bastard child a core technique while breaking so many of the family rules in doing so. But that still didn't change anything. Fluttering Star Order's body flickered, her figure appearing above where Leonel and Noah now sat in wait. By the expression on her face, her patience was already wearing thin. She had endured so much humiliation over the last several decades just so that she could have this chance. She had no intention of allowing a brat who thought too much of himself to ruin it all. Her pressure descended downward like a tsunami of waves, her gaze as cold as ice. Chapter 1112. Counterparts. Chapter 122. Counterparts. Leonel tilted his head upward, not even the slightest hint of a rippling wave to be found within his irises. Get the fuck out of my way. Despite what one would expect, there was nothing different about Leonel's voice. It hadn't deepened, it wasn't hoarse, it didn't carry any rage or forcefulness. One would have thought he was speaking about the weather. Fluttering Star Order was stunned by the evenness of it all at first. In fact, she was so stunned that she didn't register what was said until a moment later. It was only then that her stunned expression warped toward the edge of shock and then unbridled rage. No matter how mild-tempered Fluttering Star Order was, how could she still remain so now? Even her enemies didn't dare to speak to her in this way, least of all a junior she could kill with a single palm. Below, Raya's own expression changed. Did Leonel not understand the situation he was in? Even if her grandmother had no intention of saving him, she was still his only hope at coming out of this slightly less scathed. To slap the face of your potential benefactor like this, what was he thinking? Junior, do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Fluttering Star Order's words boomed, violent wind force spiraling about the surroundings. She bobbed in the skies as though she was as light as a feather, her fury on full display. Isn't it all the same? Leonel replied plainly. Aren't you all the same? Just more worthless people overvaluing themselves above others. Even I don't deem myself to be above another. What right do you have to? Noah's expression changed wildly for the first time. His gaze snapped to Leonel's side profile as though he was looking at someone he didn't recognize in the slightest. Why did it feel like these words were both spoken by Leonel and someone who was decidedly not Leonel? It was as though he had taken on the character of someone completely different, but it was impossible to tell until he opened his mouth to speak. What did you just say to me? Fluttering Star Order couldn't withhold her fury any longer. Her palm raised into the skies with every intention of obliterating Leonel where he stood. However, Leonel's words seemed to continue like a slow stream, unhurried and unbothered. I don't know much about force pill crafting, but I can recognize breaking force when I see it. To have prepared so many force herbs infused with such force. What were your plans exactly? To squeeze out all the potential of us branch family members? Fluttering Star Order froze. And then what? Have us ride the wave of excitement, being ever thankful to the Luxnick's main family for our rapid improvement? Maybe we would even be so grateful that we would lay our lives on the line for the sake of glory your granddaughter would be the greatest partaker of? Now that I think about it, maybe those of us that died would be the luckier ones, because those who survived would soon find that they wouldn't be able to progress even a single step afterward. They would probably end up thrown to the side like useless trash after you were finished, right? Fluttering Star Order's lashes fluttered. She was ultimately not a person who was so ruthless. It was easy for her to deal with the guilt when no one else was aware of it, but having things so blatantly laid out like this, she felt a deep shame. Leonel had simply learned too much about breaking force in recent months. And, using his dream sculpt and dream simulation abilities, deducing the end result was as easy as breathing. Not all breaking force was created equal. Leonel completely ignored Fluttering Star Order's internal struggle, his foot lightly tapping the roof of the large mansion. In that moment, the ground began to rumble, 4 enormous pillars beginning to rise up from the earth. They all shimmered with a blinding silver luster, etched with all sorts of ancient and enigmatic patterns. Fluttering Star Order's expression changed. She couldn't really grasp what was going on, but as someone with high snow force affinity, her internal sight was likewise powerful. She gained a general understanding in just a breath. Leonel breathed out a heavy breath, showing the first signs of an emotion for the last several moments. However, it wasn't anger, relief, or happiness. Rather, it was just fatigue, something so rudimentary that even a beast could have displayed it. And yet, right then, an inconspicuous necklace around his neck began to glow as force surged toward it, slowly replenishing Leonel. "When you go," Leonel began to state plainly, his palm flipping over to reveal the Northern Star pendant, "tell your counterparts that I've come for what's mine. When I go? Wait, is that?" A strong spatial force caught her completely off guard. Before she realized what was happening, her body flickered and disappeared. When Fluttering Star Order reappeared, she found herself in a random corner of the Luxnix estate, an expression of shock plastered onto her wizened features. "My counterparts? What counterparts do I still have? Grandma? What did you do to my grandmother?" Ria's shrill cry came from below. But if even a Star Order elder could be teleported away, if Leonel didn't want her to move, she wouldn't move. Leonel stood atop the mansion as though he hadn't heard a thing Ria said. His expression was just as indifferent as always, the abyss that was his gaze staring off into the distance. No one could tell what he was thinking. Noah's looked toward the pillars. He could tell that even now Leonel hadn't quite recovered from summoning them, but this only left him speechless. Just what was Leonel planning on doing here exactly? At that moment, a commotion in the distance was stirred. Two familiar figures leading a group of at least 20 quickly closed the distance, their expressions livid. Ria's face warped, her heart skipping several beats. She recognized many of those seniors. What they lacked in talent, they more than made up for in seniority and time spent practicing. Among them, there was even the current head of Alphen's division of the healing arm, the quasi-sixth-dimensional division head Theron. Chapter 1123, Flickering. Chapter 1123. Flickering Ria's expression was filled with panic. This matter had already blown up far faster than she had expected. For a division head to already be making an appearance was far out of her predictions. It felt like everything was coming crumbling down. Division head Theron's expression didn't give much away initially. He had a placid look on his face. He only showed the slightest hint of a frown when he noticed the 4 enormous silver pillars that surrounded the courtyard. He could sense the strong spatial and earth force fluctuations, and it left his heart unsettled. He came to a stop outside the pillars, his gaze sweeping over to find a small pit where Alphen's body lay, still deformed. No one had come to help him ever since his exchange with Leonel. And, if not for the strong healing properties of Snowforce, it may very well have been the case that he would have already breathed his last. "What is the meaning of this?" Theron asked coldly. In truth, he had only overheard part of the story. Even Alphen himself didn't have the right to ask a division head for backup, let alone his 2 lackeys. As a result, all Theron knew was that a branch family member had attempted to murder a main family member. Learning this, he was immediately furious. Hierarchy was among the most important things a family should have. A lack of it would lead to far more trouble than it was worth. A collapse in hierarchy would lead to the downfall of a family not long later. However, in his fury, he hadn't considered the details. And now that he saw these pillars, he felt that this matter would be even more troublesome than he thought. Division head, it's him. He's the one who struck to kill Alphen. 2 fingers found their way to Leonel, who was still on the roof. At this moment, Leonel was still just as difficult to read. He stood on the roof, his breathing slowly becoming even once more, but it felt as though his eyes were detached from the rest of his body. Despite his fatigue, they were completely unaffected by it, their deep abyss only becoming deeper. Even now, as he swept a glance over the 20 or so individuals who had come, he felt unmoved by it all. What did he want to accomplish here? What was his end goal? Truthfully, he didn't know. Destroying the Luxnix family? That was more than just a little unlikely. He didn't have the strength to do it, and it likely wouldn't be a very long time until he did. Make those responsible pay? He was just as far away from that goal as well. If Noah's story was anything to go by, it was precisely the most powerful of the Luxnix who were at fault to begin with. Vent his fury? Well, that didn't sound so bad, now did it? Leonel's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. Twinkling stars were left in his original position, a strong surge of wind manifesting as he reappeared. The sound of a suffocated gurgle resounded. Division head Theron's head slowly turned, only to find Leonel's hand clamped down on the throat of the 2 who had just been pointing at him. He had appeared within their midst like a shadow. Even though he was a division head of the healing arm, Theron immediately recognized when he saw it. Leonel's proficiency in using it was so astounding that even he hadn't been able to react in time. The 2 young men gripped at their throats, but Leonel's hand had already cut off blood circulation to their brains. They couldn't even think straight, failing to dredge up their force in time or even remember the techniques they had learned. There was something about Leonel's gaze that made them forget everything, as though they were beasts meeting the king of the forest. They foamed at the mouth, their flailing legs going limp. In that moment, Theron finally reacted. Humiliation and rage bubbled up, his expression twisting and reddening all at once. How dare you? A strong surge of force erupted about him, his fist blasting through the air and piercing through Leonel's skull. The enraged glint in his eye only grew fiercer when he saw that Leonel failed to dodge. However, the feeling of emptiness his knuckles felt made his expression change once more. Leonel stood there, unmoving. Or so it seemed. Half his face, the portion Theron's fist had punched through, was nothing more than sparkling motes of light. As for the other half, his one eye gazed toward Theron without the slightest ripple. It felt to the division head that he was an ant being observed by the wayside. His heart leapt to his throat, his breathing becoming short and hurried. He recognized the technique almost immediately. It was. Just like that, in just a few minutes, Leonel had used, and W had. The first was one of the strongest techniques of the healing arm. The next was one of the strongest movement techniques of the speed branch. And the last was known as the most difficult technique to learn within the fifth dimension of the wisdom branch. Theron was at a loss. Exchanging for these techniques was one thing. It would usually take a person decades to accumulate enough merits. But actually learning them to this extent was a completely different matter entirely. Just who was this boy? Bang! The air shot out of Theron's lungs all at once, spittle and a concentrated wind projectile shooting from his mouth as he flew back. The image of Leonel he had punched through slowly dissipated, the real form of Leonel appearing, the fist he had just used to punch the division head still hanging in the air. Theron blasted through the entourage he had brought around before skidding along the ground. By now, no matter how good a sixth-dimensional world was at dispersing the signs of battle, the movement of a division head wouldn't go unnoticed as more and more people started to turn their attention toward this courtyard. Theron's gaze turned crimson, his snow force blossoming forth as he stood to his feet. Leonel's palm flipped over, revealing a 3-meter-long silver spear as his skin flickered with bronze runes. A strong gravitational domain fell from the skies, streaks of black lines pressuring the integrity of space itself. Leonel's foot raised, his body flickering once more. Chapter 124, Face. Chapter 124, Face. When Leonel reappeared, he had already donned a silver armor from head to toe, a visor of silver black blocking his abyssal gaze from the world. Theron felt a pressure the likes of which he hadn't felt in countless years. How long had it been since he was forced into such a battle? He had long since stopped having to scratch and claw for his position in life, and even back when he still had to, his role had never been so violent or necessary. The bloodlust coming from Leonel's body was practically palpable. It was as though the moment his gaze vanished, taking with it the distraction that froze the heart of the world, the tangible form of what had taken root in his chest was bared for all to see. King's might rolled off of him in waves, his very consciousness itself constricting the throats of those unlucky enough to lay eyes on him, and then his spear swung down. Theron's throat squeezed down on itself, his rage almost evaporating into the skies above. It was only then that a strong will to live manifested out from the depths of his soul. He roared, but it was as much about shaking the fear from himself, as though cobwebs fogging his mind, as it was about asserting his dominance. The snow force that had receded under his apprehension came back twice as strong, his palm flipping over to reveal a flexible sword that shot out like a whip with just the slightest flick of his wrist. The sword had always been a favorite of the Luxniks. It could be said that over 90% of their weapon-type techniques were constructed with the sword in mind. And, of those 90%, another 90% focused on the speed of said sword. It could be said that among the pinnacle sixth-dimensional families, the Luxniks had the swiftest blade. Clang! Leonel's spear spun in his hands, his downward swing becoming a frontal block that deflected Theron's own blade to the side. A golden spear lit upon his forehead, its light growing ever brighter with each passing moment. Theron's wrist and forearm quaked every time his sword clashed with Leonel. Despite the size difference of their weapons, he couldn't seem to gain a speed advantage, and when it came to strength, momentum, and heft, Leonel seemed to surpass in him all aspects. Under the astonished gazes of those who had come with the division head, including Raya, who still couldn't seem to move, Theron was forced back again and again. Leonel's spear spun around his back, the clink of a mechanism unlocking as the opposite end snapped into his other palm resoundingly. Leonel held on to both ends of his spear, the chain that connected them dangling behind him. His fighting style changed, his speed becoming even quicker. Both of his hands seemed to have gained minds of their own, and in the blink of an eye, Theron's speed advantage vanished. This. The silvery splendor of Leonel's spear suddenly gained an all-new shine to it. Natural spear force erupted, every arc leaving crescent moon blades slicing through the air. The canvas of white, silver, and blacks left a trail through the battlefield. Every action Leonel took was taken with such speed that only these swath of colors were left behind, and every swing of his blades left an indelible mark on the surroundings. Theron lost the initiative and never regained it. Slicing arcs of blood traveled around and up his forearms, even his robes themselves being torn to tatters. He didn't even have the presence of mind to try and grasp how Leonel had even learned. Theron roared in pain, humiliation, and rage. He couldn't seem to get any leg up on Leonel. He was faster, smarter, and stronger. Every time Theron thought he could counter, he hit nothing but an illusion. Every time he was forced to clash head-on, he was sent sprawling back. Every time he tried to maintain some distance to gain some breathing room, Leonel would already appear before him a moment later. It was infuriating to an astounding degree. Theron suddenly froze. His head slowly turned to his right shoulder, only to find a vast emptiness. His arm twirled in the air, separated from the socket it should have been resting in, and his sword barely clinging to the palm of it. A sharp arc of pain rocked his senses when the familiar sensation was doubled with his left shoulder. Before he could process what was happening, a foot was firmly planted into his chest, his body shooting backward as a trail of blood spurted out in his wake. Trash. The word drifted to Theron's ears even in his half-stunned state. It infuriated him so much that a third projectile of blood shot outward, this time from his mouth. Leonel watched indifferently as Theron skidded along the ground, painting the picturesque scenery of the Luxnix family estate in crimson. He simply couldn't understand why people as weak and inferior as Theron deemed themselves to be oh so great and important. When Theron went about his daily life, there were probably dozens, hundreds of people even, that he would interact with that he could only greet humbly. And yet he came here to flaunt what, exactly? Theron continued to cough up blood violently. He wanted nothing more than to tear Leonel limb from limb, but he had actually lost so thoroughly. Use the command token. Use it now. Theron's furious howl traveled through the air before dispersing into the clouds. The students of his department all put on shocked expressions before they scrambled to complete his order, each quickly pulling out a talisman. At that moment, at a gate entrance different from the one Leonel and the others had entered, a convoy of men and women from the Viola family were making their presence known. Richard stood at the helm of the group. Please inform your elders that the crown heir of the Viola family has something to discuss with them. Hearing these words, the guards didn't dare to dally and quickly left to do as they were told. Within this convoy, there were many youthful faces. Among them, there were 3 young women Leonel would instantly recognize, one of whom was a woman he wasn't quite sure how to face just yet. Chapter 115 today. Chapter 115 today. The sight of numerous talismans being activated at once was ironically quite beautiful despite the purpose they were meant to serve. In the Luxnix main family there were numerous bodies or powers. First there were the 3 arms, then there was the Elders' Council, the Feather Sword Warriors, the Star Order Council, and finally the Patriarch's faction. These 7 facets of the family worked in a balance and counterbalance sort of way. The Star Order Council, the Patriarch's faction, and the Feather Sword Warriors could be considered the high end of this balance. There were many push and pull effects that dictated the politics. At the lower levels, though, there were the 3 arms and the Elders' Council. Of course, these 3 arms were the Wisdom Arm, the Healing Arm, and the Speed Arm. These 3 arms were overseen by the Elders' Council, a group of seniors that weren't good enough to enter the true elite ranks of the main family, but still had strength given by their seniority and age nonetheless. This was important to understand at this point because it also described the weight of this command token. The so-called command token was known by many things, but it was essentially a breadth of authority given to those of a certain rank. As a division head, a high-level position of the 3 arms, Theron was, of course, given this authority. With how the Luxnix were designed, it was no surprise that they promoted competition. At the lower levels, this competition manifested in the headbutting of the 3 arms. Sometimes this internal struggle would travel up to the Elder Council, who had once been part of the 3 arms themselves, but this was much rarer. Simply put, battles between the arms was not rare in the slightest. The command token was used when these situations grew to a level that large portions of the arm would become involved. The call of a division head was enough to spring several talents of the healing arm into action. The trouble was that middling talents like Alphen wouldn't be the only ones alerted. In a corner of the Luxnix family estate, a young man stood in the middle of an empty training field. Beads of sweat poured down his body, yet his eyes were unblinking and his sword was steady. He was about to take a step forward when he frowned. He trained topless, but he still had his spatial ring and some ornaments on him. As a force of habit, he never took them off. But he was still baffled when he saw the pendant swinging from his hip glowing. What are these fools doing? It's only a month out from the selection, and they've sparked a faction war? This young man was none other than the 3rd youth to have a bloodline density of above 050, Elodie Luxnix. Like Scylla of the Speed branch and Eloquent of the Wisdom branch, Elodie was the preeminent genius of the Healing branch, and had completed the first awakening of his Healing branch, Instant Recovery. Elodie wasn't in the mood to deal with such things. So much of his time in the last several weeks had been spent on entertaining Oranique and Ganor, the 2 galaxy-ranked disciples of the Void Palace. He hardly had time for himself. And yet, now that he finally found such time, some idiot had used the command token? Elodie was of the mind to completely ignore it. He did have a responsibility as the head of the healing branch to show up for these matters when their small internal battles rose to this level, but it wasn't strictly necessary either way. It wasn't like any of them could reprimand him. He shook his head. Forget it, I won't go. What a waste of my time. Even as he thought this, Elodie hesitated once more. If a command token had been used, it was possible that one of the other heads was involved. If Siller and Eloquin were participating, it might be worth his while to spar with them. It had been quite a long time since he did so. I'll wait. It'll be obvious soon if they participated or not. Elodie went back to swinging his sword. Elodie wasn't the only one who noticed the sudden commotion. The flare-up of a command token was something designed to be seen by as many as possible, and many stragglers of the other two arms were alerted to the change as well. In an irony of ironies, a command token meant to be used to signal battle between two arms was not only sparked by just a single man, but it had suddenly put all three arms into motion as neither the wisdom nor speed arm was aware of just which of them was going to be attacked. A surge of speed arm disciples rushed for Raya's courtyard, their gazes practically crimson with pent-up energy. Many of these youths were individuals who knew well that the Void Palace was selecting disciples, but they were simultaneously aware that they would never be among the selected. This sort of existential nihilism, although in just small measures, had been building up among the average of the Luxniks for the past several weeks now. Suddenly having gained a target to vent their feelings of inadequacy on, they didn't even care to consider which arm they were fighting or if they were battling an arm at all. Only a few who had witnessed Theron's tirade earlier that day connected the dots toward what might actually be happening, but even they followed along, wanting to vent that uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Soon, over the horizon from Raya's courtyard, dozens of youths became hundreds. The spectators that had been slowly accumulating grew in number as well. Leonel stood in silence, the two ends of his spear in hand, still linked by a chain and separated into three. He hadn't made any move to stop Theron's commands or the others. Today, he would flip the Luxniks family estate on its head. Chapter 126, Shackles. Chapter 126, Shackles. The surge of youths with crimson eyes flooded the battlefield. But the targets they were looking for didn't seem to be anywhere to be found. All they saw were the littered and bloody bodies of their fellow healing arm members and a single silver-armored man standing before a courtyard surrounded by 4 silver pillars. Many of them were confused, but even more of them seemed to realize that their enemy was precisely this silver-armored man. Kill him. Theron's enraged roar shook those who were confused out of this state. However, when they heard Theron call for murder, they were shocked. Though it wasn't like no one had ever died in a faction war, it was still rare. On top of that, it was quite frowned upon. These were the types of things the Elders' Council would step in to stop. That said, while there were many who stood frozen, there were even more that didn't need to be told twice. Their egos had been poked and prodded at for too long, and it was already clear to them that a division head of their arm had actually been crippled. This sort of humiliation wasn't something they were willing to let go, even if they weren't already in such a strung-up state. They charged forward like a tide, the ground rumbling as large swaths of snow force rippled throughout at the air. Leonel's chest rose, a sizzling heat at his right hip threatening to tear a hole through his own body. But, for some reason, it felt good. It felt almost too good. It fed off of Leonel's angst, his fury, his indifference. It swallowed up all that was him and churned out a result that fed into the very fabric of his king's might. These hundreds of youths, it just wasn't enough. Bang! Leonel's foot rose and fell. In that moment, a tidal wave of earth shot out from the ground. First, there was a sprinting set of spiderweb-like cracks, folding and bending the earth to Leonel's will. And then, in the next moment, they shot upward, crashing into the first line of charging healing arm warriors and throwing whatever semblance of unity and formation they had into absolute chaos. Leonel's figure vanished. When he reappeared once more, the falling debris of earth sprinkled about him like the ashes of war. Without the immediate support of the man or woman next to them, the healing arm could only face the carnage they wrought. Leonel's blades flashed, his body flickering and disappearing at will, only to appear and vanish once more. Arcs of blood and crimson followed his path, limbs and horrid screams leaving landmarks of his presence. Leonel used the techniques of the Luxniks seamlessly one after another. It felt as though there were dozens of him, and his every action incapacitated another. Blood flowed in rivers and bones formed the earth. As the curtain of dirt finally descended, and the vision of those around cleared to what was happening, half of the healing arm warriors had already been cut down, their like's blood fueling the soil beneath their immobile bodies. A look of absolute horror was painted on the faces of those who headed the initial charge, at least those of them that had survived, anyway. From the rooftop, Noah watched on, sighing every so often. He could tell at a glance that Leonel wasn't overpowering them with raw strength. If he tried to fight these many talents head-on, he would have been cut down long ago. It was just that Leonel was just so much smarter with how he used his strength. Noah knew the techniques Leonel was using as well. He too had received those gifts. Was a technique that applied one's internal sight to trick the senses of others. It was ironically useless against those who purely relied on their five senses in battle, but which expert wouldn't subconsciously use their internal sight to boost their senses? This overlay of what the body was recognizing and what one's soul force was seeing led to a cognitive dissonance that easy-formed illusions of starlight in battle. The more powerful and deft one's control of their internal sight was, the more deadly the technique. However, to use it with such skill, and especially against so many enemies, Leonel had to be capable of calculating the perspective of each and every person on the battlefield at the same time. Only then would he be able to execute in the most optimal manner. Simply put, he was like a machine. Noah had yet to see a swing of Leonel's blade not draw blood. Leonel's gaze flickered with coldness, his every breath becoming so heated that steam billowed from his mouth. His skin reddened and his armor began to glow with a rosy silvery hue. The temperature in his surroundings skyrocketed, yet Leonel only felt more and more comfortable. Leonel's blade blocked a sword from one direction, his free hand hacking down and severing the forearm that carried it. His movements became faster and more fluid, his want for destruction and violence billowing off of him in waves. The heat became so searing that the warriors of the healing arm couldn't get close to him without using foreskins. However, their wants and needs didn't cross Leonel's mind in the slightest. In that moment, a furious howl left his lips. It brought with it such momentum that violent concentric circles of pulsing air billowed from Leonel's mouth. Bang! Leonel's aura erupted, force shattering the ground beneath his feet. The momentum of a Tier 2 expert rose from him, shattering the barrier that had held him back and multiplying his strength several times over. The shackles that held down Leonel's body were being loosened one after another, his howl carrying with it a scorching heat that rose into the skies. The atmosphere seemed to be affected, rolling clouds of gray responding and slowly beginning to gather. At that moment, several division heads of the healing arm finally reached the battlefield. When they saw the state of things, their eyes widened, a furious light sparking within their gaze. Chapter 1127, once more. Chapter 1127. Once more the division heads were furious, but they weren't fools. Having seen the state of the battlefield, they knew that it would take someone at least as powerful as them to leave these unranked students in such a state. The arms had three sectors within them. There were the division heads, the unranked students, and finally the rankers. Number one among these rankers was the head of the arm, and there were three of them in total. Of course, these men were Siller, Eloquin, and Elodie. The other rankers were reserved for students ranked in the top 1,000. When one reached deep into the hundreds of these ranks, despite being a lower tier than that of the division heads, the students themselves were considered equals. Above this, the rankers could dwarf and even one-shot division heads. Rankers were the pool from which future feather sword warriors were chosen, and it was impossible to enter the Patriarch's faction or the Star Order if you had not been a ranker in the past. This was all to say that despite feeling the endless vitality coming from Leonel, and being certain that he was exceptionally young despite being unable to see his face, the division heads didn't make the mistake of underestimating him. In the Luxnix family, strength wasn't decided by how old you were. It was decided by your ability. At the helm of the division heads, there were three. These were men who had been in the outskirts of the rankers in their youth, but weren't quite good enough to become feather sword warriors. In addition, because they were so young, they couldn't join the Elders' Council just yet either. Compared to the other division heads, they were several decades younger, and they saw through their present situation with just a glance. They were Raynor, Ingram, and Samson, a trio of division heads that usually acted as a trump card for these faction wars. But it seemed like this matter wouldn't be able to be handled by them. They had no idea who this silver-armored warrior was, but they could smell the danger. "Send the signal again," Samson said with narrowed eyes. But another division head tried dissent. "No buts. Those rankers, and especially not our arm head, would never come out normally. This battle isn't simple, and I'm getting a bad feeling from those pillars and that little beast on his head. If we don't make sure that they know this matter is serious, they'll never come." All of them had a mightier and higher-than-thou attitude. They would always wait until the last moment to swoop in and see if it was worth getting in on the action. But if things continued like this, their healing arm wouldn't even have anyone left. "Raynor, Ingram, we need to take the helm." The two division heads nodded, their auras silently brewing as the other division heads did as they were told. In that instant, a second round of signals were sparked and sent into the air. Leonel's hand released one of his blades. With a sharp tug, he pulled on the other side, sending his spear spinning outward in a wide arc. Everywhere the blade passed, an arc of crimson would follow. The range of the spear had increased by a factor of 10, its chains stretching outward as much as 30 meters under Leonel's control. With a flick of his wrist, the spear snapped backward. A resounding and satisfying clicking sound echoed across the battlefield as it shot back into place, leaving the afterimages of a silver crescent moon in its wake. The grass beneath Leonel's feet began to wither and fall to ash, small sparks of fire dancing about and spreading into the surroundings. His steps were slow as he walked toward the division heads, the little mink upon his head baring his fangs menacingly. A shimmering golden spear pulsed upon Leonel's forehead, an invisible domain spreading out with his body as the center. It sounded like the whirring of a magnetic field coming to life, just the slightest and faintest purple hue coating the surroundings as the clouds above continued to gray. The lush and beautiful atmosphere of the Luxnick's family estate was withering away one step at a time. Blood pooled the ground, flames licked away at the foliage, and the skies slowly darkened, a slight drizzle beginning to pitter-patter. The first droplet that fell upon Leonel jumped about wildly, reaching a boiling point in an instant and evaporating into nothingness. At first, there was only the slightest hint of steam, but as the rain began to grow heavier, the billowing plumes of water vapor grew more and more prominent until it seemed like Leonel himself was made of smoke. Casually using sword techniques was fine against the others, but facing these three, he felt the call of a sharper force. The duality spear vibrated wildly like a beast pulling against its chain. The billowing fog shot up around it, allowing its blade to split it in two. The instant the duality domain crossed the three division heads, Leonel vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at Samson's throat, his spear blade threatening to take a head with its swing. Samson's pupils constricted, but his reaction was calm. His task wasn't to win, all he had to do was stall. That was all, just stall until they could get here. But what was this piercing pain? Samson's sword had shot forward to intercept Leonel's spear and even successfully parried it. So what was this searing heat he felt in his opposite shoulder? Samson's eyes widened. In that moment, a three-pronged strike shot out from in front of him and carried into the distance, leaving deep trenches in the ground and causing an explosion of earth and taking with it a spiraling arm and a thread of crimson. Little Blackstar bared his shimmering teeth, his little claws still being held up in a swiping position. Samson felt a foot land on his knee in his distraction, a violent pain erupting throughout his body as his leg was shattered. By the time he had collapsed to the ground, Leonel had already flashed and vanished once more. Chapter 128, Yellow Crystal. Chapter 128, Yellow Crystal. Ingram and Raynor felt their souls leave their bodies. They hadn't even sensed when the little mink attacked, but in that moment they felt as though there wasn't a single thing they could do to fight back against it. Light force should have been the perfect counter to dark elemental force. But why was it that it felt like the exact opposite right now? The group of division heads fell into absolute chaos. It was clear that Leonel's speed in dealing with these enemies had fallen drastically, but none of his fire had waned. In fact, with every passing moment, it felt as though Leonel was quickly becoming a rising star of his own. The rain became heavier and the steam became denser. Soon, it was difficult to see just 3 meters ahead of you. Without a choice, the division heads could only rely on their internal sight, but it was then that they realized that this was the worst decision they could have possibly made. In that moment, it felt like Leonel was both everywhere and nowhere all at once. Trails of sparkling starforce sprinkled about the battlefield, giving it a beauty that didn't match the carnage it was experiencing. Limbs flew about and cries of pain pierced the veil. Ingram and Raynor managed to survive the first exchange. Now that they were keenly aware of the danger of the little mink, they split their attention between Leonel and little Blackstar, unwilling to end up like their counterpart had. When these two formed a team, the strength they displayed wasn't just additive. However, in all their caution, they didn't realize just how many of their fellow division heads were being cut down by Leonel himself. Damn it. Ingram growled. He pulled out a second sword, a light silver glow wrapping around him. They couldn't allow things to continue like this. The familiar sequence took form. Cover me. Raynor didn't need to be told twice, pulling out a white leather whip from his hip. His gaze sharpened, a silver force wafting out from them. His vision brightened. From being able to see just 3 meters, he could now see through the entirety of the steam without issue. Ingram crossed Leonel's path, blocking him from crippling yet another division head. His twin blades moved with a practiced smoothness, alternating his speed with the expertise of a veteran. He had learned long ago that pushing your speed to the limit all the time didn't make you a better swordmaster. Oftentimes, lulling your opponent into one set rhythm before instantaneously changing it at the right time was far better. However, Ingram very quickly found out that such tricks were worthless before Leonel. In fact, using a technique that Leonel was familiar with before him was akin to courting death. The flat of Leonel's blade skimmed against the sharp edge of Ingram's sword, parrying it upward. The golden spear upon his forehead flashed as he took an instep, counterintuitively giving up his range advantage as a spearman. However, from this vantage point, Raynor's whip had instantly been rendered useless. Leonel's gaze flashed, his spear vanishing. His fist hit Ingram squarely in the chest before the latter could react, causing an upswell of blood to fly from his throat. Being hit in the chest, Ingram found the swinging motion of his second sword completely off course. He thought that it was a coincidence at first, but the violent breaking of his ribcage and the tenderizing of his muscles made his arms all but useless. As though Leonel's fists weren't heavy enough, Ingram found that the space behind him had stacked several times. Leonel's spatial domain had made the several-meter distance to Ingram's back as much as several hundred meters. In the end, Ingram, who should have been flying back at astonishing speed, had practically become a practice dummy, his chest deforming as craters the size of fists formed within it. Bang! Ingram's body finally shot out, appearing before Raynor in an instant. The stacking of space had immediately been reversed and shortened instead, resulting in the latter being caught completely off guard. Raynor felt all the air in his body shoot out in a torrent, spittle flying from his mouth as his tongue hung outside. In that moment, the robes protecting Ingram's chest burst into flames and fell into a pile of ashes. Within the four pillars, the Branch family youths, Noah, and especially Raya, were at a loss for words. They could hardly see what was happening within all that billowing fog, but every so often someone frantic and screaming would run out for their lives, rushing away as fast as their legs would allow them. Leonel appeared above Raynor and Ingram. The depth of his gaze was filled with a blinding crimson light, the smallest hint of violet fighting for a small corner along the outer edges. He raised his spear above his head, prepared to swing downward with the same fiery momentum he had been slowly building up. Even his spear itself had begun to glow with a slight rosiness, impacted by the heat coming from Leonel. Bang! At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot through the billowing steam. However, without even looking in that direction, Leonel rose his left hand out and to the side, his palm flipping over to reveal a long sniper rifle. Light elemental force, word to life, and several complex shield-shaped yellow crystal formations appeared before the barrel, each preceding one larger than the last. By the end of it, the large yellow crystal shield was over 3 meters in diameter, dwarfing a human in size. And then, Leonel squeezed the trigger. A blinding beam of light shot out from the barrel, blasting into the first of the 10 yellow crystal shields. The light was instantly absorbed by it, moving within its structure so quickly that it looked like a pinball fighting for its life. And then, the light shot out and entered the second shield, then the third. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the light exited the 10th shield, it was so thick and fast that the clouds above split, the rain dispersing entirely. The arrow that had just shot into the wall of fog was incinerated before it even reached the beam of light. The space quaked, and the fog domain was vanquished with a loud whoosh. The beam illuminated the whole of the Luxnix estate, piercing through the air with a speed impossible to track with the eye. Shit, the archer, ranker 302, only had time for her heart to tremble once. Her right shoulder was blasted through, a bowl-sized hole taking her arm and a piece of her collarbone along with it. The fog completely dispersed, revealing Leonel standing amidst hundreds of fallen. The ground beneath his feet dyed red, and his breathing still billowing outward with piping hot steam. Chapter 129, Wonderland. Chapter 129, Wonderland. In that moment, Ranker 302 fell backward and collapsed, the rankers around her still not having registered exactly what happened. It had all happened so fast that it was all still not computing. She had only just released her arrow, but in the next moment she had a hole through her chest. Ranker 302 gasped for air, but her attempts all came out in gurgles as the viscous liquid filled her lungs. Damn it, someone heal her. This son of a bitch. They were still ultimately the healing branch of the family, and the best among the healing arm at that. However, when they bent down to help their fellow ranker, their expressions couldn't help but change. A violent aura of destruction ate at her wounds. As though a fire had started, her skin was slowly being burnt away. If things continued like this, and the corrosion made it to her heart, she might really die. Reacting quickly, a young man, ranker 239, brandished his sword, cutting away the flesh that was being eaten away at. Only after doing this was the healing process able to continue. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to regrow limbs, and too much of her arm had been destroyed. But she would still have a chance in the future so long as she continued down this path and awakened her healing branch. With instant recovery, she would be able to make her body whole again. There's something wrong with this light force. Ranker 239 spoke. It has the speed of Snow Force, but Snow Force doesn't have these corrosive properties. It simply doesn't make any sense. If Becca was taken out so quickly, we'd be going over there just to die. The top 100 need to move out. Silence fell over the group, but they too agreed. They were just a bit over 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, standing atop a tall community building. When they received the second signal, they had thought the division heads were too useless, and Becca even bet that she could take out the enemy with a single arrow. Just moments ago, they had even been happily betting on how many it would really take her. Though they showed disdain for the division heads, they still had a baseline of reason to their opinions. Some thought that it would at least take Becca 3 arrows to win. If it was within a kilometer, then maybe only then would they agree that it would only take 1. But who would have thought that Becca would end up in such a state barely a split moment after the twang of the bow reached their ears? It almost felt like they were dreaming. That beam caused too much commotion. If I'm correct, everyone in at least a 50-kilometer radius felt that. If they didn't take it seriously before, they definitely will now. A ranker that had remained silent until now, ranker 29, looked into the distance with narrowed eyes. They're already here. What these few didn't know was that they were very lucky. In a 6th-dimensional world, Leonel didn't have the range or stamina to sustain his internal sight to a 2-kilometer range. He had dealt with Becca using the trajectory of her arrow. If not for this, she wouldn't be the only one on the ground. The fog violently dispersed as though a speeding bullet train had just run through it, the clouds above splitting beneath the surging momentum of the beam of gold. The ground beneath Leonel's feet had burnt to black. From above, it looked like the lush and vibrant lands of the Luxniks were slowly being corrupted one step at a time. Both Ingram and Raynor collapsed before Leonel, completely unable to move. Just the slightest breath from them imprinted every one of their broken bones into their minds, as though countless needles were being pierced through their bodies all at once. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavier all of a sudden. Though Leonel didn't turn his back to where it was coming from, he could see it all almost as though his own eyes were watching it. Several small groups leisurely walked toward the battlefield. Some were alone, but many more were in groups of 2 or 3. Judging by the smiles on their faces and their casual attitudes, they hadn't been doing anything very serious before coming here. Compared to those Leonel had already fought, their power levels seemed to be far worse off. Leonel had already defeated dozens of quasi-sixth-dimensional division heads, and yet within these many groups he was currently observing, even the best of them were only Tier 6 or 7. Some of the worst off were only Tier 3 or 4. And yet, the pressure they gave off versus that of their division heads was practically night and day. Leonel slowly lowered his sniper rifle, allowing the barrel to rest against the ground. Though these individuals had walked into the range of his internal sight and he no longer needed to rely on their attacking first to respond, he knew that this weapon he had created while he was still in the 4th dimension would be useless against these geniuses. Leonel exhaled another long breath. 4 seasons. Time seemed to slow for just a moment. The sky was instantly filled with fluttering fall leaves, droplets of golden rain, and quivering snowflakes of ash. As the ground continued to blacken beneath the heat Leonel was emitting, there was something decidedly beautiful about it all. 9 radiant cores manifested, glowing with a silvery crimson light. They formed into an orbiting circle, rotating about Leonel's back as though they had a mind of their own. The golden droplets pelted against the ground, dotting the blackness with the heaviness of gold, even as the 4 silver pillars finally began to quake. One after another, bubbles began to form on the surface of the spatial wall encasing Raya's courtyard. Smalls carrying the slightest violet tinge popped out, forming numerous crystal balls of all sizes. The space around Leonel had suddenly become a wonderland of gorgeous sights, but the scent of danger in the air was practically palpable. Chapter 1130, Whetstone. Chapter 1130, Whetstone. Leonel turned, his sniper rifle vanishing. The slight sound of a blade sharpening resounded, but what was truly baffling was that Leonel's spear hadn't touched a single thing. The sound echoed once more, and then again. It felt like one was watching a master at work, a blade slowly gliding against a whetstone gently. The blade slowly gained an edge of its own, the slight flicker of the master's wrist bending it to his will. The leisurely expressions of the approaching rankers grew serious when they heard this sound, but it only seemed to continue. Shing 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 shing, pick up the blade, gently apply pressure, glide it back, lift it up and repeat again. Shing shing, shing shing. The water slowly dripped from the whetstone and the blade, falling to the ground in delicate droplets. A subtle but fiendish aura began to grow around Leonel's spear. Steam began to rise up from its blade edges. Every time the sound of the blade resounded, the steam only seemed to become denser. How many is that? A ranker spoke softly, his gaze having already narrowed. His leisurely attitude vanished and his sword appeared in his hand. Despite the fact he was ranker 83, he still primed himself to the extreme. There was only one technique of the Luxniks that could brew this sort of atmosphere. It was known as wet star droplets. Wet was a technique that used the star force characteristics of snow force to refine and strengthen a blade force. The continuous and abrasive sliding of force against force forced them to shine brighter and sharper. And the result? It was a weapon force several times purer and more powerful than it was initially. Six refinements, another ranker answered slowly. In the moment Leonel swung his blade, it was as though there was only him and his spear left in this world. The sound of the rustling leaves vanished. The battlefield turned wonderland lost its splendor. It was even difficult to feel the heat coming off of Leonel any longer. The blade shot out in a blinding light of white, gold, and silver. If one looked closely, there was just the slightest hint of crimson as well, belying an aura of pervasive destruction that shook the soul and imprinted itself onto the heart. In that moment, the rankers realized that they were completely in over their heads. Just this single blade seemed to overshadow their decades of hard work, all the efforts of their blood, sweat, and tears. It was all meaningless. The group that had been targeted was one of 3, each of their expressions warped to an extreme, their force surging. Without hesitation, all 3 leapt forward in unison, realizing that if they didn't work together, they would be finished. Their 3 swords drew a line through the air, meeting at a single point. However, the instant their blades matches just the blade force of Leonel's own, it felt as though they had been swallowed up by an unstoppable force. Their arms broke and their expressions became dyed with pain. Blood vessels in their eyes popped and their teeth cracked beneath the might of their clenched jaws. They put everything they had forward, knowing that if they took even a single step back, they would die here. The difference was too large. Unfortunately, understanding something and executing it was separated by an impossibly vast chasm. Bang. Sparkling shards of natural spear force spiraled into the surroundings. Deep gouges tore through the earth and surrounding foliage and trees. In the distance, the windows of several pristine and unblemished buildings and homes shattered to pieces, piling onto the growing chaos of the Luxnix family estate. It felt as though they had all stepped into a violent spatial storm, swaying under the whims of deep space. When the battlefield finally cleared, the three youths who had faced the spear force together landed on the ground, their breathing heavy and hurried. All across their bodies, deep gashes of bloodied wounds even down to the bone could be seen. Before them, a young man who could be considered their savior stood. His torso was bare, and there was the slight sheen of sweat from an earlier practice session still on his body. Yet his vitality seemed to be brimming, and his gaze was sharp. Armhead. The excitement of both the fallen and spectating members of the healing arm were practically palpable. The hidden and observing members of the other arms raised an eyebrow, feeling that this matter was becoming more and more unpredictable. Elodie looked around at the state of the battlefield, a strong shield of force skin protecting him from the effects of Leonel's Four Seasons realm, his brow furrowed in confusion, a clear lack of understanding painted all over his features. Elodie's long white hair danced within the wind, his gaze finally landing on Leonel. "Who are you? Which arm are you from?" Elodie immediately began to question Leonel. Elodie could still feel his wrist trembling from Leonel's strike, but the issue was that none of the armheads wielded a spear. Even that man who had the favor of all the Star Order elders also wielded a sword. He didn't know of anyone who wore silver armor and used a polearm. But he could also feel the pure snow force coming from Leonel that made it absolutely certain that he was a member of the Luxnix. Head, he is, a branch family member, Theron coughed violently. He had been carried away from the battlefield under the help of several individuals, but both of his arms were still glaringly missing, though he was far luckier than Becca. Due to the fact he had lost his arm to a blade, reconnecting them wouldn't be impossible for their healing arm. Theron's words, though, were like a bomb being thrown amidst the battlefield. It wasn't just the other division heads and unranked disciples that were shocked, but the rankers and even Elodie himself took on a great amount of shock. Elodie's gaze narrowed. "State your name and which branch you come from. Do you have any idea the kind of harm you'll be bringing to your immediate family?" The only response Elodie received was the sound of a sharpening warblade, shearing. Chapter 131, Path. Chapter 131. Path. Elodie's pupils constricted, his sword reflexively coming across his body to block. Bang! Elodie felt a strong surge of might intent on sending him flying, but his gaze flashed, his feet digging two deep trenches as he slid back. Dirt and soil rose from the ground, slowing Elodie's momentum by several factors. When he finally came to a stop, Elodie couldn't help but look down at his trembling hands, his face etched with a deep frown. The heaviness of Leonel's attacks wasn't something he had expected. Not only was the spear a rare weapon for a Luxnix to choose, even in the case that it was chosen, those that did would focus on the speed and flexibility of it, not to mention its range. Elodie hadn't expected for Leonel's battle style to be like this, but that didn't mean that he was completely unprepared for battle either. Whether it was the Viola family or the Montex family especially, they were known for their heavy-handedness and their abrasive battle styles. As a great genius of his generation, Elodie had clashed with his fair share of such talents. In fact, his techniques were refined to deal with them. The moment Elodie adjusted his thoughts and breathing, his whole demeanor shifted. This was not a spar, nor was it a healthy exchange of pointers. This person was an enemy, and he would treat him as such. Elodie completed his thoughts in just the fraction of a breath. His sword balanced itself with a practiced flick of his wrist, and his feet spread apart, creating a strong base for himself. The instant he was steady, his figure exploded forth, and yet the ground suffered not the slightest of damage. Leonel seemed to have acted before Elodie, but the difference in the weight and size of their weapons resulted in their blades meeting perfectly. Elodie could tell immediately that Leonel had done this on purpose, but he wasn't shocked. If Leonel wasn't at least this skilled, things wouldn't have reached this extent to begin with. Elodie's body flickered, and his sword left streaks of white gold in the air. For every one action Leonel took, he took 3 or 4, the elegance of his swordplay shining forth. His rhythm changed with his breath, and his footwork was immaculate. He seemed to always be capable of slipping out of Leonel's heaviest strikes and countering with something decidedly clever and crafty. The clash of blades rang through the battlefield, the images of 2 young men flickering into and out of existence being imprinted onto all their minds. It was clear at a glance that Elodie's blade force was far inferior to Leonel's own. One had already comprehended a natural blade force while the other was still using normal blade force. However, on the other hand, Elodie's fifth-dimensional force was clearly several steps about Leonel's in terms of thickness and purity, given due to the fact Elodie was already at Tier 8, while Leonel was only at Tier 2. Streaks of spear and sword force shot into the surroundings with each clash. There was something decidedly violent and existential about the clash of these two young men. Neither used any techniques that surpassed the crude nature of force alone, and yet every time they met the impact was no less resounding. Elodie had long since forgotten about what Leonel's origins were, and Leonel never cared about Elodie's to begin with. Their exchanges only became faster and more blinding, neither taking a single step back. Veins popped across Elodie's body, his spirit lifting and his gaze becoming fierce. Oh, howling snow, feathers touch. The ground beneath Elodie's feet imploded, a towering pillar of snow force shooting up into the skies around him. His sword descended, the clash against Leonel's spear making the latter feel as though it wasn't a light sword before him, but rather a great sword with the weight of a mountain. It shattered Leonel's guard, shooting for his chest with every intention of piercing through, but Leonel's own gaze was as placid as a lake's surface beneath dim moonlight. Starry ice, starry ice. The piercing strike of Elodie's blade suddenly lost its edge. With a clang, it rebounded off of Leonel's chest plate, deflecting to the side. Leonel took a step forward, taking advantage of Elodie's momentum to send a punch toward his chest. Elodie reacted just as indifferently, his own fist soaring forward like a whistling bullet. The air cracked and whined, the ground beneath their feet trembling. Bang! The two separated, sliding back dozens of meters and creating a total of 4 new trenches between them. Leonel didn't need to think to understand how Elodie had gone from using his speed to match his strength to matching strength on strength. Howling snow was a technique similar to Leonel's own star fusion. It used the healing branch properties of snow force to push the body into a state of accelerated cell regeneration. Using that window, the Luxnix could gain bestial strength in exchange for continuous and rapidly healing injuries, as expected of the head of the healing branch. Elodie's hair rose up, billowing white gold force wafting outward like plumes of steam and heavy fog. His hair and eyes became a shade brighter, and the fiendish killing intent in his eyes only grew. The sound of Elodie's force was like the howling wind of a storm, whipping up violent undercurrents and flattening what remained of the grass in the surroundings. Show me everything you have. If today is to be the anniversary of your death, you wouldn't want to pass on with regrets. Elodie's aura continued to surge. In that moment, the flickering starlights of the heavenly body realm began to rise. Images of a beautiful golden planet, streaking white gold meteors, a silvery moon formed of shimmering gems, and a resplendent star painted themselves across the grayish-blue skies. Elodie's sword seemed to respond in kind, trembling and whistling under the influx of universal force. Then he shot forward, his steps decidedly less light. Plumes of soil rose in his wake, his sword appearing before Leonel's throat in the blink of an eye. However, when it reached that point, it found its force dissipating once more, only to find a pale violet ace crystal world ADS in its path. Chapter 132. Resounding Crack. Chapter 132. Resounding crack. Elodie's expression changed when he felt his sword pierce through the E-crystal world. It made him feel as though he was trying to slice through a wall of sludge, and his reaction to it was forced to be delayed. Once against, Elodie felt like all the force in his strike was dissipated. The first time he had assumed that it was an ability of Leonel's armor, but this time his sword hadn't even grazed it. It suddenly made him understand that Leonel was forcefully dispersing the force attached to his blade, something that left him at a shock. The combination of Dream Rupture, Starry Icy, Duality Domain, Withering Snowfall, and Leonel's Divine Armor's Spatial Domain made Elodie feel as though all his most powerful strikes were landing on a bed of cotton. Leonel had too many abilities that could siphon away and disperse force. It forced Elodie into using more and more force to compensate, but that only drained his stamina faster. The instant Elodie turned this into a battle of techniques, he found himself countered at every turn. He could feel that his actual strength wasn't far off from Leonel. In fact, in terms of raw ability, he was a step or two above. But Leonel's ability to calculate a step or two ahead of him and respond perfectly resulted in him getting pushed further and further into a corner. Bang, 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 bang. Elodie brandished his sword in one hand, his other drawing a circle in the air. A ring of blinding white gold formed in the blink of an eye as he parried Leonel's piercing spear strike. The ring of white gold shot downward, landing perfectly in the spot Leonel's foot would land next. Elodie's timing was perfect. Everything about Leonel's momentum said that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. However, the land in the middle of the ring suddenly shot upward, giving Leonel a place to rest his foot. Elodie's free hand squeezed closed, shattering the small pillar of earth, but completely missing the target of Leonel's ankle. Right then, a blinding pair of wings stretching out for tens of meters spread to Leonel's back. Leonel knew that he couldn't allow his foot to fall to the ground, and could only activate his strongest movement technique. His body became as light as a feather, All-Star blink circulating instantaneously. With a light tap of his foot toward the crumbling rock pillar, Leonel vanished and appeared to Elodie's back. The shock amongst the spectators was palpable. Even as the crowd grew, drawn over by both the commotion and Leonel's earlier beam of light, there were likewise several members of the Speed Arm who were amongst them. However, even in the case that there wasn't a single member of the Luxnick's main family that wouldn't recognize those illusory wings. Elodie's pupils constricted into pinholes. He could feel the threat of danger creeping upon his neck, but he reacted just as quickly. A white gold ring shot out from the ground, catching Leonel somewhat off guard. At the same time, Elodie's sword pierced backward, his body twisting at an odd angle as he fell away from Leonel. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Elodie's white gold ring was too solid and simple to find a flaw, and dispersing the force that made it would take too much time. He finished these calculations in an instant, choosing to swing his spear downward. At the same time, another A-crystal world appeared before him, blocking the odd angle of Elodie's sword. Frustration began to mar Elodie's brow. He once again felt as though his sword had entered a sticky mud wall. Luckily, he was falling back now and could use his momentum to pull free, but this was already the fourth or fifth time. Elodie shot back, his body flipping and dodging as numerous golden droplets fell toward him like darts. His free hand remained active, drawing more and more white gold rings as he fell backward, only to send them flying forward toward Leonel. Bang! Leonel's spear shattered the white gold ring, his expression just as placid as always. Seeing the flood of them coming for him, his gaze flickered, the unmoving 9 radiant cores to his back jumping into action. A strong magnetic field repelled the rings, sending them spiraling backward as Leonel's figure flickered once more. Elodie's internal sight locked onto Leonel, who appeared to his back, but his heart shook in the next instant. Illusion. Elodie had fought too many battles with Eloquin to not sense the change. Surprisingly, though, Leonel's starlight illusion was even better than Eloquin's. Who was this man? Elodie's slightly delayed reaction didn't stop him from reacting in time. The billowing white gold fog around him surged, his thigh bulging as he planted it hard. He could feel the muscles in his legs tearing to shreds beneath the wild force, but just as quickly as they tore, they healed once more. Using the sudden change in momentum, his sword pierced forward, his rings rebounding back from Leonel's repulsion and enveloping his 9 radiant cores. In one moment, it looked as though Elodie was piercing toward empty space. In the next, a flicker of starlight formed the outline of Leonel's body as the image to Elodie's back vanished into nothingness. Leonel's spear met Elodie's blade, even as the former's radiant cores and the latter's ring clashed, crushed them. Elodie's gaze gave off a blinding light. His rings constricted, looking to shatter Leonel's radiant cores back into the benign force they came from. However, the result was far more explosive than he thought they would be. Boom, 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 boom. Elodie felt as though his ears had popped as his eyes were filled with the searing image of blinding white lights. The only thing he could feel was the very familiar and annoying feeling of his sword slipping into a mud wall. But, this time when he tried to pull back, his expression warped. Snap! Even amid all the loud cacophonic booms, as a swordsman, this noise was the most resounding of all. Even before he pulled back all the way, Elodie could feel the emptiness past the handle of his hilt. His sword was broken? In that moment, Elodie was completely disoriented. His hearing was nothing but high-pitched screeches, his gaze was filled with a blinding white light, and his internal sight was continuously being distorted by the wild magnetic fields pulsing and rebounding in the surroundings. The heat seared through his foreskin, and his body felt like it was floating toward death. It was exactly at that moment that he felt the second clear feeling he had since the explosion, a piercing pain as his chest was skewered by the blade of a spear. Elodie coughed, a flood of blood riding down his chin and soaking his throat and chest. He had no idea how any of this had happened, but he vaguely felt that he had been painted into this corner. No, he had stepped into this trap with his arms wide open. If Elodie had known better, he would have understood that the law Leonel chose for his E-crystal world ligwals was the formation of an extremely thick and viscous corrosive semi-liquid. The more knowledge Leonel had on the law he chose, the easier it would be for him to use his king's might to project the law. With his ability, it took him a single glance to see through the flaws in craftsmanship Elodie's Tier 9 bronze sword had, and forcing it to collapse in on itself only took a few dips. Of course, understanding this would have done nothing for Elodie if he hadn't also understood that destroying Leonel's radiant cores was among the most foolish things he could have done. Elodie trembled and fell to his knees. The blasts cleared, and the spectators were soon able to see the state of the battlefield. However, when they saw their armhead having fallen, and that the only thing holding him up was the blade running through his chest, they fell into a harsh and cold silence. Seeing the state of Elodie, Leonel didn't feel much of anything. No, that wasn't exactly right. He felt an emptiness wrought by the fact he felt like he had accomplished nothing. A seething rage was still bubbling within his heart and pulsing through his right hip. His wrist slightly trembled, causing Elodie to cough up another mouthful of blood. What is the meaning of this? Right at that moment, while Leonel's simmering rage was beginning to feel only more and more empty, a booming voice that could disperse the clouds and unsettle the wind fell. Numerous expressions changed as the aura of the current Luxnix family patriarch, Seath, caught all of their attention. To his back, numerous Viola family members followed. Leonel felt like he had locked onto a new target, his blood seething and the crimson in his eyes only growing deeper and more prominent. But it was then that he felt as though someone had pierced a hole through his heart. Everything he was feeling suddenly deflated in an instant. Aina? A resounding crack rang through Leonel's body. Completely out of his control, he raised his head and roared into the skies, his divine armor shattering into pieces and shooting away from his body. His face was revealed to the world, but all anyone could see were the countless crimson veins pulsing beneath his skin. The barrier to Tier 3 collapsed, and Leonel's 7th star began to form. Chapter 133, Danger. Chapter 133, Danger. A blazing pillar of fire left Leonel's lips. To those of the Luxnix, it really felt as though the world might end at any time. Elodie, who was the closest to Leonel by far, took on a level of damage that could only be described as fatal. An entire layer of skin that faced Leonel burnt off piece by piece, the shocking amount of pain snapping him out of his half-unconscious state. The devastation was difficult to grasp. Even Leonel's duality sphere couldn't seem to withstand it at all. Seath's expression changed. He had no idea who Leonel was, or more accurately, he couldn't identify Leonel by his face alone. But when he saw what was happening, even his own spine tingled. He was already well into the 6th dimension, and someone on Leonel's level should have been a matter of the flex of a single finger to deal with. But the force being projected out of his body right now filled Seath with so much fear that he froze for several seconds, his mind going completely blank. Under normal circumstances, Seath wouldn't even be here. It was only because Richard had come to communicate something with him that he had gone so far. Because Richard was now the crown heir of the Viola family, something only recently announced, was an amount of face that Seath had to give him. In other families, Richard would have been entertained by their own crown heir, but unfortunately for Seath, the situation of the Luxnix was a bit unique. In every other situation, the patriarch had higher standing than the crown heir. But in the Luxnix, it was the opposite. Miguel's standing was far beyond Seath's, and the former had the backing of both the Feathersword Warriors and the Star Order Council. In the end, such a perfunctory job was left up to Seath. When Seath snapped out of it, he realized just how terrible the situation was and immediately began giving out orders. Corner off this location. Don't allow anyone to enter this kilometer radius. Someone give me a briefing of what the hell happened right now. The moment after Seath said these words, he shot forward. He only had one goal in mind, to save Elodie. Because of the oddity of this generation, Elodie, Eloquin, and Siller were an important balancing factor. Without them, Miguel's influence on this generation would be too strong. Though it was a bit naive of Syeth to believe that just these three could match up to Miguel, he had no choice but to play the long game. The loss of even one of them would be far too much. He couldn't allow Elodie to die. Even if he didn't have such political implications to his thoughts, the Luxnix family couldn't just allow a genius to die for no reason. Seath didn't hold back, displaying the strength of a genius of the last generation. He used the 6th-dimensional movement techniques of the Luxnix with such skill that he managed to cover a kilometer distance in what felt like the blink of an eye. His foreskin began to melt away piece by piece, withering away under the wall of heat emitting from Leonel. His expression couldn't help but change. He could tell that Leonel was just Tier 3 of the 5th dimension. How could a youth so far beneath him possibly corrode his foreskin? A murderous glint lit in Seath's gaze. He didn't know exactly what had happened here, but he didn't recognize Leonel, and just by his tanned skin and hair color, he shouldn't be a member of the main branch. If Leonel could be controlled, it would be a boon for the Luxnix. But, seeing the carnage he caused here, how could things be so easy? Seath had every intention of killing Leonel where he stood until he felt something lock onto him. The danger was so profound that his steps almost faltered. The danger he felt from Leonel was more innate and instinctual, almost like what a child would feel toward the dark. But it was still easy enough for one with a strong mind like Seath to bury this feeling and eventually get over it. But this danger was completely different. It wasn't an irrational or instinctual fear, it was the kind of fear one felt when they ran into something they knew they couldn't overcome, the kind of fear that had to be learned through years of experience and training. Cold sweat drenched Seath from head to toe. He had no idea who was protecting Leonel in the shadows, but this experience was all he needed to know to understand just how vast the difference between them was. Seath appeared to Elodie's side. By now, the latter's face had practically entirely melted, his features becoming impossible to distinguish and pick out. If things continued, he really would have no chance or hope at surviving. Without hesitation, Seath pulled him away and charged out in a beam of light, cutting a straight path away from Leonel as fast as he could. The beam of fire emitting from Leonel only grew fiercer, his roar underlying it and trembling the hearts of all those who heard it. The clouds above completely dispersed and the ground shattered, large amounts of rocks beginning to melt and pool themselves into a larger and larger crater of lava. Waves of heat rippled into the surroundings. By the time Seath got back to where he had been, he realized that even without his orders, no one would have dared to enter the kilometer-wide radius. The heat was simply overwhelming, and even from so far away, many were still continuously moving back. The only ones that couldn't were the few stuck within Leonel's 4 pillars. Sirak, the duality spear, finally couldn't take it any longer and completely collapsed, combusting from the inside out. Its pieces flew out in all directions, some even piercing directly into Leonel's body, and yet he seemed so numb to it all that he didn't even notice. Chapter 134. Now, Leonel's body looked as though it might crack itself. Wild and raging red veins pulsed beneath his skin as his bones seemed to glow as though they were metals rising in temperature. Upon his chest, every beat of his heart was met by a pulse of red gold. It looked as though even his heart itself was overheating, filling up with lines of fire and magma. But there was no more prominent light than the one coming from his right hip. Surging tides of force rippled out again and again, the devastation only growing fiercer. The truth was that Leonel was a bit worried about things happening like this. But he had never expected to enter Tier 3 so quickly. By his previous progress, it should have taken over a year at the very least. However, Leonel could have never imagined just the kind of impact would have on his progress, especially when combined with the secrets of his innate force node. When Leonel first learned he had an innate force node, he had randomly stumbled onto it. According to his calculations he completed, his body would only be perfectly whole if he completed a 10th node, despite the fact the cap the universe placed on everyone was 9. Being foolish and naive, Leonel went ahead and tried to form a 10th anyway, not having any idea that he would almost get himself killed. If not for the preparations his father had made and the plentiful nutrients hidden within his body from all of those vomit smoothies he was forced to chug, Leonel would have never made it so far in his journey. Back then, Leonel had been all alone on terrain and could only ask the dictionary about his innate node. The trouble was that the dictionary had always been extremely specific with its answers. It never answered anything outside the scope of the questions Leonel posed to it, no matter how useful those answers would be. Leonel had asked the dictionary a very simple question: what abilities is Scarlet Starforce known for? And the dictionary had given him a very simple one-word answer: destruction. Soon after that, Leonel realized that there was someone driving a carriage over his hiding spot, and he was forced to go out and check on what was happening. But, even if he hadn't been distracted, he could have never known just what kind of profound truths were hidden within this answer. Leonel had learned a lot about artistic conception, and how they could breathe life into techniques and bolster one's strength. One of the most powerful abilities a person could have, the universal cycles, relied on a comprehension of artistic conception to draw in universal force to supplement your strength. Ultimately, the artistic conception that the universal cycles were embodying was exactly that, the power of cycles and beauty of the dimensional versus karma. One thing would lead to the next, and a perpetual cyclical construct could be formed. In the end, these cycles would give birth to universal force, one of the highest forms of force in all of existence and among one of the most enigmatic. How exactly did all of this relate to Scarlet Starforce? Well, it too represented a high form of energy. In fact, at least in human history, the importance of fire and the symbolism it carried was undeniable. Among all the elements, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that fire stood out amongst the rest. Through the lens of the human domain, there was no denying this. When things are put into this sort of perspective, just what sort of weight did the first-ranked fire elemental force hold? Destruction. Ironically, it was the antithesis of what human legends painted it out to be. So many painted it out to be a harbinger of life, a candle of innovation, a breath to a refreshing future, but Scarlet Starforce was anything but this. It was a force that embodied chaos, an elemental power that would burn all things to ash. The 5th dimension was all about loosening the shackles the mind had on the body. In order to do this, techniques relied on visualization techniques to allow one to shed the mundane limits one subconsciously placed on themselves. Whether it was King's Might and their fusion into the manifestation of Leonel's innate node, all of them were aspects of Leonel's consciousness. By choosing himself as the root artistic conception of his, Leonel had inadvertently added an indelible characteristic of destruction to his King's Might. In the vice versa, the implementation of Leonel's King's Might to project the will of his innate node had resulted in him subconsciously beginning to comprehend this Scarlet Starforce which took his body on as a host. The result of these series of events were the preconceptions and misunderstandings in Leonel's mind being cleared one after another. The more he began to embody his true abilities and his true talents, the looser the chains that bound him became. At the same time, Leonel had no idea how lucky he was for 2 reasons in specific. First, if Leonel had completed this breakthrough on a 5th-dimensional world, not only he, but everyone on the planet would have died. Scarlet Starforce was something that even Seath, a Tier 7 6th-dimensional expert, couldn't reliably counter for an extended period of time. How could a 5th-dimensional world possibly stand a chance? And second, had Leonel used the visualization of to reach Tier 3, instead of relying on his comprehension of his innate node to release the shackles on himself instead, there was a 0% probability that he would have survived the formation of his 7th star. Without first grasping the artistic conception of destruction, how could his body, which couldn't even survive a split-second usage of Scarlet Star Force, possibly survive the formation of an entire star? Now, Leonel had a 10% probability of surviving. Chapter 135, Fallen Angel. Chapter 135, Fallen Angel. That's Sivan and Yuri looked toward one another, then toward Aina's back. But ever since they had come here, Aina hadn't said a word. In truth, this was a bit odd for her current self. She had become very talkative after losing her personality, mostly because she didn't know the difference between thinking her thoughts and saying them out loud, so she just ended up saying whatever it was that was on her mind. However, it had already been several minutes since they reached this scene, but she hadn't commented on anything. When Sivan and Yuri took a peek at her face, they once again found nothing. She stared toward the man roaring into the skies without even the slightest twinkle in her eye. If it were to be described, it was almost like she was sleeping or dreaming with her eyes open. The pair of girls looked toward one another again, but they were at a loss for what to say. They had already gotten used to one form of Aina's slow recovery, but this was completely new territory for them. This could get complicated. The two felt a flicker of complex emotions, their tiny fists tightening. They didn't know how these matters would end, but wasn't this the absolute worst time for Leonel to appear? And even under these circumstances. Richard mumbled something beneath his breath, his expression changing several times. He, of course, recognized Leonel. In fact, unlike the others, he was actually quite used to seeing force wildly fluctuating around him like this. He might have had a harder time if Leonel was in his normal state, ironically enough. Is something the matter? Seath, who had been tending to Elodie before passing him on to others, frowned when he heard Richard. It would have been one thing if Richard was just reacting to the ridiculous nature of the situation, but Seath was far sharper than a fifth-dimensional boy would be. He could see a hint of recognition in Richard's eye. "Do you know this boy?" Seath pressed. Richard shook his head internally. He had gotten careless after so many years of vying for the crown heir position. He had been strung up so tight over the last several decades that the moment he got a chance to relax, he became too loose. To think he would make such a rudimentary mistake. "Yes, I do," Richard replied. He knew that it was a fool's errand to lie to a sixth-dimensional expert, especially when that expert was a Luxnix. Their internal sight was too strong, and they were too good at picking up small little details. This was only more so for a patriarch like Seath, who was embroiled in political games all day. Might I ask the young crown heir from where? Seath was greatly curious about this. He didn't expect that Richard would be familiar with Leonel. Of course, Richard had expected this much. The moment he made the mistake, he knew he would have to tell the entire story. Seath had just done him a great favor by accepting his proposal, so he couldn't just withhold such benign information from him. Plus, Richard no longer had to keep the matters related to a secret since he had already secured his position. It was just a bit embarrassing. But then again, considering the state of Elodie, the embarrassment of Richard's loss was actually mitigated greatly. Sivan and Yuri couldn't help but perk their ears up. They also found it hard to believe that Leonel would know Richard. The difference between their statuses should have been enormous. He was even a step above the armheads of the Luxnix, and technically on par with Michael, though, in practice, he was more so on par with the armheads and dwarfed by Michael. Yes, I met him in the Dimensional Cleanse trial zone. Seath's pupils constricted. He didn't need any more of an explanation. From Richard's tone and demeanor, it was clear he had lost. But how could a branch family member possibly get their hands on a map to that trial zone? Seath suddenly felt like something was off about all of this. He had even noticed that Leonel had been wielding a high-quality quasi-silver spear before it was destroyed. This didn't even mention the fact he had practically wiped out half of the healing arm and even defeated Elodie. All of these things made it hard to reconcile these matters. In that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Leonel hacked up a mouthful of blood so crimson that it glowed like rubies. It almost felt as though this blood had come from the spring of his life force itself. But, just as quickly as it appeared, it was burnt to ash. Not even a moment later, Leonel's skin could no longer withstand the pressure. His veins burst and his body splintering. Fountains of lava-like blood flowed from him. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, Leonel's blood began to sizzle as it fell into the pools of lava around his feet. But what was shocking was that it wasn't the lava causing the blood to sizzle and evaporate. It was instead Leonel's blood itself causing the lava to release screeching pillars of steam. The roaring pillar of flames that came from Leonel's mouth hung in the air, his roar finally waning. But it was impossible to tell if this was because he was no longer in pain, or if it was just that his throat couldn't produce noise any longer. Steam billowed out from Leonel's mouth, his teeth glistening a pearly white beneath all the blood and fire. Sparks flew about with his every breath as though the air itself would ignite. Out of Leonel's control, two enormous illusory wings appeared to his back. They radiated a gorgeous white gold, and slowly but surely they began to take form, just the slightest hint of crimson hidden within its gorgeously sculpted feathers. Leonel's head fell, going from tilted up to the skies to his chin resting on his chest. If not for the slight wheezing and coughing, not to mention the breaths of ash, it would be impossible to tell if he was still alive or not. It was then that his skin began to change once more. Scales of white gold erupted across his naked body. The source of this content is .com. From far away, they seemed to be the scales of a white dragon. But when one looked closer, it was possible to see that each individual scale was actually a small, miniaturized feather outlined like a white seashell with veins of gold. Leonel had completed the second awakening of the healing branch and the third of the speed branch at the very same time. Every so often, a piece of his body would burst with blood, only to be quickly covered by these white scales once more. The cycle repeated again and again as though he was breathing. Glistening lava fell from his wings as his feet dangled in the skies. His body, toned to perfection, every outline of muscle and fiber displayed for all to see, didn't seem marred by the broken flesh and dripping blood in the slightest. At that moment, he truly looked like a fallen angel. Chapter 136, Kidney Home. Chapter 136, Kidney Home. Leonel could feel his body going through a wild number of changes. He felt it all now more than he ever had in the past, and he realized just how narrow his scope truly was. It wasn't that the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was weak, it was just that he never had the ability to bring out its full potential. First, he was lacking in the proper techniques to supplement it, and second, he had simply yet to fully unearth all of its secrets and fully awaken it all. This was when Leonel settled on a conclusion. The reason his metal synergy lineage factor felt so much more powerful was only a matter of relativity. How could a sixth-dimensional lineage factor ever match up to a seventh-dimensional one, especially when they could both be considered to be at the pinnacle of their respective levels? Simply put, maybe if Leonel entered the sixth dimension and began to interact with many talents on a similar level to himself, he would then begin to feel that even the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor was weak as well, when in reality he was also lacking the techniques to maximize its abilities. Right now, the potential Leonel had unearthed from his metal synergy lineage factor was limited to a hard body, but technically, a metal body was a technique left behind to him by his father. Aside from that, there was his divine armor, but once again, that was a technique left behind to him by his father. It was such a simple thing, but Leonel hadn't truly put things into perspective until just now. The Morales family lineage factor was called metal synergy. It wasn't called metal body lineage factor or divine armor lineage factor. Who knew how many more secrets were hidden within it that Leonel had never even touched upon? These matters put into perspective just how ridiculous Leonel was to think that he needed to improve his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor right now, as though he was already at the end of his rope. Let alone being at the end of it, Leonel could just barely be considered to have grasped a piece of the first strands. Even if Leonel succeeded in mutating his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor and built it upon a new force, it was very possible that even if this force was leagues beyond Snowforce, the overall power of his lineage factor might instead regress. Why? Because this new mutated lineage factor wouldn't have the countless millennia of refined techniques the Luxniks had built over their history. It would have to rely on Leonel to rebuild and modify it all from the ground up. It was possible that Leonel could be capable of this in the future, but as things stood now, even with all his split minds, he was still lacking. As more of Leonel's potential was dug out by his evolving Snowy Star Owl lineage factor, Leonel could feel more and more of its strength. The second awakening of the healing branch felt like a perpetual enhowling snow technique. Without allowing these feather-like scales to cover his body, Leonel's base healing factor had skyrocketed by more than tenfold. To put this into perspective, the base form of the A Twinkling Bella Mage art Leonel had self-created was only marginally better than Leonel's current base healing factor. Meaning, doing nothing was almost as good as casting A Twinkling Lily, Belle's Blessing, except it would cost Leonel almost no stamina at all, not to mention the fact it didn't require a cast time. If Leonel activated these feather-like scales and entered this sort of beast-like mode, his healing factor would increase several-fold more. By then, it would be a step better than casting the full. Twinkling Bell Mage Art, Twinkling Lily, Carnivorous Stem. As though this wasn't enough, Leonel felt that upon reaching this second awakening, his instant recovery had evolved as well. In the past, it took several months for one use to recover. This time period varied so much that Leonel couldn't put a sure number on it. This was because, in order to use instant recoverus, a certain amount of Snowforce had to be absorbed and stored for a single burst use. But, as a baseline comparison, while on planet Luxnix, likely the densest region of Snowforce in this sector, it would take Leonel about 3 months to recover a single use of instant recovery. Now, in this same environment, Leonel could feel that he only needed a single month to replenish his use of instant recovery. In fact, Leonel had yet to recover from his last use, but the instant he completed his second awakening, it had been replenished. Then, there was Leonel stepping into the third awakening of the Snowy Star Owl's speed branch. In truth, Leonel rarely used his speed branch in battle. The reason for this was quite simple. As calculative and scheming as he was, he wouldn't show an enemy his full abilities until he could force them into a corner with it. Speed was one of the largest factors in battle. In fact, Leonel felt that maybe the one thing no amount of calculation could overcome was indomitable speed. In addition, varying your attack speed made you a much more difficult opponent to handle than going full tilt from the very beginning. Leonel's slow, meticulous, and trap-setting approach to battle always left his speed branch by the wayside, but it had ironically been the first to reach its third awakening anyway. This was only a matter of fate. It had to be remembered that the Snowy Star Owl was first and foremost known for its speed and wisdom. Healing was considered to be a secondary ability of its. Because the lineage factor was built on the back of Snowforce affinity, Leonel had a major leg up on the others of the Luxniks. Why was it that his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was leaps and bounds beyond the others? The simple answer was that Leonel's light and star affinities were so high that Snowforce simply awakened to him naturally. In the end, it all linked back to the very same innate node that called his kidney home. Chapter 137. Truthfully, all of these thoughts were simply running in the back of Leonel's mind. After two subsequent breakthroughs of the mind, Leonel's ability to split his attention had bloomed from just over a 10010,000 to a number approaching 5000. Such a thing could only be said to be both a blessing and a curse. When he was battling, bathing in blood, bone, and limbs, his mind was quite blank. All he cared about was calculating his next attack and making those before him suffer as much as possible. Rage colored his thoughts and took hold of his heart. There was only it, and everything else was a sheet of white. But, when he saw her gaze, it felt like years of buried thoughts and feelings had all resurfaced at once. Something within him snapped, and whatever had been leashed within him was released, ravaging his body like a wild beast. He could still see that gaze now. In fact, he could piece everything that made it up. No matter how much he tried to distract himself with just how much was going on in his body now, no matter how much he tried to focus on something else, to put his mind to something else, nothing worked. He could feel her gaze almost as though he was still looking into it. A hint of recognition, an odd curiosity, and then nothing. Her gaze didn't have any sadness, no remorse, no happiness, no glee. It was as though she was looking at the face of an acquaintance she had known long ago, a classmate that she remembered the look of and was mildly curious about just what they might be doing here. Leonel wished he didn't have the ability to analyze everything so thoroughly. He wished that he could believe that it was nonsense, and that he had seen wrong, that his memory was fallible, and maybe his brain was playing a trick on him, forcing him to see the worst. But he knew that none of this true. As many minds as he had turned toward focusing on his body, he still had too many more left over, each of them picking apart every angle, every expression, every minute detail. Let alone just her gaze, he could measure out the beat of her heart, the perspiration of her skin, the slant of her lips, the wrinkle of her nose. He could see the shift in her body, the angle of her arms, the position of her feet, the state of her hands. In just a split moment, he had gained hundreds of snapshots of each. Her posture was too unmoved, her breathing too even, her heart too steady. Her hands didn't clench, her gaze didn't tremble, and her feet didn't shift. Worst of all, her lips were just fine. How many times had he warned her not to bite those soft pink lips of hers, and how many times had she ignored him? It was a habit she had built up over so many years. So long as she was biting them, Leonel was certain that something was wrong, and he would have traveled through the gates of hell to make sure that she was okay. There was none of the characteristics of Ina he had come to know. Leonel didn't feel rage or anger. He just felt that the abyss that had been forming his gaze was now in his heart. It was a depth of emptiness he had never felt before, a level of nihilism he had never faced before. He had thought a lot about how this meeting after so long would go, but this was the last thing he had expected. Even indifference wasn't as bad as this. Maybe if she had been indifferent, then he could have concluded that she was still mad, but this wasn't that. Leonel's body descended into the pool of lava beneath him. The searing heat was practically like cool waters to his skin. It glided off of him and even his wounds without a sound as his swim pair of wings retracted in a flutter of falling feathers. 2 white gold rune marks appeared upon Leonel's back before slowly fading. An eerie sort of silence fell over everything, no one quite sure of what to do. Seath was especially indecisive. He was the only one that had felt that aura from earlier. There was nothing that had changed between then and now. He didn't believe that this hidden individual would suddenly allow him to kill Leonel now that his breakthrough was practically finished. I defense is dimes times fimes times was the simes I've didn't not times really of the simes I'm simes fine simes breakthrough was the sime fime that individual would suddenly only one that'd feel lime fime. There wasn't a single Luxnick's family member that didn't recognize this phenomenon, though it was extraordinarily rare amongst fifth-dimensional existences, to the point where only 2 could do it. Elodie and my hell, the same couldn't be said for the sixth-dimensional members of the Luxnix family. So, this was a sight that many had seen before, or at least heard about. It suddenly dawned on them all that Leonel was a master of several branches, something that made them all numb with shock. From the start of the phenomenon to the end, Leonel didn't move, his head still angled somewhat downward. It felt almost as though he was in his own world and couldn't be bothered with everything around him. This place, he didn't want to be here anymore. Leonel slowly stepped out the pool of lava, walking up the slope, apparently not aware of just how naked he was. He thought it was a shame that his duality spear was destroyed. It was probably the most useful and appropriate for his battle style among the quasi-silver spears. Though the spear domain ring was able to repair spears, this was clearly beyond its limits. There wasn't even a single piece left. Luckily, Leonel's divine armor was a symbiotic part of him. After using, it was already in perfect shape. The sadness and relief of these two matters didn't seem to move the needle for Leonel one way or another. Without a care for those around him, he simply walked toward the 4 pillars. Seath frowned. He didn't know what those pillars were, but he knew that if he allowed Leonel to walk into them, he would be gone. But what could he possibly do? Were things really going to end like this? More? Coming Chapter 138. Placid, Chapter 138. Placid, Yuri, and Sivan looked toward one another, their expressions too complex to read. As surprised as everyone else was that Leonel was simply walking away, they were maybe even more so. Leonel was difficult to read. Despite the whirlwind of emotions going on his mind and heart, his face gave nothing away. The only hint of something was that his gaze was decidedly less cold. But even this was only something they had gotten a brief look at when Leonel's gaze met Ina's. However, what neither of them expected was that Leonel would turn and leave without even trying to say anything to her. Their first reaction was that maybe Leonel was mad. They had lost count of the number of times that Ina had burst into a fit of tears, mumbling something about how much Leonel must hate her now. Of course, all of this occurred long before her personality had been reset to 0. This was a large part of the reason that Ina's father didn't want her to meet with Leonel. Ina was in a very sensitive time period right now, and meeting someone who might say vile things to her as a form of lashing out would be greatly detrimental to her. Things were especially bad because Ina was currently internalizing so much about Leonel right now, though she did so unconsciously. The reason she had chosen the path of absolute logic was only because, in her own twisted way of viewing things, this was how she could connect with Leonel. Ironically, though, she didn't seem to take it to its logical conclusion. But this was only because her memories of her last interaction with Leonel held her back. Those memories told her that being with Leonel had caused her a lot of grief. So, as unimpressed as she was with Richard, she still let him court her as he pleased. Ina's priorities, as such, had become logic first, then came her love of fighting, and finally it became growing strong. Those 3 things seemed benign, but when combined with someone who wanted to use reason even down to a fault, it could become very complicated, very quickly. Surprisingly, though, the harsh words and the fireworks they had expected from Leonel meeting Ina again simply didn't happen. Yuri and Sivan also thought that it was possible that Leonel didn't want to implicate them in his troubles. In fact, the more they thought about it, the more it seemed that this made the most sense. But then, why was it that no one was moving? Shouldn't they be enraged by Leonel's actions? Shouldn't they be chasing him down now that the danger of his breakthrough had cleared? Why did it seem like they didn't dare to? Neither of them knew how to wrap their heads around this situation. They couldn't help but look toward Ina again, but she was still oddly silent. They couldn't grasp anything she was thinking. Of course, Seath was in an even worse position. He somehow felt like he was missing something important, something so important that it made his spine tingle. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Crown Heir Viola, what was the name of this young man? Richard blinked. He hadn't said his name on purpose. Though the matters surrounding Alianor's scandal had been pinned onto Great Ear, his former fiercest competitor for the Crown Heir position, he still didn't want the Luxnix to drag up the truth of those matters. If he admitted that Leonel was, in fact, Leonel Morales, the very same Leonel Morales he had used to slander his mother, then it was possible for it to be drawn back to him. Richard frowned. But now that Seath had asked, he truly couldn't avoid it. He was already the Crown Heir anyway, and it wasn't like the families were entirely buddy-buddy. Some underhanded schemes were inevitable. He said, "His name is Leonel Morales." Richard didn't know what he expected from saying these words, but the reaction he got was so fierce that he almost coughed up blood. Seath's aura shot into the skies like a pillar, making it difficult for the fifth-dimensional existences around him to even stand properly, let alone breathe. Richard rapidly retreated, his expression flickering. He realized then that this was a bigger matter than he had initially thought, but how could it not be? This tidbit of information was actually what had allowed him to secure his Crown Heir position, and it was precisely it that buried his competition. The name Leonel Morales had been stricken from the Luxnix family records. In the history of the Luxnix, this had happened only a handful of times, and never to a child who couldn't even walk on his own at the time. How could there not be a big secret behind this? "Halt!" Seath's voice boomed for several kilometers. His palm flipped over, a badge of some sort appearing in his hands. The moment it did, he tossed it into the air. An enormous commotion broke loose, a pillar of blinding light shooting into the skies. The expressions of several changed, especially those of highest standing like the rankers and the division heads. That badge was the Patriarch's emblem. In terms of rank, it was only beneath the Star Order emblem. When it was deployed, it had the authority not only to deploy the Feather Sword Warriors, but the Star Order Council had the obligation to send representatives as well. With this emblem, the Patriarch essentially had 90% of the family's forces at their beck and call. Of course, the strongest forces were definitely those old monsters on the Star Order Council. But, in general situations, just a representative or two from them was enough to deal with most problems. It had been just over 2 decades since the last time the Patriarch's emblem was used. And now, it seemed to have been deployed again. Yet, inexplicably, as though he hadn't heard a single thing, Leonel continued to walk. Maybe the only change was that a pair of pants had appeared to cover his lower half. His placid expression made it seem as though he was entirely in his own world. Chapter 139, Frozen. Chapter 139, Frozen Seath wasn't a fool. As things stood now, he and the Patriarch's faction were in a precarious position. Of course, his chair on the Star Order Council was practically set in stone, as was the case for every Patriarch before him. However, he simply wasn't satisfied with this. Of all the Patriarchs in Luxnic's history, Seath would not only be the one with the shortest tenure, but he would also be, by far, the most emasculated. Ever since Michael began to show his talents, Seath had fallen by the wayside, and this crown heir of their family had become the de facto Patriarch. In fact, many of Seath's roles in the family now were the very same roles he had had as the former crown heir. It was nothing short of humiliating to an extreme. While he was sweating over the daily tasks of the family, Michael lived a life of leisure. He had all the resources he could ever want, all the access he could ever want, and even had certain clearances that Seath himself couldn't easily access. Seath had worked his whole life for the sake of claiming the Patriarch position, but everything he had dreamed and pined for was put on the back burner for a junior who didn't seem to care very much for the family to begin with. He couldn't understand why those old bastards couldn't see it. Miguel had no family in the Luxniks. He at most had thin blood ties twice or thrice removed. Among all those who called themselves Luxniks in the main family, he was probably the most detached, and he had clearly made it a point not to form ties that were too close to anyone else. However, the Star Order Council were blinded by his talent. Not only had they chosen Miguel over Leonel, but what Seath cared the most about was the fact they had actually chosen Miguel over him. They practically stripped his position of all the power it was worth. He was nothing more than a figurehead for his own family, a happy face to show to outsiders. In his youth, he had had dreams of eradicating the Viola and Montex families, claiming the entirety of the sector for the Luxniks. But he had practically been castrated. Everything in the family had entered a state of hibernation, all for the sake of Miguel and his maturation process. Quite frankly, Seath could never hate Leonel as much as he hated Miguel and the Star Order Council. So, why had he released such a signal? Well, wasn't it obvious? He hoped that whoever it was that was protecting Leonel in the shadows could make these bastards suffer. Only in this sort of chaos could he have the chance to rise again and become the Patriarch that he was always meant to be. It seemed that in the years of arrogance the Luxniks had been fostering, they had been brewing animosity within their own borders, and from more than one person, at that. Bang! The moment Pillar rose up, it smashed into an invisible dome above. The instant the Patriarch's emblem had activated, so too had the protective force art of the Luxniks estate. Beautiful and complex hieroglyph-like formations crawled through the skies, shimmering in golds, whites, and silvers as the call of a bird resounded, the pillar of light splitting into countless pieces. All across the Luxniks estate, thousands of feather sword warriors were alerted, the pins on their lapels lighting up one after another. Their expressions only had time to turn serious before they all vanished as one. Back in the location of the battlefield, the blinding lights only seemed to continue. The number grew in size, the vague outline of several figures taking form. By the time it all faded, the feather sword warriors all stood proud and tall. Of course, this number only included those that were currently in the estate and hadn't been deployed. In addition, there were no 12-point feather sword warriors in sight, as they were the personal guard of the Star Order Council. However, this lineup alone seemed to breathe pressure into the air. Patriarch, the feather sword warriors all respectfully saluted at once. The booming sound of their voices even dwarfed Seath's earlier shout. However, Seath made no move to command them. He was waiting for something in specific. He wasn't going to send these feather sword warriors off to their death. That would do him no good. What he needed was, at that moment, a mountainous pressure descended from the skies. Whether by coincidence, an illusion, or maybe reality, the protective barrier of the estate seemed to glow with a fiercer light, even as the concentration of snow force more than doubled in an instant. In the skies, standing upon what seemed like nothing, an old man with a flowing white beard and hair appeared. His ancient robes fluttered in the skies, and his sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, taking it all in an instant. His hunched back did nothing to take away from his momentum. Who dares attack my Luxnix family? The momentum dwarfed anything Seath or the Feather Sword warriors could match. This man would have been very familiar to anyone who had been at the gate several weeks ago. This man was none other than the Star Order elder that had sided with Sparking Star Order, Wing Star Order. The old man seemed to deduce that all of this was caused by Leonel in an instant, the thinking speed of a sixth-dimensional expert with such strong internal sight being far beyond what most could imagine. He immediately locked onto Leonel, his pressure falling down in waves. However, what he could have never expected was for that pressure to vanish like a refreshing spring breeze just before it could reach Leonel, and right as a light sigh rang through the air. Leonel, who hadn't turned his head back even once since he began to walk forward, even after all the oppressive auras rising to his back, was suddenly forced to stop his steps. Before him, an older woman wearing fluttering white robes stood. A cane of pristine white wood supported her right side, and though her face was covered in the wear of age, it still carried the delicate touch of beauty. She gazed toward Leonel with a complicated look, her eyes filled with regret, remorse, and sadness. For a moment, it seemed that everything had frozen. Chapter 140 okay. Chapter 140 okay? Empress Fox's gaze twinkled. This was the first time she was seeing her grandson in over 20 years. It was difficult for her to reconcile her emotions all at once. She couldn't help but cast her internal sight toward Noah as well, but when it came to the guilt she held on her shoulders, it was mostly related to Leonel. While she felt terrible about not being able to be a part of Noah's life the way she should have been, her negligence had almost led to Leonel's death. Her negligence was just one matter. Anyone could make the mistake of trusting the wrong person or people. However, the way she dealt with those matters after finding out ended up alienating the entirety of her family. Her husband wanted nothing to do with her. Her daughter could hardly meet her gaze without resentment leaking through. Her son-in-law couldn't stand to even be on the same planet as her. And the family she had sacrificed so much to protect seemed to show her day after day why they weren't worthy of her giving up much of anything. Empress Fox's hand trembled as it rose to Leonel's cheek. In the air, it seemed so very fragile. Despite the sheer strength of the woman who owned it, it felt as though the slightest gust of wind might cause it to collapse. It was only after her frail hand touched Leonel's face that it managed to gain some stability. However, the scalding heat of Leonel's skin didn't escape her attention at all. It felt as though it would burn her completely to ash, but she refused to take her hand away. Empress Fox looked up and into Leonel's eyes. There she found a gaze that was impossible to read. While everyone else saw indifference and apathy, Empress Fox saw something deeper. She could see that Leonel had been scarred by something. The realization made her heart squeeze with an inescapable pang. She could tell that this emotion was completely unrelated to her. Maybe it really was most accurate to say that Leonel met her with indifference. In fact, he couldn't be bothered to snap out of his previous headspace to register the fact that it was his grandmother before him. Empress Fox didn't blame Leonel in the slightest. All she felt was a surging will to protect him. This was her grandson, her baby boy. She would rather suffer through him looking toward him with indifference for the rest of her life, so long as he didn't have to suffer any pain or trouble. Empress Fox's thumb lightly rubbed Leonel's cheeks, her eyes holding back tears she didn't want to shed. Northern Star Order, what is the meaning of this? Winged Star Order's voice was tinged with his frown. The name Northern Star Order spoke for itself. There were two categories of titles given to those who joined the Star Order Council. The first were unique names. These were decided by your method of battle, your ability, or any other unique affinities or proclivities you might have. But there was a second category of titles altogether. These were known as hegemonic titles. Hegemonic titles were passed down from generation to generation, though not so simply. It wasn't rare for a hegemonic title to skip over a generation entirely. In fact, to say it wasn't rare was a misnomer because it was, in practice, quite common for this to happen. In truth, even many of the Star Order Council were in the dark about how these hegemonic titles came about and what exactly their origins were. Only those who inherited the title would become privy to the information that came with it. Within the Luxnix family, there were only 3 hegemonic titles. The first was Snow Star Order, the second was Wise Star Order, and the final, and most powerful of them, was Northern Star Order. Empress Fox's generation had been greatly blessed. For the first time in Luxnix history, 2 hegemonic titles appeared in the same generation. And the most fantastic part of it was that this was all predicted to happen by the most recent Wise Star Order. 1 generation removed from Empress Fox, it was deduced by Wise Star Order that the Luxnix would soon have a great rise in talent. Over the next 3 generations, they would enter a wellspring of prosperity that would allow them to finally step through the final threshold and leave the 6th dimension behind. At first, it was unknown just how true this prediction would be. However, in the very next generation, not only was Empress Fox born, but so was her close friend and the inheritor of the Snow Star Order title. It was unprecedented in the Luxnix family's history. Not only had it been more than 20 generations since the last Northern Star Order appeared, but to think that it would appear alongside a Snow Star Order. The family realized then that the fortune told by the Y Star Order was true, and they began to prepare. The so-called state of hibernation mentioned by Seath wasn't by accident, nor was it solely due to my hell. For 2 generations now, the Luxniks had experienced an unprecedented boom in talent, and they were overflowing. In truth, it could be said that they already had the strength to crush both the Viola and Montex family. But they still waited for the day the 3rd and final generation would mature. Then they would sweep through the world in one fatal swoop. Unfortunately, over the years they had made many mistakes. Their overconfidence, sometimes warranted but most times not, was tearing their family apart from the inside out. Too many had forgotten that this Northern Star Order of theirs even existed, or, more accurately, they too easily believed that she would simply fall in line just like she always had. But, right now, Northern Star Order was no longer just that. She was a grandmother who had just sensed her grandson's pain. She no longer seemed to care about anything else. In fact, she completely ignored Winged Star Order. "Little Leo, what do you want to do?" Empress Fox spoke as though even if Leonel asked her for the moon, she would reach out and grab it. Leonel remained silent for a long while. A hint of sadness plagued Empress Fox's gaze. There was nothing that pained her more than her grandson being unwilling to rely on her. But, surprisingly, Leonel finally spoke. "I don't want to be here anymore." Leonel's voice was cold, indifferent, and detached, and yet, to her, they were like the most beautiful melody she had ever heard. Empress Fox finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer as they fell like droplets of rain gently sliding down delicate leaves. "Okay, Grandma will take you away." Chapter 1141, History. Chapter 1141, History. The words felt like a tidal wave amidst a calm lake. Seath might have been aware of just who Leonel was, but it wasn't until Empress Fox spoke these words that this information was suddenly known to everyone else. Whether it was the unranked or ranked armed students, the division heads, the Feather Sword warriors, or even Winged Star Order himself, they all felt as though time had frozen in place. Branch family member? Who had said such a thing? If the grandson of the Northern Star Order couldn't be considered to be a member of the main branch, then who could? If Winged Star Order hadn't called out Empress Fox's title, maybe many of them would still be in the dark. But who could dare to call themselves a Luxnix if they weren't aware of the importance of the hegemonic title? Elodie, who had been forced to use his just to keep a hold of his life, suddenly laughed bitterly. He had come to just in time to hear this news, and he wasn't quite sure of how to take it. It wasn't like having a Star Order grandparent was rare. In fact, all 3 of the Armheads could boast such a thing. Leonel had even already met the Wisdom Armhead's grandmother, Fluttering Star Order. However, having a hegemonic Star Order as a grandparent was a different matter entirely. Those that had been crippled under Leonel's blade deflated. They had spent all their lives hearing about the coming rise of the Luxniks and the importance of the Northern Star Order to all of this. If she wanted to protect her grandson from something, wouldn't it be too easy? Leonel's status had gone from beneath them all to countless levels above in the blink of an eye. And the worst part was that he had the talent and strength to speak for himself. Empress Fox smiled through her tears and lowered her hand from Leonel's cheek. Stepping to his side, she wrapped an arm around his and led him forward. The pair walked toward the 4 pillars as though there wasn't anyone else around them. Yuri and Savan's confusion reached a new height. They had no idea that Leonel had such ties to the Luxniks. If he did, didn't that mean that what they had done was unnecessary? But wait, did that mean he was keeping it from Aina? Why would he hide such a thing? Of course, they had no idea that Leonel had never kept anything from Aina, let alone the Luxniks. He had already spoken about even the Morales to her. It was just that he could only tell her what he actually knew, and he had no way of knowing how these families viewed or would receive him. In practice, he was correct to be so skeptical. Wasn't how things were going now evidence enough? He had support of his grandmother, but that clearly couldn't be said for the entirety of the Luxniks family. It wouldn't be long until the 2 girls understood this as well. Winged Star Order stood in the skies, his expression flickering wildly from time to time. The wrinkles on his face played between tight and loose, seemingly not understanding what state they were needed in. He looked down, his expression becoming ugly. He just noticed that there was an entourage of Viola family here, and judging by it all, their standing was not low. How else could they possibly have Seath escorting them? This only matters all the more troublesome, but how could he just allow them to leave? If it wasn't already obvious enough, Leonel's actions and the amount of blood scent in the air painted the picture clearly. It was too obvious that this boy had animosity for them. Winged Star Order wasn't exactly sure how powerful Leonel was as he hadn't witnessed the battle, but judging by the state of things, it couldn't be poor, right? Winged Star Order grit his teeth, his internal conflict only growing. There was no point in harping on how much others would learn of this matter. The dirty laundry of the Luxniks was already being laid out. The question was, what was the risk assessment on starting this battle? He had no idea how powerful Northern Star Order was, but his spine trembled when he thought of something. There'll be a chance. So long as he's here, he'll definitely be participating in the selection. Miguel will deal with him. He has the largest reason to do so. However, a line still needs to be drawn here. Rosija, are you aware of what you are doing? Empress Fox continued to not answer, gingerly walking forward as though she required Leonel's support to walk at all. Winged Star Order didn't seem surprised by this lack of an answer. The name Leonel Morales was stricken from the family records 20 years ago. Your entire family line will follow suit. Empress Fox's steps paused. A fury lit within her gaze, a bit of her strength imperceptibly leaking outward. She didn't care about herself, but this was a matter of humiliation for her grandson. To bring it up so grandly like this. Her gaze shifted toward Leonel, but he didn't seem to react at all. His mind was elsewhere, and it looked as though he wouldn't react even if the skies collapsed. Realizing this, Rosija's heart settled down. There was nothing else of importance here. Since her grandson wanted to leave, she would help him to leave. With slow and steady steps, the two finally entered the world of the four pillars. Withdraw. Winged Star Order commanded coldly. Sia's expression changed. Not only was his patriarch's emblem being treated like thin air, it hadn't even accomplished a fraction of what he hoped it would. But what was even worse was that the Feather Sword warrior didn't hesitate to follow these orders. These matters seemed to have diffused, but the reality was that it had only set in motion something that would one day be an indelible part of the Three-Pillar Galaxy's history. At the center of it all, there would be a young woman who currently stood in silence with placid golden eyes and a dull expression. Chapter 1142, Rosia. Chapter 1142, Rosia Leonel sat in silence, staring out into blank space. His breathing was even, his heartbeat was steady, and there didn't seem to be anything particularly distressing about his current mood. He had returned to the hotel penthouse, but he wasn't alone by any stretch. His grandmother sat across from him with Noah by her side. Her frail hands held onto Noah quite tightly, the two of them exchanging some words. Leonel wasn't really paying attention to what the two were saying, but he could guess. Noah was likely being his usual awkward self, something he faced whenever someone showed him intimacy he wasn't used to, while their grandmother was trying her best to toe the line between forging a relationship while not pressing too hard. Eventually, the topic of their discussion returned to the matters of all those years ago, and Rosija couldn't help but sigh. She sent a glance toward Leonel, but his gaze was still aimed out of the tall windows. It was as though his eyes could see to the very ends of planet Luxnix itself. "Won't, I take full blame," Rosija said lightly. "Ever since my birth, the Luxnix have been focused on what they call the hibernation phase. This was essentially a commitment that we made toward preparing the Luxnix for war. In the generation before mine, Ancestor Y's Star Order made a prediction about the upward trajectory of our family. Though it wouldn't be as exaggerated as hyper-evolution, Ancestor felt that it would only be a step below. Should we grasp this opportunity, maybe even entering such a state wouldn't be impossible. Though I understand why Ancestor made such a prediction and chose to divulge it, oftentimes I wish that he had kept these matters to himself. Even now, Rosija couldn't help but respectfully call this existence Ancestor. In the end, unlike Leonel and Noah, she had been born and raised in the Luxnix family estate. There were many ties that she had that were too difficult to sever even after so long. Why is that, Imperial Grandmother? Noah couldn't help but ask. The initial purpose behind the prophecies wasn't in its prediction. It was to warn and stress the importance of patience. By putting a 3-generation number on it, the Luxnix formed a plan based on that assessment. The result was the most peaceful era the Three-Pillar Galaxy has ever faced. It seems like the three families are in harmony now, but the reality is that, for a very long time, there was nothing but endless battle and war. The three-planet formation was, on paper, a safe zone, but in practice, more people died here than anywhere else. The lull in Luxnix activity had a positive effect on the balance between the three families, and they too fell into a lull. This allowed the family to enter a state of peaceful growth. Unfortunately, many of the blades turned internal as a result. When a family grows too powerful, to the point they don't have any outside competitors, that is when they also become the most vulnerable. But it's functionally the same if a family is growing in power and has entered a truce-like state as well. Noah's gaze glowed. One of the things he most admired about his grandfather was the creation of the Slayer Legion. Emperor Fox knew that in the time between the Ascension Empire conquering Earth and the descent of the Metamorphosis, there would be a period of absolute peace. Due to this, it was very likely that the Empire might crumble before the fourth dimension descended. Realizing this problem, Emperor Fox didn't hesitate to sacrifice his strongest blade and turn the Slayer Legion into an enemy the Empire could unite against. Noah had no idea just what level of foresight that would take. Rosija shook her head. In my generation, everything began well. Both the Northern Star Order and the Snow Star Order appeared, and we were even very close. The family was very cautious in that time and took the words of Ancestor very seriously. In fact, they were so cautious that neither myself nor Snow Star Order were allowed to participate in the Void Palace's selection. However, as you might imagine, that didn't last for long. After your father and aunt were born, the family was a bit unsatisfied with my actions. But, because of the importance the Northern Star Order held, and the fact I was very important to the ascension mentioned by Ancestor, my actions were forgiven, but unfortunately not forgotten. During my generation, both the Viola and Montex families managed to enter a nominal student. This placed pressure on the Luxniks, and many believed we had chosen to be too low-key. So, when your aunt was sent to me by your grandfather and began to display her talents, it was already decided that she would take part in the selection. She was the perfect candidate. Her eye color was different from the usual Luxniks and made it seem like she was a branch family member. Thanks to this, even if she had an astounding performance, it wouldn't raise too much alarm toward the Luxniks' main family, but she could also release some of the pressure simultaneously. Everything went well and your aunt performed astoundingly, entering as a quadrant-ranked disciple. Of course, if not for the fact Earth was still in the third dimension back then, causing her world spirit and Emperor's might lineage factors to be dormant, she would have likely placed even higher. By then, her climb up the disciple rankings would have been far easier as well. But trouble came again when your aunt returned to the family pregnant. Your aunt was meant to be the perfect cog in their plans. She was just Luxniks enough to be a part of us's, but just enough not Luxniks that she could be used as a tool. But your aunt didn't seem to acknowledge the fact that this was her uses. Rather than marrying into a distant branch of the main family and birthing a pure breed Luxniks, your aunt had taken the same path I did. However, once again, we were forgiven. I was the Northern Star Order, and your aunt had already become a galaxy-ranked disciple. What couldn't be forgiven, though, was that little Leo was simply too talented. Roesia's expression darkened, an array of complex emotions flickering through her gaze and expression. This was already the third and final generation, and talents continued to pop up. But there was too great of a power imbalance. Our branch of the main family carried with it too much of the talent, and we had proven time and time again that we didn't listen. When your cousin was born, the fact he almost took your aunt's life was only one aspect, but the phenomena he brought with his first cry was a different matter entirely. To be born with an innate node was already rare enough. But to have one of the caliber of the Scarlet Star innate node was a different matter entirely. I was too naive. I thought that I had shown enough loyalty to the family, even leaving behind my husband and son to remain within the estate. I took on so much work, and my every day was breathed for the sake of the moment the hibernation phase would end. But that day when I saw your cousin, my little Leo, he had gone from a baby boy so large and full of life to one that couldn't even breathe on his own. His skin had paled, his eyes lost their color, he was crying, he never cried. He was such a good baby. Roesia's tears fell like a flood, but her next words were laced with a dense cold. I killed them. I killed them all. Her hands trembled as though she was back there once again. She could see the cold gaze of the woman she had once called friend. She could see the impatient and condescending sneer of her husband. Everyone who had been there, looking over her grandson's small little body, watching as he struggled to even breathe without even lifting a finger, she killed them all. The very reason Michael was an orphan, the reason he had no close relatives, parents, or grandparents to call his own, was precisely because Rosia saw nothing but red that day. And among those that fell was the Snowstar Order of old, Chapter 143, Other Way Around. Chapter 1143, Other Way Around. It took quite a long time for Rosia to calm down after reaching this part in her story. The relationship she had had with Snowstar Order was very deep. They had only been born a few weeks apart and had grown up like sisters. They had practically been attached at the hip ever since they could crawl on their own. Even after so many years, Rosia couldn't find it within her to get over that betrayal. In the moment, the fury she felt for the injustice her grandson had faced trumped everything. But when Snowstar Order's blood touched her palm and the last of her blood was drained away, it all hit her like a speeding truck. Not only did someone she thought of as a sister betray her, but now she had to suffer the weight and guilt of having killed her and her entire family as well. One might say that she had no reason to feel guilty, and she had only punished those that deserved to be punished. And maybe such thoughts were correct to have. Anyone who would do such a thing to a child simply didn't deserve to live. Unfortunately, the human mind wasn't always strictly rational. For some time, Rosia only blamed herself. Maybe if she had shown the family more support, maybe if she hadn't been so selfish in her choices, maybe if she had followed the rules of the family more closely, maybe things wouldn't have needed to go so far. Rosia understood why Snowstar Order had done what she did. While Rosia seemed to always be able to live life the way she pleased, choosing the husband she wanted, allowing her daughter to do the same, raising a family of her own and even benefiting with talented children and grandchildren as a result, Snowstar Order never got this chance. In fact, in a lot of ways, her life was made harder due to Rosia. Rosia got to pick her own husband, but Snowstar Order's marriage was arranged. Rosia's daughter was the gem of the family, but Snowstar Order's own offspring were mediocre at best, unable to match up to the talent of their mother. Rosia's daughter once again got the right to choose her own husband. But Snowstar Order had to watch as her own daughter was forced down the same path as herself. When Snowstar Order saw that Rosicia's grandchild was still far more talented than her own, maybe if one chose to be sympathetic, they could at least understand her thoughts and the motivations behind why she did it. While on the surface the reasoning was to bring more balance to the family and rein in what power Rosicia's branch seemed to be accumulating, the truth underlying those actions was jealousy. That day I was barely able to stabilize the situation, but I wasn't sure what else to do. The Scarlet Star innate node is especially volatile and difficult to handle. It was one matter if little Leo was perfectly healthy, but having already barely survived one operation, there was no telling if he'd be able to survive another. At the same time, while I held fury for their branch of the main family, the child that was given little Leo's innate node was innocent and couldn't make decisions of his own. However, at the time, it really seemed like the little one would suffer due to the decisions of his seniors. Assimilating another's innate node isn't rare, and there's even quite a large black market for it. However, how well it works is highly dependent on what the node is and how it fits with your affinities. While the little one had the important star and light elemental affinities, he lacked the fire affinity. In addition, even if he did have it, the Scarlet Star innate node is a different beast altogether. Rosea took in a deep breath and sighed. For a while, it seemed that the family would lose both geniuses. Little Leo was very weak and frail after losing innate node, while Miguel was constantly suffering backlash. If not for the preparation Snowstar Order had made, Miguel would have died long ago. Unfortunately, even Snowstar Order had underestimated the Scarlet Star node, and it all wasn't enough. Seeing how things were going, even at the sacrifice of an innocent child, I was willing to attempt to transfer little Leo's innate node back to him. After all, though both children were innocent, I couldn't possibly choose another child over my own grandson, right? Plus, what life did Miguel have ahead of him? His living would only complicate the family's internal strife in the future. But it was then that little Val returned with your aunt. Back then he was, rightfully, furious. If not for the guilt I harbored in my heart, it was likely that there would be no Luxnix family remaining. I know that, he was right. Snowstar Order wouldn't have done what she did without the consent of the rest of the Star Order Council, and I knew that Snowstar Order's family had ties to many other main family branches due to her and her daughter's arranged marriages, but I still couldn't bring myself to allow it. I will be as honest and upfront with you two as I can. I was weak, and I was always too tied up with former ties. Due to that, I ended up alienating your aunt and your mother, as well as your uncle-in-law and your father. I relied on my relationship with Alienor to get Velasco to promise not to seek revenge. However, in return, they both resented me for it. Roisha's gaze grew a bit misty. Her son-in-law was a man she never saw without a smile on his face. He always had a joke to tell or a prank to pull. She had to admit to herself that due to this, she thought that he would be easy to convince. In fact, she hadn't even known the true strength of her son-in-law until after that talk they had that day. Velasco had fallen into a silence and didn't say a word to her. It was only after Alienor described Velasco's origins to her did she understand that it wasn't her protecting Velasco from the Luxnix, but it was rather the other way around. Chapter 1144. Time. Chapter 1144. Time. Rosicia's gaze drifted to Leonel once again. But even now, his gaze was still trained outside the tall windows. He didn't seem to have heard anything Rosicia said, but Rosicia didn't decide to push the matter. She didn't know what it was that Leonel was going through, but she felt like she didn't have the right to ask. She hadn't been able to be a part of her grandson's life for so long, so how could she just appear now and expect him to bare his soul to her? Soon after these matters, Velasco took little Leo to Earth. I'm not certain of what his reasoning was entirely, but it was likely that the combination of friendly atmosphere plus low-dimensional world was the best environment for little Leo's recovery. In his weakened state, staying in a sixth-dimensional world was more of a detriment to little Leo than anything else. But as for the specifics of how little Leo was cured, I'm not sure. I can only say that it's good that you've grown up so strong and powerful. A calm silence fell over the penthouse suite. The truth was that Leonel was listening, though not actively. With the way his mind worked, unless he used dream sense, it was impossible for him not to capture every little detail within hundreds of meters of himself. The only question was whether he would acknowledge it now or later. But after what he experienced today, this benefit seemed more like a curse than anything else. Leonel didn't really know what he was feeling right now. In reality, maybe his grandmother was the only one able to tell that he was feeling much of anything at all. To everyone else, his face was quite indifferent and placid, as though he didn't have any emotions to speak of at all. Who knew? Maybe it was a mother's intuition refined over 2 generations. They always say that a woman's intuition is strong. It would be one thing if Leonel had chosen to cut Ina off completely, but according to his balance scale, she had just barely managed to stay in his heart. The issue with that was now he had to drag all of this baggage around. He didn't feel like doing much of anything. The moment he had seen her, it was like all the accumulated momentum and drive he had built up over this last year had vanished in an instant, drained out of him by a single look. If he was honest, it was mildly infuriating. It wasn't an anger he felt toward Aina, it was one he felt toward himself. He might have been fine with this feeling had he still had no goals or aspirations, but the current him wanted to accomplish something far bigger and larger than himself. To be weighed down by such emotion, such useless trash, it pissed him off. He almost wanted a reason, any reason at all, to cut this all away from himself like it was some sort of malignant tumor. Due to all of this, he hadn't even been able to properly react to the truth of his history with the Luxniks. Was he more mad now? Indifferent, maybe? He didn't really know. It was like his emotions were on a delayed timer, but now that the proper moment to react had passed, it was already too late to do much of anything about it. Did he want to vent? Not really. If it was about venting, wouldn't the best place to do so have been the Luxniks' estate? He couldn't very well go back. Did he want to speak with Aina? He didn't particularly want to do this either. They say a picture spoke 1,000 words, while a snapshot of Leonel's memory spoke millions. He didn't feel there would be anything to gain from speaking with her. Did he want to replace her? He felt no drive to do such a thing. Maybe a woman would help him clear his mind and focus, but whoever that woman was would only end up being a tool. At best, they'd be a prostitute. Such a person wouldn't be a replacement to begin with. Then what did he want to do? Well, sitting here felt all right. Leonel's eyes drifted close, an odd peace overcoming him. In all his calculations, the one thing he didn't note was exactly how long it had been since he simply rested. When Leonel was with Aina, even when they didn't need to sleep, they would do so. Of course, a part of that was due to their shenanigans in the bedroom, but Aina was always a reminder for him to rest as well. If there were two things Aina loved to do, the first was to eat a lot, and the second was to sleep. With her ability, she always knew exactly what her body needed to maximize her growth into the future, so rest and food were two of her biggest appetites. Ironically, it was meeting with Aina again after so long that seemed to hit Leonel like a Pavlovian response. Before he realized what was happening, his mind sank into darkness, and, for the first time in a long while, his thoughts finally came to a stop. As fast as Leonel's mind moved, he hadn't realized just how much he needed sleep. He had taken on so much weight onto his shoulders in such a short time that he didn't realize just how much it was all weighing him down. What he and no one else could have possibly expected was that this rest of his would last an entire month. His mind and body both entered a state of hibernation. However, what was unique about it all was that with the second awakening of his healing branch, rest for Leonel was far different than rest for others. In the past, when Leonel rested, he would use dream sense to multiply the effect of his sleep. But that was ultimately just a parlor trick. While it would refresh his mind, his body was only falling further and further behind in its rest. This time, though, Leonel didn't have the time to activate dream sense as he wasn't even aware he was drifting asleep. The result was both his mind and body shutting down. Under the second awakening of the healing branch, after not having a proper rest in years, it was like Leonel's body was being refreshed and rebooted. It was impossible to tell just what changes there would be when he awoke. By then, though, it would be time for the selection to begin. Chapter 1145, Shut Up. Chapter 1145, Shut Up. Alienor sat by Leonel's bedside, her expression one of endless doting. Every so often, she would glide a shimmering towel across her son's forehead as though she couldn't stand the slightest hint of dirt or dust touching him at all. After Leonel met with her mother, Alienor thought it would be easy to finally swoop in and see her son. But the result was actually outside of her expectations. What was something she had been looking forward to for decades became something her hands trembled at the thought of doing. In a lot of ways, Leonel falling into a deep sleep like this was a great help to her. She got to be by her son's side and take care of him without the weight of 2 decades of baggage. She felt more at peace now than she had in a very long time. Her eyes glistened with tears when she thought of all the milestones she had missed. Though she could watch them through Velasco's eyes, it just wasn't the same. She didn't get to watch Leonel take his first steps, or be there for his first day of school. She never got the chance to watch any of his football games, or teach him how to impress the girl he liked. Alienor smiled lightly, soon beginning to giggle beside herself. Her husband had always said that the worst people to ask for advice on women as a man was other women. Do you think a gazelle is going to teach a lion how to hunt them? That was what her husband had said. Velasco suffered the pinch of all pinches for saying these words, but thinking back on it now, Alienor couldn't help but laugh. Her husband was always saying wild and outlandish things. Compared to him, her son was definitely the far more handsome and refined gentleman. Alianor's smile became somewhat sad. She shook her head and dabbed her son's forehead again. Her son was so perfect, how could any woman make him go through such things? She didn't like this Aina at all. If it wasn't for her worrying about how her son would react, she would have taught that girl a lesson a long time ago. I will change the bed sheets again. Alienor transferred Leonel to another bed and replaced the sheets once again, even swapping out the pillows. If Leonel had been awake, he would have known where his meticulousness came from. Aina had always said his room was frighteningly clean and tidy, but witnessing his mother change bed sheets twice a day despite the fact he was giving off next to no impurities at all would make Leonel realize there was always a taller mountain somewhere. Eleanor smiled brilliantly as she laid her son down to rest again, gently combing his hair with her fingers and dabbing his forehead once more. A month had already passed by now, and many were waiting on the selection to begin. However, Eleanor had told them all to wait. What a joke. These people would just have to patiently stand by until her baby boy woke up. Leonel's eyes slowly opened. Rather than feeling the usual grogginess one might expect from just waking up, especially after sleeping so long, he actually felt refreshed to an alarming degree. It was to the point where even the air he was breathing tasted better. Leonel rose up and slid to the side of the bed. His bare feet touched the soft carpet and his mind subconsciously outlined every fiber. It was like the touch of his skin was no less sensitive than his actual internal sight now. 6,700. Leonel's pupils constricted. His number of split minds had been just over 5 million before he fell asleep, but now they were actually approaching almost 40% more. At the same time, even the most subtle of movements his body underwent made his bones crackle and pop as though they were breathing sighs of relief. Leonel didn't need to stand to know that he had grown another 2 inches. He had been about 6'6" before, but now he was nearly 6'9" or 205 centimeters. He squeezed his fists, feeling the changing as his muscle fibers flexed and blood rushed to his limbs. He could almost see the light bouncing off his tanned skin, as though he was truly made of metal. Though maybe he technically was. Leonel ran his fingers through his hair. Aye, it grew out again. Leonel shook his head, and with practiced motions cut it off. A slight violet glow shimmered before his hair was coerced into being cut. Finally, as always, he stored it all away. Leonel rose up, realizing that he was only wearing a pair of white boxers. He blinked, suddenly realizing that he definitely did not own these. It dawned on him that someone must have been changing his clothes in his sleep. He wasn't exactly shy, but he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At that moment, Leonel's stomach suddenly growled. Before he could think that he was hungry, Leonel spotted an enormous spread of food in the penthouse's dining room. He most definitely didn't need to be asked twice and immediately dove in. Bang, cap. The doors of the penthouse slammed open as a rush of people came in. Leonel didn't get to say anything before he was tackled and dogpiled, his poor beast leg flying out of his hands. Raj's rotund figure was the first to collide with him, and Milan followed suit not long after. Before Leonel could react, he found himself being piled by at least 6 200-pound men on the most conservative end, with the likes of Raj and Milan pushing and crossing 300. Leonel coughed. You guys couldn't pick a better time? I'm starving here. Leonel's muffled voice sounded beneath the pattern. Shut up, Cap. Let me love you. Give me a kiss. Leonel found himself fighting for his life beneath a pile of grown men, dodging lips left and right. For the first time in a while, he laughed. Chapter 146, Brim. Chapter 146. Brim. Hours later, Leonel seemed to have finally noticed something weird about his brothers. You all, how'd you grow so powerful so quickly? The dining room table had been cleared of all food, and Leonel was even sporting a small potbelly. His stomach never showed this sort of effect after eating, so it could only be said that he had truly stuffed himself full this time. By the end of it, he finally noticed the changes in his teammates. Judging by a few factors, it should have only been about 5 weeks since the last time he woke up. Yet, he could feel that the auras of his teammates were all several times stronger. If it had taken 3 of them to match a branch family member before, they could probably fight one-on-one to a stalemate now. Of course, this still left them far short of the Luxnix family main branch along with the other main branches. But it was a shocking change nonetheless. After Leonel thought about it, though, he felt that it made sense. For such talents, just staying and acclimating to a 6th-dimensional world over an extended period of time would cause great positive changes to their strength. The pressure of such a high-level world would squeeze out the latent potential they had within themselves and allow their talents to shine forth. I didn't consider this before, but this is good. Right, Granny Fox has been helping us out. She made a training regimen for us all, and we've been following it for the past few weeks, Franco explained. Leonel's brows shot up. It took him a moment to realize that Franco was actually talking about his grandmother. His lip curled into a smile. Oh, what did she make you guys do? The dining room suddenly turned quiet. Even Alan's face tinged with red as he pushed his glasses up his nose, unwilling to make eye contact with Leonel. The only one who seemed all right was Milan. She put us through a routine of cardio and stretching, nothing major. She just said that we had the talent. It was just that our bodies had not been placed under appropriate pressure. Leonel's gaze immediately picked up the weird gazes of everyone when Milan said stretches. Suddenly, he felt a great camaraderie with the brothers around him. He, too, understood the complex emotions associated with working on your flexibility. Even to this day, he hadn't allowed anyone to see him stretch using that technique he got from the Valiant Heart Zone. As for Milan, of course he was uncaring. He took his flexibility the most seriously of all of them. Despite his 300-pound frame, he had actually spent quite some time as a gymnast and even dabbled in ballet. Milan surprisingly took them both quite seriously, so he was rarely made fun of for it. Leonel was filled with sympathy. The location was Planet Montex. Of the 3 families, they seemed to be the most silent. However, the training their youths had been undergoing was anything but. Much like their tall mountains which pierced through their atmosphere and gave their world devilish horns, they too were stoically persistent. Maybe due to this, or by coincidence, planet Montex was chosen as the starting grounds for the selection. After over a week of delays, the selection was finally beginning, and the pent-up anticipation seemed only steps away from blowing. Amongst the Montex family youths, there was one particular young man that Leonel would recognize very well. That day, in the Dimensional Cleanse trial zone, in order to claim the fifth dimensional piece, Leonel had been forced to fight not just one, but two people. One of those two people was Richard. The other was Higlis, a young man who wielded an enormous hammer with the weight of a small mountain. Who knew what the odds were of meeting two potential heirs of this three-pillar sector at once? But all that was important was the fact that Higlis hadn't forgotten Leonel. He too had wanted to rely on the fifth dimensional layer to maximize his chances at becoming crown heir. Unfortunately, he wasn't as meticulous or scheming as Richard. The result was that he was still vying for position while Richard had already claimed his crown heir position for himself. To Higlis, this selection was the opportunity he needed to secure his position for life. So long as he could become a nominal disciple, he was set. But of course, this wasn't the limit of his ambition. Many forces converged onto planet Montex. Among them, the Montex, Viola, and the Luxniks weren't the only ones. There was also Raya's Sage family and numerous others who could only be considered to be a step beneath the three pillars. Within this throng of people, Leonel, his brothers, and his friends could be considered to be the most leisurely. While others were scrambling for position, they had already found their seats. It was unknown what was being planned, and even Leonel was still unaware that the overseer of this event was actually his own mother, but the Void Palace had set aside a large arena. Or, more accurately, the Montex had one built at their behest. Leonel assumed that there would be some group challenges ahead, or else Fluttering Star Order wouldn't have tried to invest so much into branch family members. But he wasn't sure if this was set in stone, or if Fluttering Star Order had only been preparing for the possibility. By Leonel's side, his grandmother held onto his arm like a frail old lady. One would think that she had a step in the grave already, but judging by her current vitality, living for several hundred more years wouldn't be a problem in the slightest. At the moment, Rosicia's mood was very good, as Leonel's attitude toward her after waking up was far better than what she had expected. She thought that Leonel hated her, when the reality was just that Leonel hadn't been in the mood for pleasantries previously. Even knowing his grandmother's role in protecting the Luxniks, he didn't hate her. In fact, he quite appreciated her. Wouldn't Leonel be too much of a hypocrite if he hated his grandfather's actions on one end, but was all right with genocide on another just because he had been wronged? If anything, of all his relatives, his grandmother's personality was the most in line with himself. Over the last few days, the grandmother-grandson pair had become a lot closer, and Rosicia's wrinkles seemed to vanish one after another the longer she spent smiling. She hadn't felt so happy in a very long time. She almost didn't care what the Luxniks did from now on. Like this, the arena which could house millions was slowly filled to the brim. Chapter 147, Two Paths. Chapter 147, Two Paths. Leonel split a bit of his attention to pay attention to the surroundings. Truthfully, the idea of joining yet another organization made him feel pretty weird on the inside. It could only be said that his luck wasn't the best when it came to such things. Though his relationship with Camelot, the Slayer Legion, and Valiant Heart Mountain could all be considered to be positive now, though the latter was now destroyed, the rockiness he had experienced at the start of his relationship with them was still firmly imprinted onto Leonel's mind. After leaving Valiant Heart Mountain, Leonel had truly thought that he would never join another organization again. He had plans to simply build up his own faction until it was time for the Morales family's heir wars. Though Leonel didn't know how the Morales saw him, or if they might treat him the same way the Luxniks had or not, he had enough reason to believe that so long as he won these heir wars, it wouldn't matter. The fact that he had two of their most important family heirlooms in hand spoke for itself. After learning about the Void Palace, though, Leonel realized that he didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. Whether he wanted to or not, if he had aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of the dimensional verse, joining the Void Palace was a must. To describe the importance of the Void Palace in the simplest way possible, they were the guardians of the human domain. Any dream Leonel had of uniting the dimensional verse would, without a shadow of a doubt, have to pass through them. It could even be said that becoming the head of the Void Palace would be a shortcut, at least to claiming the human domain, that is. Even if this wasn't the case, the Void Palace had vast stores of information Leonel couldn't miss out on. Whether it was information about other domains, thoughts, and ideologies Leonel had never touched before, or even something as plain as techniques and styles, Leonel had to grasp them all. It was a foothold of such importance that he could only grab onto it. Leonel had always had a phobia of missing out. Of course, this wasn't a phobia about events or people, but rather knowledge. He hated the idea of taking less efficient paths simply because of his own ignorance. He had experienced that feeling all too often since he entered the dimensional verse. One such example was the truth behind why so many of the youths participating in the selection had stopped at Tier 7. Even Richard, the crown heir of the Viola, was only at Tier 8 currently. Of course, the obvious answer was that the Void Palace only accepted those beneath the 6th dimension. But this was just one layer of the answer. Firstly, if they accepted those beneath the 6th dimension, why stop at tier 7 or 8? Wouldn't it maximize your chances if you continued to the quasi-6th dimension level? That would still meet the requirements, right? You could say that maybe these geniuses simply hadn't had the time yet. But this answer only made sense for the first few times. Oddly though, every expert Leonel ran across as they continued to flood this arena were all the same. There were simply too many of them for it to be a coincidence. They couldn't possibly all be too young, right? Then there was the second oddity. Why beneath the 6th dimension? Weren't there talents of all levels to be found everywhere? The former guild head of the Milky Way Guild, Augustus, was a great example. Augustus was a special sort of talent, able to enter the 6th dimension while bound by the constraints of a 5th-dimensional world. The difficulty in doing so was astronomical. Though some of this could be attributed to him taking advantage of the 6th-dimensional galaxies that wanted to take advantage of him, this only went to further bolster and prove his skill. However, according to the rules of the Void Palace, they would reject him no matter what. When Leonel asked his grandmother about this, it was only at this point that he managed to understand why this was. The 6th dimension was an important crossroads and was divided into two major paths. First, there was a conventional path which essentially reboot and reframed the progress you made in the previous 3 dimensions. To explain it as simply as possible, with the conventional path, your 6th dimension would become a rerun of the 3rd dimension where you would form more and strengthen your innate nodes. Following this, the 7th dimension along this path would be a redo of the 4th dimension where you would once again strengthen your body. And the 8th dimension would become a reboot of the 5th dimension. Of course, those who took this path would still be able to become extremely powerful and weren't necessarily worse off than those who took the opposing path. However, while they weren't necessarily worse off, it would be impossible to reach the ceiling of those who took the other path, also known as the God Path. Should one choose the God Path, they would have a chance to reach the true peak of the dimensional verse. Of course, once again, those that chose the conventional path weren't necessarily weaker, and there were many who chose this path that could match top experts of the God Path. However, without fail, the strongest individuals of the dimensional verse had stepped onto this second unconventional path. In order to take the God Path, however, one needed to start early. The priming for diverging and taking this route began at tier 7 of the 5th dimension. Using that buffer period, one could slowly begin to mold themselves and prepare. Once again, Leonel realized that he had almost missed out on something greatly important. He couldn't help but feel that his dad was really too casual with informing him about such things. How could he pick any path other than the God Path? Leonel's gaze suddenly shifted toward a certain direction, an aura of pure white gold descending as the Luxnix family arrived. Sorry everyone, I started on DD chapters really late today, El Mao. But you guys are probably used to late chapters by now. More on the way. Chapter 1148, Luxnix Force Art Language. Chapter 1148, Luxnix Force Art Language. The arrival of the Luxnix could only be said to be quite grandiose. Being the last of the 3 major families to arrive, they seemed to have made it a point to make a statement. But maybe this only made sense. After 3 generations of slowly biding their time, they could finally see success on the horizon. This selection would be the time for them to rise. An enormous golden bird flew through the skies, and yet, somehow, it carried not the slightest hint of a shadow. If Leonel had to describe it in just a few words, he would most definitely choose Golden Phoenix. It had a long and slender neck of perfect groomed plumes. Its wings gently flapped despite its size, wafting about intoxicating scents and unintrusive winds. Its tail feathers sparkled with delicate patterns, filling all those who saw it with awe. A sonorous call left the beak of the majestic bird. It rang through the arena like the clanging of a silver bell. Somehow, it didn't feel annoying in the slightest, but rather filled one with amazement and worship. By now, Leonel would have usually looked away, displaying a sheer lack of interest. However, he wasn't the type of person to fake what he was feeling, at least not when it came to matters that weren't superficial. While others saw a bird, Leonel saw one of the most elaborate and complex force arts he had ever laid eyes on. Regardless of how he felt about the Luxnix family, he didn't take his eyes off of it, his gaze filled with curiosity and awe. Whether it was the lack of shadow, the wind-movement ratio, or even the number of people it could carry, everything about this bird seemed to defy the laws of physics and left Leonel intrigued. Creating such a lifelike creature was definitely something the Camelot magic system couldn't accomplish. While the Camelot magic system was good at taking artistic conceptions and functionally applying them to an attack or defense, it didn't have the malleability to form such a lifelike creation. Leonel wasn't very surprised by this. If one magic system could accomplish everything, then there would never be a need for so many to exist. This was especially so for force art languages. Leonel knew 3 currently. One was the Morales family's crafting arts, the second was the Camelot mage arts, and the final was the very first he had ever learned, the nameless force art capable of transcribing abilities into an art. Of them, Leonel was the most unfamiliar with the third. He always had at the back of his mind just how dangerous the person who could use this ability was, but that was about it. At the level he had comprehended it to, he could at most copy low-level abilities that couldn't even really be considered to be at the first level of an ability index. Within the piles of Luxnick's core texts and teachings Leonel's mother had left behind to him, the Luxnick's family's force art discipline was detailed within it as well. Until now, Leonel hadn't paid much attention to it as there were many other techniques that had caught his attention, but seeing it all at work before him left him astonished. "Grandma, how familiar are you with the Luxnick's force art techniques?" Rowesha blinked. She had expected that Leonel was staring so intently at the Luxnick's arrival because he was still enraged or angered. She hadn't been sure of whether to try to comfort him or leave him be, but to think that Leonel was actually just observing the bird because he was curious about it. Such a turn of events left her stunned before her smile bloomed. It wasn't the first time Leonel had called her grandma, but she still felt her heart bloom whenever she heard it. She was very much excited that Leonel was actually asking something of her. "I know a little. Do you want me to teach you?" Rowesha's gaze glowed. She forgot all about the Luxnicks and even forgot about everyone in her surroundings. Her only focus was pleasing her grandson. Leonel smiled. "I'm just a bit curious. It's unlike anything I've seen before. I remember that Elder's Sparking Star Order, when I met her before she tapped her cane and her body was enveloped in fluttering butterflies that seemed shaped of fire. Was that an application of the Luxnick's force arts?" Rowesha seemed to grow younger by several years every time Leonel spoke to her. "Yes, you could say so. Sparking Star Order is among the most skilled in the Luxnick's force arts. Are the butterflies just an aesthetic choice, or—" Leonel actually wasn't sure. He didn't have a high enough understanding of the Luxnick's force arts to make an assessment. Plus, seeing through the technique of such a high-level sixth-dimensional expert was beyond even his means. Not exactly, though in part. Rowesha patiently explained, "The Luxnick's force arts are very good at embodying and manipulating life force. When Sparking Star Order taps her cane and summons her butterflies, she's using a fusion of her ability and her comprehension of force arts to disperse her aura and make her teleportation impossible to track. The flapping of the butterfly's wings are more than just an aesthetic choice, as the frequency they do so at is very important. Even the most skilled of internal sights would find trouble tracking her down. It makes her movement both flexible and unpredictable." Rowesha divulged a major secret of one of the Luxnick's family's Star Order elders without blinking an eye. "I see, flexibility, huh?" Leonel fell into thought. Rowesha nodded. If the strength of the Luxnick's force arts was to be described in one word, it's adaptability. What it loses out in strength, it makes up for by melding into the perfect technique for the situation. Take a sensory force art as an example. A more rigid force art language might send a ripple into the surroundings to send back a static image to the user. But with the Luxnick's force art language, you might instead form and send out several wolf constructions. Their adaptability would be several-fold greater. Rowesha patiently taught her grandson what she knew. The two seemingly lost in their own world as the golden phoenix of the Luxnicks touched down, dispersing to reveal a shocking reality. The Luxnicks was being headed not by their patriarch and not by a Star Order elder, but rather a single young man of barely over 20 years of age. Chapter 1149, Representation. Chapter 1149, Representation. A subtle silence fell over the arena. While many here could be considered to have only come for the fun of the spectacle, there was a matter of perspective needed as well. This arena could sit millions. However, the population of a single planet was counted in the tens of billions. The number of habitable planets in just a single quadrant could be counted in the hundreds. The number of quadrants in a single galaxy were numerous, and the number of galaxies in a single sector could be counted in the dozens. When these numbers are multiplied out, there were easily hundreds of trillions of people in a single sector, and even that number was far too small to adequately paint the truth of the situation. And yet, there were only millions who could afford to be here. Even the most low-level heckler within this crowd was a tycoon back on their home world. There wasn't a single person present that wasn't sharp and intelligent, not to mention well-versed in the matters of politics and the importance of image. For the Luxnicks to make such a grand entrance, all for the sake of allowing a young man to lead them all, it spoke volumes. In fact, it spoke so loud that everyone could only fall into an abject silence. Leonel, who had been speaking with his grandmother, didn't really react to this. He found the Luxnicks' force arts far more fascinating than whatever grand entrance they had planned. Plus, he had already heard the story about Michael. He wasn't very astonished to feel something similar to his own innate node. That said, he sensed something quite curious about his original innate node. But he shook his head and didn't mind it. If he hadn't managed to regrow his innate node back, he might be more infuriated. But after learning what happened, Leonel didn't particularly hate Michael. In fact, he felt quite bad for Michael. After all, the actions of his parents caused him to be raised without family. Leonel had seen what a lack of familial love could do to a person. Every time he thought of Ina's deepest insecurities, it was often always related back to this. In addition, he could see how great it was to have great family and friends around him every day. He had grown up with his father by his side, and knowing that his mother and grandmother loved him filled him with a full sort of feeling. Even knowing that his grandfather had cut contact with his grandmother mostly due to himself, even somewhat changed his opinion of the old man. Though he and his grandfather could never be on the same page, there was an odd complex emotion that Leonel couldn't help but feel, knowing that the old man still loved him. But Michael had never experienced any of this. Sure, there was plenty of love around him coming from the Luxnix family elders. But didn't they all just see him as a tool to be used? They didn't love him unconditionally like his mother or father could have. They only loved him insofar as his talent could bring their family to the next level. When Leonel finally looked up and his gaze landed on Miguel, what he felt wasn't rage or fury. All he felt was pity. Miguel didn't look around, nor did he react to the crowd's gaze. With light steps, he walked toward the region of participants, taking a seat in the section left to the Luxnix. His expression couldn't be said to be indifferent, but he was clearly uncaring. He felt that everything was far beneath his notice. Even knowing that Ina was nearby, Miguel didn't even glance in her direction. The matters of the bronze tablet was still at the back of his mind, but he had chosen to take these matters slowly, a single step at a time. There were simply too many ways to interpret the words of a prophecy, and he was willing to let things bear themselves out naturally. The elders of the Luxnix smiled toward Miguel with feelings of gratification clear in their gaze. Without a word, he had very clearly suppressed the momentum of all the geniuses present. How could they not feel fulfilled? After so long, it was time they bare their fangs. With a whoosh, the elders of the Luxnix rose to the stadium seats, leaving the ground region for the participants. Among those that had come, there was Winged, Sparking, and Resting Star Order. After a quick sweep, Winged Star Order's gaze narrowed when he noticed Rosicea. Leonel, the geniuses of Earth, and his grandmother currently all sat on the ground floor. However, their seating arrangements were oddly luxurious, even more so than the three main families. Many had chalked it up to the appearance of Rosicea, but the members of the Luxnix found that there was something decidedly odd about all of this. Before Winged Star Order could think about just what was going on and understand why his heart was feeling uncomfortable, Ornik suddenly appeared in the middle of the vast arena. In that moment, a wide sweeping pressure emitted from him. Ornik was usually a calm and scholarly young man. His dark skin was always glistening and perfectly taken care of. His clothing never had even the slightest wrinkled, and his aura was always reserved and as calm as a lake. After spending so long in the Luxnix family, many of the elders had come to this very same conclusion. But suddenly seeing him flip a switch like this and release a pressure that made even them burst into a cold sweat, they finally realized just how large the difference between them and a young man who was ultimately just a galaxy-ranked disciple was. Ornik might have been amiable and scholarly usually, but right now he was representing the Void Palace, the protectors of the human domain, and the greatest shield of humanity. This was no longer for himself. This would be a day those present would never forget. Chapter 150 Amethyst Token. Chapter 150 Amethyst Token. Ornik took a deep breath. Just this subtle action seemed to agitate the atmosphere itself, a sweeping wind flying about the arena. I will not explain to you all the weight the title of Void Palace Disciple holds because, quite frankly, the majority of you all are not worthy of knowing. Instead, I will only tell you all that if you miss this opportunity, it will be one you regret for a lifetime. Today will be the first of 3 days of trials. Usually, we have something of a more elaborate planned, but this time around, we will use the simplest and most crude of methods. What Ornik didn't explain was that this was due to the actions of Leonel's mother. In order to allow the youth of Earth more spots to be selected, it could be said that she abused her power to expand the selection. This wasn't exactly rare, as many overseers would do similar things when they were sent back to their home sectors. Due to this, the Void Palace usually had a policy of sending over those who could be unbiased. Because of these factors, Alienor wasn't meant to return. But, due to the interference of Leonel's father and a series of events not many were aware of, the Void Palace ended up making yet another exception. In truth, the Void Palace wasn't too worried about this at all because there will be no absolute fairness. If you cannot make it through these rounds and rise to the top in just this sector, you would have never stood a chance upon reaching the Void Palace. Don't think me out to be cruel. If anything, we are saving your lives. The selection that takes place here could never match up to even a tenth of the difficulty in the Void Palace's true selection. If you can't prove yourself here, you would never be able to do so there. Ornik's words were strict and allow no room for rebuttal. In any sort of crude tournament format, expecting fairness was impossible. Even in the case that the organizers knew every single little detail about the participants and could organize the perfect tournament brackets, there would still be a few who ended up with a raw deal, let alone the fact that the people of Void Palace had no way of knowing all these secrets. If you could perfectly predict everything, what would be the point in the selection to begin with? You might as well just pick out your favorites and get it over with. Orinic was wizened enough to know the hearts of people and how they could complain about such things, so he laid the cards out on the table immediately. He wouldn't allow the organization of this selection to go awry. With these formalities out of the way, we can begin with the rules. As I mentioned before, the selection will be divided into 3 days with ample rest between these stages. We will provide adequate medical attention during these rest days, but during a tournament day, you can only rely on yourself. This means there will be a ban on all extracurricular supplements. The only thing you can rely on is your own force and force replenishment ability. Those found violating this rule will be disqualified immediately. Orinic didn't explain how he would monitor such a thing when there were so many participants, not to mention countless elders with a vested interest in their juniors succeeding, but no one doubted his confident expression. If the Void Palace couldn't accomplish at least this much, they would be far too incompetent. The first day will be a group stage. The second day will be a round robin. The third day will be a special day which has an undecided format as of now. As I've already stated, this is just the beginning. Whether you will truly become the students of the Void Palace will be decided on how you perform when you reach those tall gates. However, there is still something that you can fight for here. There are an unlimited number of nominal disciple positions. Whether you can claim one will depend on your performance. Those eliminated in the first day will have no chance. However, those who can make it into the second day can consider themselves to be on a short list of potential entries. Above the nominal disciple position, there are 3 gold tokens up for grabs. These gold tokens, when exchanged at the Void Palace, allow you a chance to directly challenge to become a galaxy-ranked disciple upon entry. Of course, reaching the location to do so is not so easy, but this is a matter you will learn about in the future. Finally, there is the Amethyst token. In this selection, there will only be 1. However, just like the nominal disciple position and the gold tokens, this Amethyst token also isn't guaranteed to be given out. Orinic allowed his words to drift into the air. He wanted those here to know that there was no guarantee that any of them would be selected. There was a very real possibility that even after all 3 days, not a single token would be given out and not a single disciple would be chosen. The Amethyst token is a special token reserved for a special level of talent. Across the human domain, in a given selection cycle, no more than 2 or 3 has ever been given out at the same time. In fact, in most years, not a single Amethyst token would be awarded. The Amethyst token represents the undefeated. To earn this token, not only must you display dominance, you cannot lose. This token represents the #1 genius of a sector, an undisputed ruler amongst their peers. Having this Amethyst token, much like having the gold token, allows you to challenge for a higher disciple rank. But while the gold token caps you at the galaxy rank, the Amethyst token has no such cap. Whatever you accomplish will be solely up to you. The gazes of the youths all glowed with a fiery light. Just how many of them wanted to claim such a glory, to be undefeated and become the undisputed head of their generation? Fire burned in their chests and a blaze lit in their eyes. This glory, they would give their everything to strive for it.